the vow.
Welcome to part 2 of Destiny versus Konstantin. Normally I don't tell people to go back and watch my old lives because they're kind of a shit show, but you should definitely go back and watch yesterday's one to see a generational Bradley crash out over Big Soda. Okay, so even if you just watch that part, it's near the beginning. It's definitely worth it. Okay, good to see you, Doomrang. Good to see you, Topanga, Weevil, and good to see you, Anson. And yeah, no, Doom does not have low standards. If you think about it, all of you should have a best friend as me. You don't need your family. You can be isolated from them, isolated from your friend group. All you need is the Confluence YouTube channel, okay? Help me start my cult, okay? Help me start my cult. And the first 2 members we have is none other than Anson and Sil. How you guys doing?
Yo, what's up?
I'm just having a good time, man. I almost went and bought some ferrets tonight.
Oh, aren't they so cute?
You're inspired by our conversation?
No, I went last weekend to the pet store and they were out of them, so that's why I got that dwarf hamster.
Oh,
See, we're on the same wavelength, Anson, which is crazy. Because what's the chances we both be hunting for ferrets, but not like hunting in that way, hunting in like a fun way,
capturing with money, not with traps.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had ferrets.
I'm on a ferret hunt for ages, and it turns out Anson has owned ferrets, and he's looking for a new one. Unless Anson's lying to me, but I don't think he is.
New couple of ferrets. You can't get a single ferret Confluence.
That's the problem. I don't want to get like multiple ferrets.
You have to. They're social animals, man. It's cruel if you don't get more than one.
I want them to just like pair bond with me, though. I don't want them, I don't want to just be an observer that's just like watching these ferrets. Like, what am I even doing? I'm not a fucking zookeeper, right? I want like a companion,
You can't give them what they need, man.
Yeah.
And I got a question. Do you put a ferret on a leash? Is that what you do?
I've seen people do it. I don't know if you're supposed to, but I've seen it.
Should do.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, Confluence, they're almost the perfect pet because they sleep like 20 hours a day. And then when they come out, what they do is they come out and bounce around a little bit, and then they hide inside your couch for a few hours, and then you call them and put them back away. And so they're basically like the perfect pet. They basically just leave you the fuck alone.
They're so cute.
So there you go.
They're so cute. And they're fuzzy and with the fur and the ferret.
I have just to catch you up, Zil. If you haven't been looking at the Discord, I have been in contact with a ferret dealer of sorts. And so I've been looking. He's got like 40 ferrets, which is like altogether a lot of ferrets. If he's real and not trying to scam me, which has happened before, there's a surprising amount of ferret scammers online, which is a weird thing, but it is true. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm out of the city, and if you send a deposit of $100," and I've had this before where I reverse image search stuff, and it's like the ferret is fucking in like North Carolina, and I'm like, "You fucking who scams over a ferret?"
This is insane.
What a
dude.
weird grift. People freaking scam over anything. Yeah, the ferrets are stinky, and so these ones are descented. But Anson, who has owned ferrets, tells me they smell anyway, even if they're
yeah.
But Doomerang said, "Doomerang, do you have you had ferrets?" I've never met anyone with a ferret, and I feel like I've mentioned this in my Discord, and like 5 people have like first-hand ferret experience.
You know what?
Ag seems to have it too.
Hey, you know what? Humans are stinky. How about that?
Yeah, that's true. Why are we judging ferrets?
Yeah. Why are you guys gotta be like that?
Their scent is pungent.
Yeah. It's ferret.
Like, what do we mean by
scent.
pungent? I guess. Like, is it because I've had a bunny, and when the bunny,
No.
I don't know if it's in heat or something, it would like sometimes get like skunky. It just feel like a skunk.
Not even close.
It's still a lot worse.
Yeah.
Take one too. Double the ferrets, double the stench. I mean, I don't know, man. Oh, Keelan's still mad at you.
He's
Zill. Look at that.
He's
I
starting.
feel bad for Anson. Has to deal with Zill.
Yeah.
Keelan is
that's
still.
all right. That's all right.
Hey, Anson loves everyone. He said it before. Okay.
I do. I love everybody. I come at this from a place of love and acceptance, right?
What a great guy. I appreciate
That's what
that.
you should. That's what you should come for. Also, just to say, good to see you, Gorilla Pulse. Good to see you, Topanga. And Topanga, how's that bun that you're currently cooking? And I don't mean the baby. I mean like the literal buns, because I care more about Frankie getting fed. Okay, but if you want to tell me how the baby's coming along too, that'd be cool as well. And also, I forgot to say, if anyone, in case you don't know, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. It's in the description. If you don't know, you probably do, but you're welcome to come up and join. We will be going over the Destiny versus Konstantin debate. Okay.
Hey, I wanted to correct something from yesterday based on my rhetoric. So I know I need to work, and then so after yesterday, the response I completely agree. I can't be saying stuff like that. And to be honest, I will update my answer that I'm left of center, but I would like to move more towards center of center. But I am definitely left of center, and I'm trying to move away from. Honestly, the right-wing extremists are pushing me and others to extremes, and I'm fighting hard. I'm trying to fight against that. So I'm trying to be center of center, but I am left of center.
It's a good thing to acknowledge.
Can I give you a suggestion?
Yeah.
As being one of those people on the right, like actually I am the right wing. Like everybody's to the left of me. So
would you say you're far right then?
No, like I am like the point on the chart that's the farthest right is where I am.
The chart.
Everyone else on the planet is to my left.
Okay, so you're the farthest right, not far right, but the farthest right.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of people who say
that's not the right chart.
Things.
God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I suggest
no true Scotsman here.
Yeah, I suggest that you give up on trying to be the center because that doesn't exist.
Well, I know.
I would say that too. Like you being left wing isn't a bad thing. Well, Anthony might say I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just the extremism, the reactionary. That's bad. I mean, I'm saying it's you can try to strive for like the omni center. I don't know if that's necessary though. Like
morals on both sides are toast. Morals on both sides are toast.
Good to see
right,
you.
but that's because you're. Oh, it's going great. It's going great.
So I'm the no true Scotsman. I'm the true Scotsman. Y'all ain't the true Scotsmans. It's me. It's just me.
Because I guess I think like I don't know. There's like for example, Keelan right is extremely left, right, and it's like but he's not a violent man. He's not a reactionist. Reactionary. And so it's like, to me, and this is coming from someone who's center right, but like, I don't feel a need to become more center. And also, like, if you're looking at the political landscape and thinking like, oh, Republicans, Democrats, you should just like forget about that shit in some ways, right? Like, just have your opinions on where they are. I mean, you're not asking for advice, but that's my advice. That's my unsolicited advice.
Stay center left. I'll just stay center left. Then It's fine.
Because I just say center right because it's just a way that I'm broadly, but it's like I don't give a fuck on some issues. I'm very like pro social systems, child tax benefit and stuff, which Anson would like fucking hate and call it like super left wing and stuff. And it's like, but on other issues, it's like a very like pro life and stuff, and anti-degeneracy, and so it's like, so I'm just a confluence. Well, I didn't even mean to say my own name that time, but I am a confluence of views.
Okay, then I'll land my plane there. I've decided I will stay center left and stand on it. That's what I'll do.
I would just let your beliefs fall where they are. I would just in some ways, like fuck the whole political compass thing. Fuck the labels, right? The labels are only useful in that they communicate to other people some rough idea of where you stand. But like for yourself, just like don't even care about like labeling yourself.
Yeah, but to be honest to others, because I think I was dishonest yesterday when I said center of center. So I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. So I am not my beliefs, right? And I'm not I'm not the things that I feel or think about my beliefs or even other people, right? So like how I define myself is it isn't really relevant. Like, and I could disagree. And what you're doing right now is like disagreeing with yourself yesterday. So if you can't even agree with yourself,
self-analyzing, it's self-analysis and rapid response, in my opinion.
Yeah, like if you can't.
So I see that as a good thing. Actually.
Yeah, if you can't,
I think that's good.
Like you can't agree with your own self, right? So I mean, there ain't nothing.
No, you can't make that argument. I can't agree with my own self. I was disagreeing with my own assessment of what I said out loud about my political beliefs. I said today, I think if I were being more honest, I would have said left of center. Yeah. And then I was saying I'm trying to become more center of center because I think that's probably better. But then I was challenged on that. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just for now going to say I'm left of center, and therefore I'm not disagreeing with myself. So I reject what you were saying.
Oh no, man! You got to be open to thinking that you disagree with yourself, right? Because you're not even right? You know what I'm saying? Like even like that's the
I'm open to adapting based on feedback. Of course.
Yeah, you're like everybody's wrong about everything. It's just part of who.
No, not everybody is wrong about everything because if everybody was wrong about everything, then nobody can be right about anything.
You're wrong about,
and you're defeating truth.
Anson's getting a little spiritual there, but I kind of agree with them.
No.
He started down that path where he's like, I'm not my beliefs, but that's how I feel. I'm not my beliefs, I'm not my thoughts, I'm not my feelings, I'm not my reactions.
Then who can be right about anything? Is there any truth in your worldview?
I guess it's always incomplete, I guess, is what I would say. It's like
there is no truth in your worldview is incoherent.
No, there's truth. You're always approximating the truth, is what I would say. Yeah. You never see. You're always biased by some person. No, there is a truth. You're approximating to get to that truth. This is how I see it. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm just saying that there's some truth. But we have so many biases. We're born in a culture. We're cucked by our brains, our upbringings, all this stuff. So there is a truth, and I think we do our best to try to grasp that truth.
Yeah,
we do.
The Christians have a really beautiful way of describing it and how they talk about humility in relation to their imaginary friend, because their imaginary friend is perfect but they're not.
Well, I wouldn't say the friend is imaginary. I would say that the Bible is revealed truth to humanity,
based red pilled.
I understand how y'all think about it. I wasn't saying that.
Well, Christianity is the God that has protected his word through many generations, written a cohesive message through 40 authors and all these books, and
man, if really was the only be so mad at you, Zil, he'd say that's univocality, and that's you shouldn't do that. I think that was Zerka that.
Well, what did I do? What did I do?
No, I agree with you. No, I'm just making a joke. I agree with you, but a lot of people.
What's univocality?
Like, it's the view that like the whole Bible is saying a cohesive message, because the atheists would say, well, it's actually not, and we're just like trying to like fit that in.
Okay, well then I would right, because then I would have to reframe and say that the full context includes the old and new covenants, and that is the full cohesive message. But I don't really see that as even a cop out. I see that as understanding the entirety of the Bible. So I don't.
Yeah, no,
I see that
I think there is. If we hold the scripture to be inspired, which I personally do, then yeah, I think there is univocality. There is one voice. That voice would be God. That's inspiring people to create stuff that are diverse but coalesce together. But if you're an atheist, you see that as a bunch of like hodgepodging and like making it work. But I'm a Christian, so I agree that I think there is one voice in the Bible, in my opinion. But just depends, I guess, on what you're looking at.
What do you think, Bob? Anson? Bob?
Yeah, Anson would probably think it's a hodgepodge, I'm assuming.
Well, I don't know. Like Fukushima Tabernacle was pointing out that I'm sounding like a new atheist in the way that I'm interacting with y'all. He formed the assertion in the manner of a question. So I don't want to mislead anybody, into thinking that I'm like, woo woo or some shit like Confluence.
I'm a bit woo woo.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like,
I think he's only saying that because he said imaginary friend. I think that's the only reason that Keelan said that.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, like that's the way that I learned how to talk when I was like new atheist, coded, to use your terminology, like 17 years ago, 18 years ago. So, you know what I mean? Like, you read Sam Harris and you have like an awakening of some kind, and you got some Richard Dawkins, and you really bury that stuff down, and then you go and, meet with other atheists, and then you're like mocking people with ALS. You know what I mean?
Ooh, so that would be the extreme side. Journey? That would be the extreme side. Now,
so, that was my least proud moment as an atheist, is when I had a few people come and try and convert me to Christianity, and one of the guys had Lou Gehrig's disease, and I told him that I felt sorry for him, that he was going to be talking to his imaginary friend the last few months that he was alive, because it seemed like a waste of his time.
Oh, that's what you meant.
That's brutal, man. That's brutal.
That's tough. Well, it's heartless. Atheism is kind of a heartless worldview. Anson.
I think Anson's changed from that. Okay.
Anson, yeah. Hey, and good on you for you call that out. I try to call my stuff out too. What do you think about the origin of the universe, Anson? Do you think that the universe began to exist?
Do I think that what is wasn't?
Yeah.
I think that what is has always been and always will be. It may not be the way it is. It may not look the way it is. We may not be able to perceive it. But I don't think that things aren't.
So you believe in an infinite universe?
This has been a new thing, I feel like, in science, unless I'm crazy. Because I feel like back when I was like looking into this stuff, everyone seemed to acknowledge that like the Big Bang was like the start of space-time. And now it seems like cosmology has like switched over to like, no, it's like universes all the way down, or it's some multiverse, right? But it's always existed, In my view, I think they're trying to hide from God because they know the cosmological argument is fucking them. And so they're like, well, the universe has to be infinite.
The Kalam cosmological argument is pretty strong, and I think they're trying to avoid that confluence, honestly, because you see, if you introduce the concept of infinity into our physical reality, Anson, you have problems with this worldview, because if you assert an infinite amount of events has happened, we have never empirically experienced an infinite amount of anything in our physical universe in time space. What do you think?
Yeah, it's almost like we can't perceive it because of our limitations.
Right. So, but however, you cannot assert it empirically. You have no
not an
empiric. So you're just making it up, and therefore you fall to the same fallacy you claim Christians fall to when they say God did it. Yes, you do.
I don't
know. I don't know if it's so much that the one thing. I don't mean to jump in. Also, welcome, Keelan. The one thing I want to, I guess, ask, because I know philosophers probably have an answer to this, but my issue is like getting to the present moment, right? If the universe is infinite, so not the understanding thing, not the empiricism thing, but like if time or something called time is extended forever, then I can't imagine how we could arrive at this exact moment. But we're in this exact moment.
Right. Right.
And so otherwise, like, how could we arrive at a certain point if it goes infinitely? We'd never be able. It's like a fucking weird, like Zeno's paradox thing, you know?
Moments don't exist.
Exactly, confluence. You hit the nail on the head, and these people haven't thought of this, and so they hold to a worldview where the universe has existed forever when it makes no coherent sense.
This is such a bad way to talk about this. Yeah. Our language is grounded in time. You're saying it makes no sense the universe lasted forever. Forever references time. Time started with the universe. Even Christians believe that.
Oh, so you do believe the universe began then?
Keelan,
so you believe the universe began then? You
activated my trap card, Keelan. Right. That's not what the argument is. The argument is that if the universe started with time, you're absolutely right. But if we're saying the universe is all the way down, then it's time all the way down. And then it's not just like it's.
I'm saying it's nonsensical.
It was the trap card.
Couldn't you argue that it's like our limitation?
Mathematically, how could we ever get to the present moment if we start at like negative infinity for time? It didn't start. That only what Keelan is saying would be like positing that time started with the Big Bang. But if something called time, some procession of events has always happened, then there's no problem using a time word to talk about an infinite progression of events, because that's what we're positing. Right?
Yeah, we can never reach the present moment if there's an infinite past. You can't.
But we do have a present moment.
So therefore, you cannot have an infinite past.
Hold on, I think you're like
you talking about Anson.
Anson, did you actually say that the universe is infinite?
No, I didn't use that. I didn't use that exact word.
No, he said that there is something before the universe. Basically, the universe is all the way down. I don't think it's a funny way to say it, right?
I don't view time the way that y'all are describing it.
Okay, so
which tube, Anson? We agree on that weirdly.
Anson, which infinite regression would you like to hold on to for now?
Infinite regression.
Yes, this is your fallacy.
Okay, this is a preamble.
This is your fallacy.
Why are you saying that I have some sort of fallacy by observing the universe? I observe that things lead from other things.
You have an infinite regression fallacy.
Okay, so are you saying that in the universe there are things that don't come from other things?
No. Now, here's your position. Therefore, the universe has always existed for infinity. Isn't that your position?
No, you're inserting the word infinity. I never said that.
Okay, so therefore you believe the universe at one point did not exist.
No, I didn't say
agree?
that either.
So you don't agree with either?
No, I'm saying that you're like our ability to perceive what it was that happened before is limited, and therefore our ability to even comprehend it isn't something that's relevant to the.
Okay, well, it's a yes
that's
or no question.
That's what I was going to say. I didn't want to interrupt.
It's a yes or no question if the universe began to exist.
No, things don't fall into a.
Did it begin to exist?
Yes or no.
Did the universe begin to exist?
No, it's not yes or no. Things don't fall
did it begin to exist? Did it begin to exist?
No.
So it was here forever then?
No.
If it didn't begin to exist, it has been here forever.
You can't just discount what someone says and insert something else.
No,
Hold on,
you're
let him
not
talk.
getting out of this. If it didn't begin to exist, then it existed forever.
For fuck's sake, Zil, if you don't understand something, think about it. Don't just speak it out loud to Anson.
All right, someone else.
Don't just insert what you want him to believe either.
I'm actually not sure what the third option would be. Either something began to exist or it didn't begin. I actually do see that. So if I guess someone could correct me. I do see that as a binary, like just from like the
third option would be it's always existed.
That
that's
would
what
be
I mean. So that's the second option.
It doesn't mean
to exist.
That would be the second option.
It doesn't mean it began.
It does mean it's the second option.
I'm saying it either began to exist or it didn't begin to exist, and it can always exist. And that's the second option.
There's a third option. There's a third option. There's not. There is. Can I assert?
Please explain.
Okay. So the thing that existed before the universe wasn't the universe, but it was something.
Okay, infinite regression fallacy.
No,
again.
Not necessarily.
But this is what I said, Anson, is that the other option is universe is all the way down. Maybe our universe was born out of a different universe.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
What are you saying then?
What is he saying, Keelan?
I'm saying that there's a gap there, and I need not fill it with something.
Universe of the gaps? Is that what you're doing? Universe of the gaps fallacy?
I'm not falling into the fallacy that Christians do, where there's something unexplainable.
I think you are.
And so I have to jump to an explanation for it. I'm all right not knowing.
What's your explanation then?
I don't have to have one.
I think to simplify it though, okay, like maybe you're taking issue with how I'm using the word universe if you're saying no, and if Keelan's saying that's not what you're saying. All I'm saying is that time seen as a physical procession of events, right? There was either a first moment of what we can call a procession of events, or there was not. I think that is a binary that I think has to be true. And now that it could, and I guess now it's an open question of what that means.
No,
but yeah, do you
contest that?
I think so, Anson. I think you're not saying like. I think you genuinely don't know, and you're saying you don't know because under our current conditions, it is truly impossible to know.
Yeah, it is.
Anson said he's not an empiricist.
There's a perception limitation.
You just said you're not an empiricist.
I'm not. I'm not, because I can observe the immaterial aspects of the universe. They exist.
Can you please answer the question if the universe began to exist or not? Yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question. It's I don't know.
Explain. Well, that's not that you can't do that. You have to answer yes or no.
No.
Yeah, you have to answer.
That's crazy. That's like saying I have a bucket. And I'm like, hey, I show you a cup. Is there vinegar in this cup? Yes or no? Yes or no, Zell? Is there vinegar in this cup? You would say, I don't know. And that's probably the correct answer. You don't know. So that's a fine answer to say, like.
So there is a third answer.
The third answer is just to not answer. Is just say, I don't know. But that is always a valid answer.
It's a cop-out.
No, it's not a cop-out.
No, previously, Confluence, you said there's only two answers. Why are you flipping now?
Congrats, man.
I said that
nobody's allowed to flip?
No, that's fine. I'm just calling him out on it.
Calling me out on what?
Confluence out on flipping.
On flipping, not you, Anson. So, Anson, okay, you don't want to answer.
Saying you don't know is not a third answer in a logical binary.
You just said it's not a logical binary. You just explained that.
No. That's no.
Anson, answer the question.
There is either vinegar in this cup or there's not. It is a logical binary. This cup contains vinegar or it doesn't. In that sense, there's only two options. But now, when we're talking about the epistemology of how we know it, it's perfectly fine to say, I don't know. That's not a third logical option.
Vinegar was once in that cup.
You would say the proposal is a fallacy.
Holy fuck, I can't even talk.
Apologies. Also, you would say that the proposal is a fallacy. What were you saying, Agrilepilus?
Like perhaps vinegar could have existed in that cup. There's always a third option.
But that if the question is there vinegar in the cup?
It's like, and that's what Christians.
It doesn't really matter if there
Christians are saying.
Gentlemen. Okay. Now, Anson, can I get you to answer the question?
Yeah.
Do you believe the universe began to exist or not?
I believe that the thing that we perceive as the universe had a thing that you could call a beginning, but it wasn't the first thing that happened.
What does that mean?
That means the same thing as Christians believe, or atheists. He's even saying, as an atheist, the same thing, that something created the universe. There was something before that. What it is, we don't know.
What created that?
Well, I'm not necessarily saying
that's our human fallacy that we don't understand. Our limitations of our brain.
No, that's your infinite regression logical fallacy issue.
No, it's not a logical fallacy.
Yes, it is. Because what created that?
If the universe is an infinite entity, it's not.
See, Christians assert that God is the only uncaused cause.
Hey,
what created God?
Yeah, that's the fallacy.
God is the only uncaused cause, so nothing created God.
Hey, Bill, that's a fallacy. You can't justify God's existence.
Exactly. So you're doing the infinite regression fallacy yourself.
I could justify what I was trying God's to say. Existence through other.
I don't know if Zill is saying this, but the Steelman,
he preserves his word. He preserved
Right.
his
If
word.
God, the typical Christian idea of God is that he's outside of space and time. So to apply time, this is almost what Keelan was saying, and I would agree with Keelan if he's applying it to God, because to use temporal words to God doesn't make sense because God is outside of time and space. But if we're talking about physical reality, then there is time, and so it's totally fair, in my opinion, to use time words. Why would it not be?
You're so close. You're so close. If you look at the universe, I don't want to say time, but if you prescribe to the Big Bang, even there's a air quotes time, a point where everything would have been super condensed. How time works at that point, if it even works at that point, is completely unknowable.
Wow.
And to ask what was there before time is a nonsensical question.
Look, you're saying I'm so close. I've been there like 10 years ago. I understand. Yeah, you're using, if you're saying what happened before time, you're using a time word.
I'll ask you,
you're being ridiculous, Kieran.
I'll ask you, Confluence. Describe what God looks like.
I don't think God looks like anything.
What created God?
God is uncreated.
See, it's a ridiculous question. It's the exact same.
No, you see, because it's much more likely that God could be uncreated rather than the universe being uncreated.
Okay, if it's much more likely, prove it.
Okay, I don't know, but
use your brain.
I want to say this isn't what happened though. This is because Anson said that he does think that there is something temporally that happened before the Big Bang, right? So Anson is already allowing us to use these time words. Anson's just saying, hey, no, Anson, it's not. He's not saying it's unknowable.
Let's ask him a question. Anson, was there something temporally that happened before time existed?
Well, I don't think that time exists.
Oh, okay. So you are absurd. Okay.
Well, no, me and Anson are presentists. Okay, this is rare influence and confluence. Only the present moment exists is the problem. Okay.
Wait, is that A theory or B theory of time? Is that B? B theory?
That's the confluence theory.
Okay, that's the confluence theory of time, y'all. We're inventing new theories here.
No, this is called presentism. This is a real philosophical position, okay? And it's low-key kind of true. Like the future, like the only thing that has ontology at all would be the present moment. Like the past does not have ontology.
No, things that happened in the past really happened. For example, if I ran a stop line and got pulled over, I really did.
But they
they don't exist. They hold no. The only thing right now is in this moment that actually exists.
Yes, but if I got
a memory and we remember through our present moment, our neurons firing, that's all happening in the present.
If I got a ticket for running the red light,
time is gay. To Sigrid Johnson,
money would be confluence. Money would be missing from my bank account if I got a ticket for running that red light in the past. And it affects the present. You can't deny that the past doesn't affect the present.
I don't deny that. I'm saying that the past does not exist in any real sense. Like right now you're remembering that stuff has happened, that money's been removed from your bank account, right? But the past is inaccessible. It has no time keeps on slipping into the future. If you think about it, that's true.
Yeah,
it's kind of silly, but okay.
We exist at a margin between the future and the past, and that's the only thing that exists is that little margin right there in between both of them.
Yeah, but Anson, how did the universe get here, bruh?
Yeah, you keep asserting that it got here. I don't know why you keep doing
because
that.
you won't answer the question. Wait, do you believe it began to exist or not?
And asking me to prove your assertion that
I want to know your opinion if the universe began to exist or not. Oh, we got a mute.
Keelan's angry. Keelan is angry.
He's so sassy. Oh.
All right, so it's only 5 minutes. Ag, Agrillapolis. Oh, wait. Oh, Ag, you're on panel. Ag, can you still start timer? Or if not,
for how long
your setup is for 5 minutes for Zill. Thank you, brother.
Have you had Corinth on your show before, Confluence?
Yeah, Corinth was just here yesterday. Although, and I know Corinth was summoned to do this task, but he did talk about the economy. And this is what Zerka was talking about. But it was just, oh my God, it gave me actual cancer, like real life cancer, just from listening to the two of them talk about economics. But I'm glad Corinth is back as long as he is not talking about the economy.
I hate the economy. It's not real. It's kind of like time like that.
Based. What do you think about all this, Corinth? What are you, Orthodox? Christian?
I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist. Oh, where's Maryland? Where's Maryland? Yeah,
I don't believe
that.
in Maryland either. If that, like, that's part of it, right?
It is part of it, yeah, if you think about it. So, okay, so Anson, I'm trying to figure out if me, Anson, and Keelan, how much agreement we have on this. And because Ag's a Christian, so me and Ag are the only Christians, I guess, on panel that aren't muted because Zill has been muted. So I feel like me and Ag probably agree on this. I don't know if we would agree philosophically, but we agree that God created everything. Yeah, you and me, Ag?
Yeah.
And
in some way, fashion, or form, yeah.
And then Anson, you would say, wait, I always forget if Anson's just, he's an agnostic atheist. So
No,
Anson, are you?
I'm not an agnostic.
No, you're not an exotic. No, that's fence sitting to you, right? So you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Well, okay, wait. So how? Okay, because this is my one other option. Because I'm not like totally like I accept the cosmological argument. I think it's a good argument. But the other option, in my opinion, is this is where I become a panentheist. Okay, not to be confused with a pantheist, but they're close. Where I think that God is the universe as well, and also outside the universe. And so then for me, it's not so troubling to think of the universe always existing because that itself would be God. And so God is constantly expressing itself. As Dion Fortune said, who is an incredible writer, everyone should read her, right? She said, God is pressure, right? God is the pressure to create life for everything to push outward, right? Evolution followed by spiritual involution, if you will. And you must. Good to see you, Testy.
Hey, what's up, guys? I still got my picture as Hillary Clinton. I'll just leave it. Fuck it. Also, this is always so frustrating. So God is
before you. You know, actually,
God is the universe, and outside of
there's an ecstatic unity in that,
and God is in everything. And it's like, oh, okay, of course. Like you just can't argue against these things. It's impossible.
Yeah, but it's not meant to be. This isn't meant to. That's not meant to be an argument. It's just meant to,
I mean,
change your fucking life to stick your Johnson. That's what it's meant to do.
It's an assertion, all right?
Yeah.
It's an assertion.
That's a wild claim.
Yeah.
And also, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, okay, you know what? I'll go there. It's like when feminists say, like, oh, like historically.
I made this, by the way, with AI. I made this. Me being pulled by 40 ferrets
that's pretty
on a
good.
sled.
You kind of look like that. What's that YouTuber's name? Veritasium.
Oh god!
Like,
see, I said I kind of look like Hassan, but you're kind of right. I do kind of look like Veritasium.
Generic white guy. Yeah.
AI is always making me look slightly more handsome than I really am. It's giving me more symmetry than I deserve.
We don't have to get into feminism because I understand it's kind of cancer. But have you heard the argument where it's like because of the patriarchy, the world is set up so that like even women's desires are not their own desires because it's through the influence and lens of men because they dominate the world and blah blah blah. And it's like to me it's the same frustration where it's like, oh, so we just live in this like this ether of this thing that we can't escape and it's all around us and ever present and all these things, and it's like, so yeah, like I don't know, it's fine, it's it's a personal view, I get it. You're allowed to hold that view.
Okay, first before Anson, but Anson, I think that I'm not sure if that's going to be TOS. I'm not sure if that is. I'm not sure.
Not a good
I think you should maybe change that. The AI did that. That was not a thing. This is from the Discord, but maybe we should change that. I think because it could possibly be untoward.
Does that make you uncomfortable? Okay.
It doesn't make me uncomfortable.
I don't know. That picture of Confluence proposing to Bonnie Blue, he looked really happy in that photo. Too bad she broke his heart after rejecting.
Yeah, you knocked her up.
No, that's the one that thankfully. Yeah, but well, what if I'm the father of Bonnie Blue? That would be a plot twist, man. Holy shit! I'd have to work out a theological explanation for that. Some about infinite universes, God always existing, and
Well, imagine
multiverse theory. I don't know.
All of the sperm that's been deposited inside of her, yours was the one that made it. I mean, that's kind of special.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, time is up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Sil. Thank you, Egg. Sil, you were unmuted. You were unmuted.
Yeah,
I
dude.
can't unmute you because you muted yourself. I would like more to think that all the sperm maybe combined is like there. It's all such like unexceptional whites, you know, that it combined to make something that resembled my DNA.
Creates
So it's like
Ubermensch.
it takes all of these like weak ass, you know, losers to create what would be recognized as confluence. So even though I was never with Bonnie Blue, a genetic test might identify it as such because it's a combo of like 2,000 guys, right?
So a confluence of patheticness.
Yes.
Basically, but like if you stack them, they eventually become less pathetic. If you
Everyone
think about
uses
it.
I have a question for the panel. Shut up, whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, shut up.
Yeah, if you
Welcome
stack
back.
Shut up, whatever
pathetic
you're
too many
talking about. I have a
times,
question.
you get
Is there
pathetic.
another atheist who dares to answer the scary question of did the universe begin to exist or not?
Well, I'm
Okay, I got my question out.
At least, yeah, you got your question out. I'll make sure it is answered. Ag, if you're
Thank
so
you.
kind as to start a new timer, please.
I've discussed
Starting
this
timer.
before, but I am
Thank you.
agnostic. So I do kind of lean more on like the cosmological thing of like a first cause. I cannot make claims though as to what was before. I don't fucking know if there was a before. I can accept like a starting point, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can go beyond that.
Okay, well, I guess that's the agnostic kind of answer. Corinth, if you're there, I guess you're a new atheist that joined. If you think about it, so how do you answer that?
Oh, no clue.
Yeah.
Valid. Kind of makes you think that maybe the religious people have a point, though, you know? Because
just because you can assert an answer,
because they can answer it so easily. They're just like God.
because you
I mean,
made
they
it.
have the
It's
same issue
God.
here, right?
It's just
Like,
God if you think about it.
If anything, that's hubris because you're just asserting that you know something that you clearly don't.
Nah, that's gay.
Nah.
That's gay. That's just gay. I don't know what else to say.
It's like asserting I know that I won't get AIDS if I sleep with Bonnie Blue, right? Like you're certain about it. Does that
That
mean
is hubris.
Does that mean
Yeah,
you're right?
that would be hubris. The ultimate of hubris.
I mean, you do seem to have an issue with fence sitters, confluence. The
watched
satisfaction
this
of not knowing. It's just,
Look, I'm fine. No, there's a ton of stuff I don't know. I try to live.
Look how
maybe you're
happy
right. I try to
confluence
live
is in that picture.
I'm not happy that it doesn't even look like me, thank God. But I try
So
to
realistic.
live on multiple
The aviators.
multiple states at once, I guess, is what I would say. So like again, so if someone asks me about reincarnation, right, I'm open to maybe reincarnation is true, right? That's one possibility. Maybe I'm less comfortable just being like, oh, hey, I can't even think of we should be able to possibly think of something, you know? And so we might not know what option to pick from. So like I said, I'm fine with either it being a cosmological thing where where God caused the universe to exist in some type of like monumental moment, or I'm fine with God being so intrinsically tied with the universe that they're basically inseparable and that everything is an outpouring of God. And I don't know exactly which one of those is correct. Yeah, I'm less comfortable because if I just say like, I have to think about it more then. Like, why would that's what bugs me with, I guess, the fence sitting in some things. It's like, well, just if you don't have an answer, then seek the fucking answer, I guess is what I would say, you know? And you even could end with a multiplicity of answers that maybe you don't know which one is the most likely, but at least you have some possible conjectures, right? But to just be like, well, I don't know, then it's like, just feel like it's a skill issue of like not caring enough to think, which is fine, but
I'm glad that's
fine if you think about it.
I'm glad that set you down like an existential spiral. You're like going through all the avenues. No, I agree with you up to a point. I think that like when somebody says I don't know, it's not necessarily that they haven't thought about it. It's just that they, like I agree, you could have a multitude of like propositions, but you just wouldn't assert any of them to be true. You're like, it could be this, it could be that, blah blah blah, right? But I'm always skeptical of certainty, and it's one of the reasons I'm skeptical of religion in general, because like just any sort of authority, I think I have an issue with. But when people assert that they are correct, like I think I'm old enough to realize that everyone is kind of making it up as they go, no one really has it figured out. And so when somebody is super confident that they have the answer, is usually the people who I find are like the more confident you are, the more of a charlatan I think you are.
Isn't that most?
That's just like a long-winded way of saying nobody knows everything. Right?
Yeah, but people have pride in their thoughts all the time. The people tie their identity to their thoughts constantly, right?
Yeah.
And that's the most like degenerate thing you can do. It happens all the time with atheists, where their entire identity is wrapped up in God not existing, and religious people do the same damn thing. You know, I mean, there's a whole war going on right now with people being manipulated with that specific kind of pride, right? And you know, like 1,000 people in Iran have lost their life who were civilians because of it. You know, it's disgusting. It's degenerate.
Well, Anson brought up a point, I think it might have been yesterday or the other day, where he's saying how he doesn't get attached to his ideas. And I think that's why he's so chill all the time. And that is something I've noticed. Like sometimes the reason people I feel get so worked up is because they internalize those ideas, right? So an attack on their idea is an attack on themselves. And kind of to his credit, like I do think that anyone can fall into this trap. So I think that's like a key thing is like,
that's time.
You shouldn't like it.
Is free.
So Testicles Johnston, please, you can't answer the question if the universe began or not.
No, I can't.
Grab your testicles and answer.
I'm agnostic. What I assert is that I think that there has to have been a like starting point. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're asking if something existed before that, and I can't assert that.
No. I'm only asking. Oh wow, this hater, Keelan. What? Keelan will not answer this question. Confluence. I encourage
starting
you.
Another timer, I guess.
Confluence. Can you get him to answer this question? I will mute him.
I mean, I don't know. Testy already said he doesn't know. I mean, Keelan.
No, I mean Keelan, the hater.
Oh my God, shut
up. You're muted.
The reason I keep doing it is because he comes back and he just says the most bizarre shit as Testicle Johnson is about to touch on stuff that's actually
you lose.
So now we're completely lost from what Testicle Johnson was saying before, which was actually interesting.
I remember, and I do want to say something to that. I think this is, if I remember the last thing that was said, this is like real talk. This is why I felt benefit in labeling myself as an esoteric Christian, because even though people will make fun of it and stuff, it at least gives me the personal latitude to have heterodoxical opinions in certain points and not feel like I have to like defend absolutely every point of like a specific like dogma. Because I'm already prefacing, hey, I'm an esoteric Christian. So yeah, there's going to be certain things where I'm like totally fine being like, yeah, this goes outside the camp, as opposed to me being like, okay, well, this is inside my dogma. How do I possibly square this and make this work? And so I think that's what Testy is talking about a little bit, right? About not being like so attached to your beliefs that you just become like ultra dogmatic and make everything fit.
Well, but I get it though. There's comfort in that, right? Like there is comfort in thinking that you know the answer. Like that is I think this is one of the reasons with conspiracies and stuff, where it's like people think they have access to some like hidden knowledge that nobody else knows about or wants to believe. And I think that's how a lot of people get conspiracy minded, is that they think they have some special access to the truth. And, you know, that gives them control in their lives where they feel that they understand what's going on, right? So.
Yeah, I actually do for real think that that's the problem with the esoteric part of it. I actually do think that I have hidden access to the truth. That's the whole thing with your cult, right? It means hidden. Okay, so you can find it too, but it is a little low-key hidden. Just saying.
I think the only times I really get upset in discussions is like when people keep pushing something as though it's a gotcha, like they're actually proving me wrong when they're not. Like what they're saying doesn't make logical sense. It's not moving anything with me, and they just keep going on that.
You know what was interesting today? The hit video on Confluence.
It's a hit. I didn't have time to watch it. I was clicking around on it.
It proved all the points.
He said
like,
that you like have been pushing him for like 20 minutes for like 20 days to like do this hit piece on me. Because he starts off the video. I'm like, Kate has been asking me like every day to do this hit piece on Confluence.
It's for Team Ag.
It is
super chat. It's your super chat.
It's Splashback Gate. Okay, if you
Do I-
remember.
what stream is this? I gotta watch it.
Jared speaks.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm
The hit piece has been done. That's how you know you made it, okay? Also, I wanted to pull up this chat just because it's relatable. Also, I want to pull up Angry Sombrero Emmett. But when Keelan says, when I think about the size of the universe, a sharp pain shoots through my chest and I become very worried about death. Very relatable. Very relatable.
I also wanted to say something to the effect of like what Anson was saying earlier. It's incomprehensible to this dildo, Zill, that Anson is able to live in discomfort. And like, I think that's a problem with Zill. That's not a problem with Anson.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of like what Confluence was saying a second ago, Keelan.
Good
Like
to see you, Untrackable.
like how he's esoteric, and so he doesn't feel the need to defend all of his positions because he knows they're kind of woo woo. But at the same time, like you have to like, even though you've got those woo woo ideas or things that might be out there, say, hey, maybe this is wrong, and then maybe compare it to other things on a revolving basis. And that's the discomfort, right? Like you're always like reassessing, does this make any fucking sense? But not getting attached to that thing that is causing the discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But I think like also with something like you were talking about Agrippa's trilemma the other day, and that made me extremely uncomfortable because it felt like we're saying nothing is justifiable.
That's true for Confluence. And that hit piece.
Well, yeah, that everything will. Well, it's justified in
right
in different ways, I guess.
I think there's
everything we use is just what someone would call a logical fallacy, because like logic doesn't work in such, we believe in cause and effect, right? Logic doesn't work in such a way that we can say, oh, it goes on forever. Oh, it's grounded in this thing that was never made, it just existed. Or the other one where it's like cyclical, like that's not good logic to use in my background, which would be math. And I think math is the most logical thing.
Yeah, but except
I see where you're coming from.
Except that it is only functional within a relevant range, right? Like that's I think that's what the what is the trilemma thing was about, right? Like there's different sets of issues with different sets of ideas or concepts or entities in the world, right? Or in the universe. So you can't apply all the laws of physics to all parts of the universe. You can apply certain specific areas to certain specific parts of the universe.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's part of the trilemma. I think that's a different idea.
Well, I think
but the thing that I don't know why you think it's okay, let me think. I see two of the horns of the trilemma as, in my opinion, contradictory. Although I know Brandon says they're not, I understand that, but they feel like they are. The infinite regression and then the circularity. To me, those feel like those are contradictory. But the axiomatic one, like I don't see a logical problem. It's more just like how do you prove the axiom? Well, definitionally, you can't prove an axiom. But if it is like if we use an example, let's say it just is axiomatic that God exists, that he is the fundamental outline of reality or the underpinning of reality. That there's no logical problem with that. It's an epistemological gap of like, well, how do we prove that? How do we know that? But that could just be axiomatically true. That's not like a logical fallacy to say that. If I don't know if that's you agree or
that's not the way I view logic. Like,
but there's logical axioms, right? Like the law of non-contradiction, you can't prove that. That's axiomatic.
So my perspective is going to be from math, and like all math, you can prove things in calculus, right? But you prove calculus with real analysis.
Yeah, but you're still even with math, Keelan, you're starting with axioms, right? Even in mathematics, right? Like even if we look at like geometry, right? Like
maybe different types of maths do, but overall, I don't think that's the case with math.
Isn't the trilemma a self-refuting system, though? I mean, isn't that the issue is with it?
I don't think so. I don't think it is. It's the trilemma. Just I guess maybe I'll say this for everyone who's watching. The example is saying that anything you try to justify will end up in one of three things. If you work backwards long enough, you'll either come to an axiom, you'll come to a circular argument where it just keeps self-referentiating, or you'll have an infinite regress. So it's not saying, and then now some people would say that, and this was brought up, that Agrippa's trilemma itself, or Munchausen's trilemma as it's known, is that it will kind of eat itself, but I don't really think it does, but because it could be subject to itself. Well, what one of those three horns does it fall into? But as we talked about on a different stream, I think it could end in any of the three horns. You could say Munchausen's trilemma is just axiomatically true. Like, it's not, I don't think that's a problem.
You understand that's one of the horns of it, is the, like, if you just declare God exists as a basic axiom, that's just a dogmatic statement. You're just declaring that foundationally.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The whole point of the trilemma is to say that absolute proof is impossible. So you can't absolutely prove that the trilemma is true. Therefore, it refutes itself. Right. So it's fucking bullshit.
Well, no, it's because it could just be axiomatically true. It's again, you can't.
But you have to have faith to believe in it. So you're just saying I've created this structure that you have to have faith to believe in. So you might as well just believe in God.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. I mean, that's saying that if I'm getting this right, and Brand's in the chat, so I'm a little worried, but that any belief you have is ultimately going to be not fully justified in maybe a way that is psychologically satisfying to people.
Yeah, but that's
because it could just end in an axiom.
That's the same thing I say all the time, that humans are limited by their ability to perceive, right? Like, objective truth is real, but since we're subjective beings and our perception is limited, we won't ever know what the objective truth is. And you call it like an approximation or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, that's basically saying the same thing. We just have to have faith that we have chosen the correct objective truth.
And
and I don't know how. I don't know. I guess I don't know how we get around that, because, like I said to Keelan, right? Even like the laws of logic, right? Like the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, the laws of identity. Those are axioms. Like, if you study formal logic, those are axioms. You can't prove those. Those are just axioms that you're just like, we're accepting this. We're accepting that A equals A and not A cannot equal A. Like, we're just like, we're just accepting this. There's no way to prove those axioms. So anytime we say a logical thought, we don't realize it, but we're punting back to axioms that are unproven.
I think that the trilemma could be an axiom. What say the rest of you?
This guy's so fucking
it's not.
stupid.
I agree.
Yeah, it does also. I think that was the point. It doesn't escape. It doesn't escape the trilemma itself, but it is axiomatic. You do have, like, it is one of those things you would have to accept. So.
Well, no, I would push back the trilemma. It could be that it justifies itself in any of the three horns. It could. One of the options is just that it's axiomatic. Another option is that it justifies itself by an infinite regress, and a third option is the coherentist thing, that it justifies itself circularly.
Yeah. So now we're back to the situation that the atheists are in, where they're terrified of the question of did the universe begin?
You trying to
did the universe begin?
You trying to make me money?
Did the universe begin? Why are atheists terrified of this question? We need to analyze that. Why are they terrified of this?
Wait. I'm more interested in something that you said. You said that you would have to answer this in order for it to have, like, a coherent worldview. Could you explain?
Yeah. So because how could you have a coherent worldview? Because whether the universe began or not, you have to establish all of physics and science based on history of the universe. You agree? So the universe is always expanding. That's our current worldview. I guess the most accepted cosmological beginning is the Big Bang. Isn't that what we all learned in school? Not everybody agrees with that, apparently. So there's this bouncing theory, right, where universes bounce with each other like testicles, cosmic testicles just bouncing, and that's just some made-up thing, because they have to go to that absurdity because of thermodynamics and the problems with infinite events happening if you're going to claim an infinite past. There's lots of problems with claiming an infinite past. That's why atheists are terrified of this question.
Well, so I think what you're pointing at is basically something like building blocks. Like, you have to have something foundational in order to be able to then build structures off of it. To even have
because
coherency.
Because based on empirical data from everything we've ever experienced, every everything that becomes into existence has a cause.
Yeah, you're making the assertion that it comes into existence with your framing, though.
I'm asking, do you believe if it came into existence or not?
Hear me out, though. So cause and effect is like kind of an inescapable reality as humans. Like, we perceive time in this linear fashion, and we experience what we would consider cause and effect. So I feel like it's almost like we are too close to it. We cannot fathom or really think outside of that. And so I understand why it might sound like unfathomable or a contradiction to say that perhaps there was an uncaused cause, or perhaps cause and effect began.
Right. I agree. I'm a Christian. I believe in God, the uncaused cause. So now you understand how I feel, right?
I understand. Yeah,
we are very similar. We're more similar than you think.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, are you? I don't remember. There is a name for this, but it's all through inductive reasoning. So there's this example where the number one expectation that we have, or a big one, is that the sun will rise tomorrow, right? But that relies, technically speaking, that is an inductive assessment
based on empirical data. Yes,
well,
lots of it.
Yes, lots of it. Every single day before in the history of the planet, the sun has risen, and therefore we have no reason to expect that the sun won't rise the next day. However,
based on a scientific theory,
it's not scientific. This is purely inductive reasoning, because we don't have a complete data set. So to be deductive about it, we would have to witness every single time, or every single sunrise throughout all of time, and then we could make that determination whether the sun rose every single day. So I'm saying without a complete data set, we can never really make that assertion. So
right, and we'd have to perform another experiment on another universe using the same conditions and all that.
What I'm getting at is that I can never answer this question because I can only rely on inductive reasoning. There is no deductive process.
Shout out to my haters, by the way.
Like a firm answer on this. So I think that's where I hit a wall.
A similar thing is, have you guys heard of last Thursdayism? Anyone heard of this?
Last Thursdayism? No.
Yeah, it's kind of a thought experiment, but it's the thing that, like, there's no way to prove that the universe didn't start existing last Thursday. And there actually is no way to prove that. Like, all of our memories, all of our books, right? It could, like, maybe they all just popped into existence. There's no empirical way to prove it. There's no deductive way to prove it. We just kind of believe that it's not true.
Or something is the way I've heard it phrased, but same idea.
Yeah. It could have started in 5 seconds ago, a week ago. Like, there's no way to actually know that.
All the conditions, all the memories, every single thing that currently exists could have just existed. Yeah, like 5 seconds ago, it could have just popped into existence, right?
Right.
So that would be absurd.
It's kind of scary to realize there's no.
It sounds absurd.
It sounds absurd, but there's no way to prove it's wrong. There's no way to prove it's anything about it. There's no conceivable way you could prove any of it. It just seems ludicrous.
It's like brain in a vat. We get to that type, or the Matrix for a modern example, right? It's like, well, if you could mimic every input and output in the human brain, could you not think that you're walking through a field or smelling a rose? Like, if you were able to directly, like, exactly mimic all of the electrical impulses and all these things, and just there's all of these things that are kind of like we could never really prove, right?
Well, did they begin to exist though?
Fucking stupid.
What do you mean?
Well, like last Thursday existed, and before last Thursday existed, and thinking otherwise is fucking stupid, right? So
no, why is that stupid? That could have been implanted into your brain.
Believe it, then you're retarded.
No. You could have been created last Thursday with the Thursday before implanted into your brain already. You can't say different.
See exactly what I mean. It sounds retarded when he says it, right?
Well, yeah. We agree it's absurd, but you can't prove different. That's the point.
You don't have to prove they're retards are wrong. You just say, wow, that dude's retarded.
Well, the point is that, isn't it interesting, you can't prove different.
Yeah. You don't always have to prove retarded shit is wrong. You just point at it and laugh.
Okay, I think...
so the problem... This leads to
that.
Well, this leads to that infinite regress thing, because the ultimate skeptic position is that, what's it called, solipsism or whatever, where it's like the only thing that I know exists is my mind or whatever. And like, you can, if you honestly, and some people are actually fucking like this and they're insufferable, because then there's literally no point in having a conversation, because every single thing, and maybe we are just like hopeful in the sense that like we want there to be answers, but you know, the trilemma as well. If there's no justification for anything, ultimately, like, it just leads, at least I wouldn't say nihilism, but there is something about like some ultimate skeptic position that I just can't accept. I don't know why.
Yeah, this is a bit stupid for me to bring up, but I just thought about this. I'm going to tell you about a dream, okay, real quick. That's stuck in my head. That happened years ago. It was like a lucid dream, and my then girlfriend was in it, and I became lucid in a dream, so I knew I was dreaming. And I said, "Oh, you don't actually like exist." And then she was like really hurt that I wouldn't believe that she existed. And I was trying to explain, "No, I'm dreaming, so you're just like a figment of my imagination." She's like, "I can't believe you would think I'm not real. Like I'm standing in front of you. I'm talking to you. You can reach out and touch me. Of course I'm real." And I felt bad because I was like, "But you don't." And in that moment, I was a solipsist, right? But I was right about it.
You were lucid dreaming than a mug, bro. That's awesome.
Because in that sense, right, in a dream, solipsism is true, which is the weird thing.
So, no, lucid dreaming is really cool.
You were in a lucid dream, so you had control over it. So even in the dreams that you control, the women manipulate you?
First of all, okay, that's not a lucid dream. There's degrees of lucidity. You can just be aware, and then you can also take control. You can just be aware.
Kind of beta of you. You're getting.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy take.
I know. No, Testy, it was not that kind of dream. Okay. Where in that moment, then she's a philosophical zombie. So I don't know if she would have agency, right? As one of my lucid dream. There's some there's some dream morals that I'm not really sure how that works. So absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It is absolutely.
So where were we at on the atheist world discussion?
We were doing something different.
No. We need to go back to that.
We really don't.
We do have a video to react to.
All right, we'll do that then.
Sort of the. Oh, sure. Yeah, we can do video.
Yeah, the video's gay.
The video, I don't know. The video is kind of, well, okay. As I'm gonna, this still frame looks gay that I'm about to pull up. Okay, but don't judge a video by the still frame. Okay, he's looking.
He's got soft hands.
Oh, he's got fish jeans.
He's got very soft hands and fish jeans. Okay. But I think they were talking about immigration. I hope they move off. I feel like immigration has been kind of beaten to death at this point. But, we made 26 minutes. I just want to give myself a pat on the back for that. Oh, and look who it is. We got Castle. Castle, good to see you, brother.
What's up? Shout out OBS.
I don't know if his mic is connected yet, but I just got excited, so I just added him. Castle, can you hear us?
Oh, Castle. Yeah, this guy's chill.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Good. I was going to join for the video, but then it was a whole religion discussion, so I didn't want it.
It tends
There's always a bit of preamble, okay?
I felt like there were already enough people, and I agreed and disagreed with some, so it's like, all right, I'll let them do their own thing.
I mean, it was a cosmological discussion, to be fair.
No, you were just being fucking annoying.
Well, everyone has opinions, so.
I'm not going to read this out loud, but I actually agree with this. This is a good take. I am a panpsychist, and yeah, if you think about it, that's true. That's true. Okay, and I have been watching some Philip Goth, Brandon. I've been watching some Philip Goth. Okay, getting goth pilled. Okay, but yeah, here we go.
Crazy take.
I would make is the transformation over a 30-year period is what people actually care about, and which is what they're right to care about. Now, as for the point about illegal immigration, yeah, it's true. Illegal immigration is a smaller percentage of the total immigration that we have than legal immigration, but it's still higher today than it was 35.
I'm going pixel form, but that's because I have to eat something.
30 years ago, which is way too high. Illegal immigration should be zero. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, every crime should be zero, but there's always going to be some amount of crime or some amount of illegal immigrants. I guess the issue I have is that, you say, why do the British people not understand the exact numbers? I didn't ask for the exact numbers. It's like 10 or 11 million to 1 million. There are different estimates from 500,000 to 1.3 million or whatever illegals. That's a big ratio, 10 to 1 to be off by, to assume it's 50-50 that, or that there are more illegals than there are legal immigrants here. And I think the issue is people in your position, or people like Reform or Restore, depending on how far right you want to go, lie constantly about the immigrant population in the United Kingdom. And then as a result of selling those lies to the people, you get these ridiculous plans or attempts to fix it all in the United Kingdom. And because the problem was never as severe as it was stated in the first place, the problem ends up not being solved, and then you exacerbate other problems. So at the end of the Tory government, with this attempt with like the Rwanda plan, this idea that you're going to ship people to other, other countries to have them processed first, or with the idea that leaving Brexit would give the UK greater control over their illegal immigrant population. And the reality is it did just the opposite. You didn't have the right to access the same people that would try to claim asylum in the EU, and then if they were rejected once there, to send them back if they came to Britain next. You lost access to a lot of these things. And then the same people that were in charge of pushing those ideas are now telling you and selling you on the idea that reform is going to come in and somehow fix the very same issues that they've been lying about and have failed to fix in the past. And you might hear this talking point, this cope that, well, reform is different. We're not going to be like, the old conservatives. But then you've got, all your politicians are going to be MP Tories that are defecting to join the new Reform Party. So I don't know where all this new blood is going to come from. I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem. I'm going to put it in front of you. There is like a real problem here. Regardless of what you said earlier, I don't think rapes are good, mass rapes or normal rapes. I think there should be some cap on what type of immigrants and how many should come to the country. I just never really hear a discussion on any of that. I just hear 500,000 British girls have been gang raped by mass grooming gangs, and it wasn't like that when I came over in '96, despite the fact that those Rotherham grooming gang scandals started in the '80s. So I don't feel like I ever hear anything of substance being spoken about.
Well, it's a pity we didn't have someone from Reform on stage so you could rehash your Wikipedia talking points to them.
You're a Reform voter, though, right?
No,
Based.
I've never voted for Reform.
Would you vote for Reform in the upcoming election?
Depends on who stands in my constituency. Last election, I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't ask about last election. In the upcoming election, will you vote for Reform?
I will probably vote for the same person who's a Liberal Democrat.
Okay, so you don't think you would support the Liberal Reform guy? I don't know, in your constituencies.
Reform. There's no party called Liberal
I'm sorry,
Reform.
you won't support the Reform candidate in whatever upcoming election. I don't know what constituency you live in.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why you're saying that is because you won't answer for the next one.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, go for it.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat, and at the next election I intend to vote for him as well.
I'm just curious. You said in the past that you regret, or not that you regret, that you voted Remain for Brexit. Do you think that was a good vote? Do you think you should have remained, or do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I don't regret my vote for Remain, no.
Do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had its negatives and positives, yeah.
Are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life. Do you think that
there's nuance?
Every decision.
I like how Confluence.
I'm muted. Sorry, I'm muted. What did you say, Hudson?
No, I was just saying, like, Destiny does that bullshit where he forces you into a binary, right? Like, debate bros like Destiny, like, they lack the ability to understand that there's fucking nuance in all of this, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with Konstantin Kisin's response, where it had positives and negatives. Even though he didn't support it, he can see the reality of the situation because he's not being dishonest and trying to like hammer home points like Destiny is, because Destiny's whole existence is built around like being right on being a libtard, whereas Konstantin Kisin is more like, what's the fucking truth? Let's talk about it, right? Like, these two people have no business having a conversation together because Destiny is so fucking like bad faith on everything he fucking does.
I mean, I agree. See, Brandon says it had its positive and negatives. You've got to admit that's a retarded non-answer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it is. Like, they'd have to go more into the weeds, but also like there's a knowledge gap, I think, with Brexit specifically, where in the moment, right? Like, you can't go back in time and know what we know now. In the moment, I think it was fair to think that it would have reduced like immigration, for example. That hasn't happened. I don't know how predictable that was during the Brexit vote. If that wasn't going to happen, and immigration would actually like rise precipitously, and that the asylum system wasn't fixable and all this shit, right? I don't know how like knowable that was.
They did lie a lot about Brexit, like the people who were for it. and nobody actually even thought it would pass, which is why as soon as it passed, what's his name? Was it Boris Johnson at the time? I know he came back, but
I think so.
He stepped down. But like, I guess in review, apparently they were quite dishonest with their campaigning at the time.
David Cameron was the
Cameron. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Castle.
No, it was.
Oh
it
yeah,
was-
Boris Johnson came in after, I think.
The reason why it passed, though, is because of like all of the radical change to the culture and basically like degrading what was one of the greatest independent empires in all of history to just like a member state of a larger entity, right? Like they have their own identity, their own culture. Why should they be forced to be a part of a larger union, right? I mean, it makes total sense.
Well, I mean, I think that because there were effects that were just like they delayed it, right? But it was like every year.
They tried to illegally to repeal it and basically ignore the will of the voters because democracy is only acceptable when the establishment agrees with the outcome. I got it.
It was more. I think it just displayed that they really didn't think it would pass because as soon as it happened, then they were like, "Oh fuck, how do we decouple this shit that's been like happening for the last like 25 years or whatever?" And so it was very slow because they didn't want to fuck their economy because then they're like, okay, now we need visas.
They wanted to find a way out of it because the establishment wanted to basically like when you become a smaller part of a larger political subdivision, you basically remove accountability, and that's what every politically elected person wants to do in a democratic system where you're elected. You want to remove accountability because you don't have to be held accountable for anything, but you can still get elected and paid and have the title and be the big guy, but you won't have to do anything or make hard decisions.
I kind of agree with you because politicians will always like one thing that annoys the fuck out of me. Sorry, go on a bit of a tangent, but I hate when they promise like 10, 20-year plans because all of these fucking politicians do this, and they're like they're going to be out of office. Like they have their fucking government pension, and they're kicking their feet up on a beach somewhere, and like they will make these crazy promises, and then as soon as like the next administration or government or whoever takes power, then they didn't want to make their own special mark on it, and they just scrap the other stuff. And it's always the taxpayers that end up footing the bill for all this. All they're just experiments, right? So, yeah, I'm not saying that the system works well, but I don't know. I would have to read more into Brexit, I guess. It's been a long time since I went down that rabbit hole.
Has trade-offs that are positive and negative.
Remember what I said earlier about saying words that mean nothing? Obviously, this is true. But I'm asking, do you think that Brexit on net, was it a mistake?
I think a lot of people think that Brexit ruined the economy.
I'm not asking what a lot of people think. I'm asking you on net. Do you think that Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had some things that made things worse. And I think it had some that...
If you were God and you could choose whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain in the European Union?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but so the reason why I asked this question is to illustrate. I asked this question to illustrate how frustrating it is when people like you say things like, "Well, I voted Liberal last election," or "I voted Remain." Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You constantly do this thing. No, you don't.
Why won't he answer the question?
Or you go on your show and you say things like, "I used to be a liberal."
He is answering the question.
So much.
Answer the question.
He's being honest. He's saying he doesn't know. There's nothing wrong with not knowing.
Okay,
it's
we're back
complicated.
to this again. Okay.
Wait,
It kind of is a weird circle back on the preamble to this in a way.
It does feel a little bit Weasley. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, now in this case it does, but when you do it, Steve,
we're not talking about
now it's totally
fine. We're talking about like epistemological source of like all knowledge in the universe.
Interesting.
He's asking him to predict what would the future of Britain look like if Brexit didn't pass, and I mean, that's fair.
Okay, I missed that part. Yeah, that's kind of a big. I understand he doesn't want to get put into.
Wait, but no, that's not necessarily what he's saying, right? He's saying like Brexit passed because the promises that were made was that the British economy would do better without the European Union controlling them. Immigration would be resolved in a better way, and none of those things happened. So we know.
Well, how do you know they didn't?
Wasn't a success.
How do you know they didn't? How do you know it wouldn't have been worse?
Yeah, we don't know if it didn't pass. We don't know what the UK would look like now.
Track record before Brexit. Okay, and then you promised that Brexit is going to resolve things, and it didn't. So we know that Brexit wasn't the promise that was being fulfilled by the politicians.
But it did resolve things. It decoupled to the European Union to the best that it could. Now, just because it didn't remove all of the politicians and in democracy and actually fix it by returning to the monarchy isn't relevant because that's a totally different topic.
But that's not what they said that Brexit was going to do anyway.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying that when people sell things politically, they oversell, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the outcome is bad?
Well, they didn't even just oversell; they lied.
Yeah. All political parties lied. The opposition lied when they were selling what they were doing too.
What did they say?
That's how elections work. When you allow people to vote, you have to lie to them to get them to do what you want. All political parties do.
Are you just full Machiavellian? I mean, I'm a bit jaded as well. I am kind of too.
I mean, if you're going to say that all politicians lie, I still don't know how that's in defense of the policy.
No, but he's trying to get him to say the future would have been one way or a different way, but you can't know that because of opportunity cost, right? The whole point is like, you might have chosen the path of not doing Brexit, but things could have been 100 times worse. But there's no way to know because there's not the ability to compare.
Wait,
like you're saying, well, you can look at like the past and extrapolate outward. But you can't really do that.
No, the question was if he was God, which decision would he choose? And he refused to answer.
No, he said he didn't know, which is a perfectly valid thing.
He refused to answer.
Zill, now I'm thinking you're uncomfortable with the unknowability as well of such situation.
What Podesta said, I think is kind of true. It's like,
okay.
Wait, where is he's trying? No. God damn it, Podesta! You've said like a million things. I can't see his comment now.
It's all gay, so it kind of all blurs together in some like gay Podesta style way. I love you, Podesta, but it's gay. It's all gay.
You did have a point in there somewhere. I tried.
Well, the answer is like we don't know what would have happened.
Well,
actual evidence of what was going on in Britain before Brexit. That's what was happening.
But Confluence, why?
Yeah, go for it.
Confluence, why would him refusing to answer be an answer in your eyes?
He did.
It's
answer.
he did answer. It's like I think we could make a lot of like situations like this, right, in real life, where it's like you can see the outcome of an event, and we live in the timeline where Brexit passed, right? So you can evaluate what its effects were. What you can't evaluate is the effects if in a world where Brexit didn't pass. You can maybe argue that you can
isn't
make
it just a way to avoid?
But we don't know.
Hold up! Wait. Isn't this just a way to avoid him justifying his answer? Either way, he refused to answer. Stop it!
No, wait,
stop it right now.
He gave an answer.
No, he refused.
Wait, Confluence. Can I ask? Like, it's the thing with like tariffs, right? If tariffs didn't go through in the U.S., do we think that the economy would be doing better or worse? And you saying, "Well, we don't know," is a total cop out. Of course, we would know, right?
Well,
in certain cases, yeah. With something, I think Brexit is a little more complicated, but. Yeah, with some things, I will concede. Yeah, in some cases, yes. I'm not saying with any decision we can't look back. Like I agree with like the war in Iraq.
Okay.
With what we know now, it was probably bad to start the war in Iraq, right? I think we can fairly say that. Maybe, but it's possible that if we didn't, maybe by some butterfly effect type thing, it would be worse. But I agree, it would be a non-answer to just say, well, who knows? We have no idea what it would look like if we didn't do the war in Iraq.
Yeah.
But with other things, I think it's more fair to be like, we honestly are not really sure.
It depends.
Yeah,
though,
but
right?
this was no. You got to think about the question. The question was, if he is God, which button would he press? And he refused to answer. Why are you trying to escape this?
He did answer.
Why are you doing
his
this?
answer?
Wait, can we listen to it again? Like, just go back.
Yeah, let's do that again.
I just want to see if it's sneaky on whose part here.
Made things worse, and I think it had some that.
If you were God and you could choose whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain in the European Union?
I honestly don't know.
What the heck is that?
I asked this question to illustrate. I asked this question to illustrate.
So wait, Anson, I'm
there it
is.
is.
Didn't like what I said.
There it is.
But no, wait.
What is that?
I found what Podesta said. He said what he's asking there is he's saying if it was a net positive or a net negative. And I think similar with the Iraq War, it's like now that he's not saying what would you have done because of like it could have been A, it could have been B. It's like no, it was B. So like knowing what you know now, would you still have gone through with it?
No, but we don't know what A look like. If you were God, you would probably know what A or B looks like. But you're asking Konstantin to be God, to have the knowledge of A and B, and he only has the knowledge of B.
No,
refuses
he doesn't
to
have to have an
answer.
alternate. He's just saying, are things
did
better
answer.
now,
He
or
did-
were they better
No.
before?
He
That's
did
what he's
answer.
asking.
He said very specifically that there were positives and negatives, right? So it's
he
not
said,
a
"I don't
binary
know."
trade-off, good or bad. It's both. It's a mixed
No, he
bag.
said,
That's
I
what he's
don't
saying.
know because he doesn't want to defend either decision.
No, he's not.
That's
being
a
dishonest.
fact.
He's not being
That's
a
a
debate bro.
fact. No,
Konstantin
bro,
Kisin
that's a
is
fact, bro.
Not a debate bro kind of guy. He's more of like
You gotta stop. You gotta stop it. You gotta stop it.
I don't have to stop anything. Fuck you. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You don't tell me what
Then
to do.
pay to mute me, sucker.
Yeah, I don't.
Then
pay to mute anybody.
then
off,
pay to mute
cocksucker.
me, sucker.
Fuck off.
How about
cocksucker.
that?
You don't fucking tell me what to do.
Then why don't you pay
Go
to mute
fucking
me?
suck a dick.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that you keep fucking talking.
Unfortunate degenerate behavior from you, sir.
No degenerate behavior. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah,
You,
okay, shut the fuck up.
well, that's more degenerate behavior from you. Yes. All right. Well, you're the one who's afraid to answer the question, did the universe begin or not? So who's the real baby here? Can you answer the question, did the universe begin or not? Or are you going to run like this guy? Okay. Well, Confluence, would you be the adult in the room? And let's play the video. This child needs to.
Look, you're lucky Confluence is finished eating now. Okay. But Confluence is grabbing Zin, which is too soon from the previous Zin. Okay. So, I know, look, but it was a really thin one. It was a thin one.
Oh,
Sometimes
that's right.
they're
They
like,
gave you the thin pack, yeah.
Yeah, so that's it's a little cope, but I can hear you guys, but I can't pause it. Okay,
How frustrating it is when people like you say
literally
things like,
5
"Well, I
seconds.
voted liberal last election," or "I voted Remain." Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You
No, I
constantly do
do.
this thing. No, you don't. You constantly do this thing where you come on stage or you go on your show and you'll say things like, "I used to be a liberal, but the liberals have changed so much," or "I used to be a
Never said
left-leaning
that.
person."
Never
and the
said
left, I know you've tweeted the dumb picture.
I've
I know
never
you've
said-
done it.
I
They've
have-
changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center right. I've heard you literally say things like Tommy Robinson makes statements to the left on immigration compared to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
He does.
Yeah. Okay.
He does.
I've heard you say
That's a
things like that,
fact.
right? But then when
That's a
I ask,
fact.
but then you guys say that everybody else has changed, and then I ask you about your past political votes, you won't defend them. So it seems like you're the one
I
that's
do
changed,
defend-
which is fine, but you should just own that.
I voted Remain for reasons that were entirely different from the reason that most people voted Remain. The reason I voted Remain is I thought that it would weaken Europe's ability to stand up to Russia. I think I've been proven right on that. And I think the division within Europe has made Europe weaker in terms of its ability to stand up to Russia. And I think we've seen that. So in that respect, I think I was right to vote Remain. What I don't agree with is the narrative that a lot of people like to spin, that Brexit ruined the economy. I don't think that's true at all. If you look at the way other European economies are performing, they're performing even worse than the British economy. So my attempt to give you a nuanced answer is not my refusal to stand by my votes. It's an attempt to use my brain and give you a nuanced answer. Now, in terms of final, do you want to wrap up and move on?
Yeah, just final thoughts on this topic. That would be great, guys.
Yeah, so final thoughts on this topic. I would just recap and maybe add one other thing. We have had a level of mass immigration into Britain that has been extremely disruptive over a fairly short period of time, that has created an environment in which major cities in this country are effectively no longer the domain of the native population of this country, which is very disruptive to the people who've lived here. I'm not one of them. I myself am an immigrant, but I totally recognize that that's happened. I think culturally there have been some terrible things that have happened. I mean, the example of terrorism and grooming gangs is just one of them. But the failure of integration more broadly has been a big problem, to the point where you now saw in the by-election in Gorton Denton, the Green candidate campaigning in Urdu, in a foreign language, in a language not of our country, which I think is a signal of the terrible divisiveness that is we are likely to see in other communities or in other constituencies where some communities haven't integrated at all. And I think what that signals is a democracy works when people vote on the ideas that are being offered to them, not the ethnic and religious background of the candidate or the things that they will tell them. And I think you're increasingly seeing that. So all of these things are big worries to me. And of course, a lot of this would have been much easier to manage if we hadn't also at the same time had the doctrine of diversity, inclusion, and multiculturalism, which have, instead of creating a monoculture into which people are encouraged to buy in and integrate, have instead created a society in which people are encouraged to see themselves as members of an individual community, which I think is essentially the end of a democratic process the way we've understood it to this point. So I think these are all terrible developments, and if this continues, it will only get worse.
Thank you.
I mean, we introduced new things, so I don't know. I don't know what the monoculture is.
How many final thoughts are we going to have?
Well, I mean, when we introduce new concepts like DEI was why Liz Truss, helped 700,000 people come to this country from mainly non-EU places. I just don't know how DEI was the policy there from the Tories that enabled all that mass migration. And when we talk about the monoculture,
you're right,
I don't know about the United Kingdom. I mean, Scottish people don't seem like they share a monoculture with English people. I feel like rural people and city people don't have much of a monoculture. I don't know if they've ever had a monoculture. I know in the United States,
Confluence, if you pause it for a second, what he's saying right there is exactly what Destiny's point is, where he's like, you keep flip-flopping on causes and effect. Like during his whole argument before, he was like, yeah, I voted for Remain. And then when Destiny asked him, okay, 51% or 49%, what would you choose? And he's like, I don't know. And now he's saying, oh, DEI is a problem. Liz Truss didn't do anything. And he's like, yeah, I'm not talking about them. So, like, this is the problem with Konstantin, like, people who try to put themselves in this, like, center-right or center-left bucket, but then they actually believe more right-wing things. It's like, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, and I think that's the frustrating part about people like him.
You think Konstantin does that, though?
It's only frustrating to people that think in binaries, right? People who don't have the ability to nuance, like Destiny, who force binaries because it's easier to bludgeon someone in an argument when you make their position very low resolution, which is what a binary is. Konstantin did a really good job of explaining the nuance of his position related to Brexit, and you just glossed all over that because it didn't feed into whatever narrative you're trying to like shove into this situation. So you need to just have some nuance, man. It's all right to have some gray area and just say, I don't know. It's
I agree about nuance, but he just couldn't defend his own position on Brexit.
I don't know if the universe began to exist or not.
Jesus.
I don't know. I feel like his answer on Brexit, I know it's not like super satisfactory, but I don't know if he's hiding the ball. I think he's just being. I mean, I'm trusting him. I'm biased. I like Konstantin. I watch Triggernometry. I think he operates in good faith. I don't think he's trying to just hide the ball and be one of these like, oh, I'm sometimes this, sometimes that, and I talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think. I mean, because I feel like I could get like accused of the same thing. There's some stuff I say that's super right wing. There's some stuff I say that's like super left wing. But I'm not talking on both sides of my mouth. I just have different opinions depending on what the exact question is.
All right, but for Brexit, he said he voted to remain, and now he's saying, I don't know if I would vote to remain. Why? He just
well, he said because the question. Well, I think he's taking it more literally. Like he's saying, if you were God and you could go back in time, right? So at the time he made that choice, and now we've seen the fallout of option B of leaving, right? The EU. We haven't.
Do you remember what he said about why he made the choice?
Yeah, well, he said that he thought it would like destroy the EU's ability to be unified, and he said that with Russia,
which is true, and that's still true today. So why?
Yeah, but he has a bias because he's from Russia and he's a refugee from Russia, right? Like he's got a bias there, and I think he had even admitted that. Like he's a very trying to be open and honest and direct, whereas Destiny's whole brand is just like bludgeon and don't be honest, right? I mean that's his whole thing, is to just be a prick.
I'm not even defending Destiny. I just don't know why all of a sudden his position on Russia or the European being weakened is now any different if that's exactly what happened. And now he's like, well, now I don't know.
More than that happened, and he's aware of that.
Well,
yeah, like I don't know if I'm missing something, but I don't think he's maybe I missed it. I don't think he's backpedaling on saying that he thought that Brexit did make the EU weaker in a unified front against an enemy like Russia. I don't think he's going against that, but there's just like Brexit has like a lot of factors to it, right?
Right, but that's why he voted. That was the main reason why he said he voted.
I'll play the ultimate fence setter situation. I think that he is. To me, it feels like he is being a little bit evasive or like non-committal versus just nuanced. I do think there is some nuance to his answer, but it also does feel intentionally non-committal, which might maybe that I'm talking about both sides of my mouth, but like I am also picking up a little bit of a vibe that like I don't know, it feels evasive, and maybe that's just instinctually because he's not giving like a concrete answer. So maybe that is his nuance. I'm not.
Well, that's because he's being paired with someone framing it that way. He's sitting with someone who's framing him as trying to be evasive. But if he was having a conversation with someone else who also engaged in nuance and shared their nuance about the position, it wouldn't look like that because it wouldn't be being framed that way.
Yeah, and maybe it's just me not being super familiar with them because I've seen a couple like clips from Trigonometry, but I've never watched like a full episode.
Yeah, I can't fucking.
I don't know how he.
Both these people are fucking like morons. I fucking hate both these motherfuckers.
I like Konstantin.
You like everybody though, to be fair.
I do enjoy watching Destiny too sometimes. So it is what it is.
Well, like for the
I'm not going to personally answer this range, but
yeah, answer the question.
Well, Milo is like most like a woman, so I guess probably fuck Milo, marry Asmongold, and kill Destiny, I guess. Although I don't want to do any of those three things, to be honest.
Asmongold probably has the most money, so he's worth the marry.
Yeah.
And Destiny,
I don't want to be on, and Destiny would probably record it, and then it'd probably get leaked at some point, so I can't fuck Destiny. So then Milo really is like
that's actually. I totally agree with your logic. I think I would pick the same thing. In case you were wondering, Paige.
There it go. We agree on something.
Yeah, there you go. The olive branch.
In the country and doing the farms and everything. But then we're also simultaneously very concerned about demographic change in the cities. But then at every other point, it seems like the country-related people hate the urban-related culture anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting at some point, maybe at some time in your life, if you ever wanted to dive into these issues for real, maybe on your show or with somebody you're more comfortable with who won't challenge you as much. It'd be interesting to hear a conversation about what do these values look like. When you talk about changing culture, and the answer is, well, some people bring crime. That's not culture. That's like changing culture would require you to identify some fundamental aspect of the culture of a country and then to point out to how that fundamental aspect is changing. When you say immigrants are coming and a lot of them commit crime, it's not really a real answer. It's not very.
Yeah, I just want to answer what Podesta is saying. I know it's not said to me, it's said to Big Soda, but yeah, there obviously is going to be cases where you are forced into a binary or trinary choice, like an election. But I think what Big Soda was saying, of course, he can speak for himself, but the way I take this is like, if you ask me my perspective, I've had this before with like Israel, Gaza, right? It's like, my answer is going to be nuanced. There's going to be stuff I like, stuff I don't like. And it's like, there's no real reason to necessarily be pinned down and be like, yeah, I'm full throating any one of these two options, because we don't need to do that. Now, if we were maybe the decision maker and to decide if we should do something or not, then you need a binary. And voting is one of those cases where you are making like you at the end of the day, even if you have a nuanced position, you have to make an unnuanced action in the form of voting. But talking about these things, which is what these two are doing on screen, is what we're doing now, there's no reason not to have nuance. There's no reason it has to be just an A, B, or C answer, I guess. I don't see any reason for that. I think voting is a different animal.
It's a debate. Like, I think if I wanted to hear them speak on their own channels, then nuance is fine. Like, but it's saying, like, I'm fine with nuance. I'm not saying that you can't have nuance for these things, but it's like you have one guy arguing on the left and one guy arguing on the right. Like, obviously, you're going to try to pin each other into positions to win the debate here. If it were just a conversation, then maybe it's different. But I think that's why it's like, just take a position, or like, be confident in your position if you made a decision before in the past.
But it's not if the debate was Brexit good, and that was the debate they're both going into, and then Konstantin's like, hey, I don't really have an opinion, then it'd be like, yeah, then why are you taking this debate? That's not what's happening. This is just a general debate where like multiple topics are being discussed. So then I don't see a reason why they'd have to be like, yeah, taking a strict position on these things. Like,
well,
you get what I'm saying? Like, if the topic was, does God exist or not, and then someone's like, well, hey, I just don't know, then it's like, well, why would you even take this debate? Like, what are you doing?
We're using debate here, so this isn't like this. There's no prompt. They're just discussing topics, right?
Yeah.
Or are there prompts that they're following?
No. It's isn't it like they're feeding them different things to discuss?
Like questions. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean,
has to take the affirmative, and so it's not like a formal debate where they're. Yeah. Okay. Then I give them a little bit more leeway. Like,
unless there's something behind the scenes that they chose to these prompts and they picked, but I don't think so. I think they're just talking about a multiplicity of topics.
Like one person takes the affirmative and the other takes the. I don't know what the word is.
Isn't voting game?
Disaffirmative?
What do? is collapse his positions down, say which side he's on, and if he's really unsure, he can say, well, there's these advantages that I can't decide between these. If I said yes, it would be this, which I don't like. If I said no, it'd be this, which I don't like. And you go, okay.
But didn't he kind of do that at the end there?
Instead, he just goes, there's positives and negatives because I'm a gay ass.
Then he elaborated. He said
he gave.
That's a refusal to answer. That's a refusal to answer.
He did answer though.
Answer. Oh my God! How can you not understand nuance? Are you?
Wait! I can't believe I'm defending this guy. He said there's positives and negatives, and then he named a positive and he named a negative. So like he did answer. I don't just
none
like
of the start. Eventually.
Oh, I was talking about the universe. My bad.
They pushed him.
There's positives and negatives
like
to
5
the
minutes
universe.
to get the positives
Just
and
the
negatives.
universe.
There's nuance to the universe.
Is there a nuance to whether the universe began to exist or not?
There's nuance to our ability to perceive it.
Is there a nuance to your ability to say yes or no to that?
There's
an epistemological, there's epistemological nuance. How we know something,
There's a
how we come to
refusal
know.
to answer. There's a refusal to answer. That's the third option.
Oh my God!
The third option is a refusal to answer. It's yes, no, or refuse. That's how logic works.
Well, again, I hate to bring this up, but if I said, Zill, do I have vinegar in this cup? Yes, no, or are you refusing to answer? Doesn't it feel ham-fisted if you say, hey, I don't know, to be like, you're refusing to answer the question, Zill?
That's an incomplete analogy, Confluence. It does not parody to my question.
So you are refusing to answer. Because you would say you don't know. There's an epistemological issue with you knowing what's in my cup, right? Which is what Anson was saying about the universe, right?
Do you believe it began to exist or not?
How is that an incomplete analogy? That's exactly the same as the cup issue. You don't know. For whatever reason, you have no way of figuring it out. You don't know. So you could ask, I guess, what your most likely guess is. Just like you could guess if there's vinegar in my cup. You could say, well, probably not, because I've seen you drinking it. You're probably not drinking vinegar. That'd be a little crazy. But you don't know.
Have you ever seen a universe start? So as soon as we've never seen a universe start, let's just assume it never did. There you go. There's no
then you have problems.
Ooh, there you go.
Well, then you have problems.
There's no record of anything in your life ever starting, so it must be
An infinite universe has lots of problems with that worldview.
Why? You're just making
Because an infinite amount of events. We already discussed this. We're looping.
Assertions, but I don't agree with
we're looping now. Confluence already said, how can we arrive at the current moment if there are an infinite number of past events?
Because
that's number one.
No, because that's where we are.
Number one. There's major problems with an infinite universe. That's why this question is important.
Ever didn't start. Maths works in 1 + 1 = 3. There's an infinite negative and an infinite positive.
I'll give you all time to think about it, okay?
No, please don't.
I mean, okay.
And Rage Page, I would say, like, it's calling it a refusal. I just feel like it's adding a lot of like weight to it, because if you're just saying you don't know, right, that doesn't mean you're refusing to answer. It means you might legitimately not know. You're answering as honestly as you can. Refusal sounds like, the way I hear refusal sounds like you do actually know the answer. You're just refusing to do so.
No, you just gotta justify your refusal. That's all.
No.
I don't know is a justification.
I like how you can't answer. I hate that you can't answer my freaking vinegar cup example, and you just say it's not analogous. But you can't. You'd be refusing to answer. Then if you said I don't know, you would be refusing.
Question. I'm refusing to answer.
Well, then I can say that your question is
absurd.
I could just say that your question's absurd, and that's why I'm not answering it. Like, were you?
I don't think my question is
a testable thing. We can prove, and you're still refusing.
So now we're in the same place again.
I refuse to answer because you're absurd, Confluence, not the vinegar.
But can we at least admit, like, having to ask a question about what's in the cup is completely different from the Brexit question, which has actual, data behind it, and something that the guy lives in the UK. It's like asking if the Iraq War was good for an American.
We are trying to.
No,
this is from a conversation from earlier.
We're going back to. The religious zealous thing.
But it's exactly like Brexit. What did God do before he created the universe if he existed forever?
Well, God is the only uncaused
such a
cause.
Redditor understanding of God, Podesta. Such a Redditor. It's an incurable illness with you atheist types. It really is.
That's not an argument.
Infinite regressions, much. Infinite regressions, much.
It's just such like a sky daddy. It's just like a misunderstanding of what any serious person means by God.
Isn't physical, so he can't make the universe because the non-physical can't interact with the physical. And two,
I'll give you the answer.
First of all, that's a massive presupposition.
To physics.
It's absolutely absurd.
Why would the creator of physics be physics? You're being ridiculous.
You're fucking like making shit up now. Like the non-physical. Like how does math interact with the universe? That's not physical. Like there are
interact with the universe.
There are rules by which the universe abides and have no material substance. How do those
doesn't interact with the universe?
Well, you could say math is a reflection of like phenomenological things that exist.
Math
so like
is a description of how the universe interacts with itself.
That's what I said.
Right. And how does that framework exist? In an intangible way. It is not material.
Oh, are you like? Oh, okay, I understand where you're going. But wait, but the Christian's answer is just that, or at least Confluence's, is that, well, God exists within time and outside of time, and He's in everything, and God is everything.
Special pleading for their imaginary.
It's not even an answer. That's I don't know answer.
No,
yeah, I don't know how
that. First of all, I give two answers. That's one of my answer is the panentheist answer, and one of my answers is the more traditional answer.
The first, the cosmological thing, which is kind of where I lean.
I think Podesta is just smuggling in that immaterial things can't act with into material things. There's no evidence that what he's saying is true. He's just saying that. And I understand that you did this before. You called it some kind of fallacy, or like, oh, this is a definition fallacy, whatever the fuck. But when we're talking about metaphysical, like metaphysical means it operates outside of the physical realm. Like it's a whole category difference. It's it doesn't mean it's not interactable with the physical. That's a mistake. It doesn't mean that.
It is beyond the physical.
It doesn't mean it has no interaction with the physical.
It exists outside of the physical terms.
No, that's just not. That's something you can state.
That's what metaphysics is.
That's not what metaphysics is. Metaphysics is the understanding of reality. It's the philosophical, like what you're adding a definition of metaphysics. Metaphysics, the plain definition is it's the study of reality, right?
No,
and metaphysical in the other sense is something that is beyond. It doesn't mean it can't interact with something. I don't know. You're smuggling in that it cannot interact if something is beyond.
No, it's not beyond. It's a description of.
Like I think, as like I've said before, that intuition I think is transrational. Intuition can still interact with my rational mind. There still is a connection there.
Your rational mind of meta.
I mean, you could probably use mathematics as an example of maybe what you're describing, like in that sense.
Yeah, atheistic panentheism is the correct answer.
Well, this is one of the things Adcom said. Perhaps.
Yeah, that's what.
And there are major issues with an infinite.
There's not. It's the same issues that you have.
Major issues with an infinite past. Yes, you have major issues.
The regress problem. You solve that.
No,
by
you do.
An imaginary friend.
You have major philosophical problems with an infinite past events.
Asserting that the universe didn't have a beginning.
God is infinite.
We're looping again.
Because it doesn't require.
We're looping again. We've already been over this.
You're just making the assertion that you're in
conversation like 10 times.
Yes, the problem is y'all can't decide. Do you want to say infinite past or not?
Why don't we have to make
because God is the only answer. That's what
it
is.
So therefore we must. I mean, what the fuck, dude? I don't have to do anything because you tell me to.
You just don't like the answers we're giving. It's unsatisfactory answer, and therefore it's not a good enough answer. But it is an answer. I'm sorry to tell you.
Wow,
I disagree with I think what y'all are saying with the ANCOM psi. I don't think it's the same thing, and I understand people will say special pleading. Retards say that, okay? I'm sorry, but the infinite past problem is that that's still like in time. If we're talking about an eternal God, right? Eternal, we're outside of time. We're not But if we're saying the physical world, what time started at the beginning? Time started at the beginning. Definitionally, time started at the beginning.
When's the beginning? Obviously, that's
it's at the beginning.
Right. Is there a beginning? That's the question. Is there a beginning? Well, you won't even answer.
You said there was
it doesn't apply to God to ask, well, when did God start existing?
Yeah.
God is not inside time. We know
that
we have empirical evidence that the universe is time bound.
That's the special pleading.
Right. That's the definition of special pleading.
As the creator,
I already preempted it by saying retard say special pleading.
So you just call it retarded.
You can't even use that criticism. Otherwise, you're agreeing you're retarded.
Yeah, he did start with that.
You just an ad hoc.
Double retard, no retard backs.
Confluence, explain why it's not special pleading then.
I don't think it's special. It's not special pleading. It's just that we know the universe is within time. Stuff like math and stuff is not within time. So like if we're talking about our physical reality, we know at least all the ways we can know something is that it is within physical time. We know that there are other things such as like moral claims, philosophical statements, mathematics, logic that are trans time. They're outside of time. They're beyond time. And I'm positing that, so it's not special pleading to just say God is that as well. We already have a lot of categories. We just know that material things are subject to time and space. That's all we know. So it's not special pleading. We already have the existence. We already have the existence of physical things and non-physical things. And I'm saying I think God is a non-physical thing. So special pleading would say this only applies to God. It doesn't only apply to God. It applies to like all these other things that we already know exist too, that everyone freaking accepts, unless you're saying that unless you're some deranged physicalist.
I think that you only perceive physical things as physical things, and they're not actually physical.
I mean, that's possible. If you're an idealist, then that's what you would believe, and then we'd be having a different conversation if you think about it.
Everything's just energy, man.
Well, that's still physical. That's still physical if you think about it, Anson. That's still physical.
You gotta also think about the magnets too, right? Where's Marilyn at?
How do they work? How do those even work?
But we'll put up a magnet in her honor.
What'd you do to Marilyn?
Let's get Ed Lee's Gelman in here.
It's untoward. Yeah, it's a bad time. It was that time when Avarice and everyone was on, and there's a lot of muting going on, and yeah.
Did you make her mad?
Yeah, I mean we're
currently. Yeah. I'm working on it. I'm trying to bring her back. Trying to get her to come back. Okay, it's a process.
Did you apologize?
I did apologize. Did apologize.
You apologize publicly?
Well, no, but I can't now. Marilyn, if you're watching, I am sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
You could make a whole stream
I will
about
absolutely
how
apologize
you're
to Marilyn publicly, privately, spiritually, anagogically, metaphysically, in all the ways. Okay, in all the ways.
Promises you wouldn't put that in your drink again.
What?
Try to work out what you did to her.
That's no. What?
You could make a stream about how Avarice's takes are all fake and gay, and then call it "I'm sorry, Marilyn."
Avarice has some good takes, though. They're not all fake and gay. The stuff he says about Maryland is fake and gay, though. I will say that. Avarice knows that.
The baby factory without him.
The baby farm is true. Okay, back to the video. Okay, this isn't
satisfying. It's not really getting to the heart of the issue.
This is a personal issue between me.
Move on to wokeism.
Sure.
So the question is, speaking of culture, has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
You want to go first again?
Yeah, sure. My question is going to be the exact same as the last one. How do we define wokeism? And can we name like 3 woke policies that we think are destroying Western culture?
Well, you're a participant in this
debate. Type like H-man.
Well, the thing is, I can't, because your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives.
It is bullshit.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you say you're not, but
he talks about
the conservative identification of wokeism and the idea that wokeism, whatever that
forget about conservatism. Let's talk about wokeness. So, what would be your definition of wokeness?
In the broadest sense, usually it's social issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States, at least, tend to be held by...
Such as?
It might be certain things related to... I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to They call it CRT. Now they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be people who are socialists, about the economy or whatever that means.
Terrible definition of wokeness. Okay, I don't know if I just have my own view of that, but
the right side who uses woke, he's asking him, what do you use it for? Because Konstantin's always talking about woke problems, but he won't define
no, woke. I'm saying, but Destiny defining it is giving a terrible definition.
Yeah, because he's the left. Left don't define it; they fight back against it. It's when people say stuff is woke, and you go, "Okay, you think that is woke?" And now he's being asked to define woke, and say, "Okay."
I know, but that shows that he hasn't even thought about like what does the right usually mean when they say something is woke.
He's trying to work out how other people are using it. Lots of people are using it different ways. Some people just use it. Everything LGBT is woke. Some people talk about
sure, but I expect someone like Destiny who talks about this stuff all day to have a more robust definition.
He does finish it in about a minute, and he gives a pretty good summary, and then they both agree.
Okay, we'll see, because he's saying like left-leaning economic policies and like.
Well, I don't think he realized he was going to have to define it, and he thought that the right person would define it, and he'd argue it. But they do get.
I know, but this is something that someone like Destiny should have a easy answer to. I don't know.
Somebody else defines it. He's not trying to work out how he defines it because he doesn't use the word.
Yes, first of all, yes, he has. I don't know if you watched Destiny. He absolutely has. So he's not like Destiny hasn't used that word like a million times.
Well,
okay?
I mean, he's trying to argue against. He's trying to be the anti-woke argument here. So he's trying to work out what.
No, but to be the anti-something, you should know what that something is, right?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The something is whatever Konstantin thinks.
I know, but now it's been turned around. Now he's saying what he thinks, and it's like, so he's not even giving so either he's intentionally giving a shit definition of woke, or he's never thought about it enough to think about what his definition is.
Well, he's running through like 5 different definitions, and they agree on a pretty decent one. Probably the best one I've heard.
Okay, I'm trusting.
I thought his answer about woke was even further left than what it is. I think woke is just even recognizing that systemic racism is real. I don't even think that's very far left. Does anyone?
I don't like the far left, and
play it for a minute.
Yeah, well, we'll let him cook. We'll let him cook. But I think he's making a bad meal. If this was like Legend of Zelda, it would be doing the clank, 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 the bad sound where you get like bad food out of it. That's my theory.
Who would consider what woke or what the conservative boogeyman of the day is?
I don't know what the conservative point of view. So your point of view is that wokeness is about trans people and DI.
That seems to be the case when I look at conservative.
So that's your definition.
I don't define things as a wokeism. It seems like a really vapid, stupid definition. I would just talk about the issue or the policy itself.
I guess your issues with the topic of our debate then.
Well, no, because I think that you obsessively talk about wokeism, so it's probably a good thing for us to have a discussion
I'm asking you to define it so that instead of continually asking me questions and then pretending not to understand my answers, we actually address your argument. So
if you feel like there's an answer I don't understand, you can feel free to ask me to explain your answer. I can do it with ease. They're very simple. You only need the cognitive power of like a 9-year-old to understand them. So
your definition of wokeness is, again, just coming back to it. So we're clear about what we're discussing.
Did he have to make the 9-year-old comment?
The furthest left of the most progressive.
So he always has to.
They tend to be around like gender things or minority issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be like things that people identify as woke.
So what we're discussing in this section of the debate is whether far left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you mean?
The question was on wokeism.
Right.
The issue is...
And I got you to define it as far left progressivism.
Yes.
So...
Insofar as I would define it, I don't see it as a major threat, at least to the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real...
Is it going to get better? That's such a terrible definition of woke. That's
exactly what it is. That's a good definition.
Konstantin agrees with that definition. He says, yeah, I agree with that definition.
Is he saying that?
Yes. He literally says, I agree with that definition.
Far left progressivism is woke. I agree.
No, I think woke has been.
I don't think.
It's
wildly
what it means now.
misused.
That's what everybody argues against.
Well, that's what it was when I was hearing it for the first time like 12 years ago.
Woke has been wildly
originally it was just a black term waking up to systematic repression.
like I said.
Not recently. Originally, it was.
Recently, every time I hear it, it's
I thought you said recently.
Gender swapping. No, originally.
Those are examples. It's always an obsequious kind of servile attitude.
It's everything that the right doesn't like, because we want to define it.
Sometimes words get misused, but it's basically like the new political correctness, right? When people say stuff is woke, that's what they're usually talking about. They're usually talking about that there's some obsequious view of trying to like toe a party line, not offend people, be politically correct.
So why is if you got a movie,
so wanting higher tax rates is not woke, right? That, at least not in my mind. Not how I understand that people confuse terms and will use it, and it is kind of amorphous. I'll agree with that.
No, it's because
I would never say
it against communism. They do use it against any sort of socialism and communism now.
Well, I know, like,
you
again,
might not
once a word becomes,
I've seen woke being used against any sort of socialism stuff.
So
right, but I think that's kind of an abuse of the term, and that's where it is amorphous. But again, Destiny himself has used this word before, right? And so it's like, so it's not. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why not. Why he doesn't.
So woke is
Well,
a
they
term
have to agree on how they're going to talk about it now, because I don't think it is a nebulous term. Nobody has.
No, it's not a nebulous term. Woke is a term that my people used to objectify an other or as a propaganda framing tool for leftists.
Right. And your definition is different from the next guy, so it is nebulous.
No,
yes, it is.
No,
oh, yeah.
Words.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to describe to you what it is based on, because my people made the word.
It's different to everybody, man. That's the point. Stop it.
No word. If it's different to everybody, then it's not a meaning, and it's not a word anymore, and it points to nothing.
It is kind of meaningless.
It's a problem.
They're defining
It's
it
a
now.
problem.
They're giving it a meaning for the purpose of this conversation. It has this meaning.
Fucking moron. Words point to things.
The problem is that it's now nebulous. Stop fighting it.
You got a 9-year-old take now. Words.
Stop fighting logic, please.
All right.
Please stop fighting logic.
For the purpose of this argument, they've given it a definition.
But even if we see it,
He's
I understand this.
again.
I understand this word gets
this argument. They have a definition now.
I understand it gets abused and gets changed, but there is always that commonality. I think my definition, that would always be seen as woke by people on the right. Now, the other stuff, we might call stuff like, I think it's gay to call like, oh, I want a higher taxes or social welfare or a child tax credit. To call that woke, I think that's stupid and abuse of the term. But what I said about the kind of just word nouveau of political correctness, I think that is always true. The right will always call that. That I think is the baseline that we should at least agree on, because that is always going to be called woke.
Well, then
like trying
to
fit representation ham-fistedly into a TV show. People will call that woke because it is. Tone policing over certain words or certain intonations is going to be considered woke, right? You're trying to
two gay mothers in a cartoon. Is that woke?
Yeah,
if it's done in a ham-fisted way, absolutely, because you're trying. Well, is it? It's always the fucking question, right? I mean, we can. I know conservatives famously suck at media analysis, and I agree that. I agree with that. But I've watched shows where I see, some like, two gay mothers, and it's like, okay, this is just like, this feels like normal and stuff, and then it feels there's instances where it feels shoved down your throat,
and people say it's white crap. Because they're two gay mothers in it.
That's why
but not always.
Left. That's why
I've never
go full left.
So I guess okay. So I'm going to bring us back to this mode for a second. So I don't know. I feel like we might disagree on this, but I think the media analysis is important. So the show Modern Family, right? The whole point of Modern Family, if you guys have seen the show, it's like a single camera comedy show, right? Is to show that the nuclear family is has been eroded. I mean, it's not trying to show, but it is showing the change, is a better word, of the nuclear family. And they have like a gay couple on the show. It doesn't feel forced down your throat. It just feels like this is like, okay, it was a gay couple. And for me watching it, feels fine. That's different than when you get to season 5 of a show and they're really trying to oh, now this character is trans. And you could tell it's not natural. It doesn't fit. No one gives a fuck when stuff is normal. And stuff feels natural, and I get this a lot, so I will answer. Look, I got a lot of lights around. I should just have a pin so people can acknowledge. I have a lot of lights. I stream for 8 hours a day. I'm not blind. I get I will become blind if I don't have my glasses on for 8 hours every single day.
Isn't that kind of thing that conflict is
it's not used that way. It's nebulous. Some people use it more.
It's like how I feel, right?
And
that's what makes woke kind of.
You're woke too, Castle.
It's not. No, it's not how I feel. How do you all listen to what? You all listen to what I say, and then you fucking reductionistically give biased answers. Okay.
It's what you just said. You're like, oh, I watch Modern Family and it feels fine. But then if I watch another show and I feel like they're pushing it in our face, it's like, okay, well, somebody might watch Modern Family and think they're pushing like a Latino.
You couldn't do Modern Family now.
Yeah, but these things, but this is so fucking postmodern, Castle. This is so postmodern. Like, we're acting like we can't do proper media analysis to like figure out what if something feels natural or if something feels force fed. Like, we can't live in that realm of like retardation where it's like we can't make any like normative judgments on whether something feels natural or if it feels like they're trying to push an agenda. We can all tell when that's happening, and we might be off on certain things. Some deep South guy who's like 80 years old probably watches Modern Family, sees like Cam and Mitch, and it's just like, that's some woke propaganda. That's okay. So there we go. But that's different. There's some stuff that, from a proper media analysis, we would all agree.
Raising an adopted daughter now, and people not saying
it's your own
For
bias.
example,
You're calling your own bias proper media analysis.
Of course, it's going to be biased.
It doesn't offend you. It's not woke. That's what you've come down to.
That's so gay. That's so gay. For example, there's this Disney movie I watched. I can't remember the name. And in the first opening of the Disney, this is a Disney kids movie. It had like a gay relationship, a biracial family, and a three-legged dog and a person in a wheelchair. This happened within the first 4 minutes. We all know that's woke, right? Like, that's fucking a three-legged dog. What? Like, it's like, we all know that's not like, oh, we disagree on this. No, we know that's what we know. That's Disney being like, how do we representation max into this? We know that.
That's when you say
okay, well, I mean, let's not analyze Disney stuff because that's all woke shit. But if you brought out like Aliens now, and Ripley was better than soldiers, would people say that's woke? If you put out Aliens 2 and Ripley just turned out to be the better fighter than all the soldiers put together, would you say that's woke?
Well, no, I mean, like, I agree that the term, once a term gets used, then it becomes a bit. Yeah, obviously it's subjective. I agree that we've seen this. Anson is saying, I don't know if Anson has seen Modern Family, so he just might be.
I've watched almost all the seasons of Modern Family. I told you the women I've been with were all liberal, right? So the liberal stuff was on the TV all the time when I was in my house.
Did you like it?
Okay, it's
horrible. The acting is bad. The writing is bad. It's basically pushing the narrative that in modern times we're progressive and liberal, and we can have all of this mass degeneracy and it be normalized because we want to normalize the freaks, right?
It's pushing the narrative.
I told you, it's not postmodernist.
It is postmodern.
To admit that it's woke.
We can agree that the definition or colloquial term of woke has changed over time, kind of greatly changed.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Right?
It has. But I still think if I like did a fucking Clockwork Orange on Anson and I made him watch the Disney thing about the three-legged dog and the biracial, it's gay style, like it was like hitting all like the points of intersectionality. I guarantee you, if I made Anson watch both of those, he would agree that one of them is like at least far more. He might say they're both woke, but one would be undeniable.
The new Doctor Who series.
Yeah,
I couldn't even watch that. That was woke beyond my tolerance.
Okay, so I feel like we all agree. So when we say this, we know we mean something. It feels like something, an artificial, own policing. Yeah, something that's unnatural, ham-fisted, an obsequious desire to force political correctness or representation where it doesn't feel like it naturally is.
So woke
doesn't mean anything. It just
the better writers about it feeling woke, but they're doing the same messaging.
Okay, but the fact that we're all still willing to acknowledge when something is woke,
but they did it better than a lot of people.
Hold on. The thing is, representation is important, but when the agenda becomes obvious like that, that's a problem. We don't like that.
Yeah, well,
representation is important.
As being obvious at different
representation is not important if you're a freak.
And some people
you got your answer now, Ancom Psy. So you heard it here first, okay? You got your fucking answer. It just gave it to you.
Yeah. So Confluence. I think part of the problem here is that like you assume that like I don't see wokeness everywhere when I walk around because my frame of reference is significantly different than yours. And because you used it as a stand-in for politically correct, I actually think that that's a much better term, right? Like everything has been like like freaks have been normalized to the point where degeneracy is normal on a mass scale. And so everything is fucking woke. Well, like this panel's woke. Everyone on this panel's woke except for me. Like it's disgusting. It's vile. Every time I have to get on one of these panels, it's an exercise in suspending my ability to not TOS.
That's wow. Would you say?
Well, you must be strengthening that muscle a lot. Okay.
I don't take that as a digital.
Would you say you're far right?
Oh, sorry, Anka. I thought you meant of woke. Degeneracy. I mean, I don't know. Anson has given it before, and I feel like it's fair. Something that degrades or erodes the culture.
He said mass degeneracy.
It's when you take degeneracy and you take
well, mass degeneracy would just be that on a larger scale if you think about
when
it,
Andrew
right?
Wilson's talking about feminism is definitionally degeneracy because it erodes the classical understanding of hierarchy and relationships. And when Andrew Wilson talks about it, he says it's in the air that we breathe, it's in the water we drink, like it's everywhere. It's been normalized to the point where women can't define it because it just is.
What?
That is mass degeneracy.
Also, Snizzler, you just you just don't understand how like stuff works. Okay, you know, like to say that religious conservatives, freaks, have always halted progress. The whole point of conservatism is to slow progress down. That's how life works in every field, not just politics, in science. Yes, exactly. Okay, me and Podesta agree on this. Yes, even in science, right? To not
one balance,
not to progress.
Right, they balance. Right, so in science, new theory comes out. You want there to be conservatives. It's like that's crazy.
Make sure the conservatives don't rot.
Yes, exactly. You want to have that. So it's like, yeah. So this is just a misunderstanding with this chat message of like how stuff actually, you know, is supposed to operate. And ComSci.
Yeah, conservatives want to go back to the Jim Crow areas.
No, that's retarded. That's retarded.
No, I mean the 1960s, not Jim Crow. Even though
conservatives don't necessarily want to fix anything because they kind of think the way things are now, it's working. Let's not fuck with it. Progressives think we could make this better. Let's just fuck with stuff. We don't know what's going to happen if you fuck with stuff. Just leave it alone. So there's a balance between the two.
And you want,
when we do fuck with stuff, people have checked it and said, okay, we can live with this fucking of stuff.
I'm shocked that me and Podesta completely agree on this, but we do. That is exactly, I think, the polarity that exists and is represented in my tree of life in the background. If you think about it, okay, this is a cosmic thing. It doesn't just apply to one area; it applies to all the areas at the same time.
I don't think
if you think about it,
conservatives would agree with that, though.
Why?
Because conservatives haven't conserved anything. I mean,
I agree.
They slow it down.
That's their aim. Their aim is to conserve what exists.
You should see what the world would be like if the conservatives weren't slowing the progressives down.
Yeah, I actually
I think that should be a different definition than conservative. It should be, I don't know, something else, though, right?
So they're trying to conserve. We're also not getting all the progressive stuff we want either. We're not progressing at the speed we want to.
Sure, that's true. But
I'm of these two sides, just like getting exactly what they want.
Continually progress, right? Like there's no instance like if I went back 60 years, we're definitely more progressive than we were 60 years ago.
2020 society is not like 1980 society.
Well, is 2026 the same as 2016? I would say we're more progressive.
Yeah, significantly.
Well, you gotta like tease out social media and all the technological changes as well. But yeah, I think there's a lot more.
But aren't conservatives always talking about good old days? Like they're talking not 10 years ago. They're not talking 20 years ago. They're talking like 50, 60 years ago. That's what
I think some of the American conservatives are thinking of the old West when it was like freedom and individuality, and you just had your homestead and you just protected your own place, and I think that's the life.
Yeah, I actually
Zillzone far backwards in that direction.
Zillzone, I think that you're actually touching on something that's important, like the time frame that at which you think that like society went off the rails. It kind of determines what kind of conservative you are, right? Like I view most modern conservatives not as conservatives, but as triangulating people who triangulate their position, and that's what y'all call slowing it down, right? Like they move their time frame of what they think should be normal, like to a more recent date on a constant basis, because you libtards continually drag them towards the present. right? Instead of actually being reactionary and dragging the libtards
You
back
fucking
to some
libtards.
point in the past.
Darn people for living in the present. How dare
Well, it's hard to give up what you've got when you made progress. And
Yeah,
to give
well,
up
that's
progress.
where
It's hard to
forces
give
dare
up.
people live in the present? What are you thinking?
Yeah. So I actually agree with your characterization of like looking back and thinking what point in time is it that these conservatives point towards, because that's actually important, right? And to see where they're going to go and how far they can be dragged is important for what y'all do on the left. So yeah.
What I find funny is that no matter how far you go back, you can still find people who were like, we're no longer in the good old days. So it's as if conservatism is constantly eating itself.
That's no true Scotsman type stuff, right? Infinite regression of the no true Scotsman.
Star Trek is degenerate. Okay, you know what? I will accept
Star
that
Trek
shit.
is degenerate.
Star Trek is very progressive.
Star Trek is and always has been.
It's always been very progressive.
It's always been woke. Woke as shit. Woke nonsense.
It is, yeah.
It was less woke in the 60s because Kirk used to get a woman at the end of every episode, and they kind of stopped that in the 80s one.
Yeah, and
then
during
it
the
got
first,
more, then it's gone crazy in the Disney stuff. Oh god, not
I
Disney
mean,
stuff, the
Riker
latest Paramount
got
stuff.
a lot of women in the 80s stuff. So,
well, even the original series, like Kirk did the first interracial kissing scene on TV.
Yeah,
that was a big
the
deal.
aliens that had like black on one side and white on the
That's
other,
pretty
and they were
sexy.
testing
yeah,
out
they
racism and all
literally
these
did
sorts
an
of things.
episode about racism.
Yeah,
They did episodes about everything. They used
Yeah,
space
and
as a
their
medium
entire-
to examine different societal problems and how
Yeah,
they
their
could be resolved in
Of
space.
what sci-fi always has been.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know about
a good
that,
sci-fi.
No, it literally if you
like
go back to
literally-
the very first accepted sci-fi story, that being Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, even that was social commentary using like technology and futurism.
Well, no, she was critiquing romanticism and the concept that like you can transcend what you are and reject pure reason, right? And
you
be
don't
something
think that
be
wasn't
something beyond.
social
She was basically
commentary?
lampooning and making fun of her husband because she was a fucking bitch. So fuck her.
And you don't think that was social commentary?
No, I think that was just her trying to compensate for being a woman.
She wrote a hell of a story, though. Come on.
I mean, it's literally one of the most popular fiction novels of all time.
Have you tried to read it though? It fucking sucks.
I have read it.
I've seen lots of movies of it.
Just because it's in a language that you can't understand doesn't mean it's bad.
It's written
I'll
in
give
English.
that one another day.
Yeah, Victorian English. I assume that whoever was speaking can't read Victorian English.
No, I like
Zerka. You should join, Zerka. You should join if you think about it.
It might not be bad, but you might.
As
not
long as
enjoy
you don't
it.
talk about the economy, that's the one condition, Zerka. That's
I'm really going to talk about the economy. Just
there's no talking about the economy.
You expect
There's
him to talk
absolutely not happening.
economics, You're delusional.
Yeah, please don't join Zerker.
If I hear econometrics mentioned a single time, okay, I swear to God.
I literally just did.
Oh no. Okay, that was everyone gets one. Everyone gets one.
Econometrics. There. Kick me off. I dare
Okay,
you.
permaband.
What's econometrics?
It's something that
Don't-
modern
don't even ask
economists.
it. Don't even ask.
I don't want to talk about it. I just want the definition.
You don't want a definition? I
And
can
maybe
give you
some
that.
descriptions, some examples, and then I'll just.
So modern
And some
economists.
arguments and the Keynesian school and the Dutch school. It's
Friendly
super
debate.
cool if you think about it. Fuck off. We're going back to the video. Fuck all this gay shit. How much is a permaban? $1,000. $1 million. Actually, it's $1,000, but it doesn't apply to people that I really, really like Big Soda and Anson. And who else do I like on this panel a lot? The Sticker Johnson, Castle. I mean, I like Castle, but $1,000 is $1,000. Castle's not here enough that I wouldn't take $1,000. Is the problem? If he was here more often. Same with Bedell. Desta and Zill, you know, and Adcom's only been here like
1,000. I'll take it out of the membership fees over like
a few
5,
times.
10, 20 years.
Don't dismiss me like that.
But but for 1,000, I mean, 1,000.
Oh no, I was saying if someone pays you 1,000 to permaban me, I won't even be mad.
Hey, you remember the last time you were on Ancom.com
take-
and I paid to boot you for the night?
That was not the last time I was on, I don't think.
Oh, then whatever
he's
time it was.
negotiating in chat, Conflict.
We're negotiating. We're negotiating.
The
Negotiations are happening.
Although I don't think that was
Haggling.
Confluence. I think maybe we were on a different stream.
Get the price master. Get the price master thing up. Where's the price? No, 150. No, my Zill is worth more than 150. 250 going once. Oh, Zerka is here. In fact, Zerka is here. Zerka, no economy talk.
How are you doing?
How's it going, Zerka?
I heard someone wants the definition for econometrics.
No, nobody.
No, God, no.
Okay.
But welcome, Zerka, and never do what you did yesterday. I mean, it wasn't your fault. It was everyone's fault. My fault for allowing it.
You want the short run on
Corinth's
that?
fault
Your
for
friend was wrong, but I think what they meant to say was monetary base.
So first of all, that we're getting to, you're trying to trick me into talking about the economy. It's not going to happen. Second of all, that's the first time I ever
just
met
spent 5 hours
Corinth.
talking about it, bro. I just spent 5 hours watching the video on that.
Okay, good. But that's the first time I talked to Corinth ever. I've never seen it before, so
Yeah,
I mean, to you more than I have Corinth.
So. He was talking about monetary base. Only the Federal Reserve can create and destroy monetary base.
Don't start that.
Oh, it started.
Don't do that.
No,
What's going on, dude? How are you doing today? Hey,
Watch my stream
Seerker.
from earlier.
Hey, Seerker. No, I got a question for you. I got a question.
Not if it's about the economy still, I swear to God.
Do you believe the universe began to exist or not?
Oh, fuck.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
Oh, you need a yes
This
or
is
no,
the
mate.
theme here.
Oh, he's
Roll the video.
Answer Zill
how
if
do
you
you
think
do it?
about it.
Roll
He's
the video.
refusing to
How do you do
Roll the
answer.
video. He's refusing to answer.
We've only seen our universe. We've never seen one created, so I can't give an answer.
You just refuse to answer. That's all. Roll the video.
No, I have a hubris. I know I can't answer it. At least
Well, you
right now.
refuse to. That's okay. Many others refuse to as well.
How do you know whether or not the universe has been created or not?
Because I know that the Bible,
Okay, the Bible
truth
is not
has been
really
revealed
evidence.
to us.
The
Truth
Bible's
has
not
been
evidence?
Jesus
no.
loves
It's because truth is revealed to you. You don't ontologically know truth. Truth is revealed to you. You don't just ontologically know
So
things.
you ontologically know that the universe was created, though.
God explains that He created it. I don't
He doesn't actually
ontologically
show.
know that. It was revealed to me.
A book
Doesn't show it.
claims
It was revealed to me.
Stealing
Isn't this kind of
How is
circular,
this
man?
confusing?
Right now. You sound
How is this
Two
confusing to you?
$250.
How is this
circular.
confusing to you? Honestly,
Because you're being circular. You're assuming,
no.
supposing that God
If the
created the
truth
universe,
is
therefore the
revealed
universe
to
was created.
me, I don't ontologically know it.
I could
Because you
reveal
don't
the
know
truth.
whether or not the universe was created or not.
I do know because the truth has
How?
been revealed to me. How is this confusing to you?
Okay, how do you know it's
07's
true?
Oxy.
I know it's true
Because God?
Because God told him so.
well, we also have
Well,
historical archaeological discoveries that point to and corroborate things that the Bible said, which
like
point to
Genesis?
it
Are you out of
being
your
a
mind? I'd
reliable
love for you to tell me
historical
what
record.
archaeological stuff.
Wait.
It's
Let me
not-
ask you:
really not.
Is
It's not gonna end well.
Barack Obama a real person?
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna
Okay,
clone
then
yet.
that
I think
means
he's
that
a clone.
everything in the Spider-Man comics is true and happened because Barack Obama was in the Spider-Man comics.
Holy
Hey man,
shit.
don't do a Rob
No,
Noah
that's
syllogism.
some false
man.
analogy.
Holy
That's
holy.
a
Woke
pathetic
Spider-Man
analogy.
version.
It's a
Oh my
pathetic
God,
analogy.
I didn't know that.
It's
It's a
not.
nice
He just
try,
made fun
though.
of your syllogism, man. Your syllogism is like Rob Norris. That's pretty much what just happened.
Zerka, you're still frustrated with that, aren't you?
I'm perfectly fine, bro. I promise you. The amount of content I got from that was awesome.
Yeah, and Corinth is way better than you at debating, so it's actually very satisfying.
That's great, man. I'm glad you think that.
Yeah, well, most people do. I mean, he's a fixture on the Crucible. He's one of the main people over there helping people learn how to debate.
Well, he didn't do very good because he was hiding the fact that he was talking about monetary base. Either he was being ignorant on purpose.
Is Corinth like a Crucible?
Yeah,
I know.
My point is that
Avarice knows him.
he was talking about monetary base,
main Crucible
and he either is ignorant,
he serves
and he
as like
doesn't
the
know
leftist that the right people
that
argue
money
with on their
supply
Discord.
is different and includes aggregate of.
We're
bank
talking too
deposits.
much. We're getting too close to the economy.
Or he was doing it on purpose. So
I was talking about how you took an L, not about the economics of how you took the L. Just that you took the L and it was embarrassing for you, and you should.
Because you don't know how I took the L, therefore your opinion. is
No,
wrong.
because I'm not talking about economics. I'm just talking about how you should leave because you're embarrassed about how you did.
You want me to leave?
I mean, yeah. If I was you, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't.
want me
have
to
come
leave
back.
that bad?
I mean, it was really pathetic, actually.
I guess.
Look,
mean,
I
how
don't
was it
know who
pathetic?
won last night because I have no idea about economics enough to.
I mean, to be
have
honest,
any
I was
clue.
kind of frustrated. I was more frustrated than normal because I couldn't explain what I wanted to say better than I was doing. So if you want me to have a concession there, yeah, I was a little upset at myself for not explaining it as good as I could, or
Yeah.
better than I could.
I appreciate you admitting you don't know how to debate.
I mean, if that's your takeaway, that's your takeaway. I don't know.
Hey, honesty is good. Honesty is humility, okay?
Yeah, that's why I said it. Yeah, I know.
That's true.
Political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are.
Podesta, you type like H-man. I've already said this. Okay, when you type, you just type
damn
like.
it. Got the wrong fucking
Like
microphone.
it's just it's just so
muted that
it's so
microphone. The con
Very concerned about.
you're like a designated keyboard mic so we can just hear everything.
Is this Dinesh?
Okay.
Is this him and Dinesh?
No, thank God,
No,
no, because that
Konstantin.
debate was that was painful. That was painful.
Dude,
Dinesh is just
we love
Dinesh is really insufferable. But no, this is Konstantin. Different brown guy. Well, it's Konstantin Brown. He's brown adjacent, I
And they
guess.
talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender. It's my issue with it.
Well, that's your country and your issue. But just coming back to our definitions so that we can know what we're
Destiny
discussing.
wiggles a lot
What
when he talks.
you're addressing is, has far-left progressive politics had a negative impact on our society? That's how you understand this discussion, correct?
Why are we saying echo? What's
How much to play
Oh,
the
is
Price
someone
Master
echoing?
video instead of the Destiny Fish video?
$60?
It might be me. One second.
I can't. No one's lighting up when I talk. Talk loud, huh? No, it's not showing up to. Wait, one at a time. I'll mute you. Test. It is you, Zerka. It is you.
I took off.
Not me.
You know how it was changing my mic volume? I took off a bunch of stuff. So
Test. It's not doing it now, but he might have been muted.
should be better now.
Test. Yeah, it's
You
good.
should boot him. Just kick him out.
Echo chamber.
we are in our
bro.
we are in an echo chamber.
What's wrong with you?
Thank you
Am I
guys
gonna
for
say
pointing
yes
out the
here and you're
echo.
gonna go, I'm glad you agree that
are the
wokeism is
echo
far
chamber
left.
concept.
Yeah, I guess that would be my understanding of this discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
True.
So,
Yes.
good. Now we know what we're actually discussing. So, in terms of its impact, I mean, one of the most obvious things, and I
Wait,
brought
what
up.
is your definition of wokeism?
I agree with you. I agree with your definition.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think it's okay to agree on a definition
agrees
after
with it
the
eventually.
discussion, right?
That's why I did it, so that we could agree on the definition.
Oh, okay. It felt a little bit more passive aggressive than
Wait,
that,
so
but
what
my bad.
was
That's
wait?
true.
Because before, I mean, I paused since, but before Destiny was just giving a bunch of examples. What
He
was
asked him for a
the
definition. Destiny struggled and finally gave
The
him that
echo
final
is-
definition.
Zerka? The echo is back.
Not me, is it?
It's mild. No, it's Zerka because when I mute him, it stops.
Yeah, Destiny was struggling and finally gave him the definition about it being anything progressive. And now he's just asking him and he's saying, no, I agree with that definition.
Echo.
That's a weird.
fluence.
That's a weird definition to agree on. It's just yeah. If unless I missed something,
I
but it
just think
sounded
it's
like
nebulous
Destiny was
and
just
he's
saying
happy to have a basic definition that's workable. It's not have to be
it's just a
perfect.
terrible. I don't know why Konstantin would agree with that, but we'll see. We'll see how this rolls. And also, ad for Confluence, consider super chatting if you are enjoying the show, or at the very least, like and subscribe. Listen to Nightbot. He's super good. There's also a menu option and stuff, and it's super cool. Support your local channel, okay? Don't go with the big box store channels. Support your little guy. Okay? Think about it.
Okay.
Anything you don't agree
I've worked out the tricks that you play, and so I've trapped you in your own logic.
And to be clear, the trick that I just played was asking you for the definition of a term.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
That's
my bad.
right.
I know that
right.
we don't like that here.
Exactly
Okay, my
right.
bad. Okay, go
That's
ahead.
exactly right. Because what you do is you don't define it yourself, so that you can then argue with my definition for half an hour, and so we can't have the actual debate. Now be quiet, and
I'll
gonna
define my terms if you want. Well, I'm only talking about to be quiet. I'll define my terms if you want me to. But wokeism is from you guys use.
It took me about 10 minutes to get you to define woke. I'm glad we did it. Now we can have the actual discussion.
Definition. I'm glad I can.
Now we can have the actual discussion.
Okay.
Now we can have the actual discussion. So, if your understanding of the question is, has far-left progressive politics made our societies worse? I completely agree with your definition, and I agree with the premise of the question that it has made things worse for a number of reasons. I mean, the trans thing became a big talking point because it's so ridiculous, not because it's so hugely actually impactful on society, although I do think a small number of children being given puberty blockers and an even smaller number of children being given gender transition surgery is a terrible thing that's happened. I think more broadly, though, I mean, one of the most obvious examples is we now have a society which has, I mean, it's not codified and it's not expressed in, in the, like, no one says publicly, we now discriminate against these groups of people, unless occasionally they do. So, for example, the Royal Air Force in this country, when they were in a recruiting drive, they were really struggling to get pilots. And there was a woman there who got fired from the Royal Air Force because she refused to go along with the policy. Her supervisor said to her, "We're not hiring any more useless straight white men." She said, "I don't agree with this policy. It's discriminatory," and she was fired. We've had a system of anti-male, anti-white.
Can I just ask a quick question? So
no,
if I were to look
I'm not
that up,
finished
the
yet.
Royal Air
I'm
Force
not
had a
finished
policy
yet.
of not hiring straight white men.
I'm not finished yet.
Is that true?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay. I have a feeling it's not, but okay.
So you can. This is something you can look up. It was covered extensively in the news in this country. Probably wasn't covered that well on Wikipedia where you did the research, but
no. But on the Sun and all of your favorite publications, I'm sure they talked about it a lot.
Actually, it was covered extensively across the mainstream
what
media.
they covered was that the Royal Air Force
Can
was
I
not
finish
hiring
my
straight
points,
white men.
Stephen?
Well, you seem to respond to some things, but not others.
Well,
so that wasn't the policy. I can tell because you're not answering
that was the policy that was pursued by the Royal Air Force. It was revealed by this whistleblower who was fired for revealing it. The BBC in this country has internships that are not available to white people. We effectively have created a system of passive, tacit, sometimes open discrimination against different groups of people. And one of the reasons that the sort of reactionary sentiment, which you try and paint me as representing, which I don't, is rising in this country and rising quite quickly, including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the number one consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population would begin to pursue identity politics for itself. If you discriminate against white men and say so openly, it's going to be a very short period of time before white men look at that and say, well, if we're now picking people for jobs based on skin color, I am the oppressed minority now, or I'm the oppressed majority now. We need to look after my interests. And the reason you see the reactionary forces rising, both in America, in the rest of Europe, and in this country, is precisely because they've been pushed into this corner by woke leftists. And that is one of the major ways that this movement has damaged our society, as I predicted all along.
So,
can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Part of this is refusal to acknowledge that racism exists, so attempting to correct it makes people feel like they're being oppressed.
Do you think the correct way to correct it is the way that's being done?
Not the thing that he brought up where there was explicit "don't hire white people." Not that.
Well, it's a quota system they work out.
Some of the affirmative action things can be seen as part of reparations or something, but at least something had to happen because people weren't acting right.
So forcing people to associate not freely, then, like requiring people to interact with people who they don't want to interact with for fear of like government punishment. That sounds
if the government did that, that's a violation of the Constitution, right?
The system they're arguing about is just DEI hiring.
No, he said quotas. You said quotas.
No,
That's exactly what quotas are.
Sorry, I've pre-watched. What they're arguing about is DEI hires. So they're talking about a quota based on DEI.
Yeah, quotas is
right.
is removing free association.
Well,
I can see how
it's counting for the fact that most people just hire people they know. So if you go to university,
I mean, are you anti-union too? You sound anti-union. You're against free association.
Yeah, but DEI is trying to counter for the fact that like I got my son into my workplace because I know him. So you tend to hire people that you know. It was never a meritocracy to start with. People hire people they know. So if you have quotas in, it lets people who don't have connections get into the system.
So
that's probably true, Rang. Yeah.
So why do you have a preference for people outside of your culture? Is there something wrong with your culture?
Because you're trying to help the other cultures get a foot into the network.
You have shame for who you are? Is that what it is?
If I can,
you're trying to help other cultures.
Zerka, you're muted. I don't know if you're.
So they can bring up their society as well.
You might as well drop Zerka since it's not working. Just go ahead and leave.
Leave Zerka alone.
I think he's talking to his chat. I think he's just talking to his chat.
Yeah, I agree. He's just talking to his chat. He just needs to leave. Yeah.
Zerka, if you are talking, I don't know if Zerka is streaming. Zerka, if you're streaming, you can always dual stream as well. I've done enabled on StreamYards if you're using StreamYards.
I can understand.
Oh no, you're back. You're back.
I can understand the hate when you get if it gets down to being like you've got none of these minorities, and then suddenly a really good candidate came along and you didn't hire them. But it's usually that you got 4 candidates; they can all do this. It's not like you got 4 candidates, one's fantastic and one's shit, and you hire the shit one. It's usually like you got 4 people that can do the job quite well, and you go, "Well, I need that one because to meet the quota."
I mean, that's the thing too. Is like it's the Royal Air Force. Are we saying that the Royal Air Force is woke? Like, come on.
They got
a small quota. There's
I mean, it's in the UK, probably.
The end of the world.
Thomas Sowell talked about it. Thomas Sowell talked about him being in the military and his job being to integrate the unit that he was in, and he didn't have to work because his job was being black in the unit that he was in.
Zerka, put on a headset.
Okay, I'm sure he totally.
You have a headset.
Jobs all over the place where people don't do shit.
So hold on now. What is the better proposed solution? Because the intention is to right a wrong. Because
what was the wrong?
Obvious. The wrong is that it is obvious and clear that white people are in all of the power positions.
What's wrong with
all of the good paying jobs?
What's wrong with that?
And systemic racism is a real thing, and therefore.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
We should respond to correct it.
You haven't like described why any of that's wrong.
What we need to start with right now is something called
what white supremacy? Why is that wrong?
I didn't say no. Like
I didn't
systemic
say that.
racism. Like
systemic racism is wrong.
All cultures have racism in them.
No,
right?
systemic racism
all cultures
is
have
wrong.
preference.
Why is
this cultures
a discussion right now?
Because you haven't demonstrated why anything you said is bad. You've just like listed off a bunch of things that libtards think is bad.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Systemic
Racism is bad.
It does to any kind of society.
Okay. Let me demonstrate it for you. Systemic racism is bad because it oppresses groups of people based on characteristics that they see with their eyes and hold no bearing on their humanity, and it is an indefensible position to take. And I can't imagine why anyone would.
Zill, can you just, what do you mean? Because this is an also kind of sometimes nebulous term. I'm not saying there isn't non-nebulous terms or ways to describe it, but when you say systemic racism, what do you mean, Zill?
I mean that it is proven statistically that people of color who go to hospitals get worse care based on their skin color. Statistically proven. Also, black people are the most exonerated in the United States. See, that's a very interesting statistic because why is that? It shows you that they're arrested unjustly.
No, it shows that they were exonerated by a jury of their peers more likely than not, or by facts and circumstances.
They're arrested. You got to think about that.
Yeah, they're arrested more because they commit more crimes, and so they have more
Zerka,
opportunity.
Exonerated. They are arrested more because they are more suspected of committing crimes, and then they are exonerated more because they didn't actually commit the crime.
Okay, but
there goes systemic racism.
Okay, wait, just
sanity.
Am I still
Here you
muted?
go. You're good. You're good now.
You haven't demonstrated why racism is bad, though.
Wait, but okay, wait. Before I just want to do a sanity check. Do you guys agree that that different skin colors commit crimes at different rates in the United States? Do we all agree that that's the case? At least
we're missing.
It doesn't matter. I just want to make sure.
It's gotta be like factually true.
Okay, oh my God! See, you see it.
Guy,
y'all say it doesn't matter, and then we got someone saying, "Oh, we don't know." Like, holy shit! This is why a good question. The same fucking universe.
Pull up the FBI facts on it, Confluence.
Missing colorblindness. Charlie Kirk would talk about this a lot, right? Colorblindness. What does that mean to you guys?
Yeah, 1 in 12 men are colorblind. That's true.
Yeah,
like when you're racially colorblind.
Oh,
it means hopefully not treating people. Not based on the color of their skin.
Like we were colorblind. Right? He would say that to be truly colorblind, we should act like we don't see a race at all, which is
that's dumb.
It's refusal to acknowledge oppression.
Colorblindness is fucking stupid. Everybody's different. Acknowledging differences, there's nothing wrong with that. Right, and there's nothing wrong with Japanese people having an in-group preference for Japanese people, or Chinese people having an in-group preference for Chinese people. You can call it systemic racism, but it's just part of the natural human condition because we're tribal. We're engineered, like evolutionarily speaking, to be tribal. And there's nothing wrong with our nature.
It's immoral. It's immoral.
Our nature is not immoral. It is just our nature.
Okay, if you just because you wanted crime stats, just to.
Are you doing?
This is the FBI crime stats. Okay,
you're doing a 1350 meme right now. Unbelievable.
I am because Zill is denying it. So I'm not. I'm trying to get a baseline because if he's saying that we have systemic racism, we have to at least acknowledge crime stats and then build off that. If we can't even agree that there is a difference in crime committed by different ethnic groups in America, then we are to start at the fucking beginning.
My brother in Christ, these are arrest records. We also must consider exonerations. That's the problem with this discussion. This is arrest records.
Percent, yes. Okay.
Exonerations. Go pull up the FBI exoneration stats.
We just have to ask Confluence right now. Confluence. Do you think that being black means you're inherently going to commit
pull up the exoneration?
No, I'm not a race realist in that way. No.
I'm not saying you do. We need to start from here.
Oh, it's a huge percentage.
Inherently,
you're proving my point right here, dude. You're proving my point, Confluence. Pull up the exoneration stats right now.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Doesn't mean anything.
You think for murder, you think out of like the 6,000 black people that committed murder in whatever year.
Are you afraid to pull up those stats?
Why are you afraid to do that?
They were exonerated.
Look it up. You can always
black people
send it.
Do not inherently commit crime. Right?
Don't be afraid.
Yeah. They're not inherently violent.
Okay, so now we have to come to a conclusion here, right? We either have an exogenous reason or an endogenous.
Okay, you dumb fuck, Zill. Sorry to interrupt you, Zerka. Or not Zerka. Zill, you dumb fuck. Yeah, there's 3,000. So there's been 1,500 exonerations in total between 1989 and 2022. Yeah, we're talking about 6,000 murders that happened in 1 year, brother. So yeah, we can say the exoneration rate is higher.
Wait,
we can say they might be arrested. No, with the exonerations, this is all the exonerations.
It has nothing to do with
well, see, this is why you say it doesn't matter, Zerka, because you know that the stats are gonna fuck Zill and Hancom on this front.
Racism. I don't know why he's bringing up exonerations.
Interesting stats, Confluence.
I don't know whose side I'm on yet.
I'll go find other
so
stats.
Systemic racism is something that is unintentionally racist a lot of the time. Okay, so let me ask you a question. So most of the sheriff offices and police stations in this country were made before the Civil Rights Act. Yes.
Okay, what's your point?
The Civil Rights Act of '64 that pretty much ended desegregation as well as gave discriminatory entitlements and protections to black people, right?
It ended free association. Yeah.
Did we completely rehaul, as in redo, any of the institutions like the sheriff's offices or police stations once we did that, or?
No.
What do you think? What do you think needed rehauling?
We have elections.
I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that logically we can assume that since a lot of these institutions were made before black people were even given protections, that there's going to be systemic things inside of them that make them unintentionally
First
racist.
election after that.
No, I think that's a big assumption. That's like saying after the women got the right to vote, did we have to fundamentally change how voting worked? I don't think so.
Protected identities and systems. Systems are very specific. So systems are.
I know. I'm saying right, but I'm saying unless you can point to
identity.
something about the sheriff office that there is some
So
racist law.
the history of this, okay? There are laws in like some southern states right now, like Alabama, okay, that still have their anti-black sundown laws on their
No,
books.
that's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit.
You can't force them. Okay?
There's
It's
no,
not like
no,
they're being
no,
forced.
I'm not
Relax,
going to let
relax.
you disparage my state like that. Fuck you. That's some fucking bullshit. That
Yeah,
doesn't-
Henson lives there, so
they're not enforced. All I'm saying is that the laws are still
Oh
on
yeah,
the
okay.
books.
So a law that nobody enforces because it's an unenforceable law
Yeah,
is
what
on
is
the
it?
books.
I mean,
Okay,
what's it called?
congratulations.
So this is
You know
important to
why?
understand the history.
You know why?
It's
Because
important to understand the history
Because the
of
way
it.
our legal system works and our Constitution works, you don't really get to delete things from it. The way that it works is that you strike lines off of it, but it still exists within the system. Right, because
No, that's not
our
even close.
we have like
We
the
had to-
longest
we had to add
constitution in
lines,
the
bro. We had to
entire
add
world.
lines. Like I'm not like against America or like anti-American. Okay, I
But
have
you're
the Constitution sitting
anti-Alabama
right here
for
on my
some
desk.
reason because you're making up shit about my state. So you
Wait,
go
I'm
right off.
seeing
the
I'm
fuck
not
off.
making up shit about your state,
Yeah,
bro. Your
you
state
are. You're
used
making
to
up shit
literally
about my state. Fuck
hang
off.
people who are black.
Wait, is this? I need to look this up now.
Bro,
I don't even- I don't know
Alabama had a very long and brutal history with racism, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I believe that, but if sundown laws exist there still, is what you're saying.
They don't exist with enforcement, but they do exist within
So
some of the cities.
functionally, they don't exist. They might be on the books
That's
somewhere.
not
like
the
sodomy
point, bro.
laws
I'm
are on
not
the
talking
books,
about
but
whether or not they're
totally
enforced
irrelevant.
right now. I'm talking about the history of this.
So
Okay, I
racism
misunderstood. My bad.
existed in Alabama, just like racism existed in every state in the country.
Yeah, so
at
do you
various
know what
points in
debt
time.
peonage is?
And
Do
it
you know
may
what
not
debt
have been
peonage is?
enforced by color of law, but it may have been
Do you
enforced by
know
color
what
of
debt
custom,
peonage is?
like most northern states were
Do you know
are today
what
still
debt
racist
peonage
in many
is?
ways because of the customs in those states.
Do you know what debt peonage is?
Isn't crime and
No one
poverty
is
related?
disputing the fact that northern states are also racist.
They are also racist, yeah, I know.
Okay, then what's your fucking point?
I asked you a question. Do you know what debt peonage is?
Do I know what DAP what?
Debt peonage.
Do you know what it is?
I can't hear the word you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Debt.
Do you know what debt peonage?
Peonage. Peonage.
I've never heard that word. What is that word?
Okay, so debt peonage is historically the way a lot of these smaller police stations were even formed. It was to criminalize black people after the Reconstruction era.
Right.
After
Okay.
the Reconstruction era.
Yeah,
And
I
it
know the
switched
Democrats
from,
really fucked our state. I
you
know
know, a lot of people saying that black slaves were like docile, you know, they're polite, they're loyal, but once the Reconstruction era ended, this switched to criminalize them and essentially forced them into slavery underneath legal action.
Okay.
Are you aware of this?
Oh, interesting. I'm reading about it
Yeah,
now.
no, I'm aware of the framing that you're giving, and I'm also aware
What do
of
you mean
the
framing,
oral
bro? It's
history
just the
from
truth.
I'm aware of the oral history from my family who has lived in Alabama for several generations, right? So I know
what did they
exactly
say?
what you're talking
What
about
did they say?
from the perspective of my family members who have told
And
me
what
about
did
it.
they
So I'd
say?
like you to get to your point.
What did they say?
What did they say? Well, the Klan and the Democrats came around and fucked with the
I never
black people
mentioned
that
the Klan.
worked.
Never
The
mentioned the Klan.
Klan and the Democrats came around and fucked with the black people that worked on my grandparents' farm, and
Okay, this
they
has
tried
nothing
to
to do with what I
run
just told
off
you.
the black people who worked on my grandparents' farm by going to their house and burning a cross in their front yard. And what my
Okay, do you know what a
grandfather no,
sundown
shut
law
up and let
is?
me tell you what my oral
Well,
history
you're
is.
talking
Since you
about something
asked,
that's
shut up and let
unrelated
me
to what
tell
I
you what my
said.
oral history is since you asked. So my
But it's
grandfather
unrelated to what I
shut up
said.
and let me
He
tell you
wants
my
to tell
oral
his
history since you
his
asked.
whole life story, dude.
I know.
No,
but
he's
this is unrelated.
Tell
pretending
his
like he
life
knows something about the
story.
fucking South, and I'm telling him to shut the fuck up and listen to somebody who's from
I'm
the
sorry,
South and
do you
actually
need to be
knows
black
about
to
it
understand
because he
racism?
has a family oral history of several generations.
If I
of
was
people who are
black
from
and you
here.
want to talk to me
We're
about
not all
racism,
fucking
and then
racist.
I said I'm
the
black, you
entire
can't know
system
that?
wasn't
Is that an
racist.
acceptable thing to say?
No, I'm not going to let you disparage my
Exactly, so
fucking
shut up.
state. It's not any different. There's not a system. People today are much different than they were 100 years ago. People are different.
I know that.
Black people
But the
are
systems-
fucking racist too, man,
the
because they have an
systems-
in-group preference as well. There's no
The
such thing as like a
systems are
perfectly
not.
non-racist
A lot of
system.
them
So
are the
what-
exact same.
So what is the system, I guess, Zerka? Because I can make an argument for what I would call systemic racism. I haven't heard that from anyone. So,
Wait,
but
do
I'm
it.
curious then
Do
what
it.
you
Wait,
say.
I want to hear your.
Oh,
I want to hear your version.
Okay.
Of it.
Systemic racism comes from John
man.
Rawls and David Bell, right?
You almost got it,
Critical
Dusty.
Race Theory, 1990. I mean,
Yeah,
Well, I want to hear the
Made up
conservative.
bullshit.
We got a conservative on our side. We got to get on the.
Okay, yeah, I'll give my
Let
thing.
me-
Okay, I'll give my
yeah.
thing.
I'm not arguing
Because-
progressive or conservative right now. You
Yeah,
know that, right?
postmodern bullshit.
No,
That's
no,
history,
Tessie's
man.
asking for me
No,
to
I
say
just-
my piece on it. So I will say my piece on it. I would say because I'm not. I mean, there is like racial differences, obviously, to some degree. I think we flatten everything to try to make it seem like there's not. But I think, looking at like crime stats and stuff, I don't think it's like, black people do more crime in the U.S. because they're black. I think the racist thing would be to say that, and the retarded other side, no offense to you, Zale, would be to try to deny that black people commit more crime in America. That's fucking insane.
No,
we have to ask. Wait, let me
commit more
finish. Let me finish my little spiel. Okay, so I think we have to look back. Why, right? So that's the whole issue. So black people in the past, right, were obviously discriminated against in the antebellum period and in Jim Crow and all this stuff. And so now we have these inequities or inequalities, kind of both, I guess. And so now we're trying to fix that. So the systems themselves, I don't think, are problematic, but we end up having.
That's what it is. So you're trying to fix the housing
Yeah,
system.
isn't that the systematic or the systemic part of it? It's the system.
No, you're selling Marxism. No, you're selling Marxism with a hierarchical problem of race. Instead of you're fucking
this is the disagreement. Like, I don't think right now, Testy. Right now, I would say there's no system.
I don't listen to fucking commies. You can go fucking suck a dick, you commie.
Jesus.
He's great.
I just want to finish my thing. Okay, so I don't think there's any system that is explicitly racist right now. But I think that because of the systemic stuff in the past, we end up in a place where we have inequalities, and I think it's fair to acknowledge that and to try to fix that to some degree. Okay. The question that I would have is how exactly. That's what it is. Well, that's what I'm saying. So I don't think. Yeah. But a different thing would be like, I've heard people. This is a random example, but it always bugs me when people say that like that crack cocaine has a higher penalty, or did, I don't know if it still does, versus coke, and that's because crack is a black drug and coke is a white drug. And I think that's retarded. And if you know anything about drugs, I think that's retarded. People on crack it's a way, when you make something smokable, even though they're both cocaine, you're way more likely to do insane shit than if you're like just snorting cocaine, which is how most people use it. So there's a good reason why crack has a much higher penalty than powdered coke.
Because you're right. I mean, crack should get
but that's an example. Exactly, but that's an example a lot of people will use. I've heard Destiny use that. He says, "Oh well, it's because it's a black drug, and that's why they were." And it's a racial thing, and it's like it's not a racial thing. It's just that one makes you, if one makes you more like violent.
I think that kind of is a red herring in this conversation, in my opinion. That's why I won't bring it up. What I'm trying to bring
I'm just
up
giving an example of what I've heard from other people, including Destiny, who were reacting to. And that's like, otherwise, like, you're talking about redlining and stuff. Yeah, there are examples. Right now, I don't think we can point to a system. All that, if what you're saying, Zerka, and I'm sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot. I'll finish this. But if all we mean is that the system is upholding kind of the status quo, and in the current status quo, black people are more impoverished and stuff, then I agree. If by systemic racism we mean that there is some the system is currently okay. So if that's what we're saying, then fine. But otherwise, if we're saying that there's a systemic issue today, I want to tell you the
benefit of it, okay? Because the benefit of it is really important. The benefit of systemic racism being a problem is that it actually abdicates the burden of calling everyone racist individually. It's really good on that, because really is not going to help anyone if you just run around going, you're a racist, you're a racist. When a cop does something and you immediately go, that's because he's fucking racist, it doesn't do anything. So systemic racism does something really good when you talk about it. I know, but it's really unlikely, okay?
Well,
like individual racists are less likely.
No, you're saying that the socialized descriptors instead of individualize them, right? Like racism.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that the systems
individual. It is not something that is inside of a culture.
That people operate
you're trying to slip in there that individualism no longer exists because we're a part of a collective.
No, I'm not.
That's not even close. You're talking about you're selling this race shit, and then you're giving these economic prescriptions about how we make it all better by giving free housing to people because you're a fucking Marxist. Because that's what Marxists do.
I'm starting a crypto coin, everybody. Would you invest?
You're trying to tell me your family's history in Alabama?
Dude, answer this because you disparaged Alabama.
I'm saying that the benefit of
you did go after Alabama.
Point to people and go, you're fucking racist. You're fucking racist. It's systemic and it needs systemic solution.
Alabama about.
What?
Dude, listen, Alabama sucks, all right? It's just the way it is. It's the objective truth.
Anson, because people conflate this shit a lot, where people conflate interpersonal racism with systemic racism. And I often see that that's abused. I'll agree. Like, especially people will use them interchangeably depending what serves their argument. So there is a case to be made. I agree on an individual level. People probably quote unquote feel interpersonal racism more. If somebody calls you a slur to your face, like that has an impact.
Doesn't fix anything, right?
But sorry.
It doesn't fix anything, so we can't fix these issues if we just keep calling people racist.
If you shame them for,
I agree. Yeah.
No, if you.
But
shame
I just we're talking about two different things. I feel like
I am talking about systemic racism.
Yeah, I agree.
Systemic racism
I agree.
Doesn't exist. Racism is something that exists within an individual only. Now,
I don't know. The thing, like,
I just explained the
Zerka, you agreed with my definition of systemic racism, but I don't think that's what most people mean. They mean there's something intrinsic about the systems that are racist themselves. I would deny that. I think they just reinforce the same system.
What you described
just means that the system is disadvantaging some groups.
Conflict. Well, it lives in the minds of people.
Critical race theory by Derek Bell.
Racism.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not what we have. That, like, for example, that's not what Zill is saying, right? Zill is talking about it, so that, and that's what I hear from the left as well.
The topics and concepts we talk about.
Hold on.
This guy just called me a communist, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's because you're saying there's racism, so we need to have.
He calls me a communist too, so you know.
Redistribution of wealth to fix social problems is fucking communism.
I mean, considering I've literally argued with Ancom, and called communism stupid, and
yeah, just because you deny your Marxism doesn't mean you're not a Marxist. It means you're a fucking liar.
Is he a Marxist?
He's
not a Marxist.
For saying he is. But confluence. So let me ask you something. If, as Anson says, racism is purely an individual thing, right? That racism is feelings that people have against other people based on, i.e., skin color.
Racism is a thinking disorder. It's applying fallacious logic to interpersonal relationships.
Okay, so then if we assume that people with this thinking disorder get into government, get into legislatures,
right,
and they start making laws based on that thinking disorder, and asking those laws to become part of the legal system,
right,
is that not now systemic racism? So racism has.
I would say. So then I would say point to the law. I don't want to be like a Ben Shapiro, but like point to the law that you think is racist, right? Because if we're just saying that it's reinforcing the status quo.
Most police stations were made to do tapionage back in the day.
Sundown laws have not been a thing in my state my entire life.
Point to the law that is
For
currently
your life,
used.
That's great, bro, but we're talking about
point in 2026, what current law would you point to? Because Ancom Sai is saying that these racists have made a law, and so the laws are going to be racist. So then point to the law that we think is racist.
Wait,
shouldn't that be an easy thing to do?
The police in some of these states were formed specifically to criminalize black people.
That's not an answer to what I asked, though, Zerka.
But that's institutional. That is an answer.
Wait, I want to take
That's not an answer. Because Ancom Sai said that we have racists that create laws. So I'm saying, and so what is the law then? What law are we looking at that we think is an untoward law that we should fix?
You're looking at this the wrong way. So, like, let me just attempt this. So it's not just through like a legal lens. Like, there's also like lending practices and housing, right? Wealth accumulation, or that you can't build generational wealth. So these things I feel are interconnected. We always look at the legal system for disparities, which I understand. But when you're saying systemic,
right?
but systemically, right? Like, even if you're looking at banks denying loans to like, people like black people, like that is also
banks now are denying loans based on race. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking serious? You can't be for real. You can't be for real, Testy. You can't be for real.
I hate you acting credulous like this. Like,
confluence. They don't deny it with like they don't send a letter to the guy and go, "You're black. You're getting denied." That's dumb.
Yeah, you actually think banks that care about money. You think they're using their personal race bias. You don't think they're just trying to money max right now. I'm not talking about redlining in the past. I'm not talking about all this gay shit from before. I'm talking about 2026. You think a fucking bank is doing this? It's not today. If you think about it, Zerka, it's not today.
Listen to me. I work. Please. I worked for a company and I had to run credit checks for people. The neighborhood that you're in So, like all of these metrics that Equifax and all these other places track, simply the neighborhood that you live in affects your likelihood to get. This is built into the system.
Why do you think it's because they're black, Testy, or do you think it's because of crime rates in that fucking area?
Crime rates. I'm saying it's
crime rates changes housing costs.
I'm not saying, but okay. It's like saying
Cement doesn't have mens rea, dude.
No,
what the fuck?
You're looking at this in like a two-dimensional way, which is frustrating.
Systematic doesn't mean there's any mens rea. It means
you're looking at it in a fucking gay-ass way, Testy.
Confluence. It was explicitly because they were black, and now because they essentially have far less wealth in general, right? It's what is it? Black people are 14% of the country, but hold like what, fucking 2% of the wealth. Right?
I know that, but this is what Zerka, this is what you and me at least agreed on, is I think that the laws and stuff and practices reinforce the status quo in the same way that if we talk about like wealth mobility and stuff or social mobility and stuff of like rising up
an exact discriminatory law today?
Caught up on the word racism.
Well, because then Testy fucking triggers me by saying that like acting like a bank is like looking at someone's race or making, which is like fucking
a black applicant to get denied compared to white
it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
That's looking at the outcome. That's looking at the outcome.
If you're black, 16.5 if you're white.
Okay, so you're
that's
saying
the same thing at looking at arrest statistics, like Zill was doing, and saying that there's something racist. No, it's black people have less wealth than white people. Statistically in America,
stats again. Look at the exoneration stats percentages again by race.
I did.
And you tell me there's no systemic racism.
That's not a systemic issue.
Yes, it is. Exonerations is proof. Exonerations is proof.
You're retarded, Zill.
No, that's proof.
You're retarded. You're retarded.
Exonerations is proof. It's racial. Look at the stats again, Confluence.
I looked at it already.
Okay, what was the percentage by race, Confluence?
Bro,
this is proof of systemic racism. How is this confusing to you?
Yeah, and because they commit more crimes, they'll have less economic opportunities and not get as many loans.
Huh? Wait, what?
Well, because they commit more crimes, they'll have less economic opportunities, so they'll get less loans.
Yes, obviously, black people statistically are going to get less loans if they have less wealth, right? They have worse credit on average. They're going to. That doesn't mean that someone's like, hey, what is their? Wait, yeah, I disavow that. I disavow.
Because the natural question here is, why do they commit more crime, right?
Because they have, but it's a cultural thing and it's a societal thing. It's a combination of a whole lot of different factors.
I think it's rooted in history. I don't think it's rooted in them being black.
What does culture mean?
Means the situation.
Culture is the collective of minds.
So you're saying it's inherently to their culture, or are you saying it's an exogenous reason?
Racism.
I'm saying that it's fluid and it's because
of but something external is forming it a little, right?
There may be racist people that they've interacted with, but you know what? I've interacted with racist people also who have done things against me and prevented me from having
culture means
you don't see me going around crying about it, wanting a Marxist answer to have the government force them to give me things.
That's great.
Marxism.
Here's my Marxist question for you: is culture inherently committing crime?
You were saying before,
is black culture inherently going to commit crime?
Sheriff's offices or whatever. You were like the sheriff.
You should try to answer it.
Are black people and their culture inherently crime
That's
committing?
a fucking genetic fallacy, right?
Zerka, I'll bite the bullet. Zerka, I'll bite that bullet. I think that aspects
informal fallacy because all you have is fallacious logic and appealing to fucking emotions because you're a fucking commie.
Zerka, there is aspects that have been tied, unfortunately, in with black culture that I think is more like
and is that external
crime coded.
Is it external?
Internal as in like biological or like what do we mean? Internal, well, I think like if we look at like a low hanging fruit of like, like rap music and stuff, it's like, well, there is some celebratory aspect of these things.
Form cultures that are more violent though, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So socioeconomic conditions are why culture in black communities could be a little bit more violent, right?
Sure.
So how do we fix that?
Well, that's the question. I would always say my stance is always go back
to how we criminalize.
I would what criminalize?
It was supposed to be 40 acres in a mule.
Look at how we criminalize black people.
No, I don't. I think my response is always we should start as early as we can. So with like early education, we shouldn't be doing like college,
so we
the
don't
SAT
fund
shit,
black
and like having lesser stuff.
Whatsoever, right? The way the United States works is it was designed. Wait. No, this is really important. Okay, we designed our education system to be paid for by local property taxes. We know black people have no money, so aren't we systemically giving them bad education right now?
No, that's not how it works, man. So they collect the property
not?
taxes. No, they collect in my state, like specifically in my city, the schools that are majority black get like way more funding than the schools that are white.
No, they get some extra funding.
And the white
schools
still do better.
to the amount of funding that comes from property taxes.
No,
for
I'm not
wealthy
insane. I've actually looked at it.
You're
I've looked
insane,
at the
bro.
numbers before. The black schools get way
you're
more
bugging
funding
right now.
because they get all kinds
If you're
of
looking at an inner city black
funding,
school in LA
but the
that has like
outcomes are still
25,000
worse
kids,
because the culture is different.
if you're
within
looking
the
at
black
a
community,
school with
and they don't
25,000 kids,
value
you need to
things
remember
without
that every
having
dollar is going to be
preference
fucking Bitcoin.
for doing
okay?
things the way that white people do.
You've lost your
No,
mind,
you're
sir.
stupid. We fund
No, I'm
fucking
not
local
stupid.
schools with property taxes.
Okay,
That's what we do here.
I live in a culture and in a society that is very mixed race. There's lots of black people, lots of white people.
Right.
I've interacted with these people. I've gone to school with them. I've been the only white kid in a schoolroom before. If any of y'all ever did y'all grow up in that kind of environment, or are y'all just talking from like a position of like
It's anecdotal. What does that have to do with this conversation?
Because y'all don't know what y'all are
yapping,
fucking
yapping.
talking about. You sound like a bunch of fucking morons.
Okay,
That's
you've
why.
qualified yourself in your own eyes. Now what?
You don't know that we fund schools with property taxes. It seems.
I know. I'm telling you.
I think Anson knows
it's an
that.
irrelevant argument that you.
How's that irrelevant? That's how you fund education.
Fund the black
Confluence
schools
just said
for
we should
money
get to them early.
because they get
Fund
special
education.
preferential treatment through federal funding than the white schools do, but the outcomes are still worse for the black majority schools because they have different
No,
preferences.
it's not because you're
for
talking about a school with
educational
25,000 kids and
It's
comparing
like
it to a school
Asian
with like
communities have a
2,000.
different preference also, and so
Do you not
Asian
realize you're
students
doing
do
that?
better in terms of school.
Do you not
outcomes
realize you're
than
doing
other
that?
countries do because they have different cultural.
Why are
preferences.
you comparing 25,000 kids in a school to 2,000?
I'm explaining to you that there's nothing wrong with different.
Seems like
cultural
you really don't
groups
want to
having
answer that
different
question. That's
preferences.
what it seems like
we
to
don't
me.
need to fix it with Marxism and communism like you want.
I never said fixing
Yeah,
is
you do.
communism.
No,
you
he
fucking
just
moron.
took the third
Aren't you
option.
saying that
to
about
not
Alabama
answer.
does that now?
I just showed Confluence how we really don't spend any
You haven't
money
shown
on
anybody
black
anything. You just
education,
sound like
which
a
would be a
fucking
good way to
idiot
make
the
sure they
entire
stop
time
committing
you've been on
crime.
that
Better
First of all, you
education,
haven't
have to
shown
pay
me.
for it.
First of all, this was my thing that I said. You haven't fucking shown me this. This is my suggestion.
Do you dispute it then? Do you think we don't spend property taxes? Is that how we fund local schools?
Yeah, and obviously, if the neighborhood is impoverished, then the school is going to get less money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we did that on purpose. That's why the education system is systemically kind of racist because we
No,
did that
it's
on
not.
purpose.
That's
I
not
don't
how
know
it
if we
works
did that on
functionally.
purpose.
It was.
I mean,
to
when it
put our
was
boots
designed, my
on-
friend,
was.
yes,
You're
that's
doing
what it
the
was for.
genetic
They didn't want
analysis.
to
That's
send
how it
millions of
works
black
in
schools.
That's
that's
this way, so
Tessie,
it's
Tessie,
always
that better
that
not
way.
be you. Tessie, that better not be you because you're
Just look
fucking
it up.
Canadian. It works
Says
the same
Alabama,
here. It works
Alabama.
the same
Same
here.
here.
All
Dumbass.
this is being
It works the
designed,
same here,
Yeah, we
Tessie.
get the same
Do
Alabama
we have that
schools
same
in India.
problem? Did we do it
Alabama
to oppress the black
Constitution
people?
of 1901.
Well, then
We
Canada's
barely-
retarded as well.
Stop. That's how property. That's how property taxes
No,
in schools
it
are
looks like
funded in a lot
Alabama
of places.
specifically did this.
Retarded
No,
places.
I'm saying it produces unequal outcomes.
But Destiny,
Yeah.
you live in the
It's
most
not an
retarded
idea.
place, brother.
Well,
You live in the
don't. We
most
don't have the
retarded
best
place.
education compared to Canada.
Wait, why are you coming at me? Why-
Really? I'm coming at you, Testy, because if you're saying property taxes are in some ways like the way schools are funded is racist, I'm saying we live in Canada. That's how it fucking works in Canada too.
They're the ones who need the most
Federal
education.
funding.
So
I'm not going
funding
to sit here and say that
You think rich
funding
people can't
through
afford to pay
property
for their own
taxes
kids'
is just, like
education?
inherently
Yeah,
yeah,
racist.
so
That's
funding
retarded.
for a school
Schools
is
be
less of
funded
a
the same.
correlate for outcomes
What we care about is outcomes.
than
We care about
culture.
outcomes.
So if you want good outcomes for students, then they have to grow up in a household with two parents, right? That care about them and actually want to help them do their
Oh my
educational stuff.
You
That's
think?
way more important. And part of the reason why the black community is having so much trouble with their education is because they've had their culture degenerated to the point where there aren't
And
intact
how's it being
families,
degenerated?
family units
Internally
for
or
black
externally?
homes. Because
Internal or
libtards
external?
like you want them
Internal or
to
external?
degenerate, right?
Answer the
Now,
question.
you just need to reform your ways and stop
Internal or
promoting
external?
degeneracy,
What is
and the black
degenerating
people will
them?
be doing better. Why are you promoting racist, degenerate lifestyles?
What
ruining
is
these black
degenerating
people's
them?
lives, Circer?
You answer the question, dude.
No, why are you bigot? You're
Why not?
fucking promoting
You just
racism.
said that
with
their
your
culture is
leftism.
degenerating.
I don't need to put up with
External or
racists like
internal?
you, Circer. Why do you hate black people?
Internal or external?
Yeah, I don't know why you hate. Is it an internal problem or an external problem for you hating?
It causes a lot of crime.
It's an external problem.
It's an external, so that's why you hate black
racism.
people. Good. Okay, Confluence, can you kick him because he's being racist?
He's such a bitch, dude. You really want Anson?
Wait, but Anson, what's wrong with being racist?
Exactly. That's my fucking point. Thank you, Ancom. I appreciate that.
He just really wants to say black people internally fucking.
You're the one saying he should be kicked because he's racist. Why is that a bad thing?
Oh my god, that was okay. You're autistic. That was a joke.
No, I'm aware it was a joke. Now I'm making.
It's really easy to say culture is degenerating, by the way, but it's really hard to actually think about why. I know.
I was explaining to you the reasons why, but you weren't listening because you're so caught up in your esoteric
somewhere between
genetic fallacy argument about how something was established one way 100 years ago, so it must always be that way. That's all you have is your genetic fallacy argument. That your entire presupposition is fallacious.
Terrible behavior and terrible culture is what's being pushed in the media and everything. That's what I think.
Okay, so it's external.
Does not want to deal with inequality.
I mean, rap music, right?
What is rap music about? Education is just going to exaggerate your.
What is rap music about?
Being cool.
I mean, kind of gangs and things like that form whenever you feel like you don't have power in your communities, right? That's a pretty common way that we psychologically think gangs exist, right?
They
So
make
being in a
rap
gang-
music because they feel like they don't have power in their community.
Rap music is about speaking truth
No,
to power
gangs.
as
Gangs
well. It's
are
about
essentially
speaking
what that
truth.
is.
I mean, look at reggae,
So
right?
gay,
Or
Zill.
blues.
So gay.
Like, yeah.
I
It's
mean,
out of
kiss my ass, Confluence.
No, but
No,
If
that'd
you
be
like you aren't
gay.
represented
I
by
know you
anything
want
in your
that,
government,
but
you make a gang.
No.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4". I don't have power in my community.
It feels like you never read anything against this position ever, so why does it matter?
I've only read rap lyrics, sir.
Yeah, I don't read.
I mean, psychology is pretty.
It's an Alabama
pretty,
thing.
Specific on this. I mean, that's really why we make gangs.
In the mornings, yeah.
Also just throwing grenades.
I think it's
You
kind
think
of
of white
weird
gangs
thing
too,
to say.
Hell's Angels, things like that. I mean, when they feel like they don't have any representation, they usually make these things.
Who does have power in their community? Do you have power in your community?
I feel represented as a.
No, you yourself. What power do you have in your community?
I can vote, and I feel like the police aren't going to try and criminalize.
Speaking
me.
truth to power rage.
He can suck a
can't do
Stalin's
that?
cock. That's what he does.
So, like when you grow up in like
Everyone
a
can't do
poor
that.
black community, my friend, okay, you feel like you have no
because they don't have IDs. They
representation.
don't have power
You
to
have
vote.
parents, they're all in jail or something, right? Because they had like a dime of.
I mean, gerrymandering in Alabama was a thing the Supreme Court had to come in and say you couldn't
In
gerrymander.
Alabama,
out
every
black
state
cities.
Gerrymanders. It's not an Alabama.
They don't
thing.
gerrymander out black, specifically black cities
No,
and
it's
towns.
it's not specifically blacks. It's
wasn't talking
political
about
groups. Black people just happen to be predominantly one political group, so it looked racist, but it was more political. You don't gerrymander for racial purposes. You do it for political purposes.
They did. That's why the Supreme Court ruled on it.
But Castle, like from a real politique point of view, why the fuck would you ever do that? You would just be trying to, like, even if it ended up being a racial thing, that obviously wouldn't be the intent. The intent would be to maximize how much political power you're gaining.
My friend's name is gerrymander.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about, Confluence?
That's the whole reason why
that's why we gerrymander.
Yeah.
No, gerrymandering is just a
Yeah, but it's-
mathematical trick where you can get more votes if you just split things up into certain.
I know.
Right.
I know, and I'm saying if it ended up being down racial lines, I'm saying obviously that's unintentional. Obviously, the goal would be to maximize. This is like saying banks don't want to give loans to black people. It's like the dumbest shit ever. It's like the main incentive that people have is to win elections, and the main incentive bankers have is to maximize their profits. They're not going to sacrifice in 2026 and look at someone's fucking race and be like, oh, I don't want to give a loan to a black man.
Denied his
gentrification? You talking about gentrification?
What you got?
No, we're not. Who's talking about gentrification?
Wait, Confluence. In
You said maximize
2023, the
profits.
Supreme Court ruled that
we're
the
talking about
congressional
loans.
map was illegal by diluting black voters. That would be just
I know, but that's
dilute their
that
vote.
ends up. But Castle, I'm asking you: do you think that's because they were actually trying to eliminate and weaken the voting power of black people, or do you think that just ended up being they were trying to maximize how much they could win in certain elections, and that ended up falling down racial lines, which the Supreme Court found was untoward?
They're both mutually inclusive.
But I'm saying, let's say there was a group of people that was like super advantageous to demarcate the political zones in one way, and they ended up being black, but they're all like GOP supporters, right? Do you think the map could be different? Do you think their intention is to be racist, or is their intention just to figure it out?
Whether it's constitutional or not. And unfortunately for me, I think gerrymandering is illegal.
It's unconstitutional.
And nothing to do with black.
But I mean, what's just done in California?
That's not okay. Well, then why the fuck are we talking about that? I thought we were talking about systemic racism.
Do you disagree with what happened in California just a moment ago with the congressional map?
Went through the state.
Do you disagree with the mapping of the congressional map in California?
No,
do you disagree with the remapping of the congressional map in California?
Yes.
It's a yes or no question. Can you answer yes or no?
It's a no.
Yeah.
Hey, you said
do you disagree with the congressional map in California?
Yeah. So how does that bill work?
Yeah, we already established
he's saying that.
debating.
I mean, how does that bill work?
The congressional map.
I'm gonna ask you once again. Do you disagree with the redistribution of the congressional map in California?
You're back for more.
Do you disagree with the redistribution of the congressional map in California?
Answer the question,
How does
sir.
it work, Emmett?
I just answered the fucking question, you fucking commie fucker.
I already said yes. How does it work?
Okay, I know that you disagree with it.
know?
Yes, okay.
Do you know?
You said that you disagree with it, right?
Do you know how it works?
Congressional
Do
map.
you
He doesn't know
do
how
you
it
disagree or
you don't know,
not?
do you?
Whenever I get
disagree
lost,
with
I
it or
follow the
not?
congressional map.
I'm glad you're
Yeah,
here,
I
man, because
do.
you're gonna get fucked again. You know that, right?
He's not gonna get. You got fucked
I'm not-
last time. You get fucked every
getting
time you get this because you fucking.
Every
suck.
single
Don't
time
take
you
your
talk,
dick
you
out.
get fucked. In fact, you're still sucking Stalin's cock. Just like Seal right there, and that's
Well,
what
you
you
gotta suck
don't.
it before you
You
fuck
guys
it.
are just
Southern.
you guys are just sucking.
Keep
You know,
revealing your
Stalin's
character,
fucking
you
cock.
degenerate.
You're still
know that
choking
the
on it.
California
You're
law
a
revert back to the
degenerate. Keep revealing
independent,
yourself,
I
heathen.
I never choke.
I'll suck
the
all those
independent
cocks.
version
You're
that
still
was. You know that?
Well,
Well,
you can't
not
even
you,
explain the
Bradley,
law.
but they're still choking. Sir
So
Carr,
in 10
Tesla
years, it
Johnson,
reverts
and
back to
still,
the
they're still choking
independent
on
right?
the Stalin's cock right
Are
there.
you aware of that?
Yeah, whip it out, Emmett.
Yeah,
I'll
you're
suck-
all fucking commies. Okay, shut up, you bad
Yeah, you
atheist.
don't
You're
know.
degenerate,
bad
government.
Why
You're
are there so many
degenerate.
Such a bad atheist.
Too
I'm
much.
just owning it, bro. I'm
You're
you want
talking
to?
too much.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you're just a bad atheist. I agree with you. I told you already.
We're the
Fucking bad atheist. Where are your morals? Oh,
I'm not sure
even
that
even
there's
even through your own
nothing out
fucking
there.
morals, you're bad.
I'm not
one.
quite sure if there's nothing.
Good
out there.
one, bro.
And
Good
you're showing
one.
Even
us
through your own
garbage
morals,
you're
right
bad.
now.
You know,
Even
Guys,
through
stop
your own
reclaiming
fucking
the
morals,
game.
you're bad.
Stop
Even
reclaiming
through your
it.
own fucking morals, you're bad. Sir
I've
Carr,
noticed conversation's pretty
Sir
hard
Gay.
with a few certain people.
I
This guy
understand
right
that
here,
the conversation is pretty hard for
he
you.
definitely
You know,
torpedoes your
it's just like
stream, bro.
language is very hard for you. Is there anything that's not
Like,
hard for you?
I don't think he can continue
Probably
the
chucking and
conversation.
Stalin's cock is the only thing that's not hard for you.
I already said I'd suck cock,
well,
bro.
his cock is hard.
Cock.
I don't
That's
think he has.
not
I don't think. You know,
What's
it's
the one
impossible
big
to
one?
know if he has a cock or not. I don't think so. I think he's a lesbian.
We can only
Cosplay.
handle one gay person on panel at once, okay?
Oh well, then you have to get rid of Sergey and Testy Johnson and Silzone immediately.
You're gay.
We already have
got owned last night and well today. No, actually, see,
we can only accept Bradley if that's the
I
case.
cannot say about last night because I have no fucking idea. I don't know if any of us really do, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, that,
I don't even
that
know
coin
if
person,
Zerka knows
again,
if he got owned or not.
There's two
I think
outcomes
it's
here, okay? He was talking
like a
about monetary
Schrodinger's
base,
owning.
and either he was
There's
being
two
ignorant on
outcomes
purpose
here.
or
There's a lot of
purposely
outcomes
misleading.
here, Sergey. But
one's
well, in
caused
fact, there's
different
only one
monetary.
outcome here. You're gonna get destroyed again. That's the only outcome that we're
You're gonna get the
see.
tree.
Yeah,
We're gonna get
this
the
guy is like a
tree,
torpedo, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
I
let's
came
not
here
bring
to the.
people into
yes,
the
that's
thing on my
I just
channel,
came
please.
here to tell you
It's really-
stupid.
it's almost impossible.
That's
to
the
get
only
a
reason.
conversation, I feel like.
Sergey, are you still
Stupid,
happy
and you're
with
going
the
to
fact
go
that
in
you
the
use
tree and you're
politically all
gonna
of the
suck
T's?
Stalin's cock.
Does it make you happy that you're still using all of the T's
Are you being racist
for your own
against
benefit
nationality?
politically?
You don't like
I feel like we're. Look, it's fun to hate on Zerka. I enjoy hating on Zerka as much as the next guy, but I don't know if Zerka is necessarily.
It's dogpiled, you know.
I don't know if he deserves it.
Dogpiled? There's three of you, motherfuckers. Only one of me right now.
Yeah. There's more. There's
feel like
you're
I'm on
3v1ing.
circus
You got
You're
Silson, you got the fucking Johnson here, you know, fucking bad atheist, and you go Sergey here. Yeah, I realize that you all suckers are completely just not
And
shocking
then
and
there's
standing
you,
cock,
just like
but it has
punching
nothing
at
to
the
do
air,
with
I
me.
think, right?
It's your own
Yeah,
fucking
punching at the
bullshit.
air, dude.
Keep showing your degeneracy, kid.
Yeah,
I'm
why are
your
you so degenerate,
degeneracy.
sir?
If this were a movie, we'd
I'm
like,
sorry,
over you
I
in the
don't suck
corner,
on
you'd
Stalin's
be
cock
fucking
like these
like,
fuckers.
really
The degenerates are
fucking
them, in and of themselves.
I'm also a bad atheist. I believe in God, but I'd like to think there's nothing out there.
Yeah, you're a bad atheist.
Why would you want there to be nothing?
Fair position, Bradley.
I'm a bad atheist. I believe in God, but I'd like to think there's nothing out there.
Wait, what do you mean? Do you want eternity?
Dude, that is hilarious.
It's called being retarded. You're not a bad atheist. You're just a retarded person.
Sweet embrace
Do you
of the
want
abyss.
eternity? Confluence? Do you want eternity?
I fucking want eternity. Absolutely, I do.
I feel like eternity to me sounds not good.
Kind of boring
It
after a
sounds-
while, right?
No, that's a
It's your
poverty of
preference.
imagination. It's a if God is
I mean,
eternal.
you're not gonna
It's
know
my
suffering
preference
anymore,
is to,
right?
to
So, like,
disappear into the ether and be nothing.
I mean, I'm
Yay!
looking at this from like a
Oh
my
god,
worldview, right? Or at
it's
least
so great. It sounds
dating
amazing.
reality.
So
I feel
dumb.
like the only way to know what's bad or good is to feel that, right?
Yeah,
I think after a couple
I
millennia, you
think
could ask God.
my understanding of heaven's a bit different. Maybe I think there could be like progressive growth, a spiraling
It's,
upward into the divine. The process of
Can
theosis,
you
as the Ortho
feel?
Bros say,
Can you feel
that could keep
suffering? or
going.
no?
Well, it depends what we mean by suffering. I think there'd be growth in heaven still, possibly.
My dick.
But even if there's not, if we're talking about experiencing an eternal God, I don't see how that like is going to get boring. Like that's using too much of like a human, I think, way of framing it.
That's a humanistic way to think about it. Yeah.
Don't tell them, Bradley. They will. They
even-
might
even
actually
from-
jump to the fucking screen to try to choke on yours too.
Even from and also K2, thank you for the $2. Why does Zerka hate our immigrant
You
friend?
mentioned Stalin, and they get watery. You know, they're like, oh, where is their cock? I need to choke on it.
I've been telling you this whole time, dude. I'm telling you to whip it out.
Yeah, I understand. I understand
What
that you
else do I
do
need
want to
to tell
choke on
you?
Stalin's cock. I
But
really
you
do.
know,
In fact, look at it. Look at your picture.
Yeah,
You're like
look at
trying.
it.
You look like a fucking shark going out after. You know,
dude.
going after
I'll-
Stalin's
I'll-
cock. You're
I'll-
right there,
Clean off, bro.
trying to figure it
All
out.
fall through a garden hose.
Emmett,
I understand.
Have you read Timothy Theologia, St. Thomas Aquinas?
What are you
like volume one?
showing us, Sanson? What the fuck am I
That's
looking
my,
at?
that's my receding hairline. You like
That's
it?
his ball sack.
I thought that
No,
was
it's
your
not
stomach.
receding.
I was-
I'm gonna call that degenerate, by the way.
Calm down, calm
Receding
down. That's just a
hairline.
receding
That's a
hair. It's not a
receding
ball
hairline.
sack. Calm down.
Yeah.
Don't
So
try
I
to
was
jump
gonna
to the
say-
screen, please.
Yeah, I gotta run. I got a real job to do. You know, I'm a you know
Did you get into a
exceptional
fight
wife,
with a fucking
so
razor?
I
Godspeed.
gotta
Godspeed,
go.
Hanson.
Y'all have a good night, Circer. It was horrible talking to you. I hope you never come
I
back.
know.
I mean, it was
The
good to
feeling's
see you,
mutual,
man.
you
Y'all have a
fucking
good night.
loser.
Good to see you, Anson. Have a good one.
Let's
Good.
not get
Thank you for
any
calling them a
more
bunch of
lawnmower.
fucking
Have a good
commies.
night, degenerate.
Jesus.
Bunch of
Confluence.
fucking
Have you read
commies.
St.
Somebody
Thomas
tried to
Aquinas?
scalp them. They were
Like
blind.
volume one,
Emmett,
Timothy
you're
Theologia?
a
You
degenerate.
guys are a bunch of
What's wrong
fucking
with you?
commies. That's what you
No?
are.
Yeah.
Emmett, who
Now
hurt
what?
you to make you like this?
Have you read
No one.
St. Thomas Aquinas?
I just listen to
Confluence.
retarded people on the internet,
I've
and
read some
you
of
just have to
them.
tell them that they
No,
like
no,
to choke on
you're
fucking Stalin cock.
lashing out.
You fucking
You're
genocidal
clearly-
suckers, okay? You cocksucker genocidal
have
Dude,
a
bitches.
don't chill
And you
his
come
face.
here and
Shut
pretend that
up.
you're not. You guys are like, oh, look at the
Oh, you
schnatzes
know.
are here, and then when people die, you're like, oh
You
my
have
god,
emotional
you
and
fucker,
Emmett,
you guys,
I'm
you
not
guys
really
go,
sure
you got
who
you
you're
you fucking
angry at right
genocidal
now.
cocksuckers. I don't give a fuck what you have to say when it comes to all of these, okay?
You
You
really
genocidal
don't.
cocksuckers,
Yeah.
bitches.
Who's wrong
Go
with this guy?
fucking choke on
Like, it's-
Stalin's cock.
Are
That's
you
what you
gonna
all
say
be
fucking
doing.
Stalin's
You all
cock?
be
Saying it,
fucking
man. It's
choking on
funnier. It's
Stalin's
funnier
cock.
every time you
That's
say
what
it.
you got. That's what you all be doing. All of you
Wait,
Is this
motherfuckers.
Sticker
no.
Johnson?
Okay.
Is he a genocidal? Like, what
Yes,
are we
he
talking
is.
about?
I'm pretty sure that he was pretty happy when fucking
You guys
Silson
should
was calling
put
everybody
penises in your
schnatzes.
mouth.
I mean,
Yeah,
he didn't even know what a fucking
himself.
ANCAP was.
Jerking
Fucking
off.
genocidal fucksucker
True, I didn't
cocksucker.
know in NCAP.
Zirkor right here doesn't even know what the
Right.
fuck he's talking
think
about,
you're-
okay?
you're-
And
I
he
think you're
goes over there and starts just
confusing- I think
fucking
you're
choking
confusing
on
people,
Stalin's
Emmett. I
cock.
think
And
you're
the
confusing
Sticky
people.
bro,
Johnson
you
is
gotta
right there
mute him.
doing the
You
same
have to
thing. They
mute
don't
him.
even understand what the fuck
Wait,
they're
wait,
talking
Emmett,
about.
He is literally a
Emmett,
torpedo.
wait, it's funnier the
Literally
more
a
times you
torpedo,
say it.
dude.
Can you say it
It's
again?
fun. It's funnier the more time you start
Yeah.
choking on the fucking Stalin's cock.
Oh,
Yes, it's funnier.
There it is.
I understand that it is super fun.
Wait,
It's
one more
super,
time.
super fun,
The more
especially
you
when
do
a
it.
bad atheist is trying
Call me
to
a
tell me
comment.
about what the fuck anything is.
Zill with
Funnier.
the
It's
Sticker
funnier the more
Johnson.
times
Okay,
you say
you're
the
getting
No,
your
they're the
grudge back. It's
these
confused.
three fuckers, the same bullshit.
Now
They're
the
the same
tree
thing.
fuckers? I thought they were
Yeah.
just suckers.
Sorry, that's exactly.
Yeah. Not you,
trees don't have
Bradley.
dick.
Yeah, not you, Bradley.
Like,
You're
I'm gonna
cool.
totally go on there and
You're my
own
bro,
these
Bradley.
idiots, these godless heathens. Look how.
Hey,
look how
compliments. Have you read St. Thomas Aquinas?
Not all of them, but
I mean, yeah, so volume 1. So like his volume 1 of Summa Theologia.
My name is Thomas.
I will be honest. I've clicked around a lot of parts.
He's gonna make the stupid idea that Thomas Aquinas was some kind of communist. He's so Sakar is so retarded that he doesn't even know how to read.
Let's hear where he's going now. Let's hear where. Let's hear where
Oh, I know where he's going.
I mean,
where are you going, Sakura? Are you gonna make
St.
that argument,
Thomas's-
fucking retard? Come on, make it.
St. Thomas Aquinas' like ideas on heaven, right? Which I found were pretty interesting. Obviously, I don't really agree with it, but it's about like the goodness of God in heaven and like how there will be no suffering, right?
Sure.
If you want to suffer.
I mean, the way he writes about it and thinks about it still feels kind of humanistic to me. But to me, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it would be a good thing. I don't know why.
What if you say
No, this is a question because I've thought about this. But even if we don't go into my idea, like I think God is eternal, and so I don't think we'll ever get bored. But even if we just think it in a humanistic way, like even life on Earth, right? So even a life on Earth, let's say you do like skydiving one day and then you take a trip to Maui for a week, and like I can come up with, let's say, 5,000 activities for each for one day. And then if I do that again after like 10 years, I repeat it. I don't think I'd ever get bored of that. You know, I haven't been like I used to go like kneeboarding at a cabin, you know, and I fucking love that. I haven't done it in years. I think if I did it again, it's going to feel, it's like wakeboarding, but like the easier version where you're like on your knees. And like I feel like I could do that if I did it every day, I'm gonna get bored. If I did it every 3 or 5 years, I think I could do that for all eternity. I truly think just even how like memory works, like in the same way that I can watch Breaking Bad like every like 4 years, and because you're gonna forget stuff. So even from a human point of view, I don't really get the argument how we get bored.
Confluence.
Okay, God, I'm gonna go because the only way you know what good is, right, is kind of knowing what suffering feels like in a way, right?
Yeah,
like but now we know that. So if we stopped feeling suffering, would we then stop knowing, or would we remember what suffering is and therefore know what good is because of that?
I got a real question.
Here's the question from St. Thomas himself. Okay?
Do you mean pain or sadness? What do you mean by suffering? Can you not feel
suffering encompasses all that?
Is that both?
Suffering encompasses all that.
I think a good definition of suffering would be something you're experiencing that you don't want to be experiencing. Just a general. I stole it from Alex O'Connor from a video I watched 2 days ago, but I feel like it's a good.
Bro.
What if
you're colloquially when people say you're going to go to heaven, right? They do say, at least colloquially and in writing, that suffering would not take place anymore. Now, I don't really need to define that, I think, right?
I hurt myself.
Yes, and hold on, we got a big super chat from the one you.
Woo!
Okay. Oh, Alex is a little behind in the stream, but that's okay. Can the downstream effects of past policies become signals that modern systems treat as risk indicators? Example: people are forced into certain areas.
Exactly what Testicle
These
Johnson was
factors
saying.
correlated with those areas to deny loans.
What he was saying about zip codes.
Right, but that's not. But Testicle Johnson was being kind of gay because he's saying they're denying it because they're black, which is just
I
like
did not say that.
he did, and then
instantly because I said the neighborhood.
Yeah. And it's like, in my opinion, I think
Testicle kind of gay.
Testicle Johnson should probably like go suck Stalin's cock if you think about it. You know,
bro. God damn.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a question.
Yeah, if that's all what we
St.
mean
Thomas
is zip
himself.
codes in the past history, then I agree. And thank you, Alex, for the.
So this is St. Thomas himself in Volume 2 of Summa Theologia. Okay.
Thomas Aquinas.
In question 102 for this, he says, "Of man's abode, which is paradise. We next consider man's abode, which is paradise. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry: whether paradise is a corporeal place, whether it is a place apt for human habitation, for what purpose was man placed in paradise, and whether he should have been created in paradise." So that's a question he asks in it, right? And he does, like, obviously, Summa Theologia is a bunch of objections, and then contrary, and then reply to the objections, right? And I mean, to me, it seems like he has a little bit of like a humanistic version of what it might be, right? But he thinks of the ways that I would object to it as well, right? So, like the tree of life. Actually, this is not about heaven, though, isn't it? This would be about paradise.
The tree of life.
Well, let's describe.
Give me a second. I'm gonna look through this a little bit more. Okay.
I like to go fishing
and
off
at
boat.
least from what you just read, I do think that it's better that we're not born in paradise. Just to respond to just one thought that came to my head, I do think this is why I think, and this is where I get a little woo woo, where I think it is good that Adam and Eve ultimately ate that fruit, because I think our future state of being in heaven, once we've suffered, once we have the knowledge of good and evil, I think will be ultimately better than if we didn't, and if we were just like born as pure beings. Because I do think there is some aspect of contrast that we have to experience there.
I
think it's better to quote Carl Jung. I'd rather be I'd rather be whole than good, and I would agree. I'd rather be whole than good. And I think like Adam and Eve were just good. They were innocent, right? But they weren't whole. And now I think in our ultimate state, when theosis is done and we become like God, then we will be whole.
The Garden of Eden was paradise. They were kind of bored in paradise, weren't they?
Well, first of all, it doesn't say they were bored. But second of all, they didn't have any experience of suffering or any knowledge of good and evil. So maybe it's possible to get bored. But I'm saying for us now, I don't really see that.
What
even
about
like my
paradise
example,
by the dashboard light?
I would argue
Stop
that,
right there!
Shut up. I would argue that there's much value in all of the good in the decisions we make in the human condition. And the value of that is accumulating over everything we do in our human experience. We have the choice to do good. And that's valuable. Why are you missing this point, Confluence?
What am I missing? What am I missing?
The value of good decisions. That's why this movie is playing out, because it's very valuable, the good decisions we make.
I agree. I think there is. Which
that
part?
is circular, right?
Wait, that's
as in the value of these decisions come from the very fact that we're doing the decisions.
Baby, let me see.
Yeah, well, the value comes from
It's very
the
circular.
fact that we could choose to do evil instead. That's why the value of.
But if value comes from the decisions or actions and what we do for decisions, then we're just being circular.
No, we're not being circular because
Well, how are you getting the value, then?
we're grounded in God's law. That's why it's not circular.
So the value of these decisions doesn't matter about what you actually take. It's about God's law.
It matters whether you choose to obey God's law, and
All
the
that
value
matters.
of
Does
if
it?
you
Doesn't
choose
the
to do
value of
that
the
or
decision
not
already be
is
predetermined by God's?
valuable.
I would say there's value in the experience, though. The experiential act of choosing that good decision. I'd say there's value in that.
So
Like
it
from
wouldn't be
the
about
human point of view.
It wouldn't be about the value of the decision or like whether or not values or decisions have value.
The
Right?
value
It would be
of
about the
decision
experience.
comes
afterwards.
from your choice. Otherwise,
Yeah,
and you're
I think
making
it's
the
I think
right
it's about
choice.
experiential. Confluence is not ignoring chat, Anson. Confluence is.
I'm assuming you believe in free will, though, right?
Yeah, I believe in free will.
I believe in free will.
Augustine's version of free will, right? Like early church free will, I guess.
I
Although
believe in,
not every Catholic
Mullen-
believes in free will, that way.
I implement Molinism philosophy.
I used to be a Calvinist, so I mean, depends.
Well,
Calvinists
Yeah,
are
no.
predetermined. They're determinists, so yeah, that would be someone who doesn't believe in free will.
We have a lot of free will nowadays. Now we have the free will to decide our gender. That's how much free will we have.
I think determinism is absurd.
I disagree with that.
Absurd. Okay,
I think
that's fine.
gender, by definition, means socially constructed, so self-identification is inherently just dumb. So
Sure. I don't know what that means.
it means you can't make your own gender. It's constructed by people around you. So gender
By
in and of itself,
penises and
definitionally,
vaginas? Is that how it's
that's not
constructed?
gender. That's biological sex.
Oh, my bad.
So when people self-ID,
Gender,
they're actually
genitalia,
not really. It's not
familial.
really appropriate.
That don't sound
If someone
like
wants to self-ID.
Gender, genitalia. That doesn't sound, a little similar. Do you think they have any correlation? Gender, genitalia.
The words are intertwined, my friend. But if you're trying to be clever, you're just looking dumb.
Okay, I'll look dumb all day. It's
Well,
still
he's
it's,
got an
I,
American
it's a thinker.
flag. That's
I'm
his
just
flag.
trying to make
Does
it.
female look like vagina?
Yes,
Are those
it does.
similar words?
Smells like one too.
Are those similar
Hey,
words?
come on. A woman
Are they?
is a female who's born with the
I don't wanna-
reproductive systems of a woman. That's
I don't
what
want
a woman
to. We
is.
could have the trans conversation. But I'm just saying.
No,
someone
please
able
no.
to
I'm
give
so
birth.
fucking over that conversation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Female
saying.
born with
Please
ovaries.
no.
Yeah, let's
So
just
tired
let's
of
go
fucking
back
talking
to
about
Thomas
trans people.
Aquinas or whatever the fuck. The
It's
Formosus.
Thomas
I
Aquinas
mean,
says we all
I
have
prefer to say
free will.
Formosus confluence.
I'm trying to
I
find
wanna-
the volume in which he
See,
talks
I'm
about
not
heaven.
that far
don't know why
left. I can
remember.
say what a woman is, sucker.
I feel like Testy was going to respond to what I'd said before about even if we don't go to an eternal state. I'm honestly curious about this
Wait,
because there's
I
no
don't.
right answer to this.
I don't.
Maybe
I
we're
was,
not.
I was barely paying attention. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to say something when I was saying that if I can imagine, let's say 1,000 activities that I could fill my days with. Yeah, and I could do that,
right.
you know.
So,
if I come up with 10 years, I could do it every 10 years, I think, for all eternity. And I think I would be fine with that.
40 years, you're going to need something new.
Wait,
question 91.
I don't think so.
Question 91.
Psychology, right? So you already know. I know you said you can't do it every day, right? But it's the same thing of like if you eat steak and lobster every day, right? Or your favorite food, whatever it is, eventually you'll get sick of it, right? So in the same fashion, I would agree. Maybe like if I do this thing every 10 years for the first 1,000 years, like I feel like eventually you will have done everything that you've wanted to do, and you can repeat that, you know, in like 10, 20 years at a time. But eventually, you will have there'll be no more novel experiences that you can.
I think based on how memory works, I just don't think that's the case. Like that's kind of assuming that we have like this permanent memory of everything.
I think the only place that it leads to would be like decadence, and you would have to.
Here you go. This is St. Thomas talking about the afterworld.
I like cookies.
The quality of the world after judgment.
And then you're like, I'm gonna put my dick in this thing now because I haven't done it before.
You're talking about the ferrets again, you fucking degenerate.
Oh yeah, you're right. I should pump the brakes a little bit. I don't want people to think I'm weird.
Pump up the brakes.
You can read it if you like, but quality of the world after judgment, right? So will there be a renewal of the world? Will the movement of the heavenly bodies cease? Will heavenly bodies be more brilliant? That'd probably be pretty close to what we're talking about, right? And we have some objections here.
Heavenly bodies.
And then the contrary parts, if you've never read St. Thomas Aquinas before, are him objecting to the objections. Okay, so
St. Thomas Aquinas.
For instance, an objection would be, it would seem that the world will never be renewed, for nothing will be but what was at some time to as a species. What is it that hath been? The same thing shall be, Ecclesiastes. Now the world never had any disposition. And then St. Thomas Aquinas is going to say, it is written in Isaiah that, behold, I create a new heavens, a new earth, and the former things shall not be in remembrance.
Oh, I forgot it already.
So this is his arguments for it, but maybe we should go to this one. So whether the brightness of the heavenly bodies will be increased to this renewal.
It's too bright.
Why would he even speculate on such a question? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Why, yes.
Well, I mean, don't you want to understand God? And I don't know.
Well, it's all speculation. Is this biblically based? Hello?
Yes, this is St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah, is he biblically
Are you kidding me?
basing these speculations?
Wait,
he is.
You
There's
know
scripture all over the fucking place. This Thomas Aquinas.
All very biblically based.
I think it's implied by his name.
What just happened?
It just sounds crazy for him to say such a crazy thing. Is there more
crazy
guy?
Did you not hear the part of his name that was Saint?
Bro, he's like one of the most important Catholic thinkers. And what are you talking about?
Extremely
It's just no point in.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
Such a question. That's my point.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's biblically based, and he's also biblical, and he's based. So
okay, whether or not you agree with it, though, I don't know if I agree with a lot of his objections. Like in his first volume, he talks about the divinity of God, the famous first cause principle. He expands on that excessively, and I think his argumentation is kind of circular as well, because you have to choose like a stopping point, right? But I mean, he kind of just does the whole, Euthyphro tag type thing where you have to ground it to something. And then you're like, well, God is goodness, and you're like, what is that? And they're like, it's an essence, and you're like, okay, you're just saying that essence is God. Then it's just really, to me, it's circular. But the point is, he does think about these things. I mean, there's an argument here, right? It's not like I can say he's wrong.
Okay,
but that's essentially what he's doing here. He's trying to understand what he thinks the Bible's saying about divinity after death, or how the heavenly bodies are going to be afterwards.
No, those are important things to think about.
I think more about Jim Carrey and what happened to his face.
I mean, it is written a long time ago, right? So it definitely is not perfect, like this guy said. It's
a couple of years ago.
He definitely there's fucking so many volumes he has to. I haven't read all of them, obviously, but.
Well,
really you know that like famous story about how his buddy was like, "Hey, you should finish this. You should really finish it." And then he had that spiritual experience. He's like, "Nah, all that shit's gay." I think is what he said. He's like, "Fuck that gay shit."
He did
and it's a real thing.
Well, I know it is. I know what you're talking
modern.
about.
Yeah. And that's what shows the transcendent experience of God Himself, right? Theology is like,
one of my favorite philosophers is Kant, right? And Kant was famously, he didn't put religion in his arguments, but it was definitely there in the supplemental ancillary parts of his arguments, right? He purposely didn't want to say God. He said transcendental, right? But I think he makes a great argument for a lot of theological or just transcendental things. I love.
I don't think children should be transcendental.
I have issues with broad strokes, but I'm not equipped to debate that right now. But I do agree with you in the first part of what you said. I think that
I don't know if it's correct. I like his ideas and how he thinks about idealism in general, which again, he heavily is inspired from theology the entire time.
That I'll agree with 100%.
Yeah. I like it more than utilitarianism. That's for sure.
I agree with Bradley that we shouldn't be transcendenting the kids. I do agree with that, Bradley. I agree with you on that.
Kant is degenerate. Is that what this person just said? What the fuck?
Look, I will say, I really can't stand. I really can't stand Kant.
He's hard to read. One of my favorite party tricks is just to ask someone to grab the Critique of Pure Reason and be like, open up to a random page and just read randomly.
A party trick.
A party trick.
Yeah, what parties are you?
And then you get thrown out of the party and you go, ta-da!
It's at my house, but I didn't print the book. It's at my place.
These two philosophers,
How funny it would be if you brought that to a party.
I'm talking my place, when they look at my bookshelf and I'm like, grab that book.
Have any of you guys tried to read? Have any of you guys tried to read Wittgenstein? Have any of you tried to read Wittgenstein?
Hegel sucks, bro.
Hegel
sucks, okay?
Strokes, but
if you've ever read Hegel is literally, he loves italics, and I don't know why. It pisses me off, bro. I can't fucking handle him, bro. How many italics he puts in his goddamn writing? If I brought Phenomenology of the Spirit right now, you'd be like, why is there italics literally 15 times on one page the entire book?
Because it's cool to make the letters slanty.
No,
he just really means everything he says.
I'm not kidding, bro.
Okay, I feel like I got to put this on the screen just to show the pain of this, okay? Just in case you don't know. Let me see if I can find it real quick. This guy wrote such a dense, retarded book. It's about
look how many italics are on this. Oh God.
Oh, that exposure.
And the other one that's brutal to read, who I enjoy but is insufferable sometimes, is Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard is absolute pain sometimes.
Just read Locke and all the fucking simple stuff.
John Locke.
Just read Nietzsche. All you need is Nietzsche.
If you want to
and nothing
just because he
else.
writes in short fucking dude can't fucking do more than 3 sentences, bro. Fucking Nietzsche's funny, man.
It depends. Okay, it depends. If you're talking about the gay science, then yeah, of course. But if you're talking about,
classic
gay science.
I gotta dip out. I say stupid stuff sometimes, but y'all some busters.
It's all good, man. We need you for the fodder. Keep the case.
She blinded me with gay science.
Yeah.
Look at how many italics are on this, bro. Why?
Yeah, Dostoevsky. Absolutely read Dostoevsky.
A lot of quotes there too.
It's just everywhere, bro.
Jesus, everything's in quotations.
Got parentheticals everywhere. It's literally thousands of italics, dude.
That kind of is low key. That kind of is low key Nietzsche coded. Although this is worse, but Nietzsche will have this thing where the language becomes like a special language where you almost have to be like a scholar of these philosophers because they're using terms in different ways. Or they're constantly, like Nietzsche is constantly bringing up French words that aren't defined in the footnotes for some reason. So I have to to read a page, I have to Google 10 fucking foreign ass words and to figure out what he's even saying.
Kant spends an entire chapter, doing a definition, and then once you get past the chapter, you kind of understand its use in the next one. So, but a lot of people, semantics are important to philosophical communication, right? And I hate the way Hegel does it. It's just, he literally does it the entire book, and you're just like, this is literally the last page, bro. Why the fuck am I still reading italics, dude? What are we doing? Put it in the beginning, tell me what I need to know, and then I'll fucking, revert back to it when I need to.
Even with non-philosophers like Jung, it's kind of the same problem. It's I think to really understand Jung, you have to know all of his special vocabulary because the way he's using words is going to be different, and so you can't just pick up a Jungian text and just read it. you have to like know, oh, well, no, this was defined in this earlier text and this word was actually defined in this earlier. So it's like, it becomes this, like, you either have to take it all or take none of it. And Nietzsche is kind of the same way for a lot of stuff.
All the philosophers, like even Heidegger does that, because he takes all the Greek terms from like Plato and Aristotle, and he just, like, he doesn't redefine them entirely, but in some cases he does. But he discusses Greek terminology. I feel like every philosopher does that. They just sort of put their own little spin on these concepts. So you have to kind of, it's like building blocks. You sort of at least have to have a foundational understanding, so you know like how they're transforming it, right?
And you know what this makes me think? And this is on, I have very few things on my bucket list, okay? And I've made very little progress on this particular bucket list. But there's a series called The Great Books of the Western World. So I'm going to shill this, okay? So this was compiled in 1952, okay? It contains 54 volumes, and it's basically a few people went and they were like, what books have actually shaped Western civilization? All of them. What are the best books we can come up with? And so they put them all together. So we start, like, it's got, like, just look at this list. I mean, we got everything. We have Plato, we have Aristotle, we have, it's got fiction stuff, right? We have the Iliad, we have the Odyssey, and it just goes on and
Western
on.
government or just Western society?
Western society. So it's got
just
philosophy.
Put every fucking book by Aristotle. What are we doing?
No. This is saying volume 8 is saying these are things by Aristotle, and these are the ones
you can't just put every book by him, bro. What the fuck?
Well, this is what we think is important, and this is not. And then volume 9 has even more Aristotle. Okay,
Machian ethics obviously is really important. Physics,
and then we got Euclid, Archimedes. Okay, and then we go forward into the modern Epictetus. I don't know how to say that guy's name, but
Epictetus.
He's cool.
Epictetus.
Marcus Aurelius, the Meditations. You can be like
Epictetus is
red pill
stoic.
losers that really loves Marcus Aurelius. I'm just kidding. Marcus Aurelius
is okay.
Goated. Okay, and let's okay, Ptolemy. Okay, that's what I mean. Plotinus. Don't threaten me with a good time. Holy shit.
Show me your Plotinus.
Every time I read Plotinus, I'm like half chubbed.
Hey, look, there's that fucking loser who doesn't use the Bible, dude.
The whole there's that fucking non-biblical heretic, Thomas Aquinas. This is what I mean. This thing is like this is why this is one of my life goals. A bunch of Shakespeare, right? Like, so it's not just like philosophy, it's not just math, it's not just, it's like, it's fucking everything. Cervantes, Don Quixote, like, we got
though, right?
There is a lot of philosophy. I agree.
What about Harry Balzania?
Yeah, but go back up. Go back up to John Locke. What do they have for John Locke?
What do you remember at volume? Oh yeah, here we go. A letter concerning toleration.
What about Honor de Balzac?
How do you not have second treatise of government?
Look, they had to make some editorial cuts. Okay, not everything made it to the final
when it comes to liberal democracy.
Rousseau,
what are we talking about?
Adam Smith. Oh, then we have some of this gay ass Kant critique of pure. I mean, they're important. They're important. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine.
This is American West you're talking about, though.
I mean, what we
just put Constitution. It wants me to read.
Well, I mean, a lot of them are not. Kant is
German,
German, right? Marx is German.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
right. It started with Plato and Aristotle. Yeah, we got Darwin.
There's no 18th Brumaire.
It wants you to read freaking Das Kapital. Fuck off.
Yeah,
I've read
that's one of the best ways to know capitalism, dude.
I've read the Communist Manifesto. I don't want to spend that much time with fucking Engels and Marx.
Is just agitprop.
Because it's short and it doesn't take as long as reading Das Kapital.
It doesn't actually. It literally means nothing.
And then look, Brothers Karamazov, which was mentioned in chat by this guy, right? Okay, so this like go. Then we get to Freud. Okay,
this is
more like fraud.
No, it hasn't been debunked. No, it hasn't been debunked. It's not debunked.
All of his major theories, apart from talk therapy, he was a fucking crackpot.
That's not
See if
true.
Adam Smith's on here. Is Adam Smith on there? I don't think I saw
there. I saw him earlier.
He was. Yeah, only one.
They don't even have Wealth of Nations though.
Inquiry into again, it's 54
Oh wait,
volumes.
no. At the end, it said Wealth of Nations.
Causes of Wealth of Nations.
My main critique. Okay, so then they expanded it. So I think it was 55, if I'm remembering right.
All right.
Then they added some more. So then we get William James because they wanted to make it modern. We get Bertrand Russell, Heidegger. There we go. Oh, and this guy, freaking, this is the guy I was complaining about.
Files?
This is a better one. You should read this. Besides his first book, even he said that was gay.
Same with Heidegger. Heidegger's really good.
And Karl Barth.
really like
we're getting a little Christian coded now.
Oh shit!
But my main issue is that it's not like fully because where does it
Bertrand
stop?
Russell on there?
Yeah.
He is. Yeah.
Okay.
But my main Animal Farm, okay, but not 1984. Is that not on? That's crazy.
Yeah. Why is that not on there?
Well, if it
This
was
book, by the way,
it's just
is
Animal
something
Farm.
that if you want to read Marx, this is probably one of his best books. 18th of Brumaire.
But my main issue is that this still stops at a certain point, and so I want the 21st century update because there's a lot of stuff where it's like I've tried to read, for example, I've tried to read Infinite Jest. You know that guy that freaking gay man did himself, David Foster Wallace. Infinite Jest. It's like one of the most amazing books. Apparently, I've tried, and I'm like I can't really get into it. But if it was on this list, then maybe I'd be like, well, okay,
A lot of
I
it's
don't know,
done
maybe
through,
it's good.
Like articles and journals now, right? So there's journals you should go to read like modern philosophy, but Martha Nussbaum from
Nussbaum.
where'd she go to school? Where's she a teacher at? Harvard, I think. But Martha Nussbaum's considered one of the best philosophers in the modern age, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah, but I want someone
popular.
else to curate a list of what I should, because otherwise I'm just like, well, what?
I could curate a list for you.
Heard it's
Yeah, it's
uncuratable.
gonna be filled with like probably Stalin, because you're probably trying to freaking suck him off.
Stalin
It's
doesn't
like-
have any writing, man. What do you? Stalin never wrote anything.
Yeah, he's probably.
Yeah,
illiterate.
that's what they want you to think. Okay, that's what they
No,
want you to
he was
think.
he was a retard, bro. Stalin was like a horrible orator and a retard. So
And he was short.
yeah, he was just in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. I actually do have to get going. I appreciate the conversation. You know, it's a little bit wild at times, but yeah. I hope you guys have a good one. Hopefully, we can chat again soon.
Yeah, have a good night.
Stalin could barely read. I like that.
I mentioned
Nice talking to you, by the
Stalin
way,
and
man.
Testes got to
Nice talking to you, by the way.
go.
We were just about to get
kind
into
of do some untoward things.
conversation of monetary base.
Never.
No, we are not about to get into a conversation with the monetary base. We're in fact not doing that.
What we are actually supposed to do is watch the freaking video.
That is what we were supposed to do. That is. I got a little distracted. I got a little excited by the great books of the Western world. Okay.
I always ruin that.
But there, I will say, wait, one last thing about the it's incredibly expensive. They're like I don't think they still print them. So it's like, what I looked into like buying all of them. It's like thousands of dollars. So, but they're at some local libraries. They are at local libraries. So you can
steal them,
but not all of
Steal
them.
shit,
so
dude.
it's probably,
Steal that shit.
steal that shit. But in
If
my,
you want access to my Google Drive, I have fucking everything.
Yes, I do. And can we file
well,
trade?
that's the thing. Yeah, all of these. Yeah,
Yeah,
all the
you can
great.
just-
They're
you can
probably
just
all
download
in the
from it.
public domain. Yeah, but I like. I don't know. I like having I want the books. I want the freaking books. But yeah, they are
I
probably
agree,
every
yeah.
single
The
one.
books
This
I
list
really
is.
like, I buy.
Audiobooks?
Yeah.
I want some audiobooks. That's what I want.
I don't really like audiobooks. for
How
sure.
dare
I
you?
feel like the
busy.
problem is I've done this because I have like this reading list that I'm going through that's like involves it's like all like spiritual woo stuff, and I've put on some of them on audiobooks. But then it's like I'll trick myself into thinking I'm really paying. That's the thing with an audiobook. If you're reading it, like sometimes you can like still space out and read a whole paragraph and then be like, was I even reading? But with an audiobook, you could just be like, oh yeah, I finished this whole book. But really, maybe you were like tuned out for like half the time and didn't even notice it. I feel like that happens a lot more often with audiobooks. Well, it depends. Like if it's like fiction, I get it. Like, but if it's like when I've tried to read like something like something spiritual or philosophical, then oftentimes, yeah, my mind is wandering. I'm hearing the words and I'm like, oh, I finished this book. And I'm like, did I though? Like, did I actually? Whereas like reading Nietzsche, if I'm going like sentence by sentence, I feel like I'm more forced to like actually
More like
contend with
sins
each of
by
it.
sins.
Sins by sins, as opposed to just letting it just wash over me, that's what ends up happening if the audiobook is like really something that's like complex or something that would take me a long time to think about. It just because it just keeps playing. So I'm just like, oh, it's like I'm listening to Alan Watts, Not really. I'm not really picking anything super specific up, but it's kind of I like the vibes, and that's what ends up
Reading
happening.
is an outaged form of entertainment. It's just there's no reason for it. There's no reason to look
It's getting harder and harder to read these days. I mean, that is true. That's an unfortunate fact.
I mean, I work a lot, so I don't got time to fucking. That's why
I stream a lot, so I have a similar problem.
Yeah. But I mean, you can't stream.
I'm a psycho, so I read a lot.
Predictions is typically what they'll do is they will build their own enemies, they will cry about the enemies, and then when they manage to convince everybody else that those enemies are real, and then those people react against those enemies, they try to say that, well, it was the enemies in the beginning that caused this particular problem to come about.
Circular.
And I guess the issue that I have is when it comes to woke related stuff, it's hard to find ever like what are the particular DEI policies or affirmative action policies that we're talking about. It's always some vague allusion to airlines don't want to hire white pilots, or they lower their standards for black pilots, or these things that tend to not exist when you actually dig into them. Now, I don't know, maybe it is the case.
We got a super chat from Alex. First of all, Alex, why are you not on my panel? That's crazy. That's crazy. If you think about it, Alex, you haven't been here in at least a couple days, which is untoward. Kindle, is this German word? Kindle Whisper. What is this? Kindle Whisper Sync is amazing for this. I don't know what that is. You can read it while listening to it. The reinforcement increases your capability to remember drastically. So
it does help.
Audiobook, but you're also reading it. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it does help quite a bit. I usually write about the things I read, though. When I write about them, I think it makes me reinforce what I've read.
Oh,
I agree. Even like the technique of like pretending like you're teaching it to somebody else, like that you have to explain it back to somebody. I think just being forced to verbalize it in a way, that because you're not using their words
pretty often, right? And I usually try and interpret things that I read in my own words.
That's silly.
So that way I can better understand them or present them for sure.
Yeah, I think that definitely helps. But I have to look into this because I don't know how it exactly syncs it up. That's what I really don't know. Because you could put on an audiobook and I listen to it, but how does it know what you're doing? Oh, you're traveling. Brother travels and doesn't even tell me. I thought we were friends, Alex. That's crazy. It highlights the text it's reading, and you can just keep your eye. I listen to
them while I work.
Wait, does it eye track you? It highlights the text it's reading, and you just. Oh wait, no, it just. Oh, I see. You're saying it just highlights the text as it's talking. Okay, I got you.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I have a Kindle, so I don't know if it's new enough or not, but
I have a Kindle.
At the Royal Air Force policy of
not hiring. It doesn't use eye tracking.
Yeah. Okay, I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. I have a feeling when I look into it, it's going to be completely untrue, like most of the stuff that you bring it up. But I'll look into it. Maybe it was true. And if it is, I would say that's not a good thing. That you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. Okay. But I guess the issue I have is
Hanson, I want you to prove this to me the next time you're on stream. I want you to prove truly ambidextrous. I find that hard to believe. In the same way, same skills. I find
I can jerk off with both hands.
That's not the same though. That's not.
All right, you're right. I can't do it. You can
PC as well. You just need a Kindle app and find books that have it. Okay.
I get Kindle books from my girlfriend all the time, legally, obviously. So if you need them at all conflict, just let me know.
All right, thank you. So you can legally give them to me as well.
Yeah, legally, of course, legally.
I think you said earlier that sometimes people fixate on these issues a little bit too much, but it's because they're such common sense issues. When I look at the United States right now, and I think how many trans people are there, how many people are doing stuff related to trans people, the number of people is incredibly small. It's like 1%. And the idea that would somehow cause so much of a population to become reactionary that as of 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure Iran has tried to bomb like 7 different countries because we have a president who is a madman who is going on a rampage against the entire world insofar as trade and bombs goes. I just can't, in my mind, rationalize how so many of these smart people I'll say in the center like you who say, well, I can obviously identify that this is a problem. Why don't you ever identify any of these super obvious problems on the right or any of the super obvious problems that are reactionary to the other things that were reactionary, especially when the issues in the United States on the right are represented through every single pylon of power that the conservatives have. And on the left, they're in colleges and on Twitter and Facebook and sometimes in AI world on Sora.
This is an article from Sky News. Could you just read out what it says, please?
So I see the AI summary here is applicants.
Read out the headline.
Well, I don't know if there's a headline or if this is a...
Read out the headline.
Okay, so this is applicants seeking to join RAF described as useless white male pilots in bid to hit impossible diversity targets.
Why is there a piano?
It's me. Sorry.
Just to be clear, just so I can understand.
Thank you.
Is this headline the same as no straight white men were hired? Or they had a policy of not hiring straight white. But do you wait. I'm just so curious. Do you understand the difference between somebody not being hired because they're white. Because I'm not going to sit. If you're going to ask me, like, do you think there were ever racist people or even against white people? Of course there are. But you understand.
Does anyone ever wonder how Destiny
Air
just
Force
can't seem to fuck people who are like of age?
White men.
That's untoward. That's untoward.
I guess there was.
I just don't get like if you were that popular, how can you just not find a woman who's like 22 or 25 that's hot? Like why do you have to be 18-year-olds?
Brother has a preference. Okay, brother has a preference.
Yeah.
Or not.
How do you engage with that? Like, well, how's it going? They're like, I just finished math, algebra, and you're like, that's fucking sick. So awesome.
The one thing I will say is weird is Destiny has previously said before, there is a clip of him. I don't know if he's just speaking off the dome, but he's like, if you're like 35 and you're going with a 19-year-old, that's like a child. Why would you even be interested in that at all? But then all this stuff comes out where he's
like 40 something. And what that Rose? Well, I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know the drama that well, but she was technically underage, but he didn't know that, right?
Yeah, we don't know that, but also Destiny, to his credit, I don't know why I'm running defense on Destiny, but there doesn't seem to be evidence that Destiny knew that. She apparently lied about her age. I don't even know what her real age is, but
I'm pretty sure she lied and said she's 18, right? It's kind of like, dude, what are you doing?
Well, especially with him saying before that, 19-year-olds were like children to him, then it's a little, but he, I feel like Destiny contradicts himself a lot, so his personal life is, in shambles, is the summation.
Those two things, right?
So you don't know this story.
Do you know there's a difference between those two things or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha. Because I was asking for evidence of mine, but you gave me that. So like I said initially, I had a feeling if I looked this up, it wasn't going to be what you presented it as. Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay. So you just denied the existence of this and you questioned it.
I did not deny the existence of that, but go ahead.
Stop talking.
See, I went on a date with a 20-year-old like 6 months ago. I didn't think there's anything wrong with that.
Look, the only way to have a conversation.
The conversation was a little.
No, it's not. The only way to have a conversation is when two people are making a good faith effort to understand each other. My question was: did the RAF have a policy of not hiring straight white men?
Yes.
You showed me an email that said there were applicants that were rejected that were called useless white male pilots or whatever.
They rejected applicants in a bid to hit diversity targets, which means they discriminated against white men in favor of other groups.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that in this particular email, but that doesn't mean that they were not hiring any straight white men.
I didn't say they were not hiring any straight white men. I said they were discriminating against them in favor of other people to hit diversity targets, which were described by the people who were charged with recruiting them as impossible to hit. In other words, they were deliberately.
That is the theory, Alex, is that apparently it was Solo the whole time and was never Rose, and he was using the nudes, apparently. I don't know. I haven't really kept up on the drama, but that's apparently the theory. Or maybe that's what Destiny just says. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know how that court case is panning out even. I don't know if it's still going. Alex, if you know, Pixie winning, Pixie losing, not sure. Not sure.
Efficacy and the fair treatment of people in their hiring policies because of DEI.
Matt Walsh.
Okay, so
you get it now?
The position of now, yes, and that sounds more realistic. That there might have been a hiring policy.
That's untoward. That's not what Matt Walsh said.
White
Matt Walsh said.
Caused them to get hired when it might have been in a blind trial. The white people got hired otherwise. Yes.
Right.
Do you understand that that's significantly driven?
Zerka, what do you mean, really? You're going to disparage Matt Walsh like that?
Yeah, man, that dude's a dweeb, bro. Sitting in his car with that fucking stupid ass fedora.
Hey, he doesn't sit in the car anymore. Not since he made those 2 hit movies. He went from a fucking Daily Wire freaking D-lister to like an A-lister after, what is a woman?
I mean, now the Daily Wire is not doing too hot, right? But I mean, it's
well, yeah, now there's some,
there's too much jewelry going.
People are just too anti-Semitic. I mean, what can I say? That's a troubling. As a Hezbollah agent, I'm very keenly aware of this. So
come on,
untoward.
You remember that video where he's like, "Ladies, I'm going to give you some advice," and then he's like, "When you go on a date with a man, ask him what his favorite time period is." And I was just,
hey, like, I would love if a woman asked me that. I mean,
history. It's got to be American history. He goes,
1940s Germany.
You could be able to. That's how you really make a man like you.
It tells a lot about a person, if you think about it. So.
Oh yeah, dude, totally.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here. I just want to say, love this show, love you all, and you all great. Hit that like button, everyone out there, so hard you break your little finger bones.
Oh, Sevens Bradley.
It's nice meeting you, Bradley. Have a good night.
I'll see you guys later.
I don't know. The age. I don't want to. I feel like this is a weird thing to talk about, but age gap. I feel like it's a. I'm gonna quote Destiny on this, which is a terrible person to quote. But a red flag is not a black flag, right? So it's like if I meet someone that has an age gap, it's like, okay, that's a red flag, but it doesn't necessarily mean, unless it's like something that's like really untoward. But there's like a 25-year-old with like a 40-year-old. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, but I would want to ask like more questions or like, figure out what's going on.
I put this together for you, okay? I'm going to jam out, but I'm going to send this to you. So I just asked AI to just organize something for me really fast. So this is going to have where you can find the most contemporary philosophy for the most part. So this is one place: Phil Papers, Phil Archive, Phil Events, Philosophical Review from Notre Dame, Philosophical Compass, and then it tells you what each one does. And then here's a bunch more discovery and stuff for you. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. Send it over.
You can find contemporary stuff.
Oh, you said you're heading out?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out because I've been streaming or on camera now for. My face is all red. I'm too flushed.
You need Anson to come up here and really go at you some more, or maybe Emmett. That's what I think you need.
Please. No, no, bro. I don't. You know how many times he calls me a communist every fucking chance he gets. Meanwhile, I'll sit there and like tell
not being a communist. I guess is
that Anson right there. I've literally said how communism doesn't work and how it ends up being capitalist in the end with shitty investment vehicles, and he'll just be like, "You're a fucking communist." Anyways, yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord. I'll catch you guys later.
Send it to me on Discord. Take care.
He needs to work on his voice. Me or?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that could be me. My own chat kind of low key nags me all the time, so it's hard to say.
Dude, rage page. I'm sad now. That actually hurt. Oh my.
Oh, harsh times. Harsh times.
Fuck. Okay. All right, later, guys.
Take care. Just me and you, Castle. Crazy times.
As it should be.
As it was always meant to be. Going through a Destiny video together.
Are you bi? Do you get like a special application on the?
What?
You should start playing chess.
Yeah, I'm sure they would love that. I'm sure they would adore that.
They would want
I always love when I start playing chess. That's true. Alex says, age is a thumb on the scale. The larger the gap, the more you need to offset it. The minutes between 17 and 18 is a solar system on the scale. I don't know what that last sentence means. Oh, wait. Like, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like between the 17 and 18. Yeah. Age becomes less relevant the longer you go on. More of a checkers audience says less cheap. Don't say that about my audience. A surprising amount of my audience plays chess. Okay, a surprising amount.
At least it's not
well,
TikTok.
I'm sure you'd want to know the answer to that question. But
I would never become British. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I think I've just look. This is why I
gotta get us in, but this is not a chair reaction. I can still hear everything.
But if you question anything that I bring up that you don't know anything about, and then say, well, I don't believe that this happened, and I present you evidence that it did happen, and then you still continue to deny it, I don't see how we can have an actual debate. Now, I never said the RAF hires 0 white pilots. What I said is the policy of discriminating against white men, which has been rife in the rest of society, has created the situation where a lot of people rightly, understandably at least, feel antagonistic about it. That was one of the biggest threats with wokeness, and that is one of the biggest challenges where we are. All your points about Trump and all the rest of it, I don't see how it's relevant, and I think we're going to have a section on Trump coming up. I made the point, I think, about trans, that I think trans, the insanity of some of the things we've been asked to believe, which is like, if you say you're a woman, you automatically become a woman. I think people rightly balk against that because it's ridiculous. Doesn't mean it's the #1 issue. I've never said it's the #1 issue. In fact, I pointed out it's quite a minor issue in terms of the number of people affected by it. But
I'm just curious, in terms of your shows, of all the social issues you talk about, do you think that the trans stuff is at the top 3?
Well, I don't think we've talked about trans for like a year and a half, maybe 1 or 2 episodes in a year and a half.
Okay, do you feel like for conservatives in general in the United States, do you think that trans is one of the top issues that they talk about. On all the reform stuff that I looked at, trans was listed on a ton of it. It was in the manifesto.
I'm not a Republican conservative in America, so I don't know what they talk about. It's up to them.
This would be a terrible idea.
Who would I vote for?
Ban everyone.
Donald Trump, for sure.
Okay, so I don't know. Okay.
Doesn't mean that you're a conservative Republican.
Of course it does. Definitionally so. You're voting for the conservative Republican candidate.
So if you present me with a small pile of shit and a big pile of shit, and I pick the small pile of shit, you go, oh, you love shit. No.
If the vote is between a guy who...
I do, Castle, you have to agree with Konstantin on this, right? Because I hate when people say this, that it's like they refuse to acknowledge that it's like if you're presented with two candidates, it's totally fair to pick the lesser of two evils. That's a totally valid thing to do. You don't have to fucking recuse yourself. Do you agree?
I think Destiny talks about it further into this because I also pre-watched, but I mean,
dirty pre-watcher.
I agree and disagree because you still have to have a reasoning to pick the conservative side. It's not that you obviously think both sides are shit, but you agree with the more conservative side because you think that their policies are more aligned with you. So you would say that you vote for a conservative because you lean more conservatively. Doesn't mean you like everything.
But I'm fine with like all the freaking Democrats, or not even Democrats, all the people that voted for Joe Biden, but did so because they truly think, which I don't personally think, that Trump was an existential threat, right? I wouldn't say that means they are a Democrat or that they just might see Trump as an existential threat. So anything else that's kind of not Trump, right? Yes, it means that they prefer that over that, but it could be that they hate Trump so much, they see him as such an issue that it could really be, a hodgepodge of other policies on the other side that they might disagree with completely, but they don't disagree with them as much.
I don't think it means you're a Democrat, but I think it means you're more liberal than even you believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what if you? I'm saying, what if you truly thought that Trump was like? Let's say again, I don't think he's a fascist, but let's say you're Zerka coded, and you actually think he is a fascist, and you think he's gonna bring in the Fourth Reich or something. Then it's like that a vote for Biden would just be a vote for not Trump, and it really says nothing about what you would think about Biden. It just says more. It could say just more about what you think about Trump.
That's a liberal position.
What is?
Thinking that Trump is fascist, right?
Yeah, but let's say you're falsely thinking. Let's say you're just like you're not like super media literate, and you've just like heard all this, and you're like, oh yeah, apparently Trump is like fascist, and he wants to like. I've talked to a lot of trans people that think that Trump truly was going to round them all up into like a camp. Unironically, they believe this. Not all trans people, but I'm saying the ones I've talked to, they actually think that. So now I don't think there's any reason to think that. But if you do think that and you're trans, you could have any other political, but you're not going to vote for Trump. You're going to vote for whoever else is running against Trump, right?
Well, do you think that there were conservatives who also thought Trump was a fascist, but still voted for him anyway?
Yeah, sure, probably.
Yeah, so I think that their conservatism or their conservative values trump that line of thinking because they knew that they themselves value more about what he was going to try to do, whatever it was economically or politically, culturally to the country, than whatever fascist tendencies that they thought he had because they believe in conservatism. It's the same thing if you believe that Trump is a fascist himself. At the end of the day, you still care about policy. I think that's kind of like a cop-out when people are like, oh yeah, I'm not a liberal, but I think Trump is a fascist. I think that they are saying that, but they're more liberal, or internally they have policies that trend more liberal than they think. That's how I do it.
I feel like the mistake you're making is, I think you're overestimating like how politically informed the average person is. Like, I don't know if the average person is looking at policies or, in a perfect world, sure. I don't know if that's really like happening though. So I think a lot of people just get like the trans people that I mentioned before that I've talked to that say, that Trump is going to put them in camps and stuff. They don't, it's not like they've heard that said from Trump. That's just like something that someone else has probably told them. that they're like, oh my God, this is going to happen, right? So they might have no idea. They might not be politically informed in any way at all.
Like being politically misinformed or just like ignorant. I mean, I think
that's what, but if we're looking at how someone voted, and so I guess this is, maybe I'm dragging things away from what Konstantin's talking about, but if we just look at the votes, I would say that is the case, right? Like you can't just look at you can't pick a random person in America, ask them how they voted, and conclude a whole lot off of that. You know, you'd have to ask them like a million more questions.
Sure. Yeah. No, I would probably agree with like a good majority of voters are probably like that. Yeah.
We have a pseudo super chat from Alex, who says, I can't donate at the moment. Does this guy not think there's something like a black flag where it exists as a nope situation? I feel like that's what I was asking, Castle. Yeah, that there could be like one issue on the other side, if this is what you mean, Alex, that there's like one issue that you're like, yeah, absolutely not. And that one issue is maybe you're a single party or a single voter, single issue voter, and you're like, no, that this is so important to me. And I feel like the trans one is an example of that. If you truly think that Trump is going to put trans people in camps, then it could almost be anything else. Almost anything else on the other end of the scale. As a trans person, you're going to vote for that. It doesn't matter what it is, right? Well, within reason, but like almost anything else, because that will just be like an absolute no to you. That you will see any option, any fiscal policy, any foreign policy, you're going to see that as preferable if you think your own life is like going to be at risk by the election results.
I mean, I can't say and deny that those people don't exist. I just think that the people who are thinking in that type of binary are fewer than I think that you believe there are. I mean, we agree that there are ignorant people and voters who are like not the most informed in the country. But I still don't think that they think in terms of like one major issue. Like everybody kind of has like a top 3, top 5 like issues that they care about. I think when it comes down to like those people who are like, if he's for this policy or if he is this fascist that I can't vote for him, when it comes down to that one thing, I'm sure those people exist. It's hard to say they don't, but I just think it's a small minority of people who like think that way. So
yeah, like you can, yeah, I guess, I see what you're saying. Because it's like you could, if all you knew about someone was that they voted for Trump, you could at least guess a lot of things. You wouldn't be necessarily completely right all the time, but you'd be more right than you would be wrong. Right? If all I told you is a guy named Jim and he voted for Trump, and then my next question was, what do you think he thinks about illegal immigrants? Yeah, you're making a guess, but you're making a guess that's probably going to be correct.
Yeah, you're like 90% probably going to be correct on it. And there's like a smaller 10% that you could like split out. And like I know Konstantin is different because like even in his Brexit example where he was saying how he was for Remain because of like Russia imperialism and like the takeover of territories, it's like how many people were thinking about that for their Brexit vote? It was probably like maybe like 1% or like 5%. It was probably more economic than anything or immigration related. So like it's like, yeah, you'll get some people who think totally outside the box of the top issues, but then you'll also get that person like him. So he has nuance. Like Anson was saying, he is more nuanced in his positions. I just think sometimes he underestimates how much more like on the conservative side he can be.
And I think it's also hard to tell because I mentioned this, I think last stream, Destiny and Konstantin have, previous beef. Like they really went at it publicly. So with slinging insults. So it's hard to know if either of them are, trying to be super good faith or if this conversation would go different if someone else was asking these questions. So
Right.
it's kind of, because they.
I agree. I think that affects the conversation.
Yeah. Alex says, Confluence, what if Trump ran on a policy of a 10-year forced transing of every newborn as a social experiment? Would he still have voted for him? Do you mean Castle? Castle, would you have still voted for, who are we talking about? Wait, who's he? Wait, no, Castle didn't vote for Trump. Wait, who's he in this? Castle, you voted for Kamala, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I voted for her.
So I don't know who the yeah, I don't know who the he is in this situation, unless you mean Anson, which Anson says yes, but I mean that's not exactly. Wait, actually, I guess that is kind of surprising. That is kind of surprising. Hard to say. And welcome back, Section 230, who said he left because Zerka was on the panel. You know, yeah, Zerka does ruffle some feathers, to be sure. To be sure. Good to see you, Ron Christian, and good to see Witty Noggins, who I saw earlier. Again, if any of you want to join the chat, it should be. Well, actually, I don't know if it's pinned anymore because I can't remember if I did a poll, but it's in the description. Okay, if you think about it.
Resembles the furthest right you can be insofar as how they conceptualize the government.
And a guy who has no brain, yeah, I'll go with the guy with a brain.
So
yeah.
Kamala Harris, the person who was a DA in California, who was Attorney General in California, who served as Vice President, who was a senator in California, versus Donald Trump, who brags about taking and passing 3 cognitive tests in a month.
Okay, too. Welcome
the dumb
on.
person is Kamala Harris there.
Look, I just explained to you that when you make choices between things, it's not because you necessarily love the choice you're making. If you're forced to choose between 2 things, you choose the one that is the lesser evil, effectively.
Sure, I'm just curious. Over the past...
I agree with a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy.
Sure, of course you do. I know you do, because you have a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between 2 things. When you've had this same
That's
choice...
what an election is. It's a choice between 2 things.
Well, not in the UK. We have 2 parties in the US, but that's okay. I can always educate you on your political system. It's fine. But so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last 5 years have you leaned to the left on and would vote for the left on versus the right?
I voted for the left. I voted for a Liberal Democrat at the last election, and it's likely that I will again at the next one.
He's already said this. He's already said this.
What about in terms of supporting major issues? How many lib-left candidates, I guess, do you guys have on your show, or do you talk to or support?
As many as will come on.
Does that mean 0? Or
no.
How many? Okay, because I know, I know Faraz has been on a ton. I know you've done a lot.
Freaking Hassan was on triggernometry, wasn't he? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure Hassan was on. I mean, yeah, Konstantin has a wide. I don't know if you quantify them all. I don't know if they lean more right, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff. Can you actually not find the link, young Christian? It's in the description. What do you mean? Where's the description? I can't tell if you're trolling me, but I'm gonna paste it in case you're not, because I always want a brother to join. Okay, link is here.
A lot of content with Goodwin.
Okay, they're not far left, right? But we've also
they're right. Yeah,
we've also had the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, who's currently in prison for blocking roads, on the show. We've had Aaron Bastani, who's the co-founder of Novara Media, a far left news organization in this country. We've had a bunch of. I mean, I could go down.
You
the
are
list
trolling me on Christian. I freaking knew it.
That's what
I mean, I've seen the top 10 lists of the people that you've invited the most on are all generally.
We had comedian Mark Steele, who's a lefty. We had Deborah Francis White from the Guilty Feminist
I'm guessing
podcast.
When you say lefty for these people, they're populist lefties that think that the whole institution is rotted.
Mention Hassan.
Don't support.
Good, Konstantin.
So the guy you just described, is he a Labor voter? Would he support Labor? Has he supported Labor?
Which guy? Mark Steele. He's a lifelong Labor voter.
Okay, well then you get credit for that one, I guess. Okay. I haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, maybe you should stop opining about who we have on then if you haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry.
I don't think I should have to watch every single episode of Trigonometry to have a
rough
idea.
You shouldn't.
Don't. Oh my God, I hate Destiny sometimes so much. Then why are you doing this stupid line of questioning? Fuck.
Know who we have on the show regularly.
That's the throw them off.
I have a decent idea.
No, you don't. You've just demonstrated.
I haven't seen you. I demonstrated. I don't know every single person that goes on.
Right.
You haven't made a Twitter video saying,
lefties?
"Okay, well, call me left wing now." You did make one saying, "Well, fine, I'll be right wing now." Clearly you lean in a certain direction. Clearly people perceive you. Why do you think everybody perceives you as being right wing then? If you're so centrist, or you?
Why does the BBC think I'm right wing?
Why does everybody, on my side at least, everybody perceives you as being right wing?
Because it's convenient for you, as you've demonstrated in the course of this conversation.
In what way?
I'm about to explain if you just stop talking.
I hope you actually explain.
I will.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay. Can you be quiet while I do?
My mic is down.
Okay, good.
Stop filibustering.
So it's convenient to you in exactly the way that you've demonstrated throughout this conversation, where when I make a good point about anything, you say, you conservatives, and then you pivot to talking about Republicans in America, because it suits you, because then you can argue against things you came here prepared to argue against, instead of arguing with what I'm actually saying.
What is the point you feel like I haven't? First of all, I'm pretty sure the debate topics were related to America.
I'm a leftist, Anson.
Number one.
Big Soda's a leftist.
Number two,
okay?
what is a question that you feel like you've said that I accused you of being a conservative and then I pivoted and I didn't respond to your point?
Every single thing we've discussed.
Name one of them then.
Every single thing we've discussed.
So you can't think of a single one. What did I not respond to for immigration? You didn't bring up a point. You said a bunch of descriptions. You're like, well, this is true. And then that was it.
You keep talking over me, which means we're not actually having a discussion.
Because I'm asking you for an example and you're trying to filibuster.
I'm about to give you one.
We're finally watching the video?
Can you just
We
stop
are. Are you smoking a pipe?
All right.
Pipe you got?
Just interrupting. I'm waiting for you to
Not
finish.
interrupting means when I finish
that a pipe?
say something, you don't talk up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Taste. I freaking
You
love.
didn't know I smoked pipe?
No, I didn't know.
There you go.
Yeah, it's
On every
my
single
whole
thing that we've
stick.
discussed, immigration, national identity.
Just one thing. You're not having a
You're not seeing
conversation.
answers,
I guess I didn't expect you to check out this early, but
You guys are on the same.
I'm asking, is there a
stream.
single point that you feel like I haven't
Yeah.
responded to with
Switch to
substance?
live chat
and you're saying
mode,
everything
okay?
because you
Maybe
realize you don't
that's
have
You
vote
can have this
timely
conversation by yourself. You're
shadow
welcome
ban.
to, but
I feel like I am.
you are, yeah.
I know,
You
I
are,
am.
Bo,
Yes,
did
I
you,
know, I am.
did you
I
watch
feel that
the
way,
hit
yes.
piece on
I'm speaking
Confluence?
to the
Because
copy-pasted
you're-
talking points,
you're
and I
not-
can't get an actual answer out of you for anything.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
see, he's
pretty good.
not even engaging on the hit piece on
I
Confluence.
can give you better answers if you're looking for them. Yeah.
What are they talking about now
It's
currently?
crazy to me that you guys cry about wokeism and snowflake.
They're in like a meta conversation right now.
Oh, good. Great.
Yeah, we love the meta conversations. So yeah, about basically how Konstantin Destiny's saying that he's secretly right wing and he only has right wing people on the show, and Konstantin's like, no, here's all the left wing people, and Destiny's like, well, I don't really watch trigonometry. Konstantin's like, well, then why the fuck are you talking about this then? So it's getting.
What the fuck does this have to do with the argument?
I mean, good question. Good question. Okay.
And all this stuff so much,
Can
but
you
like
fast forward
you
it?
guys do it all the time. You made the claim that I'm avoiding answering any of your arguments because I'm calling you a conservative.
Look, I'm a
think you
little
are conservative
toxic.
and
I
label
want.
you as such.
I
but
kind
I'm
of want to
not
see
dodging
them.
your arguments. There's not a
I just
point
want
you brought up that I
Konstantin to like
refuse
beat
to
him down.
address.
No.
That's why I asked you for an example of one, and you weren't able to give one. And that's fine if you're not able to give one. But then don't continue to filibuster and make the claim. Just say, okay, well, I guess maybe that was an unfair thing I said, and here's a point that I'm going to make that I would like you to.
Is this actually Speakeasy? Is this Speakeasy? I can never remember his thing.
What is he burning? What is Destiny trying to
Speakeasy,
get
is
him
this
on
you?
here?
Can you give me one of these?
Oh, Speakeasy? Speakeasy.
Oh, it is Speakeasy. Oh, crazy. Okay.
What
How's it
up?
going?
He's muted.
I didn't pull up an imposter,
Sorry,
did
was
I?
muted.
I hope
My
not.
bad, my bad.
Oh, it is. How's it
My
going,
bad.
brother?
I was muted. I was just
Your eyes are watering.
sending a message. Yeah. Okay. You got the. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with the screen? It was I can see the vertical too. So I was like,
Oh, I think even if I click
Tripping
hide,
me
I
out.
think StreamYard still fucking shows it.
yeah, like I don't know if I can hide it from my side. Let me see. Nah, I don't think
Because
so.
I just clicked hide, but
It's all
Indian
good.
Jesus told me it
It's
still
not
shows
that-
up. Yeah.
It's not that deep. It's all good. How's everyone doing?
Doing great. What about you?
Good.
Oh, I'm
Watching a
doing good.
Destiny review debate apparently.
I seen
Yeah,
that.
very-
I seen that.
very
When I clicked in, I was listening in. I heard someone say they voted for Kamala.
Oh,
Or maybe
that's
I heard
Castle.
wrong.
That's Castle.
Oh,
Castle, defend
really?
yourself.
About what? About my vote?
Yeah, I
About
was
your
just
vote.
curious. Or did I hear that wrong? Did you say you voted for Kamala?
Yeah. No, I did. Did you just want to know why?
Yeah, kind of. I was a little curious. Yeah.
Yeah. So the main reasons were.
I love how I knew what I wanted to ask before I asked it. It's great.
I didn't really like Trump's positions on tariffs. I think also foreign policy wise, it seems like things have been going in a pretty rough direction. So
The first thing was tariffs. Sorry, you're a little low. Is that just me, or is it for you guys too?
Yeah, Castle's like cleaning his room or something. He keeps moving away from his mic and
Oh,
coming back
okay.
in.
Yeah, it sounds like he's far away.
Wait, it might be my. It should
That's
be my
why.
headphones, but if it's my computer, maybe that's why. Hold on.
You're loud now.
Yeah, now it sounds good.
You are loud now.
Sorry.
No
You
worries.
can add volume or something.
My ears hurt. No, I'm just joking.
Sorry. Were you able to hear what I said though?
I heard you start with, like you said, you didn't like the tariffs, I think you said.
Yeah, so economically, on that policy, I would think that was a big one that I was against. And also, just in general, some of the policies that Trump had, specifically on immigration, I wasn't for. And then, like I mentioned too, with the recent.
You wrestling your mic?
Yeah, I was about to say, are you running a mile right now? What's going on? You're far away
His
again.
name
Right
is-
when you started answering, you were far away again, and I'm hearing a bunch of like.
Practicing his ground techniques on his mic over there.
Come on, man.
I don't know.
Just put
I don't know what's
put
going on.
That headphone mic to your face and say what you
Castle,
said.
get your friggin' shit together.
Dude, I don't know if it's these AirPods or my computer, but all right, I'm gonna stay still regardless. I'm not moving now.
You're in position.
I get antsy when I talk, no matter what. It's my ADD. Sorry.
That's no worries. I get it. That's how my brain works.
So tariffs, immigration, is that what you said?
Yeah, those would be the two big ones: tariffs and immigration.
And like, what exactly was the tariffs that you didn't like?
Well, it wasn't necessarily
like just doing them in general.
A specific plan, because at the time Trump said he was going to use them, but I think it was different than how he's actually even used them in practice. Like, it seemed like for some countries there was specific policy or trade deals he was looking to do, and then for other countries it was just like a blanket tariff. But in general, for tariffs in general, I'm like, I don't think that's a good economic policy domestically. But yeah, the way he went about it, I thought was actually kind of stupid.
When you say it's not good, do you mean like for the U.S. citizens, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah, for most consumers, like I think there's good tariff policy for certain industry that we protect. And I think when Trump did it originally against China in his first term, I think even Joe Biden, like kept some of those tariffs in place, which I was fine with, like certain steel industry tariffs and other industrial tariffs. But like when you start blanket tariffing even allies like Canada or Mexico for like agricultural stuff, and then it starts raising the prices here, like I think that's a bad idea.
Well, so anytime that, so you're going to see a short-term raise in prices, but you've already seen like prices going down, no?
Depends what it is.
Now with the war, but that just comes with war.
Yeah, like I think gas and oil prices, like you can take that out of the equation. I think even before the war, before gas prices were going up, they were pretty affordable. But I think with agricultural prices like groceries, I don't think anything has been coming down, at least deflationary, over the past 2 years. I don't know if that is going to be short term or not, but even still, I think a lot of people are kind of like worried about those things.
Yeah, it's not few years yet, but I know what you're trying to say.
I would disagree with
but
that.
Don't you think you're
go down?
Yeah, I was about to just say, like, I've seen things in the groceries go down, but like, don't you want to protect the domestic industries from being undercut by these countries that they let 12-year-olds go work in and pay them 2 cents an hour? Like, or they get the cheap labor, cheap everything. They can undercut all our domestic industries, and we end up losing. Right, the whole idea of tariffs is to protect the economic power domestically, and that's what we're doing. Right, we're protecting our jobs over here, make more jobs over here.
But we're losing jobs. That's the problem. Is like if we're trying to see the positives out of it, the job market is terrible right now. The economy right now is not, looking forward, especially with interest rates right now, and that the way things are going, prices keep rising. It doesn't look like it's helping. And I know you're saying long term it might spur these industries around, but that's something that you kind of have to like risk, because who knows when that turnaround is actually going to occur based on our current policy, especially if, let's say, Trump loses or the Republicans lose in 2028, all that's getting rolled back. So how worth it is it?
Yeah, but okay, let's start at the beginning there. When you say prices keep rising, but that's not solely by the tariffs, right?
No, I agree.
Right. So like there's so many factors that go on. And again, with what's happening right now, right, which I don't agree with, right? America shouldn't be fighting war for fucking Israel. But besides that point, when
how
besides
dare
that
you
point,
speak
like
easy? How dare you?
I'll pay whatever consequences later. Okay.
Don will disagree with you on that. Easy. He loves the idea.
That's true.
Regular
That's true.
Zionist over here.
Oh, really?
Got BB on speed dial.
About
Look,
that part after that.
Iran's been fucking around. They're finding out. Okay.
But like, so like
Capitalists
the
in
price
Canada,
is
go
due
whoop
to
his
many
ass.
factors. So like if it's like if it's gonna affect like imported goods, right? And this is like what's gonna happen is what we're seeing when you see the rising prices is inflation, don't you? Would you agree that's what's probably most of it?
What do you mean rising prices?
Like in the recent years when like all this price is rising, this is like the inflation's been driven by like the money supply expansion. This is why we keep having this happen, right?
I think back in 20
Not solely, but mostly due to our money supply expansion we keep doing.
So yeah, I think the original jump in inflation, I think a couple of years ago, happened because of the economic stimulus that was pumped into the market. But I think at this point, I mean, even 2024, we've been seeing the inflation rate go down. It was kind of stabilizing. I think at this point, a lot of what we're seeing in terms of the price increases, and again, prices usually go up. Inflation is usually, they try to aim for like 2% is like what the Federal Reserve aims for. Anything above that is going to be from other market forces that are either imposed from a policy standpoint or other factors out of our control, like war or whatever. So that's why I'm saying, like, we could have prices at a certain point that are lower today if we had no tariffs, but tariffs are causing undue additional inflation on people that I think is unnecessary at this point based on the economy. Like, we're not seeing the fruits from these tariffs bear out, right? Would you agree like the tariffs aren't doing anything for manufacturing in the U.S. or for the increase of jobs?
I see there's not a like huge impact that is noticeable at the moment, right?
I would,
but like, so if tariffs raise the price of a washing machine to like, or let's say they raise it by like $100.
Yeah.
But then it also protects a bunch of manufacturing jobs that they're paying out like $60,000 a year.
Right.
That the overall economic benefit outweighs the cost. You know what I'm trying to say? Because more people are getting their wages protected.
It doesn't.
Something's
right?
raised
Like,
by $100. Who cares?
Like, let's say, like, you sell and these are just examples, right? It could be much more, much less. Let's say you sell 1 million washing machines a year, and everybody who bought one had to pay $100 more. The people who are getting a raise or keeping their job at that manufacturing facility is about 1,000 people. So you're charging 1 million or so customers $100 more, but those people in the manufacturing facility, which is only 1,000 people, are able to either keep their job or see a raise. So more people are spending more just to buy goods in this country to save 1,000 jobs. And we're not even seeing those manufacturing jobs even stay in the US anymore during these tariffs. Like, you can see manufacturing continue to decline. So I think your argument would make sense if we saw a boom in manufacturing at the cost of, paying more for goods, but we're not seeing that. And I think that's been the main problem.
So, when you say you haven't seen it, you mean like across the countrywide or just at all?
Yeah, countrywide. I mean, I don't know if there's certain industries that you.
I would disagree.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
The Jeep plant in Toledo is looking to expand, and then Ford in Dearborn said they're going to a 24-hour operation. That's when Trump flipped off that guy.
Well, Castle, what about the Taiwanese deal? I know that's like getting benefited by the CHIPS Act, but do you not see that as a result of the tariffs?
No, that's why that's an industry, that's a protected industry where I agree with tariffs. See, like, there are certain industries where
So
I'm not against all tariffs.
Okay.
So there are industries, and even like the auto industry, I get there are certain industries that you want to protect. My main point was that there are certain industries where, simple goods or agricultural products that are being produced outside the US where it's beneficial for us to be outsourcing from. Like, we can't grow avocados as much as Mexico can, right? If we only bought or stored avocados in the US, it would be like $5 an avocado, right? So there's certain things where it's just not feasible unless we want to make things more expensive.
So when you look over the recent years, what you're saying, I don't see it being a decrease in manufacturing jobs due to tariffs. It's due to things like automation, shit like
sure,
this.
yeah. I'm
had
not
to
saying
change.
Tariffs.
They've had to change
I'm not
the
saying
jobs
tariffs
these
are
people have.
decreasing manufacturing. I'm just saying that the promise of increasing manufacturing in the country isn't coming to fruition. And I think it would help Trump's argument if it
won't happen
did.
quick, right? It won't happen quick, right? And again,
No.
there's going to be a bigger price on things like steel for companies that import their steel and things like this. But this is a short-term sacrifice for a long-term goal that is
the bandit you got to rip
overall.
off. Yeah.
But again, the long term is how many years?
Well, it depends how things work out. I can't predict the future, right?
But even let's say you said it was 6 years from now, and then again, if the Democrats win in 2028, then all these policies go away, and then you have to start from.
Right,
So like,
and
it's
we
just
just
not.
That's why. That's why I am against term limits, my friend. That's
I am
exactly
too,
why.
actually.
So is
I am
Trump.
too.
So is Trump,
2028, baby.
I'm actually against term limits myself too, honestly. I guess,
stupid, right?
but for different
Really.
reasons. Yeah.
I
But
just
yeah.
know what we gotta do. He's just gotta run as the next guy's vice president. That president's gonna get sick and disappear. Trump 2028. We got this.
This is
I
what
gave you
said.
the plan.
Or he just gets in there and resigns. He just gets in there and resigns.
Yeah.
Just like, first day.
There's nothing in the Constitution stopping that, right?
That's
Trump
right.
just being a VP infinite and then just mysterious things happening to the president, and now
No,
Trump
I think there is a law.
No,
I don't know
I
specifically.
think right now as it sits, if he was to do that, that would be the last time he's allowed to do that.
Yeah,
He's allowed to do it
I don't know, but
again.
it says in the Constitution, it says you can't run for presidency more than 2 times. It doesn't say you can't become. So if we're talking about the literal meaning of the words, I mean, SCOTUS would probably destroy it, but
yeah, it would be a
maybe.
SCOTUS thing. You could
So,
try,
Castle,
I guess.
question for you, Castle. Do you view tariffs as an ineffective model, a primary ineffective model to fund the U.S., or do you just not like certain tariffs?
To fund the U.S., like to replace, I guess, like an income tax or something, or to reduce our
Sure.
debt.
Well, just generally a way to fund the U.S. Do you view that as an ineffective model?
To fund it, yeah. I think it's more of a protectionary strategy more than a funding model.
Okay. So are you aware, though, a large portion of at the beginning of American history, it was fully funded by tariffs, and it was on everything?
Yes.
And actually, in that time period, there wasn't inflation. There was actually, in a lot of portion of the history, deflation. And there was a very big boom in manufacturing. Now, I understand it's not the same apples to apples. I realize that in modernity, we have a lot of moving parts that are different. But as a model, I don't think it's a bad model.
Okay, wait, if I can jump in, I just want to ask Mo something, because like this is what I hear, and this is what Trump always talks about, and it just hits me the wrong way. Why do we want to protect everything from like the way Trump talks about it is like from mining the minerals out of the ground to the base level assembly to the late stage assembly? I feel like so what you're talking about, Mo, and back in the day, I think that made sense. But now it's like an advanced society. Don't we kind of want to be doing the late stage manufacturing, like the end stage, the assembly? Do we really want to have? Does it need to be that if we're making a car that we need to have everything from like the raw materials to like all the early stage assembly to making the car? Isn't it
If
better
you go
to do
down,
the late stage? Do we want
okay.
that?
If you go down that train of thought, though, this is where we get in modernity where we're at now, where it is a band-aid we have to rip off because we're dependent on so many other countries to actually do all these things and then import it. And now we're paying the price. And now it is a band-aid we have to rip off, and it's going to hurt. But
what's bad
it's better
about
to get
that?
past it.
What's bad about having like a global economy, you know, and just like some countries
We can't have a global. There's a global economy with tariffs.
Some countries do avocados better, right? And so
There's but you're still having. How does having tariffs remove a global economy?
After the fact,
Hold on. How does having tariffs remove a global economy? You're still participating in a global economy. There's just a price that you need to pay.
You're forcing a protectionist kind of de facto reality, I guess, right? Because if you're adding 100% tariff on steel, right? Then how are you going to buy steel now? So
that's an argument of that's argument of policy. That's an argument of policy and how to enact this. That's not necessarily a good argument against not doing tariffs. You could argue that okay, maybe it's not 100%. You do something less, but it's more manageable. But that's more of a policy argument.
I guess I'm more asking like what is the goal? Do we actually like, I guess so this is to you and Speakeasy, do we want it to be that we do everything? Or do we like why like I understand the ethical argument of if we're sending like children to like cobalt mines and stuff, but you know, and there's like and having them work in sweatshops and all this stuff. But from like a realistic point, I think it makes sense that nations do different things better. And it seems more efficient to me that America focuses on the more advanced stuff.
No. Why should we let any
possible?
No, yeah. Why shouldn't we want to be the best at doing everything?
I just don't think. I think if you try, it's like you end up being like a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing, don't you think?
Well, that only applies if it's a single person.
Every industry.
How does that work?
Yeah, how does that work?
I mean,
it's not a single
Canada,
person.
like
Trump's
like
not
Canada,
doing all this.
No, but like different, like even from a baseline thing, right? Different countries are like. Your spawn location, right, on Earth depends what resources you have like close to you and stuff, right? So Canada has like a shit ton of like asbestos, which isn't really in high demand anymore, but it's like and we have a lot of like potash. Like there's certain like rare stuff that we have. Oh, Speakeasy, you're in Canada, so I always forget that. So yeah, so we have stuff in Canada that we will just have more access to than like other countries, right? Like that kind of just makes sense. And like certain countries that like focus on, I don't know, a stupid example is like wine, right? Like there's certain countries that will, or chocolate, or these things.
In America, though,
I just don't know. There's nothing that they can't, but I don't know if it's the most efficient.
It's a resource. It's a resource.
Why wouldn't you want the economic independence rather than depending on these foreign countries? Like, just even think of it as like a national security strategic thing to do.
It's a catch-22 because let's say you want to create all the things that we import from China. We would need more people. We literally don't have enough people. China has billions of people. They have a workforce that's 100. We would. There's a reason why we manufacture so much overseas. It's because we don't have the resources.
No,
it's cheaper, but
cheaper.
Yeah, but even if you
has nothing to do with the amount of people needed.
Even if you tariffed, let's say iPhone manufacturing 1,000% China and brought it all over to the US, we don't have enough labor to create as many iPhones as China does. And Tim Apple, if you know Tim Apple from Apple products, the old Tim Apple, he even said it. He even said it himself. He's like, it's not that American workers can't do the work. It's that we literally don't have enough of them here to do it. We can't hire as many people as we need that China can hire and has the resources or the college degrees as engineers to do the amount of work that we do.
That's
that
cope.
we need them to do.
That's cope.
So it's true though. It's true, right?
Yeah, it's cope. It's because it's cheaper.
Why would we want our beautiful Americans to be doing like the grunt work if we can be focusing on
that's what America was proud of before. During World War II, you know what happened, right? America was where everybody got everything from.
Yeah, that's 70 years ago. Now we live in like this postmodern society where we're assembling.
What does the time mean?
Well, the time, it just changes how manufacturing works, right? Like that's the thing. Like it's not about like
you don't need as many people. That's true.
No, but another thing you're overlooking here is okay, you make it out to like, oh, all of Americans should not have to do this grunt work. Well, I hate to break it to you. This is a sad reality, right? But people have an IQ spectrum. Some people are really smart, some people not so much. Every country has it. America's not immune to this. So we have plenty of people who can do these jobs that they fit better into, and they're not going to be fucking CEOs, okay? So this idea that, we don't have enough workers is just nonsense.
It's true. It's true, though. We don't have enough workers.
The counterpoint, though, is that so IQ, right, is a spectrum, right? But if we look at
I dare any one of you to go on the what's that app that you can go look at the jobs in your area? What's that app called? Is it ZipRecruiter or something? I think
like Indeed, ZipRecruiter,
Indeed or ZipRecruiter. I dare one of you to pull that up and pick any field job you can think of, type it in and tell me how many pop up. This is a bullshit cope from people who don't want to work. There's not enough people to work. But you think not enough people that need to work because we're saving their asses with welfare programs and all this.
You think
unemployment? I'm unfortunately less chief coded. Our unemployment is low right now, right? Unemployment is low. Like it's not like it's
low. The tech industry right now is firing so many people because of the AI boom. So it's not like engineers are out there looking for a handout. We just literally don't have enough resources in this country to build. Again, you can say it's because of cheaper costs.
Resources. So like I said, I agree that there's things like, so a lot of manufacturing companies will import steel, right? And I agree that they're going to have to pay a little bit more.
But why speakeasy? Why are we tariffing shit that we can't my example of like the potash and all the shit? Why are we doing blanket tariffs on resources that we don't have in America?
If we become dependent on foreign production, it becomes a vulnerability to us during conflicts and global crises. Okay, do you remember what happened in 2020? The thing they were trying to force everybody to wear, but they had shortages of because they couldn't fucking get them because they weren't made here. This is the thing. We're so fucking foreignly dependent now that this is what happens. If shit goes to fucking
so you want a command economy like the communists in China.
I want to be independent on our economy. I'm not saying I don't want to be able to trade and all this. That's not what's happening here. What it is about protecting home. It's making sure all this stuff can be done here at home. So anytime somebody tries to turn their back or some big shutdown happens, an asteroid hits half the earth and we're all fucking grid shut. If anything goes on, we're ready by ourselves. We don't need to have dependent on other countries that are going to put themselves first. You think they give a fuck about us?
With baseline things, I think I agree with you with like the means of survival. But the only the main country that has like such an isolationist point of view is like fucking North Korea, where they have like barely they have like a few trading partners and they like try to do everything and they end. It just I don't think there's many examples of this like working super well.
Trading partners even. It's not about that. It's about making sure they can't undercut our industries in our own countries. That's what it's about.
But all industries, I get certain industries, but all industries,
but they can't undercut our industries. And then you have to think about, again, that's a big part of it. Like, why would you want military equipment, pharmaceuticals, steel, energy of any kinds, fucking semiconductors, things that you would need in a crisis? Why would you want to depend on another country for this?
So easy. So you're in Canada, so Canada, we sell our energy to America, right?
To everywhere. Yes, it's one of our biggest exports.
And we have where I'm in my province, we got a shit ton of like hydroelectric shit going on, and so we sell it down, right? So is that a bad? Should that be tariffed? Like, if we just have more ability to create hydroelectricity, is it bad to like sell it? Should that be tariffed? Like,
tariff doesn't. I guess that's kind of sell it.
No, but it would be more expensive. So it would be charging Americans more for electricity, right? Because the tariff is paid.
If they want to get it from somewhere out of the country, yes.
Right, but
I think America should do what Canada has done and start focusing heavily on nuclear power, like Canada's done. Ontario
is like the only place that has like fucking done that.
No, it's not the only place that's
it's
done
not the
that
only, but it's the only one that's done that in a sizable.
Known for it because it's literally the most nuclear powered place on Earth right now, if not second. I think it's the most though. This is and everybody's fine here. No big nuclear explosions.
Look, I'm pro-nuclear
Everybody's
energy.
not growing eyes out the side of their heads. We're all good. This is what needs to happen. We need to be dependent on ourselves. That's it, right? Like this is a big thing that should be focused on is making sure that these countries are dependent on themselves because we've learned that it takes a flick. Snap and something goes wrong and we're short on everything. Toilet paper. You want to be short on toilet. You want to be able to not have to wipe your own ass, guy.
Wait, but do you think during COVID everybody that made toilet paper had toilet paper? Everybody was looking for toilet paper. It wasn't just the US.
But this is what I'm saying. It shouldn't be like that.
But that's
like
always
the demand and supply. That's like
supply and demand is always going to happen. You're always going to have like, because why would fucking Charmin like make more toilet paper expecting that people are going to panic buy fucking toilet paper?
Manufacturing of this in country, it wouldn't have happened like this.
Well, we manufacture our own toilet paper.
No, we need big everywhere. This is what I mean. You guys are thinking that one place supplies everywhere or something. Is this what you think? More jobs would be opened here. That's the whole idea, is to bring more jobs here, protect wages here. Why are we fucking?
I get that argument, but it's not happening.
But why do you say
we should make bidets and we should make them in fucking America?
Bidets.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you can look at recent history with another good example of being too dependent on foreign countries, like the oil embargo in the 70s, which started with it was like the thing they called the 6-Day War, which was also Israel's started that shit again, by the way. But anyway, so that happened, and then all the overseas guys that were giving the U.S. a lot of their oil decided, well, we're going to shut that off, and there was a crisis in the U.S. Now today, the majority of the oil the U.S. use comes from domestic, and we get the second most is from Canada. So they fixed that to like never let this happen again. And so we see just kind of history repeat. You get too dependent on foreign countries with whatever. Sooner or later it'll come to bite you in the ass whenever they get pissed off at you.
The guy here pays $5 each rubber duck he makes. Okay? And then he sells them for 10. China gets to make them for 25 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And then they come here and also sell them for 10. No. Tariffs are saying,
wait, no, that's not what happens.
Come here and sell. That is what happens. And tariffs are telling you, if you want to come here and compete, you have to compete fairly. That's what a tariff is doing.
I feel like you can make an ethical argument, but like the reality is because stuff is made in these cheap countries, we can buy them for a lot cheaper. You can say maybe that's bad in the long term. You could say it's unethical, but there's a reason we can get rubber duckies for fucking pennies on the fucking dollar, right? In your world, we would be paying $10, and who can afford that? You know.
My point is that's the whole. This is why you guys don't like tariffs. You like things being able to be cheaper and sell for more, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that's what it is.
Okay. At least we have to acknowledge that, right? You can say it's bad in the long term.
You're willing to give up. You're willing to give up potential vulnerability to other countries for a material gain.
It depends on the industry. It depends. So for like cosmetic industries, not cosmetic in the literal sense, but just stuff that doesn't really matter, then I'm all for getting stuff from other countries. For stuff like your example in the C-19 stuff with masks, we probably should make those in-house so we don't fucking run out of that shit. So I agree with you.
Why
but it depends
though?
on the
I
industry.
can get it cheaper if I buy it from China.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
Here.
If it's something you don't need, if it's a non-essential
this is what
item,
a tariff
yeah,
is telling
then
you.
it
It's
should
saying
be cheap.
all
But
Americans
they should be targeted. They should be targeted.
That's what it's saying. You don't get to go to another country and get your shit for dirt cheap and come sell it here the same price everyone else is selling it. No.
It's not the same price, though. You keep saying the same price. It's not the same price.
It is.
No, it's
In
not.
what
How would they be
world is it
competitive?
the same price?
Like, think about it. How would China be
You don't
competitive
think
with a
if you-
U.S. company
Yeah,
if they were selling it
okay.
at the same price?
Sorry, you're right. My wording there at the undercut the actual price while they're still getting paid, or they're paying less. You're right. I said that wrong. They're selling it for less, but making more in profit. Do you understand?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I worded that wrong. You're right. But that's my point. They shouldn't get to compete unfairly in the American market. And if
Yeah, I
you
mean
want
that's an argument. I would just say for non-essential stuff, I think it ends up being beneficial for the average American. For the important stuff, I think I agree with you. Stuff that we critically need. I understand wanting to be protectionist.
Dream. People used to have a hope.
I don't know if that's bringing back the American dream,
exactly
though.
what that is. That exactly
because we don't live in the 1950s.
Well, no, it plays right into it.
Again. It makes more incentive for it because they're not going to compete with Buddy that's able to go fucking get his shit from China or whatever. He's competing on the same grounds as the next guy. That was the American dream. This is goofy what's going on right now, bro.
Yeah, but
because any new business that comes up, they have to compete with China now. Any new business that wants to start from the ground up has that barrier of entry now.
And that's why they put the tariffs on Canada, because what Canada will just do is they'll get it from China and then sell it to America. So that's why they have to put the tariffs on Canada too.
I know, but is this okay? Speaking as someone,
bro,
you also live in Canada, right? Has this situation been good? Now we're fucking tying ourselves to fucking China.
No, this has nothing to do with Trump's tariffs, bro. Please, you've lived here.
Wait, excuse me. Wait, pause. Wait, how does that have
nothing to do? Bro, go look at the list.
What are you talking about?
Go look.
We are making these. We made these negotiations with China directly because of Trump's tariffs.
I'm staying out of this Canada.
Worst housing market.
Canada violence. I don't know anything about this.
Worst housing market on the planet right now. Probably the most backed up medical system on the planet.
I agree. Look, I hate Canada.
Canada's become a joke.
No, it has been. But I'm saying the China stuff isn't even Trump acknowledges that we are directly going into China and making all these trade deals, right? We used to, like with BYD cars, for example, right? You know, the cheap Chinese electrical cars, right? Canada didn't allow them, and now we're like allowing some of them, and that's because that's a direct response to the auto tariffs that's happening with between Canada and US. I mean, you're shaking your head, but do you agree or do you disagree?
No, yeah, I disagree that this is a result of the tariffs. Yeah. We were headed this way.
I mean, maybe, I don't know if NAFTA or whatever Trump freaking changed it to held in place. Like, I'm all for fucking the other countries. That's fine. But Canada and the US, okay, I'm from both countries. I want them to be in good relations, you know?
Bro,
we
have the best relationship of any country in the world, bro. We literally share our air defenses, bro. We have the best relationship of any country in the world. It doesn't matter.
I know, and that's why I don't like when there's tension between Canada and the US, because I'm like,
that's always tension, right? Americans I think the tension's way worse. Canadians say Americans are too aggressive, and we move on.
It's way worse. Like there are tourist industry in the US that rely on Canadians, and they've seen less traffic this year.
Have you spent a lot of time in America, Confluence?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Then you know it's not, bro. You might as well.
I'm not saying.
You might as well have said I was from the other Canada. It's the same thing.
No, It is. No, I agree. I agree. But that's why I want us to be close allies. That's why I don't want this tension, you know. And now you got fucking Canadians booing the American.
How much closer do you want us to be? We're right next to each other with shares.
One fucking country.
You want us to make BFF bracelets?
I want us to be one country.
You want to be BFF bracelets? You want?
Yeah.
Make us the 51st state. I keep saying, if they make us the 51st
me with a good time,
then I'll be considered.
Okay, I get on board with that. Yeah, I guess that would be the BFF bracelet. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be a naturally born American, and I could run for president.
Oh, now we see the real plan. Okay, now we see
the long con.
The long con.
Canada's more liberal, though. You might regret it.
More liberal than California.
Pretty close. I think
more liberal than California.
Not more.
Okay.
But it's kind of like maybe like
We've got
a little, not northern Cal, but like mid Cal, but like spread across the entire country. That's kind of like Canada, besides Alberta, but everything else, yeah. It's an unfortunate place to be. Okay,
I would. I don't even want to know what more liberal than California is.
What it looks like is something called MAID. You ever heard of MAID, Mo? The Medical Assistance in Dying Program.
Oh yeah.
I was literally just talking about this.
Panel
I was on.
We'd have to get on board with 86 and that.
Wait, I'm confused. Is Post Malone on this panel?
I've never heard that one before, bro. Oh my God, got him!
Hold on. He came up just for that. He was sitting in the back chat.
Hold on.
That was such a good one, bro. You got any more?
He says pick a side. Confluence that connects to the Yanks.
Confluence, you did pick a side. You picked Canada to win the Olympics, and then you guys lost.
Only in hockey. In hockey, I mean, yeah, hockey belongs to the Canadians. Okay,
guy calls himself Cool Kid and came up with that lame ass joke. Holy fuck! How long did you sit in the back thinking about that one? Did you have to remember his name? Go search it up on Google.
I got pulled up almost.
Who sings that song I love singing to in the radio? Is that what you had to do to find out his name or what? Fuck out of here, loser!
You make me fucking spit take.
Didn't go how you thought it was gonna go, huh, Cool Kid?
Sorry, I was distracted. K2.
Listen, you're gonna come at the king. You better not fucking miss, bitch.
It's all good, brother.
Okay, so
Iran, like the good little boy you are.
Iran. That's what I want. I want to ask the panel about Iran.
Iran.
Yeah, that's
Iran.
the proper way to say it. Okay, I follow my Farsi brothers. That's how they say it. They don't say Iran. Okay, Iran today. No, Iran so far away. Good to see you, Alex. On the road. Alex is traveling, but yes. So you guys are all somehow against what needs to be done, which is taking directions from Bibi and attacking Iran.
I'm for Trump's actions in Iran.
Yes, we're against sucking Bibi off to completion. Yes, we're against that. We don't want to do that.
I have to ask.
We prefer not to.
Ally, Mo. It's our closest ally.
And you just got done saying Canada was the closest ally.
Guys,
let me ask you, Confluence.
Well, they're both the closest.
Is that like a troll stance you have, or are you trying to be serious?
It's a bit of column A, a bit of column B.
The best.
I do actually think the Iran attack is. I'm waiting a few weeks to give my final verdict on it, but.
What is your justification for it? What is your justification for it?
So Iran, I think Iran is heading toward
the killed Israeli and American citizens, and because they were responsible for deaths of Israeli and American citizens, they deserve to be overthrown.
That's not it. That's really not it. Y'all looking at this on a surface level.
Look, I will give my stance. Okay, my stance is I think it's like 4 things maybe. Okay, so the nuclearization, I understand. Okay, BB's a little off on his estimates. Okay, because like 10 years ago they were 3 months away from having nukes. I get it.
No, like 30 years ago. No, he's been saying this shit for 30 years.
Born, dog.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I can
Okay, that's fine. I mean, yeah, it's a rounding error in the big scheme of all of history.
30 years.
If you think of the whole history of the world.
In the scheme of like all of history, 30 years.
Right, in the scheme of all of history, it's a rounding error. But real talk, they are
they're coming in 3 years,
ICBMs,
bro.
right? Okay, they're also gunning down their own civilians in like the thousands, tens of thousands, and they're also the global funder of terror, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. We don't like these people. We don't want these people.
Down our civilians and soldiers too. Is that like your answer?
Well, how many Americans have died? 0, I think.
We've been told 6 on our side, and then on their side they're saying over 500. So
And they died inside of a shipping container. That was like, I guess they didn't know where to put them.
Yeah.
I don't know what is this true?
It was some Indian news shit that said there was like over 500 of them that got killed.
Of Americans?
Yes.
That can't be true.
I think they're probably lying, but the thing is, why?
That's some agitprop.
Why does it matter how many? One is enough, no?
Yeah.
But you could say that about like any war, right? Like any war, you're gonna have people. And I'm not minimizing it, but it's just you could say that.
What about whether or not
those motherfuckers sent some missiles to America, and that's why we did that? Okay.
Well, that's the whole Trump claim is that it's a preemptive
Some guy
strike.
said, "Yo,
this is
I'm
what Trump
going to
is
do
saying.
this, and if you don't help us, I'm doing it anyways." And
this
Trump
is way bigger than
was
the
there
two
a
of y'all
credible
understand.
was there a credible near-term threat that we were preemptively striking against?
According to Trump, yes. According to Trump, yes. According to the
You mean the guy that no one can take
technically,
seriously or believe anything he says because it's all either bullshit or comedy or.
I thought we blew all their nuclear stuff up. I thought it was decimated. Why?
No,
those definitely did not.
Why we gotta?
We sent them back 30 years. What are we talking
Speak
about?
easy. You just wanted Trump to run for a third term. Come
We should have
on.
back to where they were. In
Yes, I do.
1992.
Hey,
Okay,
can listen. This is the thing about me. I don't care if you're my side, this side, upside, downside. I'm gonna criticize you if you're wrong. Sending our
But you don't think this is
and
like
wasting
inelectable?
billions of our dollars for fucking some other country is wrong. Fuck
think it's wrong. Like,
voting for this again.
That's only
Why
true
do you
if you
think Trump
see it
is
as
doing this?
just for Israel, though. Like,
Hold
if you
on,
like,
hold
you
on.
don't think there's
Why
any
do you think
American
Trump is
reason
doing this?
that we'd want to like
Speak easy.
hamper Iran?
Speak easy.
Why do we
do you
think
not,
Trump is
think
doing
that there's like
this
long-term
is
returns we
way
might get
deeper.
for doing stuff like this?
This is way deeper than what y'all understand, okay? Iran is China's largest proxy within the region, okay? China has aims to take Taiwan, right? That's what they want to do, okay? So
we gave them all the opportunity now.
China gets the majority of its foreign oil from fucking Iran. Russia gets a lot of its fucking kamikaze drones from Iran. We are cutting off the legs right now.
The second part's right. The first part's not. First part's not
Really?
right.
It's not?
So we want a new world order.
Iran is like.
No,
So
it's
hold
not.
on,
No, it's
hold
not.
on,
A lot of
hold on.
oil,
What are you
but I
what are
don't
you
think
what are
it's
you
the
what are you
major
trying to
reason.
imply here? That this is a good thing because we're hurting China and Russia?
Yeah, it's a bigger
yes. No,
geopolitical move. I think
It's-
Avery's saying.
It's a massive geopolitical move because Trump sees a coming war with China and Russia. I think it is already far gone. It is inevitable. It's gonna fucking happen eventually. So when
Eventually.
war,
Avery, could you turn yourself up a little bit?
Avery,
I
what
want to
does
hear
that
what you're
look like
saying.
when it eventually
you're a little
comes?
bit low.
Could you
Who,
just
Avery? I can turn him up.
I got three people talking to me. I'm sorry. Hold on.
You think it's because he's gonna do a war with China and Russia in the future?
It's going to happen eventually. China is inevitably going to try and attack Taiwan. Okay,
why
so
is he
why
being
not?
so
Okay, so
friendly with
hold on,
Russia?
hold on.
Yeah,
let me
we already
explain this
said
real
they
quick.
can. We don't care.
Let me explain this real quick. So whenever you attack a country, right, you're not just killing the military. You are destroying their ability to wage war. What keeps the machine of war going? Fucking oil. Okay.
Kind of. Yeah.
So if we eliminate so if we eliminate their proxies, we make them weaker. They're going to be weaker in the long
to
run.
help Taiwan.
Sure, but do you think? Hold on.
Isn't that an acceleration though?
Are you
It is an acceleration. It is an acceleration. I agree with that, Mo.
Just a second.
Hold on. I
I want Avery to answer
I got
this,
three
'cause I think-
people.
Yeah,
So
let me
Avery,
just say
is it
something.
in an
When you put
effort
a
to
bunch
help
of people-
Taiwan?
When you put a bunch of people with their back against the wall with nothing to lose, what do you think their reaction to this is going to be? And you're talking about countries with nukes.
Which country? We're trying to stop Iran from getting nukes. What
China and Russia? You just said we're trying to cut the legs off of China and Russia. Do you think they're too stupid to see
forget all that bullshit for a
on?
second? Hold on. The reason let's say I have a threat against you, right? If you do something, I'm going to punch you in the face. Okay.
Sure.
And then I preemptively punch you in the face. What reason do you have for not doing it?
I think he's forcing it to happen within his presidential term. That's what I believe is happening.
So we're forcing the acceleration of a war with two nuclear countries that are larger than us in both landmass and people.
When it comes to their aid for defense,
and also manufacture like 99% of our shit.
Okay, so if China does take Taiwan, that is 70% of the world's highest quality semiconductors that goes into their hands. Your fucking iPhone is now going to cost $5 to $6 grand.
So Trump literally lapsed.
So instead of spending,
hold on, my computer's fucking up. Hold on.
They almost cost that now.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Instead of spending the next 5-10 years building up our own ways of doing it, so we don't have to depend on Taiwan,
which I believe we should.
Accelerate a war,
which I believe we should.
They'll go take Taiwan now, so that we're basically screwed. I don't know. I don't know if that's 100% what's going to happen, because you have China, you have Russia in the middle of a fucking war right now that they're not gaining really any ground on. They've been fighting over a fucking 100-meter fucking line for the last 8 months. It's not going Russia
anywhere.
If Russia offered peace tomorrow, do you think Ukraine would take it?
No, I don't think they would.
If they offered them not only peace but also the land they took back, do you think they would take it?
They need the kids back.
Potentially.
One of the main things that Ukraine wants
yes.
is the kids.
Okay. So then Russia could end their war at any time and essentially lose nothing for it, and they could turn their eyes to us pretty easily.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like they're inundated by like attacks into their country. They're inundated by an attack they made into another country.
Sure, but
Avery, you're saying that Taiwan is?
I'm asking. Do you realize that this is like a really terrible fucking way to do this, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
But I mean, it adds up though. Like with Venezuela and stuff, it wasn't about the fucking drug boats. It's about the fucking oil. It's about the money that we put into the infrastructure there in 2009 before the fucking communist regime came and took it over. America doesn't want to. We don't want to use our own oil. I think we've made that pretty fucking obvious.
Our own oil,
right? So why not
why
not have another? Sorry, go ahead, Alexander.
Because our oil sucks for what we need.
It sucks. It literally is not efficient at all to fucking refine it.
It is if you have the refining facilities, but we don't.
Our infrastructure it needs to be updated for it, and it's just not really good at refining what we find.
We fucking should update for it.
Private companies.
The Venezuela thing wasn't all about oil. Sorry, go ahead.
I should try to cut these. Like, this is what I'm trying to bring up. Okay, I'm going to tell you. You guys, I've told this story before on so my panel's going to say, my chat's going to think I'm being repetitive as hell now because they've heard this a bunch of times. But so when Brazil was first founded, right? It was when like the Portuguese and the Spaniards, they basically like ran the oceans at this time. They were like the best navigators on the oceans, and they kept finding different lands and taking it over. That's why a lot of places speak Spanish and Portuguese. And when they both landed on Brazil, what the Spaniards did is started murking all the natives that were there, taking their women, killing the children, all this, like giving them nothing to lose. What the Portuguese did is they started giving them things they don't have, little trinkets, mirrors, just things they've never had before, and asked them, said, if you fight with us, we'll continue to give you these things. And that is why today Brazil speaks Portuguese, because they said, yes, okay. And we gave them something to fight for. If you give people nothing to lose, all they have to do is fight back. And that's what you're going to do if you cut the legs of the oil going to China and Russia. What do they have left to do?
Okay, but it's also a lot of propaganda too, right? Right. America is not immune to instigating and starting wars. During World War II, y'all remember? I think it was the Lusitania. I think it
I
was.
know they're
Remember
not.
the
The whole reason
Lusitania, right?
Iran is
we were
the way
intentionally.
it is because of the
hold on.
CIA.
Can you let him actually? Can you let him finish what he's saying?
We were intentionally
back the Shah.
sending these ships over, intentionally helping Britain. And like, okay, fuck with us, see what happens. Fuck with us. Bet you won't. Bam. And then they fucking sunk the Lusitania, and then we got drugged into the war. Also, Pearl Harbor happened too. That also matters too. But you have to gear up the population. You have to get them motivated to fight the war before you go and fight the war. If not, you're not going to win.
But what's our motivation right
I don't know
now?
what we're talking about.
Trump
also,
wants to do
briefly,
it.
I read all the super chats. So this, I already made this joke before, but Big Soda says, "But guys, Iran's been
He's
3
eliminating
months
the other
from
world
nukes
powers.
for
That's what I think
30
he's trying to do.
years."
I'm probably Alexander. I could be fucking wrong. I'm just a dumbass on the internet, buddy. But
No,
this is
I
my
know.
my
So
opinion.
what we're trying to do here
I guess
is
here's the problem.
Amazon.
Hold on.
if we're trying to impact China, okay? Why did
Hold
we
on.
suspend $400
That is
million,
gonna impact
$400
China.
million dollars?
Hold
I know,
on.
but why did we suspend $400 million for Taiwanese defense?
When did that happen?
Because Taiwan, because
happened
there
in
is no
September
defending
2025.
Taiwan. If China decides to invade Taiwan loses.
I know, but
Taiwan's got
he's
that
acting like we're
Hannibal,
trying to help
not the
Taiwan,
Hannibal,
but we're
the
not.
But dude, I don't think y'all
Simpson
understand the
protocol thing.
importance of Taiwan, though.
Where
Like,
they, like,
dude,
blow
this
up.
is
Very
it's gonna
important, yeah.
fuck up our chip industry
They're not
bad,
gonna-
dude.
but they
We
wouldn't
don't
take
have the
it.
infrastructure yet.
Taiwan blows all its shit up if China invades, right?
Yep,
They're not
Taiwan,
gonna invade.
Taiwan has
So
a lot of their
so there's
stuff
no-
rigged to blow.
It's not good.
Yeah.
So good luck if
But that
China
means why
walks
would
in.
that means
suspended
hopefully it's an
$400
incentive
hold on.
for China
Right.
not to
So hold on,
invade
hold on.
Taiwan.
So is the only goal the oil, you think, Avery, right?
No, I don't think the only goal. I think
Yes,
it's an
the only
attempt to
goal is the
disrupt.
oil speakeasy.
Wait.
It's the only goal.
I think
I
it's an
want to know
attempt
if
to
that's what
disrupt.
he's saying.
To fuck up. I
Drill,
think it's an
baby,
attempt
drill.
to disrupt their ability. I think it's an attempt to disrupt their ability to wage war. That's what I
I
think.
told you it was about
you know
the
what?
oil.
Maybe this is like.
I mean, it
like,
was,
obviously. I
yes.
don't know
So,
everything
hold on,
behind
hold
the
on.
scenes, and this could be the case.
I want to make a.
But like, what if that is the case, right?
Sure.
Do you think that can be accomplished without putting boots on the ground in Iran?
Okay. Let me make this clear. I am not for boots on the ground in Iran.
I know. I'm not
for
saying
that.
you are, but do you think it can be accomplished without it?
No,
No, because I've been telling
military.
people this.
This
Everyone's like,
war
"Oh no, we're not going to boots on the ground in Iran." I'm like, "Motherfucker, just wait until 3 to 4 weeks when the airstrikes stop." Just
Well,
wait,
hold on,
because
what about-
Iran has been building.
hold on.
Because there's only, like,
Iran has been
roads.
building
It's
bunkers.
It's not
for the
Iraq.
last
Iraq
10
is
years.
way different. Do you guys understand this, right? Like Iraq is
Iraq
not
is, like,
as big.
open.
This place is
Yeah.
huge. It's all mountains.
There's
We're
no
gonna get a
mountains in
mat
Iraq,
of
yeah.
our dudes killed sending them on
What
the
if
ground
those
there.
boots on
No,
the
and I
ground
agree,
are
and I'm against
I
that.
don't
speakeasy?
think
What
anyone
if
wants
those?
boots on the ground. Even in
I
New
would-
York.
I
No,
know
hold on, hold on.
The reason
Hold on.
why,
What
though, the
if?
reason
What
why
if?
there's gonna
Hold
be
on,
boots
hold
on
on,
the
hold
ground.
on. What if those boots on the ground are gas robotics, like gas injected robots?
What?
Huh?
Yeah,
You're
well,
saying
that way
what
we
if
have
we
What if we just send? Hold on,
like machines.
What if we just
but they run
offer
on gas?
amnesty to anyone who's willing to go fight in Iran?
And they're all gone.
Hold on. How about
Well, this is
amnesty
why
for
we
the
need
family
more
of
oil.
anyone who goes to
This
fight
is
in
why we
Iran?
need more oil, just so we can have more gas robots.
Robots are way too
boots on the
easy to
ground.
be taken
Hold
out
on,
in
I
mass.
have an easy win. Okay, we grant citizenship to the family of anyone who goes to fight in Iran.
Wait,
That's what
what?
the fucking Romans did.
Grant citizen for anyone who what?
So, if anyone wants to go fight in Iran and they're here illegally or their family is, just get their family citizenship.
Oh,
So instead of sending them to
Countries
Honduras,
aren't-
we
aren't-
send them over to Iran.
Countries aren't above doing that. They've done it before throughout history.
We literally do that now.
How effective do you think that would be? Like just a bunch of random goobers running over there in really expensive gear.
Double cross.
Just-
They're not the only
What
ones
the
who
fuck?
send.
This is efficiency. This is
They're not
efficiency.
the, hold on.
Hold on. Spitting on the American flag.
You guys
want
want
to put them over there with our
here's the thing.
soldiers? No, thank you.
Here's the thing, okay? You guys want proof that one, they're loyal to the country, and two, they're willing to serve. So give them the chance. They don't do it. They don't do it. They do it. We can. I mean, we'll still send our own troops, obviously.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that will.
Wait, but now our troops are being defended by a guy standing in front of Home Depot.
You know what? They were going to
Well,
deport me
do you think we don't train them first? I don't understand what you're saying.
They still have to go through boot camp. They still got to get trained.
Yeah, they're still going to get trained.
Yeah, but when they get captured, they're more likely to give up the
That's why you don't
because
give them
they
the
thought
sensitive
they were gonna get
information.
deported if they didn't come do
That's
this.
why
They're
you don't give
only
them
do-
those important information, though. You know
How
what I
are you
mean?
going to train them without that?
How you do that? You can't do that, bro. There's like
Yeah,
they're
train
gonna
them, you
have
have to tell them
access
how
to
to-
some.
how to fight.
Do you think? Do you
where
think? Do you
where
think?
we
Do you
dropping
think the
them off?
typical
They're gonna know
soldier
their
is going to
drop-off
resist
point. They're gonna
interrogation
know where they're
to any real degree?
Well, that's a
military
fair
base.
question.
We're
Alex.
arming the
That's a
Kurds
fair
right now, guys.
question.
The Kurds are
That's
who we're
way
expecting
too
to go in there
crazy.
right now.
No,
I
don't
think
do
Like we did
that.
before.
Let's not do that. Let's not.
All right, let's just spend $100
the
billion
only-
kicking them out. You're
so
right.
the
Let's
only
just
thing
spend
this whole
$100
thing
billion
is really
dollars
just
kicking them out of the country.
all our
That's a better way.
billions
You're right. My
in
bad.
rockets.
My
Let's
apologies.
bring
You're right.
back all
That is
our
the way.
billions in jets. Let's bring it all back home.
Wait, why do you
bring our
why do you guys
soldiers
think Trump actually
home
started this war?
and
I'm
let
just
them
curious.
fight it on their own?
Let's just spend like 50 to $100 billion kicking them
Israel
all
can
out,
do this,
right?
and then
Everyone
bring back
can fight it
manufacturing that
Iron Dome, they're
we
Billy
can't afford to put people to
badasses.
work on.
Let them figure
Sakar,
it
I've
out.
already given my opinion on it.
I know you think it's because the coming
It's
more
to
with
disrupt.
China.
It's
right?
it's to disrupt Russia and China's ability to wage war.
Except
That's what I believe
see,
it
Trump
is.
has been very friendly to Russia and also, been unfriendly to Taiwan. I just
No,
want to see.
hold on.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Trump
the-
has been
Smoke and
friendly to
fucking mirrors.
Putin.
They don't have
He's not been
justification to
friendly to
outright attack
Russia.
us yet. They don't. We're waiting for them to fuck up to give
They
us
are
the justification
literally
to do
all
it.
claiming that we
So
are
you
breaking
think it's
international
because China
law.
and
Okay,
Russia.
so this is my gas
Which is fine.
robot.
Of course
as
Every
you can
country
see
breaks
right
international
here.
law. Every
All
country
right.
Yeah,
does.
send
It's
this
boots
guy
on the
over.
ground,
Send
right?
him over.
So
Yeah.
like,
this
what
is
does
my
everyone else think Trump
my
started the war
gas
for?
Is that
powered
the fucking
robot.
Zimbabwe
right?
bullshit?
Listen, no, I just made this with Grok. All right, it's an
Oh,
American
badass.
gas-powered robot. Right?
Badass.
This is why we need the oil. Speakeasy is to power our boots on the ground
How are we gonna feed
gas-powered
oil to it?
robots.
How are we going to feed it oil
Confidence.
though?
Why do you think Trump started
With,
it?
Canada
with
for
just
some oil,
like
then,
with drone refuelers, helicopter
better
drone
ask Canada for
refuelers.
some oil, bro. You got like fucking hardly any
We'll
barrels
just
over
take
there,
we'll
bro.
just take over.
Better
That's
ask
fine.
us
Hey
for some.
guys, I hope I'm fucking
Okay,
wrong.
you know what?
I
Okay,
genuinely
you know
do.
what? We
Because
got
if
a
I'm
good
right, it means
panel.
we're fucked.
Okay, we're gonna go, guys. We're gonna go clockwise and snakewise. Starting with Speakeasy, 30 seconds or less. Why do you actually think that Trump started the war in Iran? What do you actually think is the true motivation?
Oh, I think that what Trump's got his hands tied. That's what I think. I don't think he's doing it for any nefarious reasons or anything like this. I think he's got his hands tied. What's happened is as he's got into office, he's realized that there's a big influence that comes from this other country, and he knew. Right? Think about this. They said we're gonna go. And if you don't want to join us, it doesn't matter. We're doing it anyways. Who's the first people getting attacked in that situation? All the American embassies, all the American bases all around. It's the Americans they just put at risk. The best choice he had in this moment is I have to go do this, or else our boys are getting killed if we don't. That's what it was. It was to protect our
But they're
people.
already getting killed.
I think he's got his hands
No crosstalk,
tied.
Avery.
Just like what when he had to bend to the lobbyists about letting, the farmers, if they have illegal immigrants, we'll give them a way to stay here. Like this is what's happening. He's realizing how much influence is this is what's going on. He's got his hands tied and he's doing what he can.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Mo.
Because everyone in Congress has an AIPAC handler, and Israel has their hooks in our government far too much, and they're too deep-seated. And this is just another manifestation of that we're seeing play out in real time, where it doesn't seem to be what the American people want. It's more of like this little island somewhere that decides, hey, we want our little piece of land. Hey, we want to do this. They've been trying to go after Iran for a long time. BB's been talking the last fucking 30 years. They're almost there. They almost have a nuke. They're almost going to get there. We got to do something about it. And really, it's just a power grab. Israel just wants more power in the area. That's it.
Right? Deeply anti-Semitic. Okay, Castle?
I'm sorry. I also forgot to add, when they tell him that they were going to assassinate him, he probably, said, yeah, all right.
No crosstalk.
There is Mossad. There is Mossad to worry about.
I'll punish myself in this.
I thought he was yelling at me off the get-go because he said Avery, and then I forget that there's another Avery now.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like,
there is two
I look,
Averys on.
so like,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Avery.
I'm like, look, well, that's what they call him because they don't know how to. No one knows how to pronounce avarice, right?
Ava Rice?
Yeah,
Ava Rice.
so-
Yes, Ava Rice.
Ava Rice.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get like every variation, right? Noggin says Avery, so
That's
everybody
so
just starts
fucked,
saying
bro.
Avery.
It's just
That's
stuck,
so
yeah.
fucked.
Castle, are you
Yeah,
here?
yeah. I was just gonna say,
Frank Castle, you here? Frank Castle?
do you
Okay, can I
shut the
go?
fuck up ever? Holy shit.
No, never.
So I would say that he was probably influenced by his neocon cabinet, but I think I'm going to use most of my time to say that whether it's Israel or if you think Trump doesn't actually have agency, people like Mo and Speakeasy will vote for him anyway. They really don't care.
Ooh, shots fired. Okay.
Yeah, firing shots. You're a little asshole, aren't you, about me?
How are you
They
supposed
all
to expect
have an
your
APAC.
to be firing shots like that, bro? That's
Everyone who goes in there has an APAC handler.
It's true.
Yes,
True.
I will vote for the better of two shitty choices. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so you don't care.
That's how it goes. It's not what don't I care about?
Bro, you think if Kamala was president, we'd be having a war with Iran? You're fucking
We'd be
nuts.
worse.
It would
No,
have
we wouldn't.
Boots on the ground in
It
Ukraine
would have
right
happened
now, dude.
sooner.
No, we
Look
wouldn't. We
into
didn't have
history,
boots on the
Todd.
ground
Women
with
are known
Biden.
women that were in charge were more known for starting wars than men. Look into history.
Okay, that's
Todd.
nice.
About
It's not-
30%
Well, that's
more.
nice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's like you don't like history or something.
So which war started with Iran?
He
With,
can't read.
Kamala or?
Confluence. So my perspective on this is that the reason that Trump is doing this in Iran is A, because Iran is directly responsible for the deaths of Israeli and American civilians. B, Iran is a totalitarian or at least authoritarian government and is cracking down on its own civilians. And C, nobody on this panel, including me, knows what they're talking about when it comes to Iran. So I would hope that...
Yay.
Hey, Energy. Hey, what the heck, bro? Relax.
Who did we just remove?
Oh, wait, no, Alex just switched from mobile to desktop or vice versa.
No, I got
when has Trump ever
disconnected.
given a fuck about someone being authoritarian? He
I got
usually
DC'd.
likes them.
Hey, no crosstalk, unless it's me saying what someone is saying is gay.
I have a question for the panel. Has anyone here read?
There's no
any
quiet
books?
word.
No crosstalk.
Golden
No
State
crosstalk.
Mark. Learn the fucking how this fucking shit works. Avery, you're next. Not the bottom Avery, the other Avery. The Avery with the glasses. 30 seconds or less.
Okay, so the reason for the what? No, Joey.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up, you fucking limp dick.
Who asked?
You
if
never
anyone
shut
here
up,
has read a
dude.
book?
You shut the fuck up.
You look like an incel.
Okay, at least I'm not afraid to fucking get on camera, you fucking limp dick son of a bitch.
Cam up, Castle.
Cam up, you little
Alright, fine,
bitch.
fuck off. I will.
Who
Let me see
said
that Flagstaff girl's
nobody
bedroom, bro.
here reads books?
Can I go ahead now?
The
Can I
chick's
go ahead?
Flagstaff room,
Go ahead,
Castle.
go ahead.
Who said it?
So, like I said before, I think this is an attempt to cut off the drones that are going to Russia from Iran. I think this is an attempt to cut off Iranian oil from the region that will also directly affect China. I mean, it's about weakening our foreign adversaries, effectively. That's what I believe.
Okay, John Zerka.
I think I'm gonna have a little bit of a different answer here. Okay. One, Trump's pretty petty. The reason he invaded Venezuela is because Maduro said mean things about him in his first term.
That
obviously it's not everything, but I think this is more of a domestic political thing. I think Trump doesn't really care where the conflict is, but the relationship between foreign wars and domestic authoritarianism is very much historically something that is true. So essentially, a foreign war is a mechanism to destroy, constraints or democracy at home, and it also is an element of there's an element of rallying that happens whenever, like, if people's kids die, then you have to support whatever the government's doing, essentially, right? Because their death can't be in vain.
30 seconds or less.
I'm done.
Well, you had time. You could have landed it, but it's fine.
Oh, well, you made me feel like I did.
Well,
Anyway, I'll finish that. Okay. A foreign war is an element of personal corruption by the president of the United States. I think he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just desperately trying to find a way to break constraints at home and become more authoritarianism through emergency powers.
Sirka, I don't think you know.
Avarice? No
Are you
crosstalk.
Are you paying attention, Speakeasy? All right, so we are obviously, it's a clear indicator that we attacked Iran because Iran is a major oil supplier to China. And as our major oil conglomerate, we need to cut the head off of China. because it's a significant portion of Beijing's import, despite the U.S. sanctions. Right? China has signed a 25-year comprehensive cooperation agreement with Iran for oil in exchange for arms. Why would we not want the oil and fracture the Chinese influence in the Middle East? That's why we attacked Iran.
Thank you, Avarice.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Nice job,
Alex.
Ava Rice.
Avarice, I hope you know the percentage of oil that comes from
No
imports
crosstalk.
into China. I just hope you do.
Yeah, personally, I think this is as everything else, mostly just distraction from other things. But
Gay. Okay, and now Confluence. Don't forget about Confluence. Okay, he goes last. I think it was because Iran is headed toward nuclearization. They were trying to buy hypersonic missiles from China, and inshallah, they will not get them, and they haven't got them yet. And also, they're massacring their own people, but I don't think Trump really cares a lot about that. And maybe Israel had like a small, like a tiny bit of influence, but like basically that can basically be ignored. That was like maybe a suggestion from BB.
Oh,
That's
my
almost
God.
that's nothing. And now crosstalk is enabled, so we can all spurg at the same time. In the same way.
I have to ask
Go ahead.
Avery,
I don't know how you don't see that this is not China. I don't know how you don't see this is not Middle East. This is obviously where it comes from.
Avery,
It's about the oil.
Avarice, wait, okay, it's about the oil. Great. Avery, real quick. Avery, the point you made about the drone, it's not true.
The Shaheed drones?
Sikar's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
In 2023, Russia made a deal with Iran to build those drones inside Russia. Iran transferred the designs, equipment, and training. Russia built a large factory for this, and so now Russia mostly makes them in-house. So that's not even.
Okay, so that part was incorrect.
Sakar, do you deny oil deals with China and Iran? Do you deny that, Sakar? Do you deny that?
What is China's total crude oil import percentage?
Doesn't matter. Do you deny the oil? Do you deny that? What is there? Is it more than Americans have?
Yes, whatever.
It's 13% of China's
is that more? Is that more oil than what we get from Iran?
All the oil, bro. All the oil. I have a serious question.
Again, no, not all the oil, but is it more? Do they give more oil to China or more oil to America?
Don't care.
I don't know.
I have a real question for you.
What?
I have a
Go
real
ahead.
question for you.
Go ahead, speak easy.
For you and
If you're trying to cut
everyone
off the
else
snake,
that is for the war in Iran. All right. How can you simultaneously have I'm not for boots on the ground, I'm for what we're doing in Iran? How can you do that knowing it's going to lead to boots on the ground?
No, well, because it's not going to lead to boots on the ground. If you can go back to my image here, hold on here. Let me get you the visual effect. We're obviously going to go to gas powered. Gas powered.
It runs out of gas. You're gonna
no, but then refuelers. No, helicopter drone refuelers. All right, now how that works? Yeah, they come in and they refuel just like a plane. Yeah, treads on the ground.
I don't think this has to lead to boots on the ground. I mean, maybe it will, and I'll be
proven
wrong.
I think it will. I don't think it will.
There's no the average American citizen has no appetite for this. There's no appetite for boots on the ground.
Correct. It's a very unpopular war.
We will lose the midterms if we do boots on the ground. Absolutely guaranteed.
You're already going to lose the midterms. What do you think is going to change now?
Epstein shit. So maybe we're just gonna just do, but it's there's no appetite for it. I don't think it's gonna happen.
The midterms regardless. There's no.
Was the invasion of Poland popular with the German public when they invaded Poland?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. I don't know.
It was extremely unpopular. The only reason it became popular is because they won so fast. So I mean, it's not like putting boots on the ground wouldn't really do this thing.
I'm sorry. Did H-Man? Was H-Man like succumbing to midterms and future elections, or because maybe I'm missing something? Maybe Yahtzee Germany was actually like a democracy in the way America was. No, people have to consider what the voting population is going to fucking vote for, right?
And the German population didn't want the invasion of Poland.
So are you guys saying that this wasn't about oil?
Hold on.
I'm saying
I have to ask.
won an
I have to ask
election,
Khan.
right?
Khan.
In like in the mid 30s, right? And then there was no elections after. So unless you think Trump is going to suspend all elections, then the voting populace kind of matters.
I don't need to say no. Trump already said he's going to run Podestar. By the way, Trump literally in
No, he didn't say no. He didn't. No, he didn't fucking
Yes,
say
he did.
that.
He said he was going to try.
He
He said he was going to try.
He said there's ways, and there's he didn't say he did the Greenland stunt where he's like, hey, I'm not saying I'm not going to do it, but like
he might not. Who gives a shit? Let's
I'm
move
so over
on,
people
please.
justifying the words that people say when you can just literally just listen to them, dude. Like, quit fucking
Yeah, but you
justifying.
can't listen
things
to
this guy
anything
does.
he says because
he's a fucking
full of shit
loser.
and
I don't know
never
why
tells the truth
everyone.
about
I'm
anything.
muted for a minute, Big Soda. Thank my own mod's fucking muting me.
Like, I don't know why are you justifying what he says? Just he says what he's going to do and he does it. That's
That's not true. He says what he's going to do all the time, and then doesn't do it.
I don't know why anybody's trying to argue with C-Car. He's just a fucking idiot.
No, he tries to do what everything he says he's going to do. He already. I don't have to guess, by the way, how he's going to try to.
He doesn't try to do everything he says he's going to do, man.
He
Trump
already
talks a
was
lot of
given an
shit.
executive
No,
order
listen.
that shows how
He
he's gonna
says
do it.
things, and if his base gives enough support for it, then he does it. All right,
Exactly.
That's how this works.
I mean, he
But
just tries
here's
to do
the
it anyway,
here's the
but
thing.
A
Here's
lot
the
of
thing.
times,
Okay.
our institutions don't have a pathway for him to do them sometimes, right? So he has to figure it out.
No, I know, but here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. I don't think Khan's not considering this at all, but like the problem is that Trump has nothing to lose here, right? The midterms are over unless he can do something to like save it. The only thing he could do to save it is create a war
He's
that
not
he
leaving,
can
man. Even if
win.
he loses,
A war
midterms,
isn't
Trump's
saving
not
it.
leaving. He's already said
Well,
he's not going to.
if he wins quickly with little to no loss on our side,
They already just said it's going to take
he's
8
saving
weeks. Now it's going to be till September. It's not happening
Well,
quickly.
Trump has
dude.
already said
Maybe.
how he's going to impact them. Okay, so you can go
Maybe.
read his executive orders, and there's also a second one that hasn't been published yet. He wants to essentially intimidate the polls or suspect. He's going to tell the Attorney General or Secretary of State to ask or say that there's voter fraud in certain areas, and then he's going to purge the rolls or try to do something like that. It's in his executive order. That's what he wants to do. So, I mean, that's how he's going to try. And then even if he loses, guys, I don't really have good news for you, but he's not going to leave. Even if he gets
I
impeached.
mean,
guarantee you.
I think that's a
Zerka,
possibility. That's something on the back of my mind.
This is
Well,
your
we don't
like
know
your
we don't know if
this
it
is your
happens.
permission
That's such cope.
structure.
That's such
Trump is a
cope.
fascist. This is all
Cope
the
harder,
same.
C-Car.
I did say I would-
Cope
I would
harder.
argue
Any of that
that.
really-
I've
He's
heard
not
this
gonna leave.
argument before.
He's not going to leave. Shut the fuck up. Did he leave the first time?
No.
No, he didn't.
What?
He did leave the first time.
What do you
the
mean
fuck
he
are you
left the
talking
first
about?
time, you stupid
Was he
son of a
militarily
bitch?
dragged
You're
out,
so
Zerka?
fucking retarded.
What was January 6th?
Was that
Oh
him?
my god!
You're so
Really?
fucking stupid. You're
Really?
so
Yeah,
fucking
what
stupid,
the
Hey
dude.
man, hey, listen,
I guess,
listen,
yeah. I mean,
listen.
he definitely just
if you-
left.
hey, hold on,
of his
hold
own
on.
volition, for
Listen,
sure.
if you kick me out of a club, right, and I decide fuck that, I'm gonna fight you, and I fight you and I lose, and so I leave. Do you think everyone's gonna be like, oh well, you know, he left. There's no problem.
Is
with
that
him
what
with that.
happened? Is that what happened,
I'm
Alex? Is
asking
that what
you.
Trump-
I'm asking
That's
you.
not what happened. He tried to
Can you
use
shut
a
up?
legal
He
theory,
didn't
a
do-
French
he did-
legal theory, and it
Who
didn't
gives
work.
a
and it
shit
was
if it's a legal
overthrown.
theory or not?
He tried more
My
than
fist
just
could be a legal
an
theory.
illegal theory.
What's your
It's a
point?
legal
You got the proof? Where's your
No, he
proof,
tried more than
Zakar?
just
Where's your
that.
proof?
Hold on.
Where's your proof?
My
Evidence.
fist can be legal
Bro,
theory.
you're
if I want it to
Evidence,
be.
Zakar.
Have
But
you
here's
read
really?
the
Jack Smith's
question. Here's the
indictment?
question. Here's the question.
Where's your
Would you still
evidence?
say? Would
Have
you
you
still
read Jack
say?
Smith's indictment?
Would you
I
still
don't
say
do
that I
Where's your
left?
evidence? Your evidence.
Would you still say
It's
that I
in there,
left?
dude.
Would you still say that I left?
Was Trump
Yes, because
indicted
you
for
left.
this?
If
Okay,
you were
so
physically
after I
indicted,
fought
bro.
in
He was
the
about to,
Or
yeah.
was he charged
I
with
left,
a felony
and you're
for
like,
this?
oh well, he
Okay, if
left.
you were
There's no big
indicted
deal
on
here,
something,
right?
Everest, I mean, I thought you went to court and watched.
Yeah, I'm
court
saying, was he
proceedings.
charged? Was he?
If
Was
you're
he?
indicted
Was
on
he
something,
charged
that
for
means
this?
you're
I got it.
charged, you fucking idiot.
No, was he? Okay, where is the
He was
proof on
indicted.
this?
He was
Dude,
indicted.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You're being so fallacious, dude. He
No, I'm
didn't
not.
break any
I'm
crime. He
using
didn't
the
break
word
a.
indicted.
Well, he did nothing criminal, and you know it.
No, he definitely did.
What are you
Jack
talking
Smith
about?
testified under oath the other day that I definitely could have convicted him, is what he said.
Oh, you definitely okay. Then let's see it. Where's he
Then why
convicted?
didn't they?
Well,
Where's he
hold on.
convicted? Why
A man
isn't he
who saved his
convicted?
country
Why
commits
isn't
no
he
crime.
convicted?
Just remember, okay?
Why isn't he convicted? You stupid fuck.
Because he
became
can't commit
president.
resigned as president. Isn't that what the Supreme
No,
Court said?
that's a misreading of the fucking SCOTUS case.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
Holy
That is
shit, Alex.
absolutely
Now
the
you're
right reading
triggering
of the
me.
SCOTUS
You're
case.
triggering
I don't know
me.
what that's for. I don't know what the SCOTUS case is for. But
It's
he
as
was gonna
long
be
as
convicted, bro.
as long as he's acting within something that's within his purview as president
as soon
that
as he won
Congress doesn't
presidency,
have
he
access
fucking
to.
ended the fucking
You can't
the
even
special
assume that he
investigation.
might be doing something wrong. You have to prove
That's
it
such a-
first before you can subpoena him for
Yeah, but
information.
that's okay. So that's not what you just said about how he can't commit crimes.
It
and
was,
just
though.
because
If
of
you
it.
Well,
read
hold on.
Jackson-
If I
Jack
can't
Smith's indictments,
assume
it's pretty fucking
malice on
obvious.
your part, how can I possibly even try to investigate you?
If you think Trump could just like, I don't know, pull out a handgun and shoot somebody right now, and he could just
I don't
declare that's a
care.
presidential action, obviously
I don't care.
not.
I
That's
don't
such
care
a
about
like.
Hold on. Isn't this part of the unitary executive theory?
Which
Okay, no,
If he controls the military, then he has all the powers of the military.
Opinion. Use the Supreme Court dissenting opinion. What did she say? What you're trying to do right now is something that was argued in Supreme Court. Okay, Sotomayor did this. The dissenting opinion. It was if the president literally asked SEAL Team 6 to fucking murder someone, a political opponent or something, they asked the other concurring justices, "How can we determine if this is a presidential action or not?" And there was no answer. No one fucking answered it. So it does
Because
leave
there
up
is no
way
answer.
too much gray area. Okay.
Yeah,
It was asked in Supreme
not
Court.
just way too much. It's infinite gray area. It's infinite gray
Then it's
area.
if what
It's
you're
not
if you,
infinite, but it is definitely like they're gonna have to.
This
If
is
Trump does
so
something,
retarded.
they're gonna have to
Because
hear
then
it.
why,
Right?
why isn't it happening? Why wouldn't Trump just do all of that? Why wouldn't he just
Because
send
then he's
SEAL
gonna have to
Team 6
test.
to blow up all of the
Is that a real
DNC
question?
and just like
Is that a real
well,
question?
why not? Hey, he's not going to be charged, right? From what you said, there's no way he can be
I
charged.
never said he wasn't gonna be charged.
Okay, so okay,
So the
so
steps in this
Alexander's
are going to
saying.
be slow over time, right? Like, okay.
Well, no,
remember,
not even that.
If
but
everyone
like,
knew what Hitler was going to do in 1942, they wouldn't have voted for him in 1932.
every
So,
time
right?
you bring up
Even if we grant this like crazy thing that you're saying here, isn't that the case with all presidents, not just Trump? So what you're really attacking is a policy.
You are correct. Yes.
Has anyone else tried to fucking overturn an
There's just
amendment?
no
with an
other
executive
president has
order?
ever tried this kind of shit before.
But everything that you're saying would apply to every president.
Has any other president tried to overturn an amendment with an executive order?
How did he do
Any other
this?
president tried to literally intimidate voting?
How did he do this? How did he do this? How did he do this?
Call the Secretary of State in Georgia.
Website, bro.
Can you explain what your claim here?
Told the Secretary of State of Georgia
He's literally
to
trying to overturn
find
the
8,000
14th Amendment
votes to
by doing a
overturn.
judicial inference, which he doesn't have any authority to do, for an amendment.
Asshole, that was a perfect phone call. How dare you?
What did
That
you
was a
answer?
perfect phone call. It was a perfect
I
phone
can't.
call.
I'm sorry. You have to give me a fucking moment that Obama or even Reagan. No one is doing what Trump is doing. He's a
No,
fascist.
they just didn't think of it before he did. That's all. He's just too smart. He just, I don't know.
So your claim is Trump tried to go like basically remove an amendment, and what exactly
He's trying to
can
overturn
you
an
expand?
amendment,
You're trying to overturn. Okay, can you expand on this? Like,
Yeah. So amendments are kind of the fabric of our Constitution in a way, right?
I know what an amendment is. What amendment? Don't be.
I'm going to make sure that you do know. Okay, so normally what you have to do is whip Congress. You have to make sure. You
Okay,
get
so you're a
3/4
fucking asshole. You're just an idiot that just wants to
I
hear
am
yourself
going to be an
talk. Okay,
asshole
great.
if you're going to sit here and say that someone else. has
Just
done
because
that.
I'm asking for you to expand on your claim, and you got to go, well, an amendment is fuck
Quit being a
off.
bitch. Quit being a bitch. No, fuck that.
Quit being a fucking asshole.
You just told me someone else has done that.
No. You're being a fucking you're being a fucking condescending asshole. If you put forth a fucking claim, it's my right to ask you to expand on it and explain your claim.
If you muddy the water afterwards with bullshit.
Muddying the water by asking a question?
No, you said
asking a question is muddying the watering.
Anybody mutters the water, Sicard.
No. I said you were bringing up the SEAL Team 6 situation of being able. Do you want to go back? I know you're fucking slow, but you were talking about the SEAL Team 6 murking people, and there was no clear definition of that. And so I asked you, isn't that the case with all fucking presidents? Even if I grant this crazy thing you're saying,
every president,
and then you went into this other amendment situation.
Yes, technically it is now. Yes.
Why are you
It
avoiding what you
is
said?
now.
I'm
even
not
though it
avoiding what I
never
said.
has
I
been
was asking a
before
question.
Did you not
in the
say
history
every
of
president does
mankind.
this?
Yes, you are correct.
No, I said you were making the point. Keep up
said
here.
every president-
You were shut the fuck up for a second.
I am keeping up, dude.
You shut the fuck. Well, apparently you're not. You made a statement that every president, that in this situation there was a question of if the president could send SEAL Team 6 to murk someone, and there wasn't a clear
That was the
answer.
Supreme Court
And my
ruling on immunity, completely different.
and was it no? That's what I was commenting on. No, you commented that, and you need to fucking keep it. You don't know what the fuck you're saying right now. So you made that statement. I asked a question. Okay, well, Isn't that the case with all presidents? So you're really attacking a policy of the president. And then you pivoted into some kind of amendment shit. And then I asked you to expand on it. And then you decide to be a condescending asshole like all leftists do. Roll it back and right. You don't. This is the same shit you did with Rob. You don't know how to keep like up with any kind of dialogue. You just have shit in your head, and then you're waiting to talk, and you want to hear yourself speak because you love the sound of your own fucking voice. So why don't you shut the fuck up and actually listen, and we can have a dialogue. And you want to be a condescending asshole, we might get somewhere.
I would be a condescending asshole to people who muddy the water, then fucking lie about it because
muddying the water by asking a question. Muddying the water is asking questions. This is what this is the left. This is the left ideas of arguing. You're asking me to justify. You're asking me to justify my statement. But that's muddying the water is asking me a fucking question. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, because you did. You said every president has done this.
No, I didn't.
You're not on the left is crazy.
No, I didn't. Say it with your chest, bro. At least
no, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So you're saying that every president could do this. He's asking you.
And I wasn't even a statement. I was asking a question.
Could do it.
You asked a question after saying every president does this.
That any president can do it too, not just
every president in history could have done this. So then it's could have. Listen, could have.
No, not
understand the words.
I'm supposed to engage with could.
No, you're fucking hopeless. You're fucking hopeless.
It is hopeless because you literally just say what you said, dude. Say it with your chest.
I've said what I said multiple times. You're not fucking listening.
Hold on. It's simple. It's simple.
No, he's not listening. He loves the sound of his own fucking voice. He probably sniffs his own farts in the evening.
That's what I want you to do.
Now he goes, I want you to answer my questions now. I've avoided all your questions. Now I want you to answer my questions.
I didn't avoid his question.
Yeah, I want to reframe your question to fit my. Yeah.
Would never.
How dare you? Just I reject everything you said. And now answer these questions. Answer these questions.
Should I reframe it by saying everyone does it or what? You think that'd be a good idea?
Does what?
Retard.
He's asking
you're the dumbest motherfucker I've ever fucking.
And the answer is no.
I have to fucking talk to Marilyn. All right, this is crazy.
Marilyn would actually be more coherent than this guy.
Yeah,
than sad to say.
I'd rather talk to Marilyn.
Fucking crazy.
You guys
At least Marilyn will own that she's God. Apparently, she'll say it, and then you attack that.
You said that Israel literally started before anyone else, but the Syrian king said that he was going to attack Israel before Israel even started the Yom Kippur War. How come you don't know that?
Great. Oh, pop quiz. Great pop quiz. Great pop quiz. Do you know this one thing in history that I read? Do you know? Oh, you don't know this? Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Great. Yeah.
We're talking about history.
I'm so happy everyone's realizing about this.
Pop quiz.
First day I fucking
I'm just showing how you're wrong all the time and anti-Semitic for no reason.
A brief pause, okay? Big Soda says, I'm going to drop some little soda picks. It's bad. Okay, so I want to say, I didn't know if I could say this, but I asked Big Soda, and I can't. So his son today was mauled by a dog. Okay.
Oh shit! God.
Yeah. It was.
I'm sorry.
And Big Soda fucking acted incredibly, and but it's not good. It's not good. But his son is fine. His son is fine. But there is damage on the cheek. So if you can all pray for Big Soda's son. Okay. Big Soda's always here. He's here every day. This is the first day he hasn't been here, and that's why. Okay. So just want to say that. Okay.
Hey, Big Soda, and if you need any,
sorry that happened, bro.
Big Soda, dude, if you need any, financial burden relieved or dinner purchased or whatnot, hit me a DM. I'll buy you guys a dinner or something. Through
Based.
Sorry to hear that, man. Hope he recovers quickly.
Yeah, I'll take care of dinner for you and your family. So hit me in a DM, Big Soda.
What in the? Jesus.
That's great. Now we can I didn't mean to interrupt everyone, but I wasn't sure if I was, because Big Soda told me this off stream. I wasn't sure if I was okay mentioning this. So I just wanted to get some clarification, but we can all go back to fighting in the same way. Okay.
There's no point in fighting with Sakar.
What does it
He's
say?
just a fucking retard.
I mean, because I read, man. I'm sorry. I know. It sucks.
I mean, like,
what are we looking at?
We know how you are with reading things, all right? You just skip over the fallacious stuff. Corin tried to read stuff with you too the other day, and you just skip stuff. So, like, it doesn't. I don't believe anything that you have to bring up.
Do you skip the own White House documents? Is that what you do?
No,
I'm
but you
confused.
tend to skip lines and
No?
cherry
So
pick
you know
out
what
of
this is.
documents.
So you know what
tend
this
to-
is. Is that what you're
you
saying?
tend to cherry pick from documents. We saw you yesterday.
I'm
Warren,
literally just showing the
cherry
entire
pick what-
fucking page.
Cherry
dude.
pick
What are you
again,
talking about?
one page out of how many, right?
A lot. I mean,
A lot,
but
right?
that's not
So
the problem
so,
here. I want you to tell me
again,
where another
a whole
president.
a document starts.
Where
with an
has another
opening,
president tried to
middle, and
overturn an amendment?
Again, that doesn't matter.
Again,
that
what?
Again, that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if you try to overturn
what
an
Mo
amendment
is
in the
trying to
Constitution.
say. What Mo is trying to say is that they could have. The possibility exists that anyone them could
Who
have.
cares?
Just
Who
because
cares?
Trump, hold on. Just because
No.
Trump chooses to do something
What
that
kind
he
of
has the
fucking
power
crystal
to
ball
do.
bullshit is this, you
Just
fucking
because
weirdo?
Trump
What am I
chooses to
listening
do something that
to?
he has the power to do, and he's the only one that did it, doesn't mean that he's like bad
He doesn't
because
have
you're
the
doing
power to
something
do
that
it.
you had the power to
He
do.
doesn't have the power to do it, you idiot.
Well, then how did he get away with it?
He's trying to.
Okay, which means he'll have the power to do it.
No, he doesn't. The Supreme Court
Well, then,
didn't hear
then,
this.
if he doesn't get away with it, then he did nothing. So what's the point? Why are we arguing if he didn't do
he's
anything
still-
yet?
Because he's still trying.
He did
to.
nothing. He's done
No, he
nothing.
didn't.
Then
He has
you're
it
fucking
locked up in-
stupid
Why are you dick riding him so hard?
because he's done nothing yet.
Why are you dick
He's
riding
done
this guy?
nothing
Why?
wrong, bro.
He's done nothing yet. He's tried to do
He's
something. Oh
literally
well.
trying to overturn an amendment, dude.
Okay, I tried to make women in cages. Does that mean that is happening?
Okay, so what happens when he wants to
I'm
do that
trying to
another
put all the
amendment?
women in cages. Does that mean it's
Now, what
happening?
happens when he wants to do that to another amendment? Maybe one about guns.
Again, so what happens? I guess he's the president. It's what we voted for.
So you don't care about them at all.
So again,
Again,
this
what?
is what we've again. I'll get another president. They'll probably vote it back in. That's the way it works.
Oh, come on, dude.
There is no voting going on.
Seven's
here, dude.
rage page.
Well, again, he'll the next
Why
president
do you
would
keep saying
probably
again?
reverse it. Again, to talking to you. The president would reverse
Okay.
it. The next
So you're
one.
okay with it happening, though?
Sure. I mean, if it happens, it happens. We do our best to live in the means
Okay,
of
so you're
which
not a
we live
serious
in.
person then. You're just like a joke.
What are you talking about? Again, I live
I don't
here
know
in
how I'm
America.
going to be able to talk to a
I
person
live here in
about
America,
amendments
but I can't.
in
I'm
the
not gonna.
Constitution and how they're actually really important.
If
And then
we
you're
go
like,
to war, if we
whatever.
go to war tomorrow, right, and they institute a draft, I'm not going to pull out all my
The
weapons and
draft
start.
is legal.
If we go to war tomorrow,
Is a
and
draft
they-
an amendment?
if we go to war tomorrow and they draft all the women, let's just say
Is a
something that's not
draft an
illegal,
amendment?
something that's not legal. They draft all the
Okay,
women. Let's
is it
just
an
say.
amendment?
Shut. Just listen to me.
What
for
does
a
that
second.
matter?
I know it's really difficult
What's
when
this
you make
matter
an
to my
analogy that doesn't
hyper?
make any
What's this
sense.
happen to? Okay, let's say we go to.
No, I was talking to Sakar.
We go to.
Avers.
Let's say we go to war and we drop napalm on the battlefield.
Got it?
Something completely illegal, right? Agreed.
It's not an amendment.
Who's gonna do anything?
Oh my god.
No one's gonna do anything.
What do you mean?
Again,
I mean, technically, napalm's
what I'm saying
technically
is,
illegal by
this
international
has
law,
nothing
right?
to do
But
with my
like,
argument. Though. What I'm saying is,
that has
if we
nothing
go
to
to
do
war,
with the
if we
Bill
go
of Rights.
again, if we go to war, okay, great. If we go to war tomorrow and Trump says everyone can't say the word Korea in America,
Fucking
if you
war
say
crimes are
the
committed
word
on both
Korea,
sides.
you're going to prison. All right.
Okay, so how
Let's just
how
say,
would you do that without breaking the First
hold
Amendment?
on? Let's just say he does. Okay.
You okay with that?
Hold on. Let's just say he does.
Are you
I'm
saying you're
not
okay with that?
internally, probably not, but I'm gonna have to live with it.
What do you mean
I'm not
internally?
gonna,
Probably not.
I'm not gonna sit there. I'm not gonna sit there and take my guns out and start fighting the justice system because
Why not?
something was done I don't like.
Bro, are you serious?
no, it's
we
not
fought
just
a whole
you don't
revolution
like.
for that shit. Now we're just gonna stop because you
Again,
want
this
Trump
is
to
why
do
we
whatever.
have militias that make these
What kind of
ideals.
pussy ass shit is that, bro?
What do you mean pussy ashes? We have militias for this.
If your
We
rights are
have
being taken away
people-
from you, you wouldn't fight.
Again, it's not that our rights are being taken away from us.
That
all
is
right?
a right being taken away from you.
Again,
Freedom of speech.
Again, you're
Again,
sitting
what?
here. You're sitting here saying that rights are something that we are owed or deserved. As Americans, our rights are granted to us through the establishment. And whatever they
descriptive
decide,
rights given to us
whatever
by
they
the government.
whatever they decide to grant us or give us for that time, I would have to deal with until the next regime or vote it through. That's what a
Okay, so
democracy
you're like,
is.
you know what?
We
For
vote.
one regime, for one person, I'll just let everything go. It'll
Then
be
we'll have
fine.
to vote. No, we'll have to vote for the next one, and then the next one,
How
and
do you
the
know
next
there's
one,
going
and
to be a
hope,
vote
and hope,
afterwards?
hope for the best. Hope for the best. Hope.
How
That's
do you
what
know
hope's
there will
for.
be a vote afterwards?
That's what hope is for.
I don't want hope.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry,
I
you
want to
hate
make
have
sure
hope.
it can't happen.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's what I
sorry you
want.
don't have. Sorry, you don't have hope.
I don't have hope that maybe
Sorry,
Donald Trump
Doomer.
will literally
I'm sorry,
give back
Doomer.
power, dude.
I'm sorry,
When has
Doomer.
Donald Trump ever shown that he actually would do that?
I'm sorry, Doomer. This isn't about. This is about. I mean, he literally gave up power the first time he was in office to Biden, did he not?
Not after literally trying to overturn the
You're
election.
fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid.
No?
You're fucking stupid.
Wait, isn't it weird that his election was totally not fraudulent, but
So
every
are
other
we
election
just
around
gonna-
him is fraudulent?
So are we just going to ignore the fact that there was a shitload of fucking voter fraud and all the ballot dumps and all
so
that? Are we just
voter
going to
fraud-
ignore
we didn't
that?
change anything. Voter fraud in 2024, then, right?
Again, this has nothing
So
to
Trump's
do
election
with
is
Trump
voter
has
fraud?
not Trump has not proven to have left office. He's not proven to like pull an army together, put a fucking barricade across the White House and said, "I'm staying here, bitch." He's never done that. Ever,
great.
you stupid fuck.
That's great. Is that your only
tried to
barrier?
go through our
Is it
legal
the only
system.
thing that would mean that maybe you might not like him is if he puts a barrier around the White House?
Again, he
there's a
hasn't
lot of
broken
background
any
Not
law.
like everything else. Maybe
He
not
hasn't
like
broke-
you know, trying to overturn a fucking amendment.
He
Yours
hasn't
is-
broken it. He
if
hasn't
he's
broken any
actually
law.
puts a barrier
He
around
hasn't
the White
broken
House,
any
that's
law.
when
You're
I'll be
sitting
mad.
here. He hasn't broken any law. You're such a stupid fuck.
I know. It's
What law
weird.
did he break?
I should
Where's
have
the
thought
evidence?
about the barrier around the White House. That's what
What
I should
law?
be mad
What
about.
law is he breaking?
He's breaking tons of laws.
Okay, where is he being indicted for these? And
Jack
actually being
Smith's indictments, very much so.
and where is he being then charged criminally for it?
Indicted means charged. Atlas.
Criminally, criminally,
Yes. That's what it
criminally,
means.
criminally.
Yes.
Okay, show me.
You want me to bring up the definition of indictment?
I want you to
No,
bring up
show us
Trump
the
being criminally
indictment.
charged.
It's like 500 pages.
Good, let's bring it up. Let's see
Show it.
Let's see Trump being criminally charged. Let's see the end.
Fine. I mean, it seems like you probably don't want to look at the Jack Smith indictments, but yeah.
I want you to show me where he's being charged criminally.
Dude, indictment by definition means charged.
Then show it to us.
Show it to us.
I'm losing my mind.
Is it criminal
it's
or
like- it's
civil?
like
That's
losing
the question.
your mind
criminal,
because we're
bro.
asking you to
Criminal.
present
and
evidence?
misdemeanors,
Are you
right?
serious?
Isn't
You're
it high
losing your
crimes and
mind because we're
You got
misdemeanors?
asking you to
charged with
present evidence.
obstruction of a
Holy
government
shit.
function. Say obstruction with a government function is one of them. Okay, that's the felony. He didn't get charged with insurrection. Just gonna make that clear for you guys, because you have to kind of be there for that to happen. Okay.
Can I say I've been listening for the last like 20 minutes about
that in
about
oh sorry
amendments
sorry
and
just
stuff.
yeah go
No,
ahead.
it's I think it's pretty fair to point out that America operates off a uniparty, and if we want to talk about amendments being skirted, you can go all the way back to the 80s or the mid 90s when Clinton was president and the internet came out. They issued new privacy laws, and then after 9/11, Bush.
Hold on. Before this goes off, sorry, CT. Sakar, as of March 26 or 2026, all criminal cases against Trump have been resolved
Been dropped.
and
They've been
dissolved.
dropped.
Dropped.
They were
Yeah,
dropped.
there's
Trump
none. There's
dissolved
zero.
them.
Meaning that
So
they
shut
couldn't
the
charge
fuck up, you stupid fuck. There's none.
Also,
There's
I just
none.
looked this.
There's
I
none.
just
So
looked
shut the
this
fuck
up
up.
in the indictment you're talking about. In the indictment that you're talking about, it did not accuse Trump of trying to overturn a constitutional amendment. So what the
It's
fuck are you talking about?
amazing. It's amazing that
How
when we
would-
ask him to
Sorry,
present
you're
evidence,
so
he
fucking
fights us on
stupid,
it.
dude.
And then when he
Of a
presents the
government
evidence, it's
function
You're
wasn't
you
indicted
fucking
with.
pencil neck fucking retard,
Okay,
dude. You
no,
can't even
no.
fucking
When was
figure
this
out
fucking-
this
when was
goddamn
this
fucking.
signed?
Who
When
gives a
was this
shit?
signed?
It doesn't matter. He has no charges against him. You have zero. You can't find it. Bring it
Abby,
up.
shut the fuck
Bring
up,
it up, you
stupid
fucking pencil
moron.
neck fucking
No.
retard.
How would this guy literally be
Bring
charged
up
with
the
overturning an
charges!
amendment?
Bring up
When
the
it
fucking
was January
charges, you
20.
fucking retard.
Oh, okay, so
He has the charges
so if
on the screen.
I sue you for something made up, then you're guilty of it, right? If I bring you to court and I start the legal process,
Hold
so
on. Suing someone is civil. You're
saying
talking
that.
about criminal charges.
okay,
You can't-
fine. Let's just say fine. Fuck off. Okay, fine.
no,
Let's just say
no, no,
someone
no,
gets
that's-
charged
you
with
have
something.
to
You get the
charge.
fucking analogy, right? You get the fucking analogy. Just because someone's charged for something, it doesn't mean they are convicted of it. And
Look at the bird, you stupid fuck.
okay, so was he convicted? Is this?
No, you were like, I haven't seen.
Oh,
him
he
be
wasn't.
charged
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
No,
You know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't see a
Alright,
charge on here for overturning an amendment. How would that be possible?
he was indicted for a civil case and a criminal case. Could you tell me?
I know,
those
but
two
you
cases?
literally just said,
Could you
I don't
tell-
see overturning
serious
an
question,
amendment
can you
on
tell
here.
me even the?
You keep saying he was indicted. He was indicted. Like, so where? Like, what?
He was
what's
charged.
It's showing you on screen.
So he was charged. Okay, so someone can be. So just because someone's charged
I'm
in
asking
your
you.
world.
I'm asking you. Can you even tell me the two cases? Because you're making these claims. There's both. He's one. civil
I'm
case
just
and one
asking.
criminal
I
case.
look.
Can you even tell me the two
Assume.
cases?
Okay.
He knows what the
Here.
fuck you're talking
Here. I'll make it easy for you. Assume I don't know anything about this. I'm
Answer the
asking a simple
question.
question. I'm asking a simple question. Let me finish. I'm asking a
answer the
simple
question.
question.
That's the easy
If someone is charged with something, does that automatically mean they're guilty?
No.
No, obviously.
Has nothing to do.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And
that's a stupid point.
No, it's not a stupid point.
So show me where he was criminally
Innocent
charged.
until proven guilty, though, right?
You just said he wasn't
Where he was
indicted.
criminally charged.
Read the indictment.
That's a bad argument because he was
Dude,
criminally charged and he was
Avarice
civilly
just
charged,
went
but they were
from
both
he wasn't
dismissed.
indicted. Now he's saying, show me he was charged with a crime. Now he's saying, oh, show me he's convicted. So you have to pick one. Was he not indicted? Was he not
Give me
charged?
any.
Was not
Give me
convicted?
any of these things. Give me any of them except this stupid fucking.
showed you on
Conspiring
screen.
to obstruct the government function of selecting and certifying the president of the United States.
Sorry, what was that?
Conspiring to
Conspiring.
obstruct the government function of selecting
Okay.
and certifying the
And
president of
was
the
he
United States.
was he charged for that?
He was
Yes, he
indicted
was
on it.
indicted.
Show me where he was charged. Show me the court
I'm-
case. Show me the court
The
case.
indictment. It's
Show
he
me the
had it
court
on
case.
screen.
I mean,
Show me the case.
a charge is an indictment.
Yeah,
what is the
you can
argument?
say
It's
that.
not a it's not a
What, am I
conviction.
losing my
I need
fucking
to see the
mind here?
conviction.
Just
I
because
want
you
to
have an
see the
indictment,
conviction.
it's an
I
accusation of a
see the
crime.
conviction.
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
the conviction.
Conviction is not being charged. That's two different things.
It's dismissed. You're a fucking retard. It was
Trump
dismissed.
dismissed it.
Okay,
Trump
I
dismissed
have
it.
an indictment here that you touched tots.
Trump
Yeah, there you
dismissed
go.
his
I
own
have an
case.
indictment here that you touched tots. You fucking pencil
Trump
neck fuck.
dismissed his own case, Avarice.
I have an
that's
indictment
also
here
not
that you
true.
touched tots.
Also, he didn't dismiss his own case. That's also not true.
I have an indictment here that
It
you
is
touched
true.
tots.
It is true. They ended it
Sakar,
because
are
they
you
knew
gonna
they were
are
gonna
you
be
gonna
dismissed.
are you gonna fight that? I have an
As soon
indictment
as
here that
Trump
says that
became
you touched
president,
tots.
Jack Smith knew it was gonna be
Again,
over.
I have an indictment here that says you touched tots.
Are you,
Okay, we get it. I think that the point he's making is that
The Supreme
the
Court
moment he-
ruled on this,
On what?
on the indictment in 2024. It's saying here.
Are you talking about the civil
So
one? About his
you're
house,
saying
or-
you're saying no. The indictment.
How can they rule on
he's
this?
had multiple indictments because he's been charged with multiple things. One
What
was
are you
civil.
talking about?
One
You both are
multiple
so
criminal.
fucking retarded.
No, this is just how it happened.
This guy is like learning this for the first time, and I'm supposed to act like
I'm just reading up shit because I'm trying to
I know.
piece
How
together
are
your
you only
logic.
supposed to learn about this, dude.
The civil case, I believe, was in New York.
What does it fucking matter if I'm asking you logical questions to prove your case?
Because you don't know.
You seem to think an indictment means that they're automatically guilty. So that right there is a
No, I
fucking red
don't.
flag of
No,
your
I
understanding.
do not think
You
indictment
keep
means
saying
someone
it.
is
He was
automatically
indicted. He was indicted. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, and I said you need to read them. Read the indictments.
I'm asking.
Oh, okay, so I should read. Yeah. So should I just read them? Okay.
The thing you think I'm not actually telling you to go look at.
No, I'm.
You do understand that an indictment is just an
I just told you
accusation.
to go look at the evidence in the indictment, buddy.
Can anybody here?
Great.
Tell me what can anybody here? Anybody?
Did it go anywhere? Did it
Tell me
go
no,
anywhere?
No.
He literally
stop.
got elected president and then was able to dismiss it.
Can
Jack Smith
anybody
ended
tell
his own
me
case,
what
though.
his multiple indictments were for? Do any of y'all know what you're talking about? You're saying he's
Yeah,
been
conspiring
indicted.
to obstruct governmental function of selecting and certifying
I'm
the
not
president
talking
of the United
about
States.
the shit that came after January 6th. I'm talking about the shit that came from
I mean,
during the
I do,
election.
but I'm assuming you're asking them.
I'm asking anybody they can, because it seems like everyone just keeps yelling about
It's for
indictments, and none
fucking
of
paying
y'all
off
know
a
what you're
porn
talking about.
star, right? Using money that he shouldn't have been using to pay that off, and then his own address in New York, he lied on the appraisal for it, right? Lied on the square footage of it to get
Those
a
are-
better appraisal
yeah.
for it.
So the appraisal was technically criminal. There's also him using the funds apparently
To pay off
to pay
Stormy
off Bree Storm, is that her name? Something like that.
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels.
Stormy Daniels. And then the civil case was when that chick accused him of raping her
Yeah,
in like
Ethan
a
Carey.
dressing room or something.
Yeah.
It wasn't rape. It was sexual. I mean, it technically is rape because it's a digit.
No,
but
yeah, but like that's the point. That you're arguing about he wasn't indicted. He was indicted for multiple things. He's got multiple indictments. None
They
of them
mean
passed.
nothing. We're trying to say they
conversation, by the
mean
way.
nothing. They mean nothing. He did nothing. He did
I
nothing.
mean, he was actually charged for the sexual assault.
You can read the indictment, Everest.
No,
You can read the indictment, and there's plenty of evidence in this, bro. There's plenty of evidence in this.
Oh my God, there's
fucking
plenty
200-page
of.
document.
I got an indictment here that has plenty of evidence of you touching
Everest,
tots.
if you
Does
just
that mean
want to dick
anything?
ride someone that hard, bro, that's fine with me.
Dude, I just want you to stop being a pencil
No, it
neck
sounds like you
fallacious
just really want to
asshole.
dick ride
Is that
someone for no
okay?
reason.
Can you
Why?
stop being a retarded fuck for like one argument, for one
If you
debate?
stop
Can
dick
you
riding
stop
some
being?
random dude
Can you stop being a
who you don't even
stupid
know.
fuck for one fucking argument?
Then stop dick riding a guy you don't know.
Then why don't you stop coming up with fallacious arguments for saying he's indicted? He did all these bad things. They mean nothing
He was
to
indicted.
criminal
We're not-
charges. They have
Yes, they
nothing
do.
to do with
Bro.
the criminal charge. They're not criminal charges. They were dropped. You fuck.
Dude, how
We
many
all-
Xanax bars are you on right now?
I was gonna say I think most
None.
of us agree with you, bro. I think
No,
most
there's
of us agree.
definitely like 4 in you, bro.
No, none.
I think he'd be
Fallacious arguments like he was indicted.
Why don't you stop coming up with all these ad homs and why don't you start fucking coming up with a good argument?
I did.
No, you didn't.
Is that,
You're just
is that
saying-
capable of a logical argument?
Yeah, right. He can't fucking do it. He's a fucking retard.
Guys,
It's like
you keep
healing-
misusing.
And you ask him a question, he spurgs the fuck out.
Talking
Says the
to
guy
you,
who said, I don't see an indictment for overturning an amendment when that happened after Jack Smith left.
talking to you is like talking to a
That's
12-year-old.
hilarious, bro.
This circles back to why I hopped in here in the first place, because you're all talking about overturning amendments, and I'll shorten what I was going to say. I just want to say our First Amendment has been attacked since the late 90s. Bush did it, Clinton did it, Obama did it, and now Trump is partnered with all these AI companies like Palantir, who's about to compile all of our personal data and privacy into this AI supermodel. So they
don't care, dude.
That's my point. Is you keep talking about like amendments being overturned. Our amendments are being
No,
bastardized.
I know what you're saying. There's a big difference though between literally making an executive order to judicially interpret an actual clause different than like accidentally, unconstitutionally, like fucking with the First Amendment. That's a continuum.
But like,
day by day thing.
but hold on. What do you think the Patriot
Can't you
Act
agree to
is,
that?
bro?
There's a big difference between literally dismantling one
What do
and
you
then
think the
actually
Patriot
trying
Act
and like accidentally making unconstitutional things. Or
You
doing
have,
unconstitutional
you have no evidence of any of this. You read
I'll
off some.
say-
It's on his
manual that has nothing-
website, Avarice,
Dude,
you
it's on
stupid
this.
fuck.
It's on this website that you have no.
It's on
no,
hiswhitehouse.gov.
Dude,
All right, but
you
see,
have
that's the
no
thing. If
real
it's-
evidence that proves if it was dropped, that means that there wasn't enough evidence to make the case.
No, he got elected president and then dismissed the guy.
If
You're
it's an-
so fucking stupid.
If it's an executive order,
Yeah.
it's just going to be reversed the next time the opposite party's in. What I'm saying is, you have these privacy acts that are voted on.
How do you know that's going to
unilaterally.
happen, buddy?
It doesn't matter what party it's in.
How do you know that's
These-
going to happen?
Palantir will get voted in as the new AI partner for the
Look,
US
I'm not going to say you're
government.
wrong here. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Unilaterally. It won't
What you're
matter
saying
what party
is kind of true. Okay, what I'm going to ask you right now though is how do you know that it's simply just going to go back?
Well,
Because it's always been that way.
No, I'm saying that's the difference of if it gets voted on or not. If it's just an executive order, well,
No, I mean like how do you know? Like right now, let me give you like an idea of what political,
honestly,
political momentum is.
No.
Okay.
I get what you're asking. I think honestly, to answer your question, that might not go back because to the point I'm making, it's a uniparty. When it comes to your privacy and your bastardization of your rights, it doesn't matter what party they're in. Y'all are arguing about Trump did this, Trump did
No,
that.
no,
Who's
I'm sorry,
to say the
man.
next president? Dude,
Trump,
look what
Trump
Obama
is
did.
actually trying to break constraints that are in our system of democracy. That is a fact.
Obama expanded the Patriot Act. He didn't reduce it. He came in saying hope
How
and
can
change.
a president expand an act made by Congress?
Because
he signed
it's-
it.
Because it's ran by the NSA, the FBI.
Now, the
and
Patriot
CIA.
Act, even if you think it's unconstitutional, that is not the same.
But those are executive branches, so they're under the president's control.
Did you use an executive order to expand it?
He didn't have to because the executive branch controls the NSA.
No,
the
when you
CIA.
make memorandums internally, this is what executive orders are for, to direct agencies underneath the
Yeah,
executive.
no, I mean, I get-
Expansion of the Patriot Act, which I think I know what you're talking about, was a congressional thing. Now, you may
Yeah.
find it unconstitutional.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
that doesn't
is that
mean
when these
Obama's trying to
privacy acts-
literally
That's
do
what I'm saying,
constraint
when
breaking.
when these privacy acts come up, they get voted on unilaterally. They want you to
They
argue
do.
that
The Citizens United, Patriot Act was like 221 to like 1, right?
When this shit comes up, it's going to get voted on across the board. It doesn't matter what party your state senate's from or your.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I actually find a lot of that unconstitutional as well. But you have to understand there's a big difference between what Trump is doing and what unconstitutional law looks like.
I mean,
okay?
yeah, Trump's kind of wild now right now. I'm not going to say he's not. He's definitely kind of pressing the limits of maybe what the president can actually do. But that's where Congress is supposed to step in.
I got a question for you, Sakar, right now. I have an indictment here for O.J. Simpson murdering a female. Did that mean he did it?
Yeah, OJ definitely did it. Are you kidding me?
What? But he's in an indictment that says that he did, and the evidence is all there.
You picked the worst example possible.
Well, the evidence is all there.
OJ.
I mean, I'm just picking a random one I know off the top of my head.
No, you picked like the worst example.
What are you talking about? He was let go.
Let's just forget that federal prosecution of indictments is how much.
Again,
what
so
is the conviction rate?
it was dropped.
What
right?
is the conviction rate of a federal prosecution?
Again, so it was dropped and it didn't go through. What is it? I don't know. What is it, Sakar? What is it? You tell me.
It's almost 99 point something, right?
What?
So
you're telling
So
me?
whenever
Tell
the
me.
federal government
You tell
usually-
me.
Okay, when we're in a normal fucking timeline.
Okay, normal timeline.
They only get indictments on when they know they can convict people. Does that not matter at all?
No, that's not true.
Not necessarily.
I mean, it probably doesn't matter with John
It does
Bolton.
matter.
Usually with like
does.
small cases, that's true. The
That's-
FBI doesn't go after people they usually can't win the case on.
The FBI cannot indict people, so yeah.
But
that's not how it works.
Noggins, welcome.
What's up, Noggins?
The FBI recommends
How
indictments.
you
for
doing
DOJ.
today? You know, you're better company than talking to this fuck up here. How are you today, Noggins?
Interesting day. Quest
Interesting
as
day.
always, but maybe going through it.
Fantastic.
I mean, how much power are you comfortable giving? to
How
Trump?
do you feel
That
about
was
Trump,
an epic burp,
Noggins?
by the way.
Like, how much power are you comfortable giving?
How
to
many
this guy?
people are talking right now?
I'm ignoring C cards. How do you feel about Trump, Noggins?
How do I feel about Trump?
Yeah.
The Great White Hope?
Yeah.
Great White Buffalo.
We're watching some Jesse Lee Pearson. Yeah.
I mean, I can take it or leave it.
You can take it or leave it.
I mean, I like Trump. I like Trump. I think he's hilarious. I think he speaks his mind, even though he's,
Yeah.
maybe too much.
Like, do you think that he's a felon? Do
Charismatic?
you think that he's an evil man that has committed acts of treason and
I think the government's
rebelled
been after his
against
ass. I mean, dude, listen.
rebelled against our people
Are
on
you talking about
January
someone else?
6th?
I don't think I remember ever saying evil.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not
He
talking
got
to
shot
you.
in the head.
I'm talking to
It seems like
Noggins.
you want to talk for me, though.
No, I'm
Fucking
just
bitch.
talking. I'm just talking to Noggins. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Then why are you putting words in my mouth? Why don't you
I'm not
fucking
putting.
say
I'm
the
not
thing I
talking.
actually
I'm
said?
talking to
I don't
Noggins. I'm not
see
talking
them,
to you, you
the guy with
fuck.
the big
I mean,
lips
the
and
only people who
floppy
actually
purple hair.
fake
Why
what
don't you
people say are
shut the
losers.
fuck up? Why don't you shut the fuck up while I'm having a conversation with Noggins? All right, I'm having a
Just
great
do it right
conversation with
then.
Noggins, and you're fucking interrupting. Why don't you stop
Yeah,
trying to
because you're
spurg on me?
kind of
It's
Kind of
really
fucking
rude,
pencil neck
actually.
bitch.
It's quite rude to interrupt a conversation, a polite
Yeah, how
conversation.
dare you? How dare you interrupt my pleasant
Chivalry's
conversation
really
with
fucked up.
I think
Noggins?
everyone here
If
is
someone's
kind of
being a
ignorant.
fucking bitch who can't say what other people
Oh,
say,
I think
I'm
everyone's
not.
just
I
fucking
wasn't.
assholes.
Listen, I
Let's
wasn't
all be
being a
honest.
bitch. I was having a wonderful conversation with
Here's the
Noggins.
thing.
Whatever you decided to reflect or mirror off whatever I was saying was irrelevant to my conversation with Noggins. Did you feel something
No, it wasn't
because I was
about me.
talking to Noggins? No, I wasn't. I was
So,
talking
like,
to
what's your
Noggins.
goal in getting on here? Are you just trying to like, can we, like,
Yeah, you
let's
just
get
want
somewhere
attention
to
now?
go
You
out
think this
and-
is all about you? I was having a
No.
conversation with Noggins.
That's what he thinks.
Well, I think the
Everything is
problem
about
with
him.
Talking
here
about
for things
Trump.
about
I mean,
things-
I
We're
know
making
this
this all about
I
you.
know him. It's my first time
Clear cut
interacting with
thinks
him.
he's
It
not
seems
a
like you are,
person.
dude.
No, I was actually
nobody else
talking to
could talk to
Noggins.
you.
Even
I was
though
talking about
Clear
Trump's
Cut-
indictments, and now I think that he's fascist.
I was talking to
Clear Cut
Noggins,
thinks
and
he's
you felt the need to
nonpartisan.
talk in and say
But
something that
I
had
think
nothing
in
to do with
reality,
you.
Because
Clear
you
Cut has a
misrepresented what I was
left-wing
saying. because
I
you're a
wasn't
loser.
even I wasn't even talking about what you were saying. I was just asking questions.
Mr. Johnson.
I mean, legally he is testicle, resticle.
Convicted of 34 counts of falsified business records. Boo. Yeah, gay. Woke court in the first degree. He's legally a convicted felon. Gay. But thanks for the $5. But gay.
Here's what I think, right? I think that, like, if like come out.
And I voted for the felon, so fuck it.
I don't think this is relevant. I actually don't think that case is relevant to understanding whether or not he's a fascist, by the way, right? So that's why I didn't bring it up.
So would a fascist try to go through the courts to maintain being the president, or would a fascist like barricade themselves inside the fucking White House and refuse to leave?
Would a fascist use an executive order to try and overturn an amendment?
He's still a fascist. Use the fucking military. That's what they do. They have a military.
Is that what you think fascism is?
And they eliminate the fucking.
Is that going to meet the fascist minimum?
That's how it starts.
Man, Paxton's really going to call you soon, isn't he?
Name a fucking fucking takeover.
Yeah, I mean, Paxton's really going to call you to help him write his new definition. You really meet
when
the fascist
did a
minimum.
fascist ever not use the military to take over the country? When? Can you give me an example? When did they ever try to go through the courts and legally do it? When?
They don't. Hitler was elected.
Exactly. They used the fucking military.
So do you know how Hitler took over the Weimar Republic?
Did he win? Yeah, he won.
They actually don't use the military, buddy. They use paramilitary. They use something outside of.
Did Trump try and do that? Trump didn't do that. He didn't do that though.
He did. He brought a bunch of people who were paramilitary to January 6th.
You didn't bring them there. You're so fucking retarded.
That's crazy. Zerka.
Oh my god.
Nancy Pelosi
I
was trying to make the
can't.
National Guard.
I can't. He's gonna keep blaming. If you
Didn't
keep blaming
he
Trump for
pardon these
January
people?
6th, this is fucking wild.
Tried to bring in the fucking military.
You think Trump brought
Didn't he
paramilitary?
pardon them?
Okay, so
You think like the Oskies and the Proud Boys?
so hold on.
Nancy Pelosi tried
So
to get the National Guard to use live rounds on
any
fucking
president
protesters.
that pardons
Don't-
hold on,
don't
Avery.
get mad about, bro.
Any
Don't get mad
president
for
any
that.
president that pardons any person must have an affiliation with that person then?
I'm sorry. Did
So if
Obama pardon people who stormed the Capitol and committed insurrection?
Biden pardoned his
interrupt
Well,
son,
right.
did he not?
Oh, goodness.
Did
Sorry, I'm
Biden
looking for a
pardon his
yes or a
did
no,
Bar-
Avery.
did
Can you-
Biden
can you
pardon
stump
did
it first?
Biden
Not an
did Biden
insurrection.
pardon his
Go
son?
fuck yourself on that, dude.
Did
He
Biden
did.
pardon
He did a
his
preemptive
son?
pardon.
It was not an insurrection.
He pardoned his son. Look at
He
that.
did, yeah.
All right, you got
Did his
12
son storm
questions.
the
Do it one at
Capitol?
a time.
So what?
Did his son storm the Capitol?
Did his son do? Did his son break the
Meth?
law?
Maybe, but did his son storm the Capitol?
It might as well be. I mean, breaking the law
His
is
son was
similar.
probably doing
That's a
fucking
no,
crack in the
isn't it?
fucking
Thank
White
you,
House.
Avery.
Could
Thank you
be.
for playing along.
He's storming the Capitol by coming in and like high
Now
on
back to the
meth.
history lesson, okay? So Avery.
Now let's get back. Now
The Nazis-
wait,
So
wait, hold on,
Sincer,
hold on. Question: Did Trump himself storm the Capitol?
No.
Oh,
that's why he's not indicted with insurrection.
Wow.
There we go. He
That's
didn't
why
do
he's
it.
not indicted on insurrection.
You're so
Is
retarded.
my mic working? Can I?
That wasn't his plan. Now it is.
It was just
Time for bed.
Stuff, right? But like, if you really are trying to get anywhere with people, right, you need to be able to be patient and listen to where they're at so you can understand them.
Noggins,
And then
Noggins. I've talked to a
see
lot of
like
people about
that,
this,
right?
and I
Like,
do
that's what I'm
actually.
saying.
But like,
It's like
what am I
yesterday,
supposed
bro.
to do with that guy?
I'll tell you, is that you be patient and then you correct him in patience, right? You don't interrupt
Look,
him.
man,
Like,
I
in terms of the
believe in
umpires yelling,
conditional
like you're
relationships.
doing right
Noggins.
now.
That
you
means
know?
if someone wants the respect and the dialogue, I'll give it to them. But as soon
Like
as someone
yesterday-
tries to, break that, why the fuck would I continue respecting it?
And on the other side, bro.
Why the
well,
fuck
I'll
would I
tell
do
you-
that?
Okay. Well, because what's the point of getting on here for you? Just yell what you believe, or are you trying to actually get somewhere?
Am I the only one who does that? Why are you singling me out?
I'm not saying no. You're definitely not the only one that does that. But
Okay,
that's
so what is the point of this?
well. The point is, who are you? Are you a person who just gets on here and yells, or are you a person that
It's not about me. I don't know why you guys are
Be
trying to do
patient
that.
and
I'm
get
talking
somewhere,
about
'cause-
Trump being a fascist. If you want to talk about Trump being a fascist, I can do that.
I'm talking about yesterday. You made a claim that to me also sounded wild, where you said that like it was impossible to go and get the illegal immigrant or whatever they were talking about, and
To
then
get
everybody
16
just
million
started.
people into mass
Like,
deportation, yes.
like once again, like you can't bite your tongue for 2 seconds when someone's talking, and you can't let anybody else have a conversation. You just want
Yes,
to
I
chime in
can.
and just say things the whole time, and
And
it's
you're
just,
not the arbiter of the conversations I have, man. I'm sorry.
I'm just pointing out what I see, brother. That's all.
I know. I just it's not true.
Okay, here.
Leave it
I
at
want
that.
to
Also, can anyone hear me? Because my mouth is moving, so I can't
Yeah, I
tell
can
my
hear you.
mic is being
Okay, so confluence.
Like, I
can
talk
hear
a
you
lot, and I know
fine.
other people go really shut up, bro. Okay, sorry, you got your
about Trump.
You know.
Circa, objectively speaking, when you look at Trump's policies, getting rid of Remain in Mexico lowered the amount of border crossings, or reinstating it rather, lowered the amount of border
No, ending
crossings.
asylum is what did that energy.
Okay, but so Trump lowered border crossings. That's good. And
Yeah,
also,
I would say it's good.
Trump is taking out a government which is funding Hezbollah and Hamas, which is good.
That's not what he's doing.
Does Iran fund Hezbollah and Hamas?
Yeah, but
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen.
You can't
Okay,
just
there's no
compare
guarantee he's doing anything
the
yet.
border crossings from Mexico to war with Iran. That's not a fair comparison. It's crazy.
Like honestly, I wish I could just ask or answered Avery's question, but like I couldn't even do it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Go ahead.
I mean, you have time now.
yeah, who's Trump? Right? I was joking, but I was like, dude, he got shot in the ear, right? And like he's serving our country. It's an impossible job. All right. Every president that we have, left, right, up, down, they're gonna have flaws. And then
I'm not interested in having the water muddy, bro. I'm sorry.
Are you able to
you can stop
like?
there.
Are you able to listen?
Can you just let him
Are you
speak?
able
he's
to
muddying
Your
the water.
fucking
bro?
panel. Just shut the
Like
fuck
I know
up
you
every
got some
now
big
and
ass
then.
ears.
Let him
muddying
speak.
the water right
Use
now.
them, dude, you know?
I'm not going to normalize this nonsense.
Okay, we don't need you
It's not your fucking panel. Shut up.
Yeah.
I know it's not section. Shut up.
Good, then
Yeah,
shut
so,
your
I mean,
mouth.
Just try. If you want to come on here and grandstand, okay, maybe you can.
How am I grandstanding?
Because you're not like.
What is the
You're the
virtue in
smart
sitting
guy
there?
who won't let anyone talk, and then you don't. Like
You just literally said I was
struggle with this myself.
grandstanding, bro.
What did I say?
You said I was grandstanding.
Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah.
So how am I doing
it
that?
to you. I know. You asked me that, and then I talked to like twice, and you didn't listen.
Okay.
Well, just because he doesn't listen
Because you
doesn't
keep
mean he doesn't
talking.
talk.
Because you keep talking. That's the answer.
I'm waiting.
So just let Noggin say his full piece, and then you can argue against it if you
It's been
want.
10
Like
seconds.
somebody could say the stupidest shit, dude. You just gotta let them say it, and then correct them. You know what I mean?
Except
just
you
gotta
said I
gotta
was
be able to
grandstanding,
take
right?
it.
So you're attacking me.
No, I'm saying I think you're a smart
Okay,
guy.
whatever.
And I think
Just
I think
move
you know a
on.
lot about
Let
this
Noggin
stuff.
say what he wants to say.
I think you know a lot about this stuff, and I just think if you're really gonna actually be able to educate people on what you know, you have to communicate better, and I have to do the same shit, right? I'm preaching to myself right now, right?
Okay.
And so, like yesterday, when they asked you this, like I don't feel like it got anywhere. Avery asked me a question a minute ago, and I said one thing about Trump, dude, and it was just you're trying to correct me on why I'm wrong when I didn't even get my point out, right?
Your point was to muddy the water. But I'm going to take this in earnest. Okay. If you go to my stream and you don't know how I talk to people in real life, I do educate people in a different way.
I do too, and I feel you on that. Okay, but this is a good place to build character and patience and grow a little bit in areas, right?
Maybe. I mean, that might be good for me. It's
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
hard
definitely
to.
good for you. It's just whether
It's
you.
pretty hard to like do that though when my country is kind of like falling for fascist rhetoric, right? Because that's a problem.
It is hard, but that's the only way to do anything is if you can use what you have to educate people. And in order to do that, everyone's passionate and gets mad about this conversation. So you have to be able,
Can I ask, when you say falling for fascist rhetoric, what do you mean?
Because fascism is appealing by nature.
No, I'm saying what rhetoric do you find that is
From Trump?
Anything that Trump says, he thinks is
you're saying that
fascist.
people are falling.
No,
That's what
section.
he
You
said.
really have no idea. Why don't you let me talk and say what I think?
Or can I answer it and then y'all can just talk and then I'm gonna
I asked you a credible question.
Is Avery still here? He left.
I asked you a question in earnest, and you just come back.
I
with
think you
me
get shot in the head, bro, and you.
I was talking to section. So what did you ask me? CT223.
And it's just like
You asked me.
and then like. And then you have like Charlie Kirk who passes away and gets murdered, and then everyone's like, "Good riddance." That's what you get for believing in the difference than me. And I'm like,
If you go to my stream, you'd see that I did not say
never
anything
mind,
like
bro.
that.
This dude's just.
The question I
I
was
never said
asking
anything
was,
like that. So.
what rhetoric do you think people are falling for, like specifically? Like,
So fascism is kind of characterized by a populist, hyper-nationalistic, palingenetic movement. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm
Trump kind
familiar
of
with
fits
that,
a lot of that. He uses patriotism perversely. He constantly has that mythical state drawback in his language. He uses the appeal of it essentially to fool people. Fascism is a lie, but it does sound appealing.
So
This is the problem, Zerka, though. You
when he
define
says-
fascism with a bunch of stuff that's actually like not bad. Like you even admitted to me with like the mythological past that's not necessarily.
That's why
a bad
it works.
thing.
Confluence. That's why it's.
I know, but
that's why it works. Why it's popular.
You're like you're vacuuming out all the bad stuff of fascism, and you're like, hey, look, if we define fascism as like stuff that's not objectively bad, then
Yeah, where do you get your morals from, Seeker?
Let me say it. So you
Look, I'm gonna pull
you
up some
said
quotes
that
right now.
Trump-
Are you a
Only from
subjective
two-
moralist or an objective moralist?
Can I respond to what?
I'm actually not sure. I mean,
so
I should have an answer for that now, but sometimes I feel like sometimes I feel like morality is, you know, like I'm a moral realist. Sometimes I don't know.
Okay, so it's just subjective. How do you feel?
It's not subjective. I just told you sometimes I feel like I'm a moral realist.
You said that you think Trump uses
yeah, I mean, you should. Everybody
patriotism.
does. I mean, I agree
Hold
with
on,
you. Good.
please.
Perversely.
Yes.
Perversely.
So I find the left has a adverse patriotism where they hate this country. So where's the middle?
Well, I don't hate this country. Just to be clear.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying I find the majority of the left, that's the public sentiment is.
They don't.
hate
That's the whole point.
I don't think that's true
I'm
either.
saying what's
though.
the middle. So I'm saying if Trump is
When you say hate, what are you trying to say there?
I'm saying if there's a lot of like personal testimony when you interview young liberals that are anti-American.
What does anti-American mean then? But like criticize like America in some manner, or like actually hate America?
They hate
Hate America.
I don't even know many liberals or even people on the left who actually say they hate America.
And
I talk to a
that's
lot
just
of
what you're
people
getting from what they say.
as an independent.
Because I mean, I think both sides go, well, they agree with this, so therefore they hate the country, and then both sides are like, well, they hate the country, and they hate the country. I think that's the whole ploy. It's like one.
Yeah,
I don't think either side really hates the country that much. I'm gonna be honest.
It's just using anecdotes. People just hate each other.
You know, the people above are like,
You know what I'm saying?
If you've noticed, I haven't
that
called
middle-
any of you guys right wingers or conservatives or any label whatsoever. There's a reason for it.
And I never called when I said the left just then. I wasn't talking about you. I was just saying in a broad sense. I find the younger. Well, first I'll say liberals aren't leftists anymore. Liberals are now
Liberals have never been leftist.
True. Like proper liberalism is not the left. It's more. It's kind of left-sided center, but
It's not. It's the foundation of conservatism in a way. Private property, right to private property. John Locke.
rights to personal freedom, rights to private
Yeah,
property.
I mean that's about as conservative as it gets. And
But-
then Edmund
but-
Burke
okay, but
was a
see,
branch of
but-
that, right? So
So
What's
fair.
wrong with it, though?
I'll use the comparison then to that as we call modern arts colleges liberal arts colleges, which is supposed to suggest
Okay.
the freedom of ideas and the free exchange of intelligence, and that it's kind of a backbone of liberalism. It's like freedom of thought, and
I mean, yeah, classical liberals hate punishing people for thoughts. That is correct.
Yes,
They,
but
that's
then-
pretty much the moment they stopped. Is
but
right
then
when we learned
compare
thought.
that to modern college, where you have a hyper leftist view that
It's
shuts
not
down
leftist.
any.
It's not leftist. I'm sorry. I mean, when I
You
was
know
in
what I'm
school,
talking
economics,
about.
for
You know-
instance,
hold on,
economics, for
though. Hey.
instance, is very much a neoclassical field still. I mean, that is most definitely not left.
Hold. That's not fair. You know what I'm talking about. Most colleges.
I don't,
most,
man. That's the thing.
You mean they're like
Look at statistics.
postmodern, right, Zerka? You'd agree with that?
Postmodern is most definitely not.
That's not fair,
hegemonic
though.
in any fucking university.
I see now I can't
uh,
tell if you're just lying to me or just
I'm not.
ignorant to what
Why
you
do
see.
you think it is? Postmodernism is a very French fucking random movement that no one really. I mean, it had a little bit of ground in the '70s. Yeah, most teachers do not care about Foucault, bro.
So
it's not that they care. These are like this is like a zeitgeist issue, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
And I don't know where you guys have seen it. I do criticize academia because they have this self-reinforcing shit where they like do reinforce ideas that you're talking about. Some you know, in a
that's-
gender studies field, it'll probably be a little bit more left. You know, like
That's
the
exactly-
1619 project in some
so now
schools.
you can admit it.
When I
So-
went
so-
through that fucking
so-
school, I was like,
so you
wow,
just
that's a
took the
fucking
point that you
stupid
didn't
ass
see
field.
it.
You don't
No,
think
no, but-
psychology or
no, but you-
sociology is kind of affected by some type of result
No.
of postmodernism, even if they're not directly
Come on.
teaching
Absolutely not.
Derrida? You really don't think that?
No.
Are you
What is
are
your
you
evidence
lying to
for this?
us? You're lying to yourself. What are you
No,
doing?
what is your evidence
Because
for
you're
this?
lying to one of them.
No, what is your evidence for this?
You just said the evidence. You said in most colleges that have a post
A gender studies degree or something.
then
That's not
that's going to be
psychology.
more left leaning. But that's the
That's
comparison
not the
we're
field of
making.
psychology, buddy.
But that's I know it's not. But that's the comparison
So
we're making.
how does that make sense?
So why do you think that only exists in that one subject and not the other 1,000 subjects? that
I didn't
different
say it
colleges
only
teach?
existed in that subject, did I? I said if you look at a field like gender studies, it'll probably be more left.
That's
Okay,
fair.
but there is a reinforcement of ideas that I'm assuming is what you're talking about, and I criticize the left a lot for this.
Okay,
It's written about in my
so you-
Obsidian.
So why? So you just
It depends on
like-
certain fields, though.
So why are you semi agreeing with me, but then saying I'm wrong?
Because you're overblowing it, okay? Academia is not just some random left paradise. That's just not true.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying modern college.
Psychology, Zerka. That's crazy to me.
Because psychologists in the field of psychology has nothing to do really with left or right political ideas. A lot of it's like clinical research.
That's insane.
On face value, I
mean, you have to tell me how you think it is, man.
I don't. This anecdotal. I have a psych degree.
Yeah.
It was bogged down entirely by a bunch of like left-leaning ideas.
If we went through your textbook right now, you'd be able to tell me.
No,
that this is left.
Listen,
yeah,
Zerka, Zerka.
This is like 10 years ago, so I don't own them anymore. But yeah, I absolutely could. I took dyadic relations. The whole thing was like against the nuclear family. It was the whole thing was like terrible.
Yeah, what is that class? I don't know what that is. That sounds.
It's like family dynamics and stuff. It's like how
I don't remember a class like that being against the nuclear family, but
dyadic relations.
Dyadic.
Dyadic relations. I don't know what that is. So
dyadic.
Okay,
like
so
D-Y-A-D-I-C. From
there though, you're contradicting yourself because you agree with us in some sectors that might exist, but you're also saying we're blowing out of proportion.
I'm trying to temper
sectors.
the amount of what you're saying.
No, but fair. But when you look at public statistics of specifically college professors,
dyadic is sociology, by the way, not psychology.
When you look at when you look at public
someone
statistics,
who just learned the word right now, you're gonna say that to me, who did the psych degree, and one of the required psych courses was called dyadic relations. This is your problem, Zerka. This is why everyone gets mad at you.
Why? Because I just told you it's not psychology. I just learned the word.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, I don't think this has anything to do with the nuclear family.
Wait,
guys,
someone from someone who just learned the word. Fucking
I'm reading a
Christ.
class syllabus
Fucking
right now.
kill
dude.
me. Actually, in Minecraft.
I'm reading a class syllabus right now.
I've diagnosed the
God,
problem.
We're in a single place so far, bro.
Ultra-crepidarian the ultra-crepidarian shit you do is why people get mad at you, Zerka. That's why people get
I don't
so
care
mad
if
at
people
you.
get mad at me when
I'm
I
not
go
mad
check
at you.
whether or
You
not
just
they're
sound like an
fucking
idiot
correct.
because you
I don't care.
Do you think I'm lying that I did a psych degree and I did a psych class that was in the faculty of psychology that was called dyadic relations?
Bro. You're not going to manipulate. I did not go to check this because I thought you were lying. I did it because that's how I do everything.
I know, but then you're
There's a
saying,
difference.
"Oh, that's sociology. That's not
difference.
psychology." Denying that there's so much overlap between sociology, social psychology,
humility.
and psychology. So
Okay,
you're trying
well,
to
I just wanted to point out that we would call sociology or social psychology at least social psychology, right?
that's in the field of psychology, Zerka. Right?
Why would we demarcate it at all if we didn't actually change the name a little?
Because
What the
there's
fuck?
also behavioral psychology. Guess what? This is going to be a mic drop moment, okay? Behavioral psychology is also in the field of psychology, if you think about it.
Correct. But you can't say the whole field of psychology is now fucking Marxist.
I gave an
because
example.
A dyadic
I gave an
relationship
example.
Sociology,
I
psychology
gave an
class.
example of one class I took.
Okay, that's not enough then to say the whole field of psychology is leftist.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
here's
saying
the
that.
problem,
First of all,
guys.
leftist. I'm
Let's
saying the
take a
whole
meta
thing
stance.
has a postmodern zeitgeist to it. That is just true. I don't know.
Pirka
You
does
took
not
econometrics, so yeah, maybe your shit isn't as fucked. But if you actually
It's
took
not.
any of these like liberal arts things, you would acknowledge that this is absolutely true. I mean, this
I
is
mean, I'm seeing for this is, what is it? Speech 130? I don't know what school this is at. Doesn't matter.
Wait, did you just
We
say?
have-
Did you just say? Wait, what?
Learn a contemporary model of interpersonal communication.
what?
Where does it say
What did
the
you just
fucking
say?
nuclear family sucks?
Oh, so wait. Oh, I'm sorry. So this isn't. So this is social psychology fucking thing that you're pulling up. Holy Christ! What do you think psych stands for? Holy shit! Holy fucking shit!
Confluence is gonna wake the Taiwanese.
I'm so confused. Why are you yelling?
So it isn't
Why are you yelling?
psychology. So fuck off.
Confluence, show us your
I said it was
transcripts.
social psychology.
I can show. I can.
What
show
was
you.
your
I
GPA?
got my degree
Yeah, what was
over
your
there.
GPA exactly?
My GPA was a 3.62. Okay, so not perfect.
That's really
I'm not
but
saying
it
you
was,
didn't.
it was
That's not
okay.
bad.
Okay.
I'm not saying you didn't get your
Good.
degree, bro. Like, stop taking it personally. I just look up everything. Has
It
nothing to do
sounded
with
like you were trying to cuck me there and be like, it's
you.
actually
Literally has
sociology.
fucking nothing to do with you. I do it for me. I do
Okay.
all of this for me.
Okay.
Confluence, can
When
you
people
drop
tell me
the
things,
join
I don't
link
just
for her?
take it at their word, right? And I hope you do the same to me. You can go look it up. Everything that I say.
Yeah,
So that's how you're supposed to do it.
I know, but it's like it's just you gotta understand. It's a little annoying if you don't know what a word is, and then you do a quick 5-second Google search, and you're like, actually, it's actually.
What's
and it's
annoying,
and then you
Confluence, is
misread it,
hearing
and
you
you
say
don't
the
understand
entire
that
field of
social
psychology
is in
is
psychology,
leftist
and you misread a fucking syllabus
because
you
of
understand
a
that
class
can be
called
annoying.
dyadic relations.
No, no.
Wait, but Confluence, you know his point, right? It's like saying all college is leftist and then saying, drilling that into, well, my psych class was very leftist. There's a difference, right?
I'm saying my psych degree was left leaning and had a postmodern zeitgeist flavoring to it in everything. The only thing probably that I would say would be behavioralism, because that's probably like the most actual like scientific, and it's kind of impossible to kind of smuggle ideological stuff into that. But this is, I mean, this is just, I said this at the start. This is anecdotal. This is my degree at one school, right? So I can't say it's all that, but even from reading the DSM and stuff, I think there is some chicanery going on, in my opinion.
Okay, but
I put something together, by the way.
Can you cam up for me in the back? No one has to see you, just me, just so I know you're a real for real.
I put this together, by the way. Okay, so this is only 2 speeches by Trump. That's what I have up here right now. Okay, so this is his inaugural address and 2025 joint address.
Give me a peace sign, Athena. Give me a peace sign, and then you can cam back down. Sorry, Zerka, I'm just bringing someone new in.
You're fine.
So just cam up in the back, do a peace sign, and you can cam.
Oh wait,
down.
I thought you were talking
I
about
know you are a real person.
Okay.
Peace sign. There we go. Okay, you can
But
cam down if you want.
if I may, I think one of the problems here is that Circa is someone who, I'm not saying doing this in cellular intelligence, I think you're a smart guy, but I don't think you understand that most research has to be in-depth, and I don't think you do a lot of in-depth research. I think you have a very surface
how
level
would you know that,
understanding.
Energy?
Because in my experience,
I'm just
you
like,
ask
what?
for a lot of AI summaries, and you ask for a lot of surface level. I'm just saying from my experience from watching your stream,
You've seen me download full books, and then just because I don't read them on screen doesn't mean I don't actually read them. You know that, right?
Okay, I mean, if you actually read books, that's good.
Yeah.
But for example,
if you actually read books, that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
But for example, if you actually read books, that's good.
Athena, mute your microphone.
What is happening?
Athena, mute your microphone.
She's Robloxing us.
Athena, close the stream. I think you have the stream open.
I do want to point out that, like, if a Democrat did say this type of shit, I probably would be very much against them as well. You guys know that, right? Like, communism and the alt-left can easily be just as violent as, the right-wing authoritarianism that is in this country right now. It's kind of just about what is taking place.
My bad.
There you
So-
go. You're good now. Welcome, Athena.
I mean, how do comments like when Trump says, that there's a vermin in this country, like he's essentially speaking about me. Like,
Wait, I can't hear anything now.
Wouldn't
Why
that
would
be
you
the
think
same
he's
as
speaking
lefties
about
calling
you?
everyone Yahtzees? I mean, like, it's rhetoric. Get over
no,
it.
dehumanization, like calling someone vermin is explicitly is a little.
Who is he talking about when he says vermin? Who? What? Like what?
It's in
why
a
would
clip
you
with Jake
assume it's
Tapper
you?
in 2023.
Why would you assume that it is you? Give us some
We
context.
pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxist, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. What does that mean to you?
Wait, that sounds based. Wait, who wrote this?
I mean, it sounds like we're getting rid of people who shouldn't be in this country. Do you feel like that puts
Yeah.
you in that box?
Is that not
I don't think
based?
okay. Even if I disagree with
Do
you,
you
guys, I don't
consider?
think you're
Do
fucking
you consider
vermin.
yourself to be a rat?
Wait, imagine
I
if
don't consider
Obama
you a
said that
rat.
about Republicans.
Why
and you
did
guys
Why
wouldn't
did you
be
put
mad.
yourself in that box
Well,
then?
okay,
Why does that
vermin is a-
offend you?
that's a bit of
You don't want to get rid of
Vermin
that.
is
aspect.
ridiculous.
It's a little untoward, sure.
Don't you think
Bro.
radical left thugs is vague?
Imagine Obama being
Yes or
like,
no?
we have to root out the conservatives in this country and the vermin, and people not being mad at that.
Yeah, is radical left thugs a
Imagine if
vague or
someone
a
talked
specific
about
statement?
a basket of
He specifically
tomatoes.
said
Radical left, not all
left.
lefties.
Okay, so when
Bro, Trump thinks that Kamala's
if you guys actually
radical left.
listen to Trump, by the way, if you listen to Trump, you know that he's called literally Republicans radical left thugs. He's called judges recently that.
When is he
anyone who
called
goes against him.
Republicans radical left?
Okay, so anyone who's radical then? but not
You
the
just called
rhinos.
out the conservative Supreme Court for
The
being
rhinos need to
radical.
go back, Zerka.
So-
Okay.
Hello.
So he's doing exactly what lefties are doing to him whenever they call him a Yahtzee and all this other stuff, even though he's not.
I call him a
Lefties
fascist.
aren't
I can't
presidents.
saying these things.
Section
You disagree?
leftists aren't in charge of the presidency, dude.
This is called purity, political liturgy. Okay, this is definitely a part of the fascist minimum as well. They're poisoning the blood of our country. Who the fuck says that?
I mean,
leftist
it's a
people all
good.
the
It's
time.
kind of a fire line though. Like if you forget about Germany, it's a fire line, right?
Okay, that's an interesting comment.
Come on, Con. You don't think that.
Well, I mean, it just kind of hits.
Bro, it's hypocritical, though. Imagine blaming leftists as being the same as the president of the fucking United States. It's such a cope.
Radical.
It is. It's massive victim.
I think we should call out
because
radicals on
fascism
both
kinda has
sides. Yeah,
It needs to adopt the Greek.
Well, then why isn't he?
Wait, what are you saying, Cass?
I'm sure he does.
Why isn't Trump calling out radicals on both sides?
You guys just gave an example that he's
But
calling
furthermore-
Republicans the same thing.
I
Not
can't answer
radical.
this. It's because
You're-
Trump
you're-
doesn't actually care.
He's calling
about
them radical.
Conservative ideology
They're not
or
radical.
progressive. Trump cares
You
about
mentioned
himself.
How do you know?
And you mentioned
How do I know?
Trump's
Because he
rhetoric,
tells you every day.
But can you list
Not
the
you.
policies
The other guy
Trump's
that's talking.
enacting that you disagree with?
I disagree with someone saying that people in the country are vermin energy.
Okay, but policy-wise,
Yeah, and I
think
disagree
I
with
would
people
I would
calling
agree
other
with
people
that.
Yahtzees and fascists.
because I
One
can
is
point you to the
dehumanization,
fact
and also I'm reacting to him saying these things.
that
So are
Trump
the
has
other two things.
decreased border
No, you can't say
crossings,
he's reacting. He's the one literally
and Trump
saying that.
negotiated peace
The
to get the
terminologies.
hostages released from Hamas. He is attacking the current Iranian government, which I think is a good
Murderers
thing.
sometimes hug their mothers. Energy. Thank you.
Okay, but what policies does he do that's bad?
What
We're at
policies
war
does
with
he do
Iran
that's
right
bad?
now,
I mean,
dude.
right now there are people in
Soldiers
the
just
United
got
States
killed.
who are having their rights completely taken away from them. I mean,
I don't think
we can go on and
abortion
on.
is a
Who is?
right. I don't think abortion is a right.
No,
It's
the
not. It's
fucking,
not in the Constitution.
DHS fucking actions right now, bro. He sent what 14,000 fucking ICE agents to Minneapolis, dude. You know how many illegal immigrants
Good.
are in Minnesota?
More
There
than
should be zero.
14,000.
More than
Think about it.
14,000.
Lowest
Like no,
percentage
no one knows
states
how
in the
many illegal
country.
immigrants because they just
It's
came
the
across the
lowest
fucking border
percentage place in the country
unfiltered.
for legal
cares?
immigrants. Why would you do that?
Are there any there?
Not enough to
Are you
justify.
saying so? Are
40%
you
of the
no?
force?
You don't get to judge. You don't get to determine what justifies it. Are there zeros
I do
there
get to
or
critique
not?
it, my friend. And let me
You
tell
can
you,
critique
we
it,
already
but you
gave the
don't.
game
You
away.
don't decide what's
Section, just
justified or
because you're
not.
too stupid to listen to what this administration does doesn't mean I am. Pam Bondi literally said,
I'm
"Give us
listening
the
to
voter
everything
rolls
they're
and we'll
doing, and
leave."
I support it because I want the
No,
illegals.
Pam
Then why'd
Bondi
they
literally
take
said,
the
"Give me the
why'd they
voter
take
rolls
the ICE
and I'll
agents
leave."
out?
Is that about immigration?
Getting illegals out
Yes or
is
no?
about immigration. Yes.
Is it? She said,
Also,
"Give me the
Christy
voter rolls and I'll
Noma's
leave."
canned. How do we feel about that, Christy? No, I'm gone.
No, no.
Yeah,
I want him
she's
to
an
answer
idiot.
this. If
Yeah,
Pam Bondi
getting
said,
the
"Give me
vo-
the voter
yeah,
rolls,"
getting the voter rolls to see how many illegals voted. Yeah, that would be about immigration.
then why would
Because it
you
would prove
take all
that
the agents
having
out?
illegals in this country
Why would you
voting
take all the agents
affected
out?
the election, wouldn't it?
Why would you take the agents out then?
Take the agents out. What?
Yeah, she said,
They
"I'll
took
take
them
my
out of
agents out
Minnesota.
if you give me the voter rolls."
Yeah,
Circa,
because then
circa.
you wouldn't need all of those agents.
Trump
Oh,
has
got it, yeah.
approved. Trump has
Yeah, because we
approved
would know
oil
all
I mean,
their
why
names
would you
and
get
know
them?
exactly
You
where
can
the
get them all
fuck
really
they are.
fast then, right? Wouldn't you be able to? You'd be able to get them all really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Just
why
like
would
if the
you
IRS
take them
released all
leave?
those people's informations, we would get all of them really fast too.
Yeah,
wouldn't
so
we?
you're going to get rid of all the troops that could do that quickly and efficiently and not cost a lot of money.
But
meaning
also
the
Trump,
majority of the troops, you
when
don't need
he's,
that many to do it anymore. That's why they would pull all the rest of them out.
Except it's going to be more expensive now because you have to pay
the only
more
reason that
less
they
for
had
more
so many
hours.
there is because
First time
lefties
giving me
don't know how to
anything.
stay the fuck out of the way and let them do their job.
yeah. But
Got it.
furthermore,
So
Circa,
what I'm hearing is that you'll dick ride whatever this administration says.
I want you to acknowledge that Trump's approving of oil drilling has decreased oil
Probably, yeah.
prices.
No, he hasn't. That's a
Bro,
lie. Energy.
oil
I've
price
already
just
showed you on
skyrocketed.
stream.
What the
I've
hell?
already showed you on stream that we have tons of leases open. They're not being drilled for a very specific reason. And also, Biden tripled the amount of oil and gas leases in over Trump's first term. We have plenty of things that could be open right now to actually drilling. You can go to the Bureau of Land Management and see this. I don't know what the
do
fuck
not
you're talking
remember.
about.
I do not remember you
I
saying this.
explicitly showed you the reason oil prices have gone down is because Saudi Arabia conveniently, after getting that $600 billion deal,
I don't remember
dumped
this.
400,000 barrels of oil the next day into the market.
Okay,
Or
but
did you not remember that?
I don't remember that. But either way,
Okay, well,
oil
you
prices
probably
are
should
going
try
down.
to.
They're not going down, dude. Look at the price of oil. It's like up
And
to
also,
$77 a barrel.
Trump is responsible for the Abraham Accords, which is
fluctuates.
peace between the Gulf states and
Trump is
Israel.
not responsible for the Abraham Accords. I don't know how the fuck you can possibly say that. How is
Who
that
is?
even possible?
Because
Who
Trump
is?
signed them.
I mean, mainly it's Saudi Arabia and Israel, and Saudi Arabia is finally starting to feel what it's like to actually have nice cars and have a market. So they really don't want it to go away now.
The Trump administration signed the Abraham Accords.
He didn't make them, dude.
It doesn't matter. He signed them.
Okay, so the formation of the Abraham Accords took how long? Do you know, Energy? How long did it take to make them?
I don't know.
You probably should try and figure that out before you have a fucking opinion on it, right? If Trump comes in at the end and just signs it, do you think you can say, well, Trump made them? Is that remotely fucking logical?
Do you have evidence that a previous president contributed to the formation of
It
them?
really wasn't the president, is what I already told you.
Even if they had them all drawn up, if they couldn't agree to them, and he was the one that brokered the deal to finalize it, wouldn't that matter?
Maybe a little. Sure.
And also,
maybe a lot
the
because they would have never
2017
agreed to it otherwise.
Yeah.
I mean, Saudi Arabia does like Trump, so I think you might be right a little.
Yeah, so he might have played a really big part in getting them to finally actually agree.
He didn't write the bill
for hundreds of more years.
That's what I'm
They've been at war
contesting.
for how many years?
That's
So
what
he
I'm
probably
contesting.
played
He
a pretty
didn't write the
big
bill.
role.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Write the
Doesn't
bill.
matter if he wrote it.
He deserves
That's
some
what he
credit
said.
Politicians
for the
don't
Abraham
write their own
Accords.
shit. So what?
At the very least, he deserves some credit for the Abraham Accords.
Fine. I'm fine saying that just because his relationship with Saudi Arabia is really strong.
Okay, so some
It's a
credit for
little
the
bit
Abraham
corrupt, though,
Accords.
but, I guess we're going to gloss over that part.
Okay, some credit for the Abraham Accords, some credit for getting rid of the border crossings, some credit for the 2017 tax cuts, which
No,
increased
no one cares about those.
But I
I
think
mean, the
they
2017
increased,
tax cuts were awful.
no,
Yeah,
they
they were-
increased investment in American business by freeing up capital, which
No, it didn't.
incentivizes business.
No, it didn't. It's costed us tons of money in fucking inflationary pressures years later.
Tax cuts have nothing to do with inflation.
Yes, they do. If you don't recoup enough money, energy,
Milton
then you
Friedman
absolutely
said
have higher
inflation
deficits.
is and always has been a monetary phenomenon.
Exactly. And if you don't recoup enough money with taxation energy, you have a higher deficit. What does that mean?
It's about printing money. That's
No,
what
it's
causes
not.
inflation.
No, it's not energy. It is related to the expansion of the monetary base, but money supply is going to drip down to that at some point.
That's not
why
what
it takes
Milton
2
Friedman
years.
said.
That's why it
not
takes
what Milton
12 to
Friedman
36
said.
months for inflationary actions to take effect inflationary effect after an inflationary action.
That's not what Milton Friedman said.
I don't give a fuck what Milton Friedman says.
Well, I do.
I'm telling you how
because
inflation works.
I subscribe to Chicago and Austrian School of Economics.
That's great. So inflation
Let's
here,
check
if you
back
don't
fast.
recoup revenue,
God, no
energy,
economics. Please, God.
if we have higher deficit, we're
we
going
don't
to
know
have
how
more
the
spending
Federal
happening.
Reserve
That's
worked
just a fact.
last night. So I mean, you
Con,
did
where
kind
are
of
you?
get decimated for like 45
My
minutes straight
Uber
last
Eats
night.
just showed up, so I had to grab it.
Oh,
I
nice.
still hear you guys, though.
Confluence, check back chat when you get a chance, okay?
The tax cuts mean that
I brought
businesses
Athena in if that's what you mean, yeah.
have more capital to
Yeah.
I don't know if
invest
she can hear
in
us, though. Can you hear us
research
now?
and development.
I can hear y'all, but can y'all hear me
Maybe.
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
hear
We
you.
haven't
Yes,
had a
we
good
can.
outcome though,
now? Finally.
energy, because of this.
But the research and development is important. And furthermore, on top of the research and development from the tax cuts and the Abraham Accords and the lowering border crossings, all of which Trump at least deserves some credit for,
Okay, energy. He's a fascist though to me. He's literally trying to break my country, and he's selling appealing things to people who ultimately have a right to be angry, because this country is very angry because
Why do
the
you
actual
keep repeating that instead of saying exactly why he is that in your opinion?
I have been doing that.
Because
We
this
just
is
went
how
over
Zerka
that.
debates people.
But
I
the
have been
problem
doing
is you're appealing to rhetoric, you're not appealing to policy.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to give you the end state? Is that what you want me to do?
Okay, can you provide the policies he's provided?
I can. He's tried to overturn an amendment with an executive order. What does that look like? What is that? He's trying to take over elections in this country, and he's telling you how he's going to do it. What is that?
Is it not one of the processes that you can go
Absolutely
through?
not. No, executive orders are meant to direct agencies underneath the executive.
Yeah, maybe
what the
he
fuck
just
does that
got
have to do
bad
with
advice
an
and
amendment?
Someone told him he could, and he didn't know better.
No,
Would
that's
an
not how it works.
authoritarian push it through and succeed? Because I'm pretty sure they swatted it down, so he didn't succeed at doing it. He's not a dictator or an authoritarian if he didn't actually.
Okay, well, if he continues to try to be one, man, just because he's failed at doing it, are you just going to be like, whatever?
But also,
Well, if he actually did it, then that would be a reason to be mad.
So you want the end state? You want me to diagnose fascism when fascism's already
We want
there?
you to list policies that he has put out and actually
I just
succeeded in
did.
putting out that.
Yeah,
no, listen,
but here's
that
the
were
thing.
actually successful.
The
that
policy
were
You want me to
authoritarian
diagnose the end
or
state?
fascist.
You want me to say, look, fascism, there it is, when it's already in power?
Yes, we want.
You can
actual
claim it
evidence.
is, but you
We want
haven't
evidence
proved that it
fascism
is.
in power.
You can never prove that someone is a whole fascist until they're literally.
So
a
you have an
fascist government.
infallible stance.
No, actually, I have a diagnostic one. You can look at the framework and you can say this person is doing a lot of
Well,
fascistic
when I
things.
look at everything that he's doing, it doesn't look fascist to me. So
Yeah,
that's
You're
a
not even
fair
looking, I
one.
can tell.
Circa.
At least it seems like a lot of this stuff is new to
No,
you.
so
bro.
because I don't have the same viewpoint as you, I'm not looking. So
No,
I
this
could
is
just
not
say the same
viewpoint.
thing to
You
you,
go to
and now we're back at
whitehouse.gov.
square one.
It's whitehouse.gov. It's not a viewpoint.
Circa. Let's say Kamala Harris had won the
Whitehouse.gov doesn't
president.
call him a fascist.
Let's say Kamala Harris had won the
Obviously.
presidential election. What do you think Kamala Harris's policies would have objectively been better than Trump's?
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably because she's not a fascist, but I don't really agree with democratic policies. You know that already.
So he's
Why don't you say that?
What specific thing can you? I know that I'm new to the conversation. Can you repeat the very specific order that he is trying to overthrow that you think makes him
Protecting the meaning and value value of American citizenship. It was January 20th, 2025. It was an executive order that overturns essentially by judicially reinterpreting judicial inference of the 14th Amendment.
So
And an amendment
trying
is a
to
sacrosanct
overturn
idea
an
in the
executive
Constitution.
order. Am I correct?
One more time.
You said that he's trying to overturn another executive order.
No,
constitutional amendment.
This is an
He's
amendment.
trying to take down
amendment,
birthright
okay.
citizenship using an executive
No, he's
order.
trying to do something that's not given within the Constitution to the executive. He's trying to do a new judicial inference, a review of something he has no business doing through an executive order, which has no business even trying to do this. What does that look like?
Looks like he didn't know that he couldn't do that.
Bro, they don't care. They say Trump has no agency. They think he's an idiot. They're like, oh, he
I know,
doesn't
it's
know
just
what
like,
he's doing.
what the fuck?
No,
Why do
you
we
guys are
dislike
the one
this
that
guy?
call him an idiot, but do you guys never make
No, I
any
just
doesn't know
I
this
shouldn't idolize
information
anyone,
wrong?
man. Why are we idolizing this guy?
You
Like,
never get any information
why are
wrong?
you justifying the
So-
things he does? He's literally an awful
He's
person,
also like
okay?
super unpopular. People think that like he's
He
like,
won the popular vote, so I guess
ratings
he's
are
pretty popular.
screwed.
I actually don't care about the
He
popularity.
won the popular
thing.
vote like
I
2
want
years
people to
ago.
look at his actions.
Yeah, that means that he's
and what
You
he
know
popular
what
does.
I want?
No,
I
it
want-
doesn't.
in the whole
I want-
entire nation, just not with you.
I
No,
want
that was
border
2 years ago.
security, and I want
That's
lower
literally
taxes,
what it
and I
means.
want less abortion, and I want
Look up his approval rating.
conservative.
Trump is not
It's
doing
very
it.
high right now.
Okay, show me. Link me to his high approval rate.
Yeah, link me to a leftist poll that says it's not.
It doesn't
You're
matter,
asking-
man. All these polls are just they're gonna be high or low depending on how you fucking poll them. It's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah,
Why?
the bias of the person who did the poll is going to affect it. So
Yeah, and
why
who
are
you
we
fucking select. I
appealing
mean, it's
to
not really
polls? Yeah,
like
You
the point
average
is
them out
that,
though, Circa. Come on.
huh?
You average out the polls. There's aggregates.
Yeah, and they're not perfect. Every time you go into them, bro, I can show you exactly how a Pew Research poll is fucking ass.
I know, but when they show there's an average that you can take out the outliers, you can average.
Yeah,
out
and then you
whether
look
he's
up how did
44,
they ask
46.
this question? Like, how did they get the lean to the right question? And it's
Sure,
like,
but they're better
literally
rated
a single one.
pollsters. There are some shitty pollsters. You take them
And
out
then you're
too
like,
if you want.
oh, they did a mailing list, and you're like, okay, that's kind of weird. I don't know how many people respond to a mailing. Like, there's so many ways that surveys suck ass, dude. They're usually not very They're not very good at figuring out.
There's some pollsters that are better than others.
You asked the question. You asked the question in good faith, and I want to answer it in good faith. The reason I'm defending Trump is because I want conservative policies.
He's not giving conservative policy. Conservative policy would be sanctifying what we have in the Constitution. He's trying to fucking break it. That's what I don't understand. He's not a conservative.
Is getting Roe v. Wade overturned because of the conservative?
Trump is not a Democrat either. Trump has zero fucking value.
Trump has
He has
always
zero
been
value.
a Democrat.
He's a
not a
registered
conservative or a
Republican.
The Democratic Party has flip-flopped so many times, but Trump was in the 80s. He was always a Democrat.
He voted Democrat, but he's never had values. He doesn't actually care. He will hold up a gay pride flag
I don't
if it means
completely
getting
agree
votes.
with that. I definitely don't think that he is this conservative Christian that
He's not.
he's making himself out to be now, because if you look at his history, like if you're a Christian, you just don't have that type of behavior, right? And that's just a reality. That's not an opinion.
What behavior are you talking
There are
about?
people who claim
Like
to
being
be
asked what your
Christian
favorite
and
Bible
they're
verse is, and him going, "It's too personal." When they push him, he says it again. It's kind of weird, right?
Well, no, here's the thing. I'm not against Trump. There's a lot of things that I do like about Trump's policies, but I'm not going to say that he is like untouchable, right? And so when people scrutinize him, I really want to understand why, but I feel like every time I try to understand why, and mind you, politics is not my strong suit. It used to be back when I was in high school. I gave up my career to be like a wife and a mother, and now I'm like back in the debate space. I typically like debate social issues. So when you talk about political things, please talk to me like I'm a female with a little feeble mind.
I understand.
Like, I need you to talk to me as if I'm a little baby, please.
Okay, so the reason Trump is a fascist, right, is because he qualifies for pretty much all of my architecture. Okay,
But there's multiple people talking. I can't hear.
sorry.
I was just gonna say I refuse to treat anyone differently based on their gender.
Oh, then you're highly mistaken, because men and women are very different. Even biology and science teaches that. Like they've done a study with both men and women, right? With men, they're more likely to wake up if they hear the sound of like leaves rustling or glass breaking, and women are more likely to wake up if they hear a baby crying. Women have a
lot of environmental
a
aspects to this, but
28-day hormonal cycle.
I agree. But here's the thing.
Men
Here's the
have
thing.
a
I know what you're gonna say.
24-hour hormonal cycle. That's the reason why men are more consistent, and this is why men are better in long-term management of anything or leadership. Women can lead temporarily, but long-term, it's not good for them because we have a 28-day cycle. And they've actually done studies asking women questions about the specific study was like what it was that they found attractive. They asked them multiple times throughout the month, and they got different answers depending on the month, because our hormones depend how we feel. And like men go through this 24-hour hormonal cycle. This is why men are better at being consistent. Biologically, men and women are different. We're not equal. We could be equal in value, but we will never be equal in ability.
Yeah, so my position is, I'm sorry for interrupting, Circo, but I want to get this out, that I understand where you're coming from, and I agree that statistically men and women are different, but as a policy, I treat individuals as individuals. That's just my policy.
yeah. So I was going to say I'm just going to treat her because she's just interested and wants me to give the definition. Okay, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Moving on though.
The definition of fascism is
It's a long one.
paleogenetic, ultranational.
I'm going to give one longer than that. I'm going to give one longer than that. Okay. I'm going to present something that I probably shouldn't right now if I do debate Andrew, because I mean it's not like he's going to watch this anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. But the point is that it's an architecture. So there's not like, I can't point to an end state, right? I can't like point to, here is literally fascism, because then you've kind of made it useless to diagnose and define, right? So literally no society is going to get a memo that says, this year we turn into the thing you read about, right? So we have to look at these things in some sort of like architecture, like a framework, okay? So the first one is going to be hypernationalistic palingenesis, okay? It means a story of national decline, followed by promised restoration of a mythical past, and you have a leader as the vessel of something called the nation, okay? And this is not to be confused with something like the state. Even though early fascists would say this, it doesn't make sense, because if there's loyalty to the state, then why would they break the state to do what they want? So the nation is essentially what they tie themselves to. It makes them still patriots in their own mind. So Trump plays on this, okay? He uses things like decline. Our country is getting worse. It was never worse before me. Only I can fix it. We've now made a new era. The golden era will start now. Those are all hypernationalistic palingenetic things. He says them every time he has the mic. Every State of the Union, every inaugural address. That's a fact. Make America great again is kind of that in one slogan. It's not enough on its own, though. So I'm not going to stick right here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have something called epistemic capture, which is how this myth becomes insulated. So the thing about fascism is that it's really appealing because it is selling a truth at the same time. It is, everyone in this country has the reality is not meeting up with the expectation that they thought they were going to get. So there's a reason Bernie Sanders is really popular. There's a reason why Trump is really popular. It's because he acknowledged that. He acknowledged that people are fucking mad. And I honestly can't think I can say that they don't have a right to feel mad. And part of that is a little bit of a perverse use by him, because he knows that one of the easiest ways to make people upset is the whole idea of an epistemic capture and political liturgy, where you do, or when you cast like an enemy in this, okay? So that's essentially what he did from the beginning. The Republicans he attacked first. Bernie is definitely popular. If you ask any fucking psycho-conservative, Allison.
I mean, you're talking to an ex-Bernie-crat, so...
Every pseudo-conservative, alt-right person I've ever fucking asked this question to, if I ask them if they like Joe Biden or Kamala or, John McCain or Bernie Sanders, every fucking person is going to say Bernie Sanders, and they think he's a communist.
Well, Bernie Sanders, before he became a communist, was actually pretty...
Before? I don't like any of those choices.
He's not
what was the
time?
Bernie Sanders does something that Trump did. Okay, Bernie Sanders.
Hold on, before we go any further. He used to be very pro, like, pew pew rights. Like, everyone can have their pew pew rights. And then it's like the more popularity he gained, and then it was like, oh, he needed to fit an agenda for the people who were supporting him, because there were certain ideas that the conservative people would not support of his. And then
the Democratic platform
of the liberal or leftist or Democrat people were supporting of his. And so he kind of shifted a little bit. I was not like a diehard Bernie-crat. I agreed with a lot of things that Bernie said. I was not like, I mean, I'm still not even a Trumper. I wouldn't see that. I'm not saying he's like...
Would you vote for either of them over someone like Joe Biden or John McCain? The establishment?
If you were to put Biden and Bernie, I would choose Bernie. If you were to put Biden and Trump, I'd choose Trump. If you were to put Bernie and Trump, I'd choose Trump.
So both of them are populists, right? They tap into a certain type of person.
Can I clarify my position? Because I'm also a Trump supporter, and I would support John McCain or Joe Biden above Bernie.
Yeah.
Well, you're the only person I can think of that's literally answered that question differently. So congratulations, Energy. How do you actually go into my stream every day if I shit on Trump every day, bro? That's crazy.
I don't understand how you shit on him. I'm
explaining it. It's not like I just came to this opinion, haphazardly.
This is a genuine question.
Yeah.
But real quick, Circa, you asked a question, and I do want to answer this sincerely, because I think you're a smart guy, and I like talking with you, even though I don't agree with you.
Okay, that's good.
I just say it, you're patronizing.
So epistemic capture, okay? So this is about something in fascism. This is a main tenet of it again, or like a framework of it. So loyalty and truth become something that don't mix anymore. It's about loyalty. So things like, it trains people to refute someone who disagrees with you as betrayal. And Trump does this all the time. I mean, if you remember the Supreme Court case recently, as soon as 3 of the judges, were the only dissenting opinions, what did he do immediately the next day? He called them radical fucking, rhinos almost.
Literally,
he has this habit of forcing people to be.
No, they don't.
No,
The
they do
president
not.
has
No,
never
they do
called
not.
out the SCOTUS.
No, they do not. That is not true.
Like, why do people make
Now-
that shit up though? Like saying every president did.
It's
they
because
don't.
it feels like it's normal now. It's normal now. It's normal now. That's the problem. Is that Trump has done this for 12
Hold on,
years,
who
so we
was
feel like it
talking
happens.
right before you?
What?
Normally everybody's stuff lights up, or if their cam is on, I can see it. Like, who was talking right before you?
I think the other one is
I
Castle.
was. I don't know why my
I don't
mic
know why
isn't-
it's not lighting up, but
Yeah.
Oh.
with the OBS sign.
A
So,
lot
like,
of
for
people
instance-
are talking at once, so I still don't even know who was talking before, so I can get an idea of whose ideas are what.
That was Castle. He doesn't have a video on.
Is
But the next
it
part of
the
it,
person right above you?
yeah, right above me.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the next part is going to be a leader principle, right? Like I mentioned in the beginning, the leader becomes the vessel. So if you've kind of realized that Trump is kind of more than just MAGA, Trump is like more than just a leader of a movement. He kind of is the movement. This is an inherently fascist concept. That's why people are able to put his face on their shirts, and why that no one thinks that anyone else can step up and do what Trump does. I mean, that's for a reason. He's
Thank
essentially
you.
more than
said
just
that
a
or
leader.
thought that.
Biden.
I mean,
Trump's
do you
leader,
honestly
I've never
think-
thought or said that.
Either one. I mean,
Section,
when
I'd like you to tell me how
Hunter-
it's not.
when Hunter's laptop was taken in, the Democrats were like, "Oh, I don't see anything." And like, I was so mad at them. But whenever Trump's name was mentioned in the Epstein files, although from what I've seen thus far, I have not dove like super deep into them. I do plan on doing it. It
Trump is more than
essentially
just name.
like proved
I've
him
known
that
about Trump in the Epstein files since I was in high school.
he didn't have actual like what's it called? Not experience. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, he
Allegations?
wasn't actually interacting with them in a way that was inappropriate.
No,
According
he's
to
had
what
very serious
hold on, let me
allegations
finish.
against him.
According to
Yeah.
what I've read so far, so I've only gotten so far. I'm still reading.
Okay, so
Right.
Trump,
So
again,
I'm
when I
not
was in
a
high school,
Trumper.
2010, okay? Trump was found to be John Doe number 1, fucking 6'4", like 174, I can't remember. He has very serious allegations against him from a very long time ago. They've been in public for a
No,
while.
he does. Yeah. No.
But I
know-
actually don't really want to talk about that too much because I think it's a distraction from what I think is the main danger of Trump. I mean, I can give you my opinion on his Epstein file stuff, but I feel like the more important thing for me to try and get across here is that I think I think I could argue, well, he's a fascist. Okay? I know
don't-
section says that none of what I'm saying is the definition of fascism, but it is. I'm using Paxton, Staley, Griffin.
Merriam-Webster.
I'm using the early fascist. I'm using Gentili.
Merriam-Webster.
You already know how that went for Rob.
Yeah, he dusted your ass.
Almost up until the point when I showed him Merriam-Webster.
No,
showing
the entire
secular-
time he mocked the shit out of you, and you know it.
I mean, you must have just turned it off at that point when I showed him Merriam-Webster myself. But
No, I watched the
So-
whole thing, and the Merriam-Webster one said I could read it
The-
right now if you want. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and then
Say
once you
any
read
of
it,
the
go
shit
down
you're
to
saying.
sub definition
Please
D,
read it.
and then
Please read it.
tell me how it's supposed to be read.
Populist political philosophy, movement, or regime such as that of the fascisti, which is where it fucking came from, that
Are you
exalts the
reading-
nation and
are you
all
reading
race
fascism
above
in
the
Merriam-Webster?
individual. That is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader, and that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forcible suppression of opposition. The fact that you're even
Exactly.
honest
Yeah.
and able
A
to
little
talk
bit.
shit about Trump proves he's not being a dictator, or your ass would be in a gulag.
I have to ask you, do you know what the fascist minimum is?
Tell me.
Do you have any idea what that is?
Just tell me.
If I asked you, read the definition of capitalism
Just
in Merriam-Webster,
say
would you be
what
able
it
to tell
is.
me?
I can.
Would you be able to tell me
read
what
all of them
capitalism
off
is?
if you want, but you could
Stop
just
your
section.
things,
Don't run.
Zerka.
Don't run. If I ask you what the definition of capitalism
I'm
is,
not
right now from
running. I'm
Merriam-Webster,
just telling you
could
to
you tell me
what it
what
is.
capitalism is? Could you tell me? Yes or no?
I could.
You think you could get all of capitalism in a Merriam-Webster definition? Every ideology of capitalism. Is that a yes?
Do I need to go into all nuanced subcategories
Yeah, you know the
in
answer.
order
I'm
to
gonna
give you
move
the
on.
broad
Thank you.
definition?
You should look up who Paxson
I don't
is.
think
And
so.
In fact, you should, because then you might know what fascism is.
No,
It seems
so
to me that you just read
you
the
could
definition.
tell me what
and
a
much like I just
Protestant
did
Christian is,
Confluence's
but there's
class
also
there,
multiple denominations.
I don't actually
Do
know
have to
anything
give
about it when I did
what
that, right?
each-
You don't know
every
anything
single
about what you read.
denomination means
Like,
or what
if I
they
asked you to
believe in
explain
order
a
to
single
tell
part
you
of
what
that
a
definition, would you
Protestant
be able
is.
to do that? Would you be able to do that?
Do what?
Would you be able to explain a single part of that Merriam-Webster definition?
Of capitalism, economic system characterized by private or corporate ownership of capital goods by investments that are determined by private decision and by prices, production, and the distribution.
Yeah,
of
does that
goods are
describe all of
determined
capitalism?
mainly
You
by
know all of capitalism
competition
with
in
that.
a free market. Now,
Are
are
you
there
gonna know all of capitalism with
subcategories
that
to it?
definition?
Probably.
Are you going to be
but
able to
that's
describe
the
it?
base
somehow?
definition.
So, what kind of market economy capitalism
So,
is?
in order to understand what
Sweden compared to the US?
capitalism is, that
Can you
would
tell
be
me
the
exactly how
definition.
it's more
Now,
capitalistic
if
or
you
not?
wanted
Sakar,
to
can you let him
explain
answer the
some
question you asked 2
subsection of
questions ago?
capitalism, then you would
He's not answering
actually have
anything.
to just ask that specifically.
So, how is
I don't
one
have to go
form
into
of
every
capitalism
single
more
nuanced
capitalism
little
than another one?
niche in order to explain what the baseline of capitalism is.
Yeah, you kind of do.
No, I kind of don't.
Okay, so how
Because
capitalist?
you didn't
capitalist
ask
definition is
me.
the US?
Listen, you didn't
How
ask me.
capitalist is
And you
the US
define every single
inside of
form
that
of
Merriam-Webster
capitalism
definition?
that exists in the entire world and what
How
everyone
capitalist
nuanced
is the US?
thinks of each one of those. You asked me
US
for the baseline definition
doesn't do
of
only private
capitalism,
enterprise, right?
and you got your
I'm getting
answer.
derailed right now, and you fucking won't stop talking.
Neither will you. Even when you
You
ask me
won't
a
stop
question and I
talking.
give you an answer,
I
you
want to get
just
back to my
fucking talk
definition.
anyway.
Is what I want to do.
So why should I give a shit if I'm talking over you?
Because
you're
you're just
nobody.
wasting my
Why should I
time.
fucking care?
You
You're
don't even know
wasting
what the
everyone's
fascist
time.
minimum is. You don't know what fucking who Paxson is. You
Tell
don't know
us
who
what
Griffin
it
You don't
is.
know anything about
Rather
that.
than asking it as a question, why don't you
in
just say what it
Section's
is?
defense, you asked him to read the Merriam-Webster's thing, and to me that doesn't sound anything like
Exactly.
Trump, right? So and now it sounds like we're moving
Again,
on to.
I literally
does,
read what the baseline definition is.
It kind of
If you
does.
don't like that
Deflect,
definition, why would you
deflect.
ask him to read that?
So
It kind of
if you
does.
can add a bunch of shit in and then just call it the main category, well, then I think that having the name Sirkar makes you a fascist. So now you're a fascist.
I'm glad
Because
you're
I'm allowed to
useless.
just
Thank
add
you.
in whatever I want,
know.
right?
It's great. You think that you're clever because you can read Merriam-Webster and think that you can actually give.
I'm just pulling your own fucking tactics against you, and you don't like it.
Read it.
I read the actual
He's being fucking
definition.
hilarious right now, bro. People spend their entire life to understand fascism, and you want to fucking act like
Cool
and
story.
instead of engaging
You didn't
with
ask
what I've
me
said
for
so
their
far.
interpretation of it or
Instead
your
of
own.
engaging with what I've
You
said
said
so
the
far, by the way,
definition of it.
can we notice something?
I engaged
Can we notice
exactly
something?
with
You
what
haven't
you
engaged with
asked.
a single thing I said.
I sure did. You asked for the definition,
You
and I
did?
gave it both
Did
times.
you engage with hyper-nationalistic pound genesis?
I sure
you
did.
engage
Maybe
with
if you'd
ethnicity
shut your
culture?
fucking cock
Did you
smoker,
engage
you'd
with the
hear
Rita
my
principle? Did you
definition
engage
that I
with
gave you.
the next part?
I gave you the answer
What did
to
you engage
everything
with?
you asked.
What did you engage with?
All of it. All of it.
You did not engage with hyper-nationalistic pound
I
genesis.
sure did, and everyone else heard it.
How? How?
Except for you, because you can't stop fucking talking over people. But I don't
No, you
mind because I
haven't.
can talk over you too.
You literally want
I
to sit
sure
there and
did.
say, I'm going to read the Merriam-Webster definition instead of actually engage with what I'm saying.
Yeah, you mean telling you the definition, which is what you asked for.
Engage with what I've said.
I did.
What
What
is
else would you like me to
hyper-nationalist pound
engage
genesis
with?
mean? What is hyper-nationalist
I don't know.
pound
I'd have to
genesis
look it
mean?
up.
How's that fit into the fascist minimum?
I would have to look it up, but it's not part of the main definition, is it?
Go do that. Shut your mouth. Come back when you've looked it up.
No, I think I'll talk if I want to. You're nobody. You don't get to tell me to shut up. Fuck
I don't
you.
care what you think about me as a nobody or anything. I just want you to fucking shut
Likewise,
up. You
bitch.
don't know what
I
you're
don't
talking
care
about.
what you think. I know you want me to
I'm
shut
trying
up
to
because I just
answer a
dunked
question
on
for
your
this
ass.
girl who's
and
kind
you
of
feel
nice.
embarrassed.
Okay? That's what I'm trying to do.
You asked me a question, so I answered it. If you didn't want
No,
to derail
you
off
just
into this shit,
interrupted
why'd
and
you
said that
fucking
nothing I'm
respond?
saying is fascist.
I talk in chat, not to you. And then
Then
you said
continue
something to
talking
me,
in chat, man.
so I responded. No, I'll talk.
Continue talking in chat.
It's not your panel. Go back to
I
your
know
own
it's
channel
not.
if you don't like it. You can control your
No,
shit over
you're
there.
just
You don't
derailing
get to
me.
control shit over here. I didn't derail anything. I
I'm not
answered the
controlling
question you
anything.
asked me. I spoke in chat, and you
Like,
said
how long are
in
we gonna
voice
waste
chat
fucking time right
to
now? What's going
define
on?
it. So
How
I
long?
did.
How
I
long
don't
are
know.
you gonna
How
waste
long
time?
do you want to?
I've already said I don't
You
want
being
to.
here is a waste of time.
I guess if you don't want to agree with this because you're fucking idolizing some shit.
I don't have to agree with you. I gave you the actual definition, which is what you asked for. If you didn't want it, then don't ask.
Got it. Okay, are you done?
Sure, I can be done.
Good. Okay, so next will be mass mobilization and militarized political style.
Okay, dude, I'm about to go to bed, and you're all paying a mute.
Hey, based.
Let's go.
I mean, if he wants
I mean, I don't really know what else to talk about, but I'm glad he's getting muted.
I know. What are we? Circus the main fodder.
I mean, he was
dude.
literally trying to answer her.
You said you're going to bed.
I will be, but now I feel like I gotta wait. Okay, Kirk, I'm bringing you up.
Okay, real quick.
Somebody fight somebody. Okay, who's the target now? Now that we don't have.
No, hold on.
No, I think
Politics-
Akila wants to speak.
Politics isn't my best, strong suit, but if y'all want to talk about like feminism, abortion, like more social issues, like I go hard. I do debates, panels. I've been on the whatever podcast, the No Fugazi podcast. I love talking about this.
Wait, tell me about that. I want to hear about that.
You
the
were
whatever
on the
podcast.
whatever podcast?
Yeah, I went a couple years ago. Yeah, it was actually the very first time that I went on a live podcast, and I really enjoyed it. Jake Rattlesnake was there. Brian and Jake were absolutely the biggest gentlemen. I know that women like to like demonize them, but they were like the biggest gentlemen. They were so nice the entire time. The only time that they get rude is like when women are rude. And I've always wanted to be on a panel with Andrew because I'm also an Orthodox Christian. And I was actually supposed to debate Chloe from Roma's Army, and she ran from it just like she ran from Andrew's debate, like a scaredy little biatch that she is.
Overt feminist.
No, she's an open feminist. She's an open feminist, but supposedly a male's rights advocate. Now, I don't claim to be a male's rights advocate because only men can be male's rights advocates because women cannot ever actually understand like what it is that men go through. And advocacy, even though the definition of advocacy does not say that the person who is advocating is above the person that they're advocating for, advocacy in practice absolutely does create a hierarchy. So a woman advocating for a man is kind of an oxymoron. Because if you look at Andrew Wilson's forced doctrine theory, I mean, women are just appealing to men to have a say in anything. That's the only reason why we have rights. So it's kind of an oxymoron for a woman to say that she's a male's rights advocate. I find it actually kind of humorous. But yeah, Chloe ran from it. I did go on the whatever, it was like 2.5 years ago. And then I went on the No Fugazi with David Cooley and Ease. Do y'all know who they are? They're great. They were amazing. Do y'all know them or no?
I don't know them, no.
No, not really.
No, they're great.
but I
And
would
I
say-
go on the Untouchables all the time. I'm like on there like almost every other weekend.
Okay, to read a chat,
I don't
though, I was
believe,
thinking this too. Liv says, so men cannot advocate for women? Can't
Well,
both. I know they
obviously
can't
men
understand
can.
each other, but like what?
Well,
What do you mean?
Men are the
I can
stronger
probably
vessel.
circle that.
Men are the stronger vessel, so it makes sense that men can advocate for women because women are the weaker vessel. So anytime you have advocacy, it's someone who has some sort of power who is advocating.
Men are the force factor.
Exactly.
So if it came down to
I think,
forcing a change in our society, it would be upon the men to do so. Women can't collectively force anyone to do anything.
Yeah,
And
I think
one of the
men
biggest arguments
can
that
advocate
women
for
try to
women,
make
and
is
women can
like,
advocate for
oh,
men.
I have a pew pew. Well, I have a pew pew too. I'm very big on the Second Amendment. But if you look at stats when it comes to men and women in physical combat, whether it is military or civilian, anytime there is any combat between a man or a woman and there's a pew pew involved, women are more likely to lose their pew pew, even with a man who doesn't have a pew pew. So it's kind of a mute
Can we say
point.
gun?
Well,
Can
you
say
know, we
that?
could, but
No.
I don't see
it's
why,
better to.
but I don't necessarily know the data, so I'm not. But the thing is, I don't know why women can't advocate for men and vice versa. Like, I think both
A
are possible.
woman. Okay, so a woman can advocate for men, but that doesn't mean she's a male's rights advocate, because that gives her a title and a purpose and a voice to speak for
in
men.
a public
Women,
setting.
yeah, women cannot speak for men because we've never had a dangling between our legs. We've never been expected to have the same criteria that men have had. So women cannot be a male's rights advocate. We can advocate for men, but the title of male's rights advocate creates a hierarchy. Because when you're an advocate for someone, in practice, you have more power than the person you're advocating for. You could see this with animal rights advocates, child's rights advocates, even women's rights advocates. The women who are advocating for other women, the women who are advocating for other women have more rights than the women that they're advocating for. So just because a definition does not explain that there is a hierarchy, it doesn't mean that in practice there isn't one. So it's an oxymoron for a woman to say, I'm a male's rights advocate. You can say, I advocate for men the best of my ability. I prefer the term, I'm a helpmate to men.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I choose to word it as. Makes more
that's
logical sense.
that's a fair semantic point, but I would say that men and women can understand each other because I believe the human experience is universal. Like, I don't think you need to have a ding-a-ling to understand what it's like to be a male, or you don't think you have to have any sort of body part to understand what it's like to be another human being. You need to have empathy.
Yes.
Empathy is
Okay,
faking
so
gay.
I don't have to be a
Oh,
lion to understand what a lion needs, or to understand what like a lion wants or needs. I don't have to be a lion to understand those things. But to understand them in the way that a lion would is very different. So the males' rights advocates, if you actually talk to males' rights advocates who are men, they're the ones who are boots on the ground. Every single males' rights advocate that I've seen outside of the dadvocate, they have not actually done anything to actually help men. And if anything, Chloe from Roma's Army, Queen of the Pygmies, Emily, and several others who claim to be males' rights advocates actually don't do anything to advocate for men outside of doing stuff on social media while they're showing their tits or their midriff or their body in some way and getting likes and money. And then they're not putting it in the system to actually help men. So they're really not advocates. They're
So
advocates.
a good example of that would be, have they actually changed any political policies
I
and
believe
such?
people are categorically allowed, as part of human autonomy, to objectify themselves. And so if a woman or a man or anybody really decides to objectify their body, that's their prerogative.
Okay, so I'm a skinny Russian ballerina. And I'm obese, by the way. But I identify as a skinny Russian ballerina. And because I said so, it's okay. Like, what you say does not matter. What you do and your impact is what matters. And I've not
I know, but I was just saying my
single
perspective on
male rights
objectification.
advocate that's a woman outside of the dadvocate who's actually in the court system do anything for men. Even Pearl Davis, I've actually worked with Pearl Davis, and I love a lot of the things that she says, but there have been men that have reached out to her and she's done nothing to help them.
She's incredibly misogynistic. She said stuff like women shouldn't vote and some such
Don't
nonsense.
believe
And
women should vote.
yeah, that's nonsensical. And
No, it's not nonsensical. I mean, if women can't even decide who they're attracted to based on the time of the month, why should they be allowed to vote? And this is statistically proven.
I believe in empowering women, just like I believe in empowering everyone else.
Empowering women, why though? What is it that women have done that has shown that we deserve empowerment? We've had 100 years and we've done nothing but destroy.
It's only degenerated society, yeah. And
Yeah,
wouldn't
women
empowering
have
women
done
be them having a good husband who votes in benefit of her and her family? That sounds pretty empowering to me.
Okay, Confluence does love this conversation, but he is passing out. So,
Confluence,
everyone,
stay awake. I still need a kick. I got a discount kick.
You got your discount kick. Oh,
Oy
Sevens,
vey.
Confluence, and Athena, you should come back again. I do, because I enjoy talking about the cultural issues as well. And so
I will.
I go live every day, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you guys for being here. And God bless. God bless.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, 7.
If I go live, we